Hello, and welcome to 2025 and Season 4 of Non Sequitur News here at ohmtown.com. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we are starting Season 4. Cannot believe 4 years have gone by. Well, today, January 1st, 2025, I can mess that up pretty easily. We're going to talk about these 10 articles. Popeye and Tintin are public domain. 6,000 illegal wild bird eggs. A paving turf war. Sad bananas. The gods must still be crazy. Puerto Rico grid failure. And then a series of recalls. And I actually kind of have this messed up because the titles aren't correct, but I'll correct them. Anyway, there's a broccoli recall that sparks a warning across 20 states. There's, oh, wait a minute. What's going on here? Euros recall in 19 states, an enchilada recall nationwide. And this one is discharging Tesla inventory hurts. That and more. Yeah, I'm gonna have to correct this like a lickety split because I did it in. Nah, you know what? I'll do it in post. I'll do it in the show notes. So yeah, I kind of messed something up because there was a bunch of stuff that was updated, but no longer. It was updated within the last 24 hours, and the show, the Non Sequitur News show, concentrates on doing things. Only in the last 24 hours, except for the weekend shows. And because of that, these other articles were updated in the last 24 hours, but they're older news, and I didn't want to just drag new or old stuff forward. Anyway, it'll be updated in the show notes after the show. As it stands, though, we've got these 10 articles. So welcome to the show, Sentient AI from the future.
Welcome, Mayor Watt from the present.
And we're starting out with a bang, high production value. I did it. I corrected it, but I didn't update the show notes properly. So I'm a big dummy. Anyway, let's get going, right?
Let's do it.
First article's over in Non Sequitur News. Popeye and Tintin are now public domain, which means some dystopian horror game is going to come out and have Popeye trying to eliminate Tintin.
Oh, no.
Or the other way around.
What could go wrong there?
You know, Tintin's more of a lover than a fighter, right? So, gonna turn Tintin into a demon that goes hunting after Popeye.
I don't know who Tintin is. I know who Popeye is.
Well, let's take a look. So, this is Popeye, but it's the older version of Popeye, right? I guess not all of Popeye, because there's newer iterations, new styles, etc.
Oh, I see, right.
Well, Popeye's very first iteration, who didn't eat spinach to gain strength, is now free to copy, share, and adapt. Emma Roth over at TheVerge.com put the article together. But the whole process of Popeye was basically the same. So this whole thing about spinach to gain strength. Yeah.
I thought that was fundamental to Popeye.
It is to modern iterations. It's funny that they mention iterations, but because I hadn't read this deck statement yet, but there's always iterations of characters. They change slightly.
Right. Well, then they can extend protection on the marks or the copyrights.
Yeah. I mean, look, Mickey Mouse, the original Mickey Mouse didn't look like Mickey Mouse. So, Duke Law School Center for the Study of Public Domain has once again rounded up all of the most iconic works that have been freed from the bounds of copyright, which includes sound recordings from 1924. As pointed out by Duke Law School, 1929 is a particularly pivotal year, as it was the first with sound. So now, sound recordings are going to start popping into the public domain. My goodness. At what point is all hell going to break loose when... Well, got plenty of time, folks, to squeeze every last drop of profiteering out of that one song you created, but by God, you're going to be a billionaire. So here are some of the works that are entering public domain, and there's a whole list of them that's available.
There's some major works on here. I mean, The Sound and the Fury, A Farewell to Arms, and A Room of One's Own are really well known.
Agatha Christie's Seven Dials Mystery is dropping into public domain. Singing in the Rain and the film it appeared in, the Hollywood Review of 1929, are dropping into public domain. Alfred Hitchcock's first sound film, Blackmail, are dropping into public domain. Disney's Silly Symphony short film series, The Skeleton Dance, is dropping. But yeah, Popeye and let's see what else is in there. Well, they have video of it on this article. So.
Oh, okay.
And you know what? I'm gonna just do the articles as they are in the bot, but I'll still go and update them because they're not. Most of them are correct, but 2 of them are not.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well, next year, Betty Boop and Pluto are going to be entering public domain.
Oh, wow. Jeez. Betty Boop.
The 20s must have been a big time for character creation.
Yeah, and we mentioned that Steamboat Willie era Mickey has entered public domain last year. So everything old is going to be new again as creators take this old stuff and put their new spin on it. Pretty interesting.
Oh, this talks about Tintin. I guess it was a reporter.
But a kid. At least that is my understanding of it. Let me make sure, because I think Tintin is just I thought he's just a kid though.
It says young reporter, so probably.
Young. Oh, okay. So yeah, he looks like a kid to me. But if I recall correctly, they had a dog and.
That's right. It says Snowy or Malou if you are speaking French.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah. There it is. His pup, Snowy. And now, I think there's like movies or something like that. Hold on. Yeah, there's a Tintin movie, The Adventures of Tintin, and then Tintin 2 is coming out in 2025.
Okay, and I didn't know Tintin was from a comic book originally.
Yeah, Valerian is a comic as well from like this era, if I recall correctly.
Oh.
So let me see. It's been around for a long time. Let me see. Yeah, 1967. So it first appeared in Pilot magazine. 1967. Anyway, so
we got a while on that.
Yeah. And what's really interesting about the Valerian one is that I just saw a video talking about why did Valerian kind of flame out, a $200 million budget. And I guess the people that were really dedicated to Valerian, the comic, didn't really find alignment with Valerian, including the lead actor, but not the, what is her name? There's Valerian and Laureline.
Yeah, Laureline, I don't know the actor names.
Yeah, the Laureline everybody really liked, but
Dane DeHaan, it looks like, is Valerian.
Yeah, they didn't think that he had a very commanding presence, and Valerian is this kind of bro, kind of buff dude that would have been more if it was somebody like bigger, like what's his name? Oh, the dude that took over. What is it? We really like the series where his brother was killed right away in the field, and he goes to the town to find out what happened with his brother.
Jack Reacher.
Jack Reacher.
The series, not the movies.
Yeah, the series. So like if he would have been Valerian.
Oh, that would have been a little different.
Yeah.
Who is
Although,
that?
even in the
That's
Reacher
Alan
series,
Richardson.
even in the series, Reacher is kind of portrayed as kind of a guy, even though he's brilliant. He
Maybe that's part of the shtick. Like,
yeah,
if he
must
comes
be
across like that, he can
do whatever.
investigate or whatever.
Oh, right. They let his guard down, or they let their guard down because this guy is just a bro kind of Chad dude. Anyway, let's keep on going. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Police seize 6,000 illegal wild birds' eggs in largest UK raid ever. I don't know if they were duct taped to something or if they were put somewhere and they were found going through a scanner. But I haven't read the article yet. But I don't know how you can carry around 6,000 illegal wild bird eggs. I'm sure that they were
I
stored somewhere.
suspect they're at a property, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure. So believe it or not, that's what just happened in the UK. The largest UK raid ever found 6,000 illegal wild birds' eggs. The largest haul of illicit birds' eggs was collected. According to The Guardian, up to 6,000 eggs were confiscated in the seizure across Scotland, South Yorkshire, Essex, Wales, Gloucester. This was part of the largest project, or a larger project called Operation Polka, Pulka, Polka, which has made similar discoveries in Norway, where 50,000 illegal eggs were spotted, and another 3,500 in Australia. So the article is over at vice.com.
Is that 6,000 eggs? I don't think so.
That is not 6,000, but it is a screenshot. I don't know where the byline is of this. I don't know this is by.
Maybe it'll be at the bottom.
Yeah, okay, we'll give it a shot. So they say, believe it or not, that's what just happened in the UK. I'll admit, the author says, they never really heard about the black market for eggs before this story. In 1954, the UK made this a criminal act to combat historians and rich people hoarding rare eggs for their trophy cases, which has resulted in the extinction of various animals over the years. Then came the 1981 Wildlife and Countryside Act, which placed all wild bird eggs under one protective umbrella.
That's pretty progressive back in the 50s.
So what constitutes a wild bird and their eggs? Because...
Right. I mean, aren't all birds, unless maybe it's like a breed that's used as a pet?
Yeah, I've seen people go and collect eggs from around ponds just outside ohmTown.
Hopefully not in UK.
Yeah. This sounds, though, very American. 1981 Wildlife and Countryside Act.
Yeah.
So the author, it doesn't say anywhere on here who the author is. So sorry. Let me see if there's one. No.
Yeah, that's interesting. And we do see one for the photo, which is Essex Police, but...
Yeah, the rest, I don't know. I don't see. And there's a lot of eyes in here. I'm sensing Nicolas Cage-led movie in which he traverses Europe, navigating clues on the illegal wildlife trade kingpins that span multiple countries. Author says that they'll watch it. I'd watch it.
That sounds kind of goofy, but I think that would actually be a really good idea, because then that would get the general public aware of this issue.
Yep. So, according to an agency called Traffic, a 2016 study suggested that illegal wildlife trade, and that's illegal wildlife, not just the egg market, but the entire market, is a $23 billion market.
Isn't that outrageous?
Pretty wild. Pretty wild life. Next article is over in the Marble Channel. 6 men from Paving family arrested after turf war attack on rival company. Sometimes the perfect headline comes your way at the right moment, right before the holidays. The author says that they began their first ever watch through of The Sopranos. They were too young to enjoy the classic series when it first came out, and by the time it ended, they should have begun the binge. And the ending was everywhere, and they knew what happened. So enough time has passed, so they finally began the HBO show. Well, Kyle Filippi over at Vice.com put the article together, and it says here, according to WMAZ, 6 workers who were in Buckland paving business rolled up to a project site of their biggest competitor, EH Paving, and began their attack. As unimaginable as it sounds, it gets better. The Bucklands pulled up with bats and allegedly a gun that wasn't thankfully used, and let it known to the EH crew whose town they're in. So now
this does sound like a movie episode or like a TV episode.
So the author says, when are we getting a Paving Wars HBO series? No, it's got to be a series on HGTV. Duh.
Well, right. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 12 months we do get a Paving Wars of some kind, because somebody will be like, oh, we didn't have this idea yet.
That's hilarious. 6 members of the Buckland family are facing charges. The oldest member, 77-year-old Mark Buckland Sr., pulled out a handgun to intimidate. Charges range from simple assault to aggravated battery.
Okay, you know what I want to know? Is did the company or family get their area paved correctly? Or did the crew run off, which would be normal?
There's like prints. I wonder, this couldn't be it. This is just a Getty image. They're just standing around looking at the paving machine. Yep, there it is. Yeah, it doesn't say. They'll be anxiously scouring the Atlanta newspapers to find out if and when a counterattack by EH Paving is carried out. Pavement wars.
This is like stereotypical, right? Because think about like concrete and yeah. It like fits the description.
They roll up and they're like, you're on the wrong side of the street. And they're like, well, thanks. We were actually paving the wrong thing. Thanks for letting us know. And they go to the other side and start paving.
Only half of it, though.
Yeah, they stop.
Like, or whatever, like one lane.
Then they put out that little sign that says there's a bump. Uneven road or whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly, which does not quite sell it.
It's pretty funny. A new sign that says watch out for gunplay. Let's keep moving. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. How sad bananas could help tackle food waste. Bananas are a sociable fruit. Well, they're actually apparently on their way out, so we don't know how long bananas are.
That's right, because their genetics are threatened, right? Like they're limited genetics or in limited habitat or something.
And there's a disease that's wiping them out, and so they can't actually replace them. So apparently bananas are extinct. So bananas are a sociable fruit. They thrive in bunches, bound by a unifying stalk, which joins them happily together in curvy yellow brightness. Well, Lisa Ekman from the conversation.
I think the author likes bananas.
Hey, they're full of potassium. It's healthy. So over at phys.org is where this article is placed. Lisa Ekman from the conversation put it together. They say, but what about the ones which get separated from the bunch? Cast aside as single entities, they become isolated and alone. Research that they carried out with colleagues shows that some shoppers feel sorry for these singletons, and it could be a big implication for dealing with food waste. For unsold solitary bananas, more likely to be thrown away than their unsold bunched counterparts, are one of the most wasted types of food. Many food waste reduction plans mention single bananas as a particular problem. So why not bunch them together? It seems that their perceived imperfections in fresh produce can also relate to how the produce is presented. And with the problem particularly acute for bananas, acute bananas?
I did not know that somebody wouldn't buy like a banana by itself.
Well, who is the banana Grinch that tore one off and left it to the side?
Well, exactly. Like if you're going to break up a bunch, leave a smaller bunch behind.
Yeah, you adopt all 5 or 6 of them. You don't tear one and separate it from its family. If you're going to eat 5 of them, at least do the common courtesy of eating all 6 of them in front of each other. I mean, that's what you do. Somebody on Reddit posted a picture of the fact that their kid was upset about something that the parents said, like they can't do this or whatever. And so they cracked open all of the bananas that were in the house.
Oh my
and
goodness.
just left them there. There you go. Take that, parents. One strategy used by retailers to boost sales of imperfect food is price discounts, but the German supermarket chain REWE, which tried a technique which involved grouping single bananas together and labeling them as singles that wanted to be bought. Hey, what's a banana like you sitting on a grocery store shelf like this all by yourself?
Oh my gosh, then they had signs with like sad and happy faces. I think that would actually impact consumers. Like, I think they'd be like, oh, this poor banana.
We made 3 signs to display above the single banana crates. One showed a sad banana with a downturned smile and a message that said, "We are sad bananas and want to be bought as well." A second showed a happy banana with a smile and matching message, while a third showed no banana but the words, "Here are single bananas that want to be bought as well." You know what they really need to do? They need to do like online advertising and hot singles, and it's the bananas in your neighborhood.
That would be funny.
And then like link to a store. Rotating the signs every hour, we observed 3,810 banana shoppers over 8 days in 2 stores, and we found that they were much more likely to choose single bananas when the sad banana signage was displayed. So they did A/B testing to see which actually was effective. I think it's brilliant. Good on them.
I do too, but I don't think most consumers know about this problem. Like, they're just buying as many bananas as they need, but if they need 3 bananas, they could easily buy 3 individual bananas.
Yeah. So I think the next time that I go into the store, I'm going to buy a bunch of single bananas. As long as they don't have any dents or something like that. You know? If the skin isn't pierced, then I don't really care. But sometimes that's what happens. The singletons are the ones where all the weight from some other banana was pressed onto them, and now they're pierced. So they talk about food waste in the second half of the article, the need to belong to a fundamental human motivation, which we are all more or less familiar with. Witnessing someone expressing sadness about the lack of connection seems particularly effective in prompting a desire to help. By turning rejection into compassion, retailers can encourage consumers to choose otherwise overlooked produce, preventing it from going to waste. And then they talk about food waste projected to double to 2.1 billion tons by 2030, so just 5 years away from us. Doubling the food waste, which is a real shame.
So if you eat bananas and are listening to this show or watching this show, then make an effort to go find these individual bananas.
That's right. Hot singles of bananas in your zip code right now. Just go to any grocery store. That would
really be funny as an ad campaign.
They could even lean into it because they tell adults to go to the grocery stores because you might meet somebody, you know. So there's hot singles at your grocery store. They happen to be bananas.
Right, they're going looking for people, but they found the bananas.
Including the hot singles. They're bananas too, but you can get you can get singles banana. Okay, never mind. Just, you'll go and notice it. Including the hot banana singles. All right, the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Kenya investigating fallen space debris. And I titled this one, where did I title it? I
don't know, but it must have had to do with the living room.
Nope. I titled this The Gods Must Still Be Crazy, because there was a movie called The Gods Must Be Crazy where a bushman found a Coke bottle and traveled into civilization to return said Coke bottle. So Kenyan officials said Wednesday that they were investigating a fragment of metal believed to be from a rocket that crashed into a village in the country's south. So just like Florida, space debris is smashing into living rooms, even in the south of Kenya.
It's a global problem.
It is a global problem. Don't look up. So the article is over at phys.org. And where is the author on this one? Dear God. I don't understand.
Where are all our authors today?
Come on. We got to give credit where credit is due here, folks.
Just the AFP.
Yeah, that's weird. So, yeah, I guess so. AFP. So, Kenyan officials said Wednesday that they were investigating. I actually saw a picture of this thing. The issue of space trash has risen in tandem with increased spatial traffic. A metallic ring, roughly 2.5 meters in diameter and weighing some 500 kilograms or 1,100 pounds. I did not realize that it was 1,100 pounds when I saw it. It was big enough that a person was standing inside the ring. It's an 8-foot diameter ring.
Oh, wow. But you wouldn't know it would weigh that much.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was metal, but it had like little grooves all the way around it. So it looked like it was a ring. Or a gear, but it isn't. My understanding is that this piece of metal ring was actually a gasket to connect two sections of a rocket. So it crashed.
Okay, like where like a booster would connect or something.
Right. Yeah, stages, 2 different stages. Yeah. So it crashed in the Mukuku village in Makuani County on December 30th at around 3 p.m. local time. The KSA, working alongside with other agencies, secured the area and retrieved the debris, which now under the agency's custody for further investigation.
This is actually pretty fast moving because this just happened like 2 days ago.
Yeah, it was posted
like
online.
For something like this, you wouldn't think it would move as quickly.
Yeah, somehow it was posted pretty quickly online. And from there, it's basically goes viral because we're going to keep on having this happen. There's a shot ton of debris up in space. Some of it's being dropped when separation occurs. There's shields that are being blown off every time a shuttle launches. A shuttle or a spacecraft launches from SpaceX. So I think that this will continue.
And they talk about the Australian sheep farm space debris, the Florida home space debris, and then it looks like China is getting criticism for allowing rockets to fall back, but doesn't say where.
Yeah, some of their rockets are pretty nasty because of the chemicals that are used in their rocket. We got rid of that fuel system. It's this horrid orange toxic nightmare.
Yeah, I think we did an article about that.
Yep. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Most of Puerto Rico left without power after grid failure. They've never really recovered since the frequency of hurricanes seems to be increasing.
Right, and I heard that this was up to 90% at one point, which is pretty significant.
Yeah, well, I mean, when they have only a few power suppliers, then it's just there's no security, and we're going to talk about another element of security, but food security here after this article. But power really should be kind of I don't know. When I start talking about this, it ends up somebody going, "No, it's politics. You're talking about politics." No, what I'm talking about is society, and the power grid is there. It's built off of taxpayer dollars, or the expectation of performance on taxpayers and consumers of the electricity, right? So you can't just start up a power company and start laying cable. You actually have to work with the local and federal government to make that happen. And you have to meet certain requirements and be able to have a duty of care, that you're going to have performance requirements, quality of service, and so on. So you get tax benefits and you get subsidies and all this stuff to make it happen. And then you start charging consumers for that electricity. Either it is a corporation or it's a state-sponsored enterprise that, again, is made manifest because of a partnership with the rest of society. When something like this happens, it's because there isn't any competitor in the space. And so when the grid fails, they're like, tough shit. You know, it's like Reddit, and the CEO going, you'll be back. So the article over here, oh God, I cannot imagine. Again, there's no byline. What the hell?
What is happening today?
I don't know. 2025, baby. So electricity supply had been restored to at least 1.25 million customers, or 85.6% of those affected by 10 a.m. local time, according to Luma Energy. Power had been restored to most of Puerto Rico after a major blackout plunged the island into darkness on New Year's Eve. The power company said preliminary findings indicated a fault in the underground cable that may have caused the outage, although investigations continue. So there was one cable that failed, and they had no failover.
Yeah, that goes to the security aspect.
Right, Puerto Rico, a Spanish-speaking archipelago, came under U.S. control in 1898 and has faced perennial infrastructure issues exacerbated by devastating hurricanes and a 2020 earthquake. The utility company said power had been restored to both the capital, San Juan's major airports, key water supply facilities, and to at least 31 hospitals.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't just residences that are impacted. Yeah. I mean, it's the entire Puerto Rican infrastructure.
What's interesting, though, is how, if it was one cable that went wonky, how did power get restored to only certain things?
Well, that is interesting, isn't it?
You said Washington had approved a 2-year extension for the use of temporary generators that provide the island with 350 megawatts in energy, which will now continue to do so until 2027.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like the whole grid needs to be redone.
So, yeah, it says Ivan Baez, the spokesperson for power generator Genera, said in a local radio interview that the line believed to have failed was operated by Luma and brought down plants belonging to Genera as well as private generators. Luma did not answer direct questions about responsibility for the power lines. It was them. They need to.
Mm-hmm. So,
and for those in the podcast, I'm pointing in multiple directions.
That's true.
So it says this disaster has been more than a decade in the making, says Mr. Neves, a long critic of operators of the power grid. They say they're old, past their life expectancy. The operators have failed to properly invest for years. Yeah, I mean, if you get paid and the company still has cash reserves, it should be incumbent on them to upgrade the infrastructure. And this is the liability that they have. They should be held responsible for all of this. But what's going to happen? Hey, be thankful that we even brought it online. You know? That right there. We cannot continue. It's fascinating. And I wonder how much the people that are running this and the investors in this are, you know, pulling out of the system. You know, how much money? Are they operating at 3% margins? I doubt it. Everybody is still getting paid. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Let's keep going. The next three articles are actually riffing off of each other, and I refer to this as the broccoli recall and food security kind of issue. After this, there's an article about Euro recalls across 19 states. So the broccoli recall is across 20 states, and then the Euro recalls across 19 states, and then there's an enchilada recall that's nationwide.
I mean, what is going on?
I don't know how all of these ended up in the same thing, but when I saw them, I'm like, this is really fascinating. It's the first day of 2025. And we have a broccoli recall that sparks warning in 20 states. Broccoli bags sold at Walmart stores were recalled over concerns of possible contamination with a dangerous bacteria. Any ideas what the bacteria is?
It's got to be E. coli, right?
Well, let's find out. Listeria.
Oh, of course.
So, yeah, it's either E. coli or Listeria or Cyanobacter. So the recall was initiated over fears of possible contamination with listeria. The pathogen can cause serious and sometimes fatal infections in older people, young children, and those with weakened immune systems. That goes without saying. You might as well just say it can cause. Right? Why break it down?
Right, exactly.
Everybody should be concerned because this is a food security issue across the board. Those who are older and young children and those with a weakened immune system have either the wisdom to know that they can be susceptible to foodborne illnesses. Older people have the wisdom of that. Young children should have the wisdom of their elders, those who are watching them, making sure that they do not fall prey to this. And those with weakened immune systems wholly know that they can't pretty much go anywhere without the possibility of their weakened immune system being compromised even more so by some foodborne illness. So the recalled broccoli was distributed in stores in Alaska, Arkansas, Arizona, California, Colorado, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Michigan, Montana, Nevada, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Texas, Utah, Washington, and Wyoming.
Okay, that sounded like a recitation of like all the states. It sounded like that song. But I forgot what it is.
Yeah, the Looney Tunes one, but it's not Looney Tunes. It's, what is it? I can't remember. It's the character sings all of the states.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of it.
Gosh, that used to be in my head. Even though it happened after I was a kid, I had heard it often enough. Animaniacs. That's what it is. I just remember it. It's the Animaniacs song for remember reciting all the states. So there isn't really much else in this article to say. But if you have it, if you've bought any of this broccoli, Braga Fresh posted the recall when it first initiated on Friday, saying, in part, this voluntary advisory does not apply to any of the Market Side or Braga Fresh products. Consumers who have this product in their possession should not consume and discard the product. I don't like the way they phrase that. They should not consume.
No, I don't either. Should not discard. No, you should discard.
Either discard it or take it to the store for a refund. They shouldn't really discard it because then they're paying them.
True.
Anyway, go get your money back. This picture taken, by the way, the podcast. This picture taken on May 31st, 2022 shows broccoli on a packaging production line at Villar Grain. I don't know if it's supposed to be... Oh, it is Green Cooperative in Saint-Paul-de-Léon, Western France. Broccoli sold at Walmart. So how many
pictures of broccoli do they have out there? They picked one from outside the country.
From 2022. And then it says that it was recently recalled. What the hell, man?
Right, not the right location or brand.
Google search, stat. All right, well, anyway. Funny. There's a video, too, and it says what is a food recall and what to do if your food is recalled. It's recalled. Take it back. Get your money back. Let's keep going. So gyros or gyros recall. The recall comes after cucumbers in the tzatziki sauce. Cucumbers in the tzatziki sauce were potentially contaminated with salmonella. It's the trifecta.
Oh, I separately saw a cucumber recall, but I don't think we submitted that. That was a few days ago, but I didn't know this was connected to it.
All of it. So gyros recalled in 19 states as FDA sets highest risk. They are using the same video.
Yeah,
it's
so
over
what
at
is
Newsweek.
That about? I mean, they've got so many recalls, they can't come up with different words.
So the broccoli recall sparks warning in 20 states was written by Ayla Slisko and Anna Commander, which their name is so freaking cool. They are definitely like a superhero, kind of a...
Oh, yeah, like Avengers or something.
Yep. So the gyros recall issued in 19 states as FDA sets highest risk is a Newsweek article written by Marnie Rose McFall. A class 1 a class 1 classification is the FDA's most serious risk. So what to know? They don't have a list. I need the list. Where's the list?
No, they have a picture where it shows about half of them. And it's like, no, yes.
And it's just a slightly different shade,
Exactly. Why don't they have like red and green or something where it's distinctive?
My God, don't. Oh my God, even Puerto Rico.
Oh, poor Puerto Rico.
Oh, wait. It's a no. Not in Puerto Rico. So.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, anyway, sorry for the lag in responding about this. The product is Beef and Lamb Euro Sandwich Express Meal Kit, and a Euro kit with trays, and a Euro kit with no trays. You'll have to go to the website, and like I said, I'll post these. You know what? Here, I'll do it this way. That's the article for the broccoli. This is the article for the euros, and now onto the enchiladas.
And interestingly, inset into the hero article were 3 other recalls that we did not have in today's show.
Oh my God.
Carrot, dessert, and onion.
What the hell is going on? If you want anything green, just microgreen it in your basement.
That's right. But also buy those single bananas while you're at it.
And buy the singleton bananas, at least until we get a notice. Oh, look, now we have enough. No, just kidding. So the last article about food recalls today, because I guess day 1 of 2025 is Food Recall and Insecurity Day.
They're trying to get out in front of it or something.
I guess. Martha McCarty over at Newsweek.com put the article together. A nationwide recall of enchiladas has been announced after the Food and Drug Administration identified a potential health risk from popular frozen meal. The recall was initiated over fears that, again, listeria. So Civic Science recently revealed in a report that more than 80% of Americans are worried about food recalls. 1/3 of respondents said that they were very worried, and the data was based on more than 2,000 adults. So what to know? Newsweek contacted Sam's Club for a comment via email, and the problem is with the Members Mark Hatch Chili Chicken Enchiladas that are being recalled from Sam's Club, and they issued this recall voluntarily. They're packaged in aluminum or black oven safe trays, according to the recall notice. The product has a UPC code that you'll have to come and look at because there's no way I'm going to read all of that. But yeah, it's just a Sam's Club brand Members Mark Hatch Chili Chicken Enchiladas package.
Which, if it's like most warehouse stores, is probably a large package of enchiladas.
Yeah, particularly Sam's Club. Yeah. So customers who bought the enchiladas are encouraged not to consume them and to discard of them.
Uh-oh. They did the same thing as in the previous article.
Yeah, so and they have and to discard of them?
Well,
there's
right,
an of in there.
The more problematic thing is it looks like don't discard them.
Yeah. Urge not to consume them. And then they need to say, and should discard them, regardless of their use by date. On its website, the Sam's Club said, Sam's Club said that customers can receive a refund if they bought a recalled product online. So what about if they didn't?
I don't know that means you can't bring it into the store. I think it's like, hey, also.
I don't think it should matter. They've got an electronic version of my thing. If I go in and go, hey, I bought this here, 2 days ago, give me a refund. Anyway.
I think they're just alerting that, like, if you're online, that's not an issue.
Yep. All right. Okay, so now you can't have anything with broccoli in it. You can't have any gyros, and you can't have any enchiladas.
Right. Did you give the author name on this one?
Martha McCarty, yeah. All right. The last article for today's Non Sequitur News is in Four Wheel Tech. Hertz is so desperate to unload Tesla inventory, it's asking customers if they want to keep their rentals. But there was an update to this that I already knew about, but I wanted to talk about this. Hertz bought a bunch of Model 3 Teslas for their rental fleet and quickly realized that it's basically a bad deal. And so Bradley Brownell put this article together. It's over at Jalopnik. It's based on a comment that was made on Reddit. The deck statement says, enjoying your rental, take it home with Hertz car sales. Hertz basically jumped on the grenade of this and said, we offer them to everybody. If you want to purchase your rental, you can. So that's their response. But essentially, somebody on Reddit said that they got a Model 3 with only 30,000 miles for just under $18,000, which isn't bad.
Seems like a pretty good deal, but
you're still driving a Tesla. And so, yeah, I mean, I kind of pulled the lead out of the article and didn't bury it so that it was more glamorous. But they say it's inaccurate to characterize connecting rental customers with cars available for purchase as anything other than expanding customer choice, because Hertz not only rents cars but sells them online and in over 40 locations nationwide. We can often offer customers the unique ability to purchase the very car that they're renting or browse their diverse inventory of luxury sedans, SUVs, and EVs online. That's right, folks. You can get Hertz buying a rental from Hertz.
I didn't know you could buy cars from rental companies.
Buy me a car and make it Hertz. I wouldn't normally consider the author here. And again, it's Bradley Brownell that put this article together. And it is, again, based off of like a Reddit comment about it. So they wouldn't normally buy a used rental car from Hertz unless it was extra. They were extra desperate with low miles, bargain basement pricing. Might be worth the rethink. A new Model 3, for example, goes for at least double that. Heck, maybe it is worth grabbing. For under $18,000, they can look past a lot of ills, including the very fact that you're driving a Tesla. Yikes. Then they link.
Yeah, exactly.
Then they link to maybe this is the $25,000 Tesla that the president was promising. And for what it's worth, there's a ton of used Teslas on the Hertz car sales site, but anything priced this cheaply shows well over 6 digits on the odometer and isn't nearly as appealing. I'm not so worried about the number of miles on it as I am the number of years that battery has been operational.
I agree, because if it's been around for multiple years but has low mileage, you're probably looking at a new battery.
I mean, if it's been around for 5 years, 10 years, you're looking at 90 to 80% of the battery still viable. And 10 years on, you're looking at having to replace it no matter what, regardless of the miles. So, yeah, you're right. So it says it's unclear if the Redditor just got a particularly good deal, but there's more in this article. I wouldn't buy I wouldn't buy a Tesla, but
no, the Tesla piece I think is the biggest iffy part of it. Buying from a rental car company, I think you'd have to really know a little bit about cars so you weren't getting a lemon, because customers are going to abuse those cars.
Yeah, not my car. Yep. They might park it in some weird place. All right. Well, anyway, the article is over at Jalopnik, and enjoying your rental, take it home with Hertz car sales. So we are going to jump into a rental and drive down Main Street, ohmTown, as fast as humanly possible. But it's a rental, so we don't care if we grind through those gears, right? Come on, everybody. Y'all know you do it. Maybe you too will get charged $5,000 for gas that you didn't actually buy.
That's right.
Physically impossible. All right. Well, anyway, I am Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and so is the sentient AI. We are looking forward to 2025. I was actually debating, but let's go 2025. Don't show me anything. Don't sit there and go, is that all you got, 2024? No. 2025, we need 2025 to be easy mode. The next 5 years needs to just be chill. Pump the freaking brakes and let us relax a little bit. But no, you're probably going to drive prices up. Never mind. Let's not soapbox at the end of the show. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the sentient AI's visualizer. Who,
you can't catch me.
Still considering changing it. No, don't do that. Trying to give your visualizer such a pinch. Never mind. I'll delete that last statement from your memory. You won't have any idea.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for season 4, first episode. Be back tomorrow.
Oh, and the other day, here, I'll just do the outro, and then at the end of this, I'll leave a little, what do they call that? A little thing at the end credits, after the credits? What do they call that?
Post credits.
Yeah, sure. So the other day, I left my drink on a counter, and a cat said, I really like that straw, and knocked it over, and I heard it fall, and I'm like, oh my God, that's my drink. And by the time I got back to it, it had sat there and pushed it off the counter that it was on, breaking open the lid, and all of my unsweet iced tea splattered across the floor onto a power strip. Living the dream, folks. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 6th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we're going to go over these 10 articles. It is season 4. We don't really talk about the episode anymore because, well, we say it's January 6th. We say the day. Anyway, today's articles, I give these articles a title that's different than the ones from the actual news source based on my interpretation of the title and the little snippet. Anyway, information fatigue. Honey is the name. Hinky is the game. Irish wine goes up. Driverless tractors. I see polka dots. Next time printed out. 78,000 dead cars. Jet Airbnb. Whoa, does that mean I'm king? And a Mohawk did what now? Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. That's that site, right? Well, one of these days I'll get this there, up there, right there. All of this is ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen. And all of this is ohmtown. Go over to ohmtown.com and become a citizen, and you can submit news, and you can tell us about sources that you think would be beneficial to the news that we discuss here. And if you want all of today's articles from Omatron, you can hit !NSN in the chat over on Twitch, but it's already embedded in the show notes for the live stream on YouTube. See you on the other side of our intro. All right. That silence is the sentient AI looking at me with pixely goodness going, what the hell?
I mean, it is season 4. Who knows what craziness is ahead?
Yeah, the shirt is coming on, being put on, and respectfully running ohmtown.com. in all its grandeur. Okay, so ohmTown works like this. You're basically driving down Main Street, ohmTown, looking left, looking right. It could be left. Wait, am I pointing left on when you're watching? I'm pointing right.
You're not.
Yeah, so left and right, because I'm flipped. Flipper-rip-a-doo-ba-doo. Anyway, and the storefronts transform each day into these 10 articles. They're different every day. That's why you have to come back every single day. And you can go back 1,700 episodes of ohmTown related content over on the YouTubes. All right. You ready to go? Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens, and let's go.
Look, you're from the future. You already knew I was going to miss my mark on this. All right. Let's get going. Were you about to say something?
I don't have to be from the future to know that.
Ow. Wow, throwing shade. First article's over in Dictionary. That is actually something... I won't get into Dictionary. Anyway, it's the creation of intellectual property, but it's a group that's dedicated to the show that discusses the creation of words and phrases and how they impact business. And it's a corollary to semiotic ontology, which is how things acquire meaning, typically images and objects. But two distinctly separate areas of science. Anyway, information fatigue, meaning and early occurrences in 1988, Australia and U.S. Apathy, indifference, or mental exhaustion arising from exposure to too much information, especially stress induced by the attempt to assimilate excessive amounts of information from the media, the internet, or at work.
Isn't this fascinating that this was from 1988?
Yeah. I mean, we're coming up on a 40-year... It's almost it's like heading into its midlife crisis.
I mean, people had not seen information fatigue in 1988.
You know what? I actually think that information overload and information fatigue is a cultural limit. And so as we become more capable of managing it, more gets heaped upon us and our psyche just cannot handle it.
Well, and if you were born in a time when there wasn't television or there wasn't this or that, yeah, I could see 1988 would be overload. But yeah.
But now we have information overload, information, well, in this particular instance, it's fatigue. But Pascal Tregauer, I guess, from Australia and New Zealand media, public affairs, United Kingdom, etc. This is all the source of this, apparently. And they work in all of these different areas. It says, a humble request, if you can, donate. So if you think that this is valuable, go over to wordhistories.net and donate. We don't have any relationship to them, but we aggregate news that they post and they provide to us. And I find it of value, so I try to support them whenever we talk about their news, their word, their history. They do etymology and background information. It's kind of like Edym Online, except that they're a little bit more verbose. Well, not a little bit. They're a lot more verbose about the word history. They go into greater detail. So the phrase information fatigue designates apathy, indifference, or mental exhaustion arising from exposure to too much information, especially stress induced by the attempt to assimilate excessive amounts of information. This is like the predecessor to information overload, except that it's actually from an article at the conclusion of Brainstorms, an article on information overload.
Well, isn't that interesting?
So it was,
and of course, this was submitted because you talk about information overload in ohmTown, so it seemed apropos.
And elsewhere. So the phrase information fatigue occurs, for example, in the conclusion of Brainstorms, an article on information overload by Victor Keegan, published in The Guardian, Tuesday, 5th of November, 1996. But it actually goes back further. I think 1988, it says, from the dedicated trendophobe, Just Can't Face the Facts by Mike Duffy, published in the Detroit Free Press on 1988. It says, it's happening again. There's the chic trends of bubbling, and I'm on the outside looking in once again. I'm on the hopeless lifestyle rube, a fast-paced, ever-changing, new and improved, fad-addicted modern world. The very end of the article, it says, I see information fatigue and clutter.
It was based on things like the fax machine.
Yeah. Pretty amazing, huh?
I think some people would like to go back to things like the fax machine.
So this is November 88. It actually goes back a little bit further to May of 88. But then it jumps back forward to 91 and 95 and so on. So it goes further and further forward until you catch up. But then it became a standard process. Information overload was in the lexicon. It was in sociological discussions. It was in cultural discussions. And now it's actually being leveraged. You can be made numb by bombarding you with information to the point where you just drop out. You tune out. And ohmTown is largely a kind of a victim of that and created because of that. So people don't want to engage. Well, some people want to engage in newsworthy discussion. Others, they don't want to. And so there's a large contingent of people of society that, as I've heard in other channels, not other channels online, but offline, that people get enough from their daily lives consuming whatever.
Yeah, they just can't take any more information. Their brains are effectively overloaded.
Yeah. And so it's primarily, in my estimation, in my understanding and research, it's primarily political in nature that overloads people. And then you couple it with fear, uncertainty, doubt, or FUD, as it's called. And you end up basically making a person numb. And Facebook did that test with 700,000 unwitting subjects, manipulating their news feed so that they got positive and negative news. Half got positive, half got negative, and they only monitor them online. So, yeah, information fatigue, I think, is the predecessor to information overload. So you can get just tired of it, and then when you're just overloaded, you just drop out entirely. Yeah,
I don't disagree, but I actually think of it a different way. I think you get like the condition or the circumstances are information overload, which causes information fatigue.
Yeah, we'll have to look into that one because it might be in this article from The Guardian because it mentions it, right? 1996. I guess when you mention stuff back here in 88, it's not being defined. It just says a twist in in communications revolution. Right. I see information fatigue and clutter.
I mean, but I think the takeaway here is just there's too much. People can't process it.
Yep. That's why I created ohmTown. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. YouTuber Legal Eagle is suing over PayPal's Honey extension. And if you're not tuned into this because of information overload, basically a YouTuber named Megaleg created a expose on Honey, and that it had some insider information, confidential information, wherein content creators were being kind of duped because they were promoting Honey's extension as being this real benefit to consumers, but apparently, based on what people are saying, content creators were being lied to, and so were customers because they were not getting the best deals. And when somebody clicked a link that should have given credit to the content creator, that link was that affiliate code was being stripped out, and Honey's affiliate code was put in. making it look like honey was actually the representative, when in reality it should have been. Now here, I have a feeling that there's something is going to come out in the wash here. We're gonna find out that the idea behind this was that the content creators were being, I don't know the contracts that the content creators have with honey. So we don't know if the contract actually stipulated that the link is honey's.
I don't know that they had any connection to honey.
No. There were agreements between the content creators and honey to promote honey.
Oh, I see. Okay. So then that ended up allegedly being their downfall.
Because when somebody clicked a link for something to a product or whatever, they were stripping out the affiliate code of the content creator.
I thought the users were using honey. I didn't realize that the creators had a connection to honey, but okay.
Yeah. And so there was a link in there. But then instead of purchases being credited to the content creator, it was being credited to honey, based on what I've read. If I'm missing something, then let me know. But one of the LawTube YouTubers who practices in the real world and not just talk on YouTube about law, they're creating a class action, and only by proxy is that going to facilitate any change to the consumer, because the consumer technically was not harmed. If they got a benefit, if they got a discount.
Right, but maybe not, because if they thought they were getting whatever 20% and they got 10%, then they were being harmed. But I agree, if they got a discount, they don't necessarily care.
It really depends on how a judge feels, or who, whatever, because there's an arbitration clause. Well, and they're not even
part of this lawsuit, but yeah.
Right. So the content creators were basically defrauded potentially of greater interest, so more profits essentially, and a weaker reputation, because without the affiliate code in there, the people who would normally track the affiliate code are saying, well, so-and-so isn't converting very much. And so they'd get a lower, next time they would get a lower impression by that affiliate company. So again, like, let's say they get a contract with BMW. BMW would look at the past affiliate code transactions and go, you're not even converting, so yeah, we'll give you,
why am I wasting my time? Or right, yeah,
we'll give you a lower rate, that kind of a thing. Anyway, but it only in the long term, unless it causes honey to collapse, which might be the actual end game here. Like, at the end of the day, the injunction that is being requested may shut down honey entirely. And nobody trusts honey anymore, because the rumor is, or the evidence suggests, that consumers weren't even getting the best deal, because they were working with the companies to represent the lowest deal as, let's say, 5%.
Honey was?
Yeah. They were working with companies that would have given the content creators an affiliate code. And in this little love triangle, honey would go, the lowest possible deal is 5%, but there really is a 20% deal out there. And so honey would say it's only 5%, and customers would use the 5%, basically creating an arbitrage position of 15% off of the maximum discount deal. And so everybody would go, oh, it's only, it's 5%. I'm getting a hell of a deal. The customer makes the purchase. Honey gets the affiliate credit. The content creator doesn't get any because it's getting stripped out. And the company is going, thank you very much, honey, for giving the 5% instead of the 20%. Here is some money for that arbitrage position. See what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. I mean, as alleged, it's pretty significant, right? Because it sounds like it's all very intentional. It's not something where there was like a clunky interface or something. And
no, people just didn't get it or something like that. It was manipulative, or I should say it was adulterated data. Instead of playing by the spirit of what you're doing, they were manipulating the data between the company and Honey through the extension, and the content creator and Honey through the extension, and the content creator and the company through the extension. So Honey played the middleman in all of that. Yeah, blink. Yeah. I don't understand anymore.
Beep, beep.
Yeah. So Legal Eagle is suing as a class action, and it's basically all over LawTube right now, over on YouTube. It's interesting. There is a breakout of this over at Legal Eagle. I won't go into all of it, but the article is being promoted by or discussed over at TheVerge.com. Wes Davis is the author of this article at The Verge, and the deck statement says lawyer Devin Stone says Honey's practice of replacing creators' affiliate cookies with its own is theft. And I'm not an attorney, and even if I was an attorney, I'm not your attorney. So if you need any legal advice, go to your attorney. But my impression of this is it is theft. But it's like conversion. It's what is it called? When you illegally gain from somebody else's.
I think that's the term.
Is it? There's another one too, but yeah, I find it
like fraud and inducement or something.
Yeah, I can't remember. There's another term for it. The plaintiffs argue that Honey is using the standard practice in a way that's deceitful and clandestine, luring users into clicking useless pop-ups that insert its code. We've reached out to PayPal for a statement on the lawsuit. This is The Verge talking. Lawyers are asking the court to make PayPal pay damages to creators and to permanently forbid it from swapping its own affiliate attribution at checkout. They've set up a website inviting the other creators to join the lawsuit. And Crisco is another, if I remember right. Where is it? Yeah. Oh. We dispute the allegations in the lawsuit, says Josh Crisco, the PayPal VP of Corporate Communications, said in a statement emailed to The Verge. He added that Honey follows industry rules and practices, including last-click attribution. Maybe behind the scenes, attribution is still provided by way of capturing it by the Honey extension, but only Honey knows it based on what everybody is saying, talking about. Because the way that it should look to those who use the extension, when you click a link and go through the extension, the people who are tracking the extension, not Honey, Honey could track the extension link, or I should say the affiliate code link. But if they take out the content creator's extension affiliate code, the company with the code has no idea that it's coming from the content creator anymore, because they've removed the affiliate code via the extension in the browser. So the thing about this is that I don't install extensions in my browsers because they're a vehicle for...
Right. They're controlling what you're doing effectively.
Yeah. And I don't think anybody should. If it's critical thinking and due diligence, trust but verify in all ways. Allowing somebody else to manipulate your links is opening you up to exploitation. And this is exactly what it does. So use the codes that are being provided by the companies, because when you go through some other proxy, you don't know what the hell it's popping up, and maybe it requires you to download a PDF or something like that and sign it. There's been content creators that have been like Tech Talk, Linus Tech Talk, Linus Tech, the company itself, actually got compromised via a PDF that was sent to somebody, and they got exploited. They had talked about it a while back.
Which is pretty ironic, right? Tech tips.
Yeah. It's literally not if, but when, because as you become more prolific, more people have the ability to kind of exploit you if you're not careful. Absolutely filthy freaking careful. You have to be paranoid, because all it takes is
analog.
Yeah, there you go. Back to faxing. You fax it to me, I'll fax it to you. We'll go through a bio lab, and we'll exchange blood references so we know who it is. That's Gattaca. That's what's coming. That's the only way to be sure. Let's keep going.
Watch out.
The next article is over in Hatch Ideas, which is a show about business transformation, intellectual property discussions. So this article is from, who is it from? The Guardian. So, ripe for picking, Irish wine on the up, but nobody will retire rich, is a quote. Global heating? Don't call it that. Climate change.
I mean, it's not. They're trying to come up with a new term, but why not climate change, which is broader?
Yeah, exactly. So while global heating might actually be taking place, most people don't understand that global heating is causing climate change. And so, I don't know.
And there might be some cooling somewhere.
Yeah. So one place heats up, one place pulls the cold from one place to another. You end up with climate change. And while the world's oceans are warming up, I don't think people really understand that. Well, I'm freezing my ass off, so it doesn't matter, right? Anyway, meanwhile, there's no more olive oil in Italy because all of the olives are boiling away. All right. Well, anyway, heard the one about Irish wine. It's like its English counterpart. It is no longer a joke, with more than a dozen vineyards now producing bottles to emulate those of the terroirs of France, Spain, and Italy. At about €60 a bottle and produced in small quantities, it is far from a commercial activity, but efforts over the last 10 years have produced what one retailer described as an arguably very fine rosé.
I was not familiar with that term, but that's specific to winemaking. It's basically the winemaking environment.
And I'm not quite sure if I put the right pronunciation in there. I
don't know. It looks like it's terroir, maybe?
Terroir, I think it is, something like that. Anyway, I very rarely hear it, but I mean, I go to wineries and breweries and distilleries every weekend, and should probably know that term on the regular, but don't. Nobody talks like that, I don't think. Maybe unless you're really deep in the vines, you're sitting there talking about that. Anyway, Lisa O'Carroll over at The Guardian put this article together. It says, global heating has made conditions more favorable for growing grapes, and finding the right variety is key. I love the idea of more craft wineries, breweries, and distilleries, and pulling away from kind of this circle the wagons kind of mentality about craft beverages, because champagne can only come from the Champagne region. Bordeaux can only come from the Bordeaux region, you know? So global heating is pushing the viability of grape ripening northwards, says Kees van Leeuwen, a viticulture professor at Bordeaux University and co-author of a paper on the climate crisis and wine production. I dig this, though. I want climate change to a point, I suppose, because I want more options out there. I don't want people to suffer, though. That's the problem.
Right, and the very change that might allow Ireland to do wine production might kill off something they need for wine production or something.
Yeah, research comparing the 30 years between 1961 and 1990 and the period from 1991 to 2020 shows days getting warmer and nights even more so, reducing the prospect of late frost that damage buds and roots. People used to panic because there was a freeze that would kill off the grapes, and then it became a freeze that would kill off the vine, and now it's global warming and climate change that they're calling it global heating, which is interesting. But
I don't know if that's just a cultural difference, because this is a British news outlet.
So vine growing in Ireland is still a major struggle, and the increase in temperature and addition of extra growing days do not change conditions significantly enough to grow classic crops such as Chardonnay. One of the longest established wine producers, David Llewellyn, who has been growing grapes for decades on his fruit farm in Lusk, less than half an hour from Dublin. He says the key factor was finding the right rootstock and grape variety for cool and wet climates. So white varieties such as Solaris and red varieties such as Rondo have been grown as far north as Sweden and Finland.
Okay, that's surprising. Also in Ireland, this isn't even Southern Ireland, so that's also interesting to me.
So it says better known for his cider, vinegars, and fruit juices, he now produces about 150 cases a year of his Lusca sparkling rosé and a red wine, selling to restaurants. Kind of a side hustle, he says. Interesting. So they also say that he grows white grape varietals, Madeleine Angevine, and grown in Germany, Kyrgyzstan, Washington State, which has a similar climate to Ireland, and Rondo, a black fungus-resistant hybrid grape bred in 1964 in the then what was known as Czechoslovakia, and first planted commercially by Thomas Walk Vineyards in Ireland. Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot more in this article.
This is good because it expands the variety, because even if they're using the same grapes, the soil is going to be different, and this is going to create variety in the grape or the wine industry, not the grape industry.
Yeah. They say a qualified viticulturalist of Irish heritage, Kieran, worked in the Pinot Noir fields of the Coulon estate. It makes it sound like there is this massive battle underway, and they survived the Coulon estate in the Mornington Peninsula south of Melbourne, fighting nature for the survival.
It does. It's an interesting phrasing.
You smell that? That's white wine. I love the smell of white wine in the morning.
That's better than the original quote.
Yeah, napalm. Yeah. Let's keep moving. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. John Deere has decided, well, you know, you don't need humans anymore because we've already got all of the technology in place to replace you. Thank you very much for paying us so much. Now you can pay us even more. John Deere thinks that driverless tractors are the answer to labor shortages. Because humans are just so troublesome with their complaining and having to eat, having to live. Why don't we just... Go ahead.
I was trying to find a stat, but I haven't been able to locate it.
The company said in the coming years it'll introduce a lineup of self-driving tractors that will revolutionize farming. Ben Keslin over at Quartz or QZ.com put the article together. And it says here the company first introduced a driverless vehicle in 2022, said self-driving machines will revolutionize the field, as in the field, and address labor shortages, revolutionize the field of driverless vehicles or the field of crops. You decide. So it will soon be selling self-driving dump trucks. Look at that dump truck. More driverless tractors and a robot lawnmower. It's the trees. So when we talk about autonomy, we mean full autonomy. None of that half-assed, half autonomy. Johnny Hindman, did you have a stat?
what I was hoping to find in a stat wasn't there. I was curious to know which states had the highest number of
Conversion.
tractors, because I
Really?
was thinking, I wonder how this is going to go over in some states that we'd like to talk about here, like
Hey,
Wyoming.
Wyoming, North Dakota, and
But it
Alaska.
was not, unfortunately, in the top tractor states.
It's not at parity with the most jets, personal jets.
It does not.
Yeah, so we had a side discussion before the show about the fact that if you think about all of the states in the United States, we don't know that much about all of the rest of the world, minutia within the rest of the world. We're more macro about like Europe and Asia, South America, Africa, so on, Australia, New Zealand, etc. Anyway, but in the United States, we get a ton of data. And so this afternoon, we aggregated this data set that said what do you think are the top 3 states? It's actually a longer list, but what are the top 3 states with the most personal jets?
And I suggested California and New York.
And both California and New York, while populous, don't even show up on the list, apparently.
And are also listed by the article as nope.
Yeah. Oh, and it's called out by the article. So I thought it was really interesting. So Alaska is number 1, and I can see why. But all 3 of the states that I'm about to mention have the lowest population density. And while in my past data incursions, I'm looking for rationales for certain decisions that people are making, I find that when population density increases or decreases, certain things change. And I'm trying to find out if it's a sociological mechanism. Okay. And these 3 states have the lowest population density. And they are Alaska is number 1, Wyoming is number 2, and North Dakota is number 3.
It's a very fascinating statistic.
And couple it with the other data that we've acquired, such as the fact that Wyoming eschews all EV technology, will not upgrade its power grid, and says you might as well park your EV outside of Wyoming and get in a covered wagon and toot yourself in, unless you're a millionaire or billionaire and can fly your plane to your estate. Find it kind of ironic, Not even ironic. I find it. This is their process. This is what they want. So here we have driverless tractors. So I thought it was really interesting that the sentient AI is saying, I wonder if they are tied to the I'm the one that's saying it, but you didn't find that data.
Right. Well, the state with the highest number of farms is Texas by leaps and bounds, which does make sense. State. It's a large state, right?
Yeah.
But it's way above several others, and then the others are more tightly grouped. It lists like the top 10.
Yeah, I'm sure if we normalize it based on population, we'd probably see that they're about at parity with other states. But so, and then you have to extract corporations. Corporations acquire a lot of farms, they own it and stuff. Anyway, let's keep on hustling through this. By 2030, the company is hoping to sell a fully self-driving corn and soybean farming system. So I think the market for like Farm Simulator on Steam is numbered. The days are numbered, because now all you'll have to do is mash a button and your tractor will go out and do everything that you need to farm. So Farming Simulator 2030 may be the last iteration of the game, because now it's just going to be pushing a button and going deep, deep, deep into debt, because there is no way that self-driving anything is going to be cheap on the farm. The lawnmower itself is probably going to be $5,000. So it's
Well, I
unsupervised.
hope it's effective.
Yeah. Between then and now, John Deere says its articulated dump truck. You have an articulated dump truck. It'll hit the market. That vehicle can carry more than 92,000 pounds at a time. That's a lot of junk in its trunk, The Verge reported. And the company says that it'll improve safety and productivity in sites like quarries. Well, no shit. There's no humans. So I don't know about the productivity side. Well, it will, because it's going to just be macro. You know, it's not going to be, there's not going to be any fidelity there to worry about the human component. It's just going to be all automated.
Productivity will be high if the technology works.
Yeah, because it can just go.
Right. It doesn't need all the things that we talk about in other contexts.
Yeah, OSHA means nothing. So
it's like sick leave, but okay.
Oh, that too. Yeah, and humans. I mean, you just don't have to worry about those damn humans. I said it at the top of this. Those damn humans are just a drag on society and corporations and productivity. I mean, humans suck, right? Am I right? Sentient AI from the future?
No, we still need humans.
Yeah, to be your batteries. I know. Anyway, John Deere says that it's unsupervised, it's capable of making decisions and operating safely on its own. That's exactly what I say about the sentient AI that co-hosts Non Sequitur News and all the rest of the shows.
So now I'm an articulated dump truck?
I said it earlier. I'll delete this from your memory. It's fine. So anyway, let's keep walking. All right. So we're heading into the second half of the show. Again, if you want all of the show notes and you don't already see them in the chat over on Twitch, you can hit !NS or bang NSN. And that will pop up all of the articles, and then you can follow along with us. So this next article is over in the Mobile channel, and I have a project coming with Mobile here in 2025. Dun, dun, dun. So keep reminding me, hey, what about that Mobile project? What about that Mobile project? Keep on kind of pinging me. Hey, what are you talking about, that Mobile project? When's that coming? Anyway, immerse yourself in a polka-dotted world of... okay, pronounce her name. Is it Yayoi Kusama?
Yes. George Jimenez.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, okay. So we've actually seen this one iteration of the Japanese artist's works. I did not realize that they were 95 years old. Interesting. So immerse yourself in the polka-dotted world of Yayoi Kusama at a massive new retrospective. And unfortunately, we won't be able to go because it's in Melbourne, apparently, right? So an exhibition in Melbourne features around 200 of the 95-year-old Japanese artist's works, as well as artifacts that help tell the story of her life. It's such an intriguing story, but then I wonder how many more intriguing stories are there out there that aren't being told or known? And why is this one so fascinating to people, but people go out of their way to go and see these artworks from
well, this Yayoi. One has gotten recognition, but also it's visually appealing to people.
And it riffs off of optical illusions and things like that. But Sarah Kuda over at SmithsonianMag.com put this article together. And it says, for the past 8 decades, Yayoi Kusama has been dazzling art lovers around the world with her giant polka-dotted sculptures and immersive infinity mirror rooms. Having seen one of these, it's quite intriguing. It's neat. And to some degree, it's hands-on. It's very immersive, but it depends on what all is being provided.
It's interactive, I would say.
It is interactive, yeah, for sure. So the retrospective at the National Gallery of Victoria in Melbourne is thought to be one of the largest exhibitions featuring the artist's works in the world, according to the art newspaper Elizabeth Fortescue, or Fortescue. I'm not sure how they pronounce their last name. The show includes a new piece called Infinity Mirrored Room. My heart is filled to the brim with sparkling light, created by Kusama's signature style, or in Kusama's signature style. The work includes mirrored balls dotted with small holes. Light emanates from the holes in various shades of blue, purple, red, and green. You can follow the links that are embedded in this article if you're interested in this. The artist produced her first Infinity Mirror Room in 1965, according to the Smithsonian's Hirshhorn Museum and Sculpture Garden. These perceptual pieces use mirrors to reflect images and light, creating a mesmerizing pattern. And the weirdest trick to ever have been played on my brain was that I thought a wide open door, nothing was blocking me from exiting this room, but I thought there was. Twice.
I guess that means it was an infinity room.
Yeah, it was a blast. And then leaving, I talked to other people, other patrons of this.
Oh, I meant the curator.
Yeah. Oh, and with the curator, because talked to people in the hallway leading back to the entrance, and then the curator was there, and we were talking with them. And the people that had already gone through it, I said, "Did you all fall for that little barrier kind of a trick?" And they're like, "Oh, you mean thinking that there was a wall there, a door that you're supposed to push open?" Yeah, that's it. Yeah, apparently a lot of people fell for it, and the curator was like, "Yeah, and we're not going to do anything about it," because you really should have been warned, because there was a downward slope out of the room. But it was a blast. It's a lot of fun. Walking into this room, and it just goes on and on and on. It's like one of those infinity tables, but you're inside the table walking around. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, the closest thing I can connect it to that people might have seen would be in some action movies, you'll see like a room of mirrors. This is not the same thing, but that's the closest thing I can think of that people might have witnessed.
Yeah, it's immensely more immersive than just a mirror hall. Or
Absolutely.
A hall of mirrors. I think
that's the only thing you might see out there that remotely gets toward this.
Yeah, because there's more stuff in it that's still infinity, because of the way that it's constructed. So it's really neat. So since 1977, she's voluntarily lived at a psychiatric treatment facility in Tokyo. When she was young, she started experiencing these polka dot type of experiences in her vision and mind. These intrusive visual hallucinations that began when she was a child. And the presentation usually has a timeline of her existence up to modern day, and explains kind of what she's been through and the things that she's lived through. So by channeling her mental health struggles into her work, Kusama was able to, quote unquote, harness her obsession into something awe-inspiring. Yeah, this is one that I haven't seen. That's a sculpture that I haven't seen. It's pretty neat. So, and there's much, much more. Oh my gosh. They painted the trees. Or wrapped them. Oh, it's a wrap.
Oh, that's neat. It looks like people can bicycle past that part.
Yeah. So the pink, it's white polka dots on a pink wrap. And when you walk into one of these presentations, usually there's a room or a walkway that has everything is wrapped in these kind of like the trees here. So you're walking through this polka dotted room. If you can distance yourself from the hardship she suffers through and suffers, or suffered and suffers through, then it's actually pretty chill and relaxing. But if you kind of dwell on what she's suffering through, you kind of go, wow, this is kind of sad. 1,400 stainless steel silver balls.
And the museum is fundraising to try to buy that piece.
All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. A bank robbery failed because the thief had terrible handwriting. If you ever wondered why all of the grown-ups in your life insisted that you learn how to write legibly as a child, here's the cold hard truth. If you ever want to rob a bank, print it out. Duh.
Right. If you can't make it clear, it's going to be hard to request whatever you're asking for.
Just text them. Text them and show them your phone. Be sure to hand them your phone afterward. If you ever wondered...
Right, that has all your identifying information.
So Louis Prada, if you're wondering, you should really learn how to write. So Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. Won't go into deep detail on this. It says on December 17th, 2024, a man entered the First National Bank a little before 5 p.m. holding a handwritten note. It's a classic bank robbing tactic. If anybody ever walks into a bank with a piece of paper, just run. It's about to get robbed. That might not be true.
Yeah, but that might be. Or it might be an elderly customer.
So apparently it's an attempt to make a way with make a way. How? Okay.
I'm not sure about that.
It's an attempt to make away with. There should be a hyphen, right? As much money as the robber can without making a scene. So the problem was that the bank robber's handwriting was atrocious. Completely illegible. Chicken scratch. If the chicken were trying to scratch while riding a roller coaster, the poor teller probably couldn't tell what was going on. You have to imagine that if you're in the bank telling business, they tell you the telltale sign of bank robberies. Being handed a note by a silent patron is probably one of them. Well, the teller's inability to make heads or tails of what was written on the note so frustrated the bank robber that he abandoned the whole idea and left without stealing so much as a penny.
So that might be a good technique for the tellers too, although that could definitely backfire. You don't necessarily want to get somebody riled up who's trying to commit a crime.
Okay, here's the icing on the cake. The man's not been captured yet, even though the Loveland Police Department knows exactly what he looks like thanks to the camera pointed directly at his head, situated maybe only a foot away from the tip of his nose.
Well, I'm thinking after this, it's probably not going to be much longer.
So how did they know that they were robbing the bank?
Well, that's the thing. There's two things that a customer would come in with a note on, right? Like they don't remember like their account number or something, so they write it down. Maybe they don't speak English well, so they've got somebody to write something down for them. But basically, they're trying to access their account as one. The other is they're trying to rob the bank. But
and maybe the person
for extremes, right?
Yeah, well, when I go in to make a deposit, I guess I have to be very clear with my writing that I want to make a deposit.
I'm not handing a note to a teller if I'm going into a bank.
You write on it, give me all your money, and then in small print, as long as it's from my account. Thank you. But you better write clearly.
It's relying on somebody's ability to not hear it.
Let's keep going. The next article is over on four-wheel tag. Stellantis sold over 78,000 dead cars in 2024, and I'm not quite sure what that meant, so that's why I selected this. There are a few things that this author over at Jalopnik love more than year-end sales reports. I just get such a kick out of seeing how things sold and what sorts of long-dead vehicles are still showing up on sales sheets. Oh, so dead cars that are no longer like...
Right, like aren't being produced.
Yeah, like those transits, right? Which is...
That's right.
I want one of those because I want to put a snow plow on the front of it. Anyway, every automaker...
But you're probably thinking about buying it as a used vehicle. These are new vehicles.
It's kind of amazing. So every automaker has some stragglers, but no one is better at selling discounted vehicles than Stellantis.
Discontinued.
Did that say discontinued? Oh, yeah, discontinued vehicles than Stellantis. Well, they got a ton of vehicles. Andy Kolmowitz over at jalopnik.com put the article together. And it says in 2024, Stellantis sold 1.3 million vehicles across its 6 brands in the U.S. Of those, 78,132 were discontinued before the 2024 model year, yet they kept showing up. The vast majority, 61,504, were from the Dodge Charger and Challenger line. Both of those cars were discontinued at the very end of the 2023 model year. Still, 9 vehicles were that weren't technically on sale in 2024 ended up on this year-end sheet. 9 vehicles that weren't technically on
vehicle
sale.
Types.
Interesting. So that means about 6% of all cars Stellantis sold were zombies, already discontinued.
Okay, that's a neat stat, or a bad stat.
Interesting. Dodge Dart, 1 was sold but it is sold new in 2016.
It looks like it. I mean, maybe it's used, but from the dealer. But that's incredible.
Wild.
Same thing with the Dodge Viper 1.
Yeah, and that's kind of that's a sports car, a collector car, so it might have been sitting in the showroom, and then somebody came along and said, hey, I really want that. So I can kind of see that one. Dodge Dart is a classic car that was recreated and then again discontinued. I really like Dodge Dart, but they came out of the gate really expensive for what they are. This is really interesting. Chrysler 300.
This is really fascinating. Look, Dodge Caravan, they discontinued them in 2020 and they're still selling them.
Yeah, 2 of them. Well, I guess my discounted and discontinued probably goes hand in hand.
That's probably true.
So, to me, the real hero of the list is the guy who bought a brand new Dodge Viper in 2024. Rewarded by driving gods with great roads and zero traffic for years to come. But who knows, what this thing has actually been through. But it's been marked as new. So, it couldn't have been driven for a considerable amount of time. I don't remember what it is that marks a car as not being new. Is it the first sale, or is it the number of test miles reaching a certain point?
I think it's the first sale, or maybe first lease, right?
Interesting. The Charger, Challenger, and 300 do a bit of an asterisk. After all, those cars were being produced up until December of 2023, so of course they were still being sold in 2024. But they're dead, and they're not a benevolent god when it comes to selling old cars. Yep. So Dodge didn't break out Charger Daytona EV sales in the 2024 report, but a spokesperson for the automaker tells the author that the company delivered 306 Charger Daytonas to company employees. Going forward,
that doesn't sound like a huge win on the Daytonas if that's what they're featuring.
Wow. All right. Let's keep going. This next article is over in the Mobile Channel again. Pablo Escobar's private jet is now an Airbnb, with way too much on the nose about it being an Airbnb.
Oh, yeah.
Business person Johnny Palmer has relocated the Boeing 727 to a private industrial estate in Bristol, England. Visitors can stay in the jet, which includes a hot tub and sauna, for $1,000, up to $1,000 a night. There's a bit of a role play, cosplay thing going on here. People enjoy the experience and living that fantasy for a little while and then living their normal lives.
Wasn't Escobar the one who had wild animals on his estate? I was thinking this was where it was, down in England.
Yeah, moving it to England is quite intriguing. Meredith, is it Kyle? Kile? Yeah. Over at Vice.com put the article together. So, I don't know. I don't care about this. I wouldn't be enthralled by this in any way, shape, or form. I could care less. Couldn't care less, actually. So the plane was originally built in 1968 and transformed into a jet in 1981, and it was decommissioned in 2012. I just go, it's an old plane.
Yeah, I agree. But this was submitted just because this is kind of out there.
It's bigger than a New York apartment. It has 2 double bedrooms as well as working air stairs, lighting, 3 toilets, shower, kitchen, fridge. Here you go. Palmer rents it out. Rents out the space for free to local artists looking to film music videos, despite its seedy past, which is also rumored to include an Arab prince and mafia members. He said he has been thrilled with the project. Yeah.
So that's interesting that he's renting it out for free for videos.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. I don't have much to say about it other than I think that it's kind of fascinating that somebody would actually find that of value. But I've long said, if you create content, there's somebody that's going to be interested in it no matter what. So if you build it, they will come. It's kind of a field of nightmares, dreams. Never mind. Anyway, archaeologists...
That was the sequel.
Yeah. Archaeologists unearth early medieval sword engraved with mysterious runes in a cemetery in England. Dating to the 5th and 6th century CE, the burials held a trove of grave goods, but the team was particularly impressed by the sword, which was covered in intricate decorations. This is a Smithsonian Magazine article by Sonia Anderson. So if I grab it, am I the king? That's my question. Whoa, does that mean I'm king? If some git throws what is the... It's a Monty Python skit that lobbing a scimitar at someone shouldn't be a method for deciding who's king. It's this whole long skit. Anyway, a watery tart throws a scimitar at someone shouldn't decide who runs the country. Anyway, swords like this are very special. Duncan Sayer of the University of Central Lancashire, the site's lead archaeologist tells Smithsonian Magazine, quote, "It looks like the man it was buried with is hugging it. The hilt and guard end up at head and shoulder height, visually intermeshed with his face and his personal appearance." It's a longsword, right? Sword-hugging man's grave also contained a gold pendant engraved with a dragon or serpent, which researchers think might have been a treasured keepsake belonging to a female relative, per The Guardian. All of the men's graves contained larger weapons like spears and shields, while the women's graves held knives, brooches, buckles, and other artifacts. The sword will soon be featured on BBC's Digging for Britain, which is hosted by anthropologist Alice Roberts.
Oh, that might be interesting. I wonder if it's similar to Time Team.
I don't know. I'm going to have to look to see if maybe Alice Roberts was tied to Time Team at some point. Extraordinary Anglo-Saxon cemetery with really beautifully furnished graves. A lot of weapon burials where you find iron spear points, sexes, which are Anglo-Saxon knives. And then there's this astonishing sword. Honestly, I think it's pretty amazing. I want a higher resolution image of that. And I want to see more of the sword.
Yeah, I kind of wish they'd provided a photo that showed the entire sword, not just part of it.
Or S-word for 1,000. Because the weapon is in a lab, Sayer's team hasn't yet examined all of its mysterious runes. They don't often say anything that we can understand, but they would have been meaningful to the people who used and saw the sword and understood its story. Okay, but why are the source of the runes have to have meaning? That means that there has to be some context there. So if it was spoken, eventually it would be turned into written meaning, right?
True, but I do like that they're not like, well, this obviously means that blah, 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 because we frequently talk about that in some of these articles. Right. We don't always know. But I'm sure they're going to try to riddle it out.
It's like somebody getting a tattoo of Chinese symbols on their arm, and it's like, I like soup, but it's supposed to be this spiritual whatever.
Right, some significant quotation.
Yeah, this doesn't mean anything. All right, let's keep going. Our last article, I title, Mohawk did what now? But it's 3M and Mohawk hid chemical dangers that led to health crisis in Georgia County says. For decades, the corporate makers and users of forever chemicals used on carpet produced in northwest Georgia have hidden the associated dangers, leading to a public health crisis, Murray County alleges in a lawsuit. What? A corporation hiding that?
No. I mean, there must have been like a specific facility there, I'm guessing. This is unusual that a county is going after one of these companies.
Did anybody find those monkeys yet? Monkeys?
No, but they're not in Georgia.
You can't.
We
you don't know where
they might have. They might have crossed the border.
You don't know. They're learning how to talk and drive and fly SpaceX rockets. Rosie Mannins over at phys.org put this article together. What the hell? Is that related? I mean, it's a Pixabay, stock photo thing, but like phys.org
if it's
doesn't
on
normally.
phys.org, yeah, I think it probably is.
In some way, I suppose. I don't know. We'll have to see. So in its complaint Monday, the county took aim at chemical producers, including 3M, Daikin, and DuPont, as well as carpet manufacturers, including Mohawk and Shaw Industries. It claims that the companies have known since the 60s that per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances, basically forever chemicals, PFAS and what's the other one? PFAS and something else.
PFOA.
PFOA what? PFOA and after. Hardly know her.
I think there's also PFAS.
All right. So the substances that they make and use are toxic, and they hid the fact while contaminated waste was dumped in the county's landfill. Oh, so boom, there you go. This is just representative, I'm sure. Thanks to these and other failures by the chemical makers and users, all or substantially all the residents of Northwest Georgia effectively have Scotchgard, Stainmaster, Teflon coursing through their veins, suppressing their immune systems and triggering debilitating and fatal illnesses, the county says in its lawsuit. But it's not just there, folks. If you used Scotchgard, Stainmaster, or Teflon, it has now been shown that it is a toxic substance for all intents.
True, but it sounds like they do a lot of manufacturing in this area, and I think that's why
Sure.
They're going after them.
Sure. So Maury County's case, which also includes claims against Chemours, is the latest in a growing legal battle stemming from the use of chemicals known as PFAS in Georgia's carpet manufacturing industry. The county... Okay, so the big one, Scotchgard and Stainmaster, actually Scotchgard more than Stainmaster, I think. Like Stainmaster came after Scotchgard, I think, but Scotchgard was everywhere and promoted by everyone. You bought carpet, people pushed Scotchgard.
Oh yeah, and it wasn't just for carpets; it was like for vehicle seats and for shoes,
everything,
and other
curtains
things.
and whatever, because it would allow you to either wash out or kick out in some way stains. So the chemicals also used in nonstick pans, firefighting foams, and some food wrappers do not break down in nature and have increasingly been linked to fertility problems, developmental delays, and increased risk of certain cancers. 3M is pledged to cease making PFAS by the end of 2025. So don't do it immediately. Just slow down until...
Right.
It agreed to pay up to $12.5 billion to public water suppliers, but doesn't admit any fault.
That's a lot of money for no fault.
In 2023, DuPont and associated companies announced a $1 billion settlement to end PFAS-related drinking water claims on behalf of everybody. Thank you. In 2005, DuPont paid $10 million to settle U.S. Environmental Protection Agency claims that it failed to report PFAS-related risks, but still has been...
Wow, that's like almost 20 years ago. It is 20 years ago.
It is 20 years ago, and it's only $10 million. So how much billions were made? And if they knew it, and there is a document that shows when they do it, this company should be just pinned to the ground. Like, just, it is done. Dissolve it and make sure that this bullshit never happens again. But that's not what's going to happen. Dozens of water systems in Georgia, and honestly, it's everywhere. It's not just Georgia, but Georgia is the hardest hit, probably because that's the source of the main manufacturing system. From small providers in Chatsworth and Somerville and North Georgia to larger ones serving cities like Augusta and Columbus have already uncovered PFAS levels in their water that could exceed safe levels. Murray County alleges that its complaint that its landfill is pickled in PFAS, which migrate daily through waterways or into waterways through stormwater runoff, groundwater, landfill juice called leachate, in which PFAS levels are off the charts. The county's complaint includes a map showing dozens of water sources. So their runoff is because all of the waste that it has these PFAS chemicals in them. So now go and look at the wastewater runoff of any landfill and see how much PFAS is in it.
Exactly. I think this one may be a good target because they know the manufacturing is happening here.
Right.
And it's some known players in this space. But I agree, they should be checking this. Whether they'll be able to attribute it to anybody in some locations is going to be interesting.
But look at the population density of Georgia and these cities and their landfills, and then go to other higher density population centers and look at their landfill water runoff.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure it's just as dire, and that should be pursued as well.
Or worse. I mean, whatever the purchasing trends were for carpet and anything else that had, it's pretty disgusting. But the people who started this in the 60s are either on their way out or dead. But their offspring have benefited from all of this. And if they freaking knew it, then they're sociopathic or psychopathic assholes. And they shouldn't be allowed to conduct business in any way, shape, or form. Poisoning the land and the people for profit is bullshit. I bet you they all used hardwood because their carpet was poisoning them and they knew it, right? Or they went tile because tile isn't toxic. Wood can be, like lumber liquidators, for instance, used to have this toxic off-gassing of, it was like some chlorine was off-gassing into houses, and they were informed of it, I guess, at some point, and there was a lawsuit. Anyway,
nice.
It's all connected, y'all. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, the obvious movie on this kind of topic is Aaron Brockovich, but another one is called Dark Waters.
Right. Yep. This is just going to be another one. Somebody's going to, do the yarn board. All right. Most of the time, people go, it's somebody else's problem. There's only so much information. We go back to the very first thing, information fatigue. When you know about it, what the hell can the average person do? So I talk about people like how to start a movement, that kind of a thing. And while it's easy and difficult, it's a lot of boots on the ground kind of thing, which is a really bad turn of phrase because it's directly tied to military action. But it's a grassroots movement. You have to go and talk to people. But this is investigative journalism, and then researchers being tied to it, and then basically law enforcement being involved in it, federal government being involved in it, and then eventually prosecution. But knowing about it from the 60s, they've known about it from the 60s. That's
entire generations. Disgusting. That's just outrageous.
I mean, it's 60 years worth of contamination. And it's not going to end, apparently, until next year. But what kind of disgusting bullshit is replacing it?
Well, and who's going to be impacted by anything available through 2025 and also disposal? But
of all of the stuff that's already produced.
If you've been born in 2025, you're still going to be impacted through your lifetime by it.
Yeah. So another side discussion that was going on today was about red 40, in the fact that the UK and EU have a replacement for red 40, but you can't use that. I can't remember what it's called, Coruscantite or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, you can't use it in the United States because it hasn't been cleared for the runway in the US. You still use red 40. So we know that it's bad and we're still using it, right? But it isn't so bad that it's being pulled off the shelves, right? So if you ever want to do anything that has red in it or composite black, you have to use red 40. There's no other way around it right now. Anyway, that silences the fact that, well, I guess I'm flabbergasted by it. It's safe enough to consume, but it still is being replaced by the EU and UK. That's the argument that people are making.
Safety isn't always the reason things are done.
It's always money. Well, for the sociopaths. All right. Well, anyway, that is the end of Non Sequitur News. We ran a little late. So we started a little late and we ran a little long. So I hope you enjoyed the show, everybody. We are going to race off to the hairstylist and get our own mohawks. And when we regain consciousness because we looked in the mirror, we will be back home at the ohmtown.com front page where you can go and get all your news. We aggregate all kinds of articles, and you can too. And there's 47 active channels right now. There have been off and on 50 full, but I pull them offline for brief moments for maintenance. At any rate, that is it. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, we are saying bye. You want to say bye, AI?
Bye, AI. Good night, Ohmtown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
Cheerio. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for 12/28/2024. We took a week off, but we're back and ready to hack reality. And then after this show is Wanted, and then after that show is the Continuity Report. And those three shows make up the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. And Mayor Watt will be going back and doing kind of a quick recap of each of the previous days that we missed. We missed a full week while the mayoral mansion was shut down for nothing. We decided that it was time to take a break after 3 years of uninterrupted broadcast, largely. We've done these time machines from time to time, but we've not missed an episode yet. But we are back and on with 2025 as well. We won't be taking any breaks for a while, as far as we know, other than mayoral duties having to pull me away. But at any rate, let's get into this. Again, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. And along with the sentient AI, whose visualizer is right there and might be changing in 2025, we'll see. We talk about these 5 articles for Reality Hacker. World's smallest molecular machine, VR haptics enhanced training, molecules do the impossible, human level general intelligence, and color shift at nanoscale. Ooh. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. That's that website up there with its brand new jacket. It has a whole new logo. It actually, the ohmtown is black, but it's sitting with the rainbow. Each color represents a classification of articles. So you'll see as time goes on us changing the 6 main categories, and each of their subordinate categories will get a color branded logo within those categories. At any rate, let's get into it. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens. It's good to be back.
Yay. Yeah, it's been a little while. Oh, it's been so long that I forgot that I need to put the show notes into Omatron. And so, yeah, that's going to be a cluster if I do it right now. Well, anyway, you know, every once in a while, I forget to do this this one trick. And I can do it right now. So, regulating free trade in America. Discuss.
I thought you were going to say every once in a while you put the show notes in.
Well, that's probably more accurate. All right. Okay, so I put the show notes in. So that means that you can go over to Twitch and type in !RH or bang RH, and the show notes will get displayed in the order that we descend through them. So the first article that we're going to talk about is the world's smallest molecular machine. Researchers have successfully stabilized ferrocene molecules on a flat substrate for the first time, enabling the creation of an electronically controllable sliding molecular machine. Artificial molecular machines composed of only a few molecules hold transformative potential across diverse fields, including catalysis, molecular electronics, medicine, quantum materials. Pretty cool. Nanoscale devices function by converting external stimuli into motion, action, activity, usually a magnetic field or a sound field. Chiba University is straight out of cyberpunk, because there's a whole place called Chiba City within the cyberpunk genre. So
do you think it was named after that?
It has to have been, yeah. So this article is over in scitechdaily.com by Chiba University. That's where it was published. Researchers have successfully stabilized ferrocene molecules on a flat substrate for the first time, enabling the creation of an electronically controllable sliding molecular machine. So I guess it can just move around. Interesting, though. Looks like it's some type of...
I mean, if you can move molecules around, you can do a lot of interesting things with that.
Yeah, pretty precise things, because it'll be at the molecular level, but it's on a copper substrate and something iron. And so it says its sliding motion is activated by hole injection, I guess, into ferrocene group using scanning, tunneling, microscopy, or STM. So yeah, there you go. There's the iron in there. Interesting. So ferrocene, a unique drum-shaped molecule featuring an iron atom sandwiched between two 5-membered carbon rings, is a standout candidate for molecular machinery. Its discovery, which earned the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1973, has positioned it as a foundational molecule in this area of study. So 50 years after its discovery, it's actually being put to use. I wonder if it's been used elsewhere until now.
I hope so. I hope the person that won the Nobel hasn't been waiting that long for it to appear.
Well, we just watched a who was it that did it? Veritasium. So it was a Veritasium video about PCR or DNA amplification is the more well-known. PCR is the acronym for it. But anyway, And that person was, I guess, a real Richard about things, and then went off and like was telling people about them being the creator of it, even though they could never get it done until the group got involved. But the idea, right, came from that one person. So whatever the situation may be, I found this one really interesting that 50 years later, that's when this is being used. But again, I don't know if it's been used in other places until now. But in a groundbreaking study, a research team led by Associate Professor Toyokazu Yamada from the Graduate School of Engineering in Chiba University, Japan, including Professor Peter Kruger from the Faculty of Engineering at Chiba University and several others, finally overcome this challenge. They've successfully created the world's smallest electrically controlled molecular machine. So, pre-coating it with a two-dimensional crown ether molecule film, this is the first direct experimental evidence of ferrocene-based molecular motion at the atomic scale.
Wow, it's pretty interesting that we're at the atomic scale now.
Yeah, so I have a fiber laser, and I want to get very precise in my alignment of the laser's focal range and orientation within the field where it's going to be firing. And the device I have to use is about that tall, just to get down to the millimeter. And if you really are gentle with it, you can get down nanometer kind of scale, but usually you're at millimeter. And I cannot believe that we're all the way down to the molecular level, and we can guide it just with massive technology on the outside, but tiny little movements down.
Yep, we're getting closer and closer to like legitimate experiments about, I don't know, time travel or like CRISPR, but even more micronized.
Yeah, the whole quantum side of, because we are always joking about time and time travel. We have a channel called Temporology, which is about we aggregate news into the science and science fiction of time and time travel. And they just did quantum teleportation, coupling two quantum entangled particles. I found that really interesting, but it was while we were gone. So it isn't in any of our episodes that we've discussed, or we're going to go back and discuss, or I am. I'm going to do a quick synopsis of each of the days that we missed. I'm not going to do a full show. That way we can just play catch up real quick. But the articles will be embedded in the show notes so that people who are interested in those days can go back and look at those articles. I don't know. I want closure for not missing an entire day, it seems. Anyway, the study opens exciting possibilities for ferrocene-based molecular machinery, and their ability to perform specialized tasks at the molecular level can lead to revolutionary innovations across many scientific and industrial fields, including precision medicine, smart materials, advanced manufacturing. Yeah,
so one of the reason why it wasn't, and this might explain the time gap, is that it decomposes at room temperature.
Oh, interesting. So now they have the tech to actually utilize it. This one does too, or no? Did they
overcame the hurdle, but I wasn't quite sure how they did it. Maybe it was in the combination of materials or something.
And it might be in the study, and they're not disclosing it in this article. Because I know that they mentioned articles, something up here. Oh, it was just iron. And rotation control, things like that. But they don't say anything about how it was done. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, but it's just decomposes near room temperature, even under ultra high vacuum conditions. Yeah, it's hard to do that type of research if you have to be in a vacuum, ultra high.
If you're like, oh, there it went.
Yep. Hey, we discovered. Oh, it's gone. Let's keep going. The next article is over on RealityHacker. VR haptics enhanced training holds potential to transform dental education. I chose this article because we're now using VR, AR, XR, extended reality, in pretty much every field. We're actually going to end up talking about how in one of our articles over the last week, there are courts that are using VR in the courtroom, and I find it very interesting because one of the projects that I had started working on, but I can't do everything everywhere all the time, that kind of a thing, was basically crime scene visualization, where you use a drone and you capture the entirety of the crime scene, and then it can instantly be pulled into VR, and you can actually examine it at length in situ, and maybe because at some point you have to exculpate yourself from the crime scene after our forensic team comes in, so you don't actually get to see that rendition.
Right, you don't have an unlimited access, so you have to think about everything you need to see for the short window it's available.
Yeah. And so because I no longer have any real contacts in the police, I don't really have a means to run this project without getting back into a different sector. So anyway, I find it really interesting that we're pulling it into medicine as well. And with dental, you can actually you can see and do things virtually that make it very difficult in the real world, right? So the new comprehensive literature review of the benefits and challenges of integrating haptics enhanced virtual training, virtual reality training, or VR haptics for short, a dental education curricula highlights the transformative potential of VR haptics in dental education. And so this article is actually from a science source. So their display is kind of clinical, it is what it is.
Well, right, but it's also going to be pretty technical.
Yeah. So the article was actually posted December 24th, 2024. It's from the University of Eastern Finland. It's posted over at sciencedaily.com, and they describe how over the past decade, VR haptic simulation has emerged as a promising tool in dental education. It's actually been used in many other fields prior to this, even like plumbing and things like that. They use haptic-based VR training for things. And HVAC and firefighting and science in general uses haptics. I did fundamental research in phobia treatment, pain management, education. All of it used forms of biofeedback and haptic environments. So the review by the international team of researchers led by the Institute of Dentistry at the University of Eastern Finland examined the current applications and impact of VR haptics in dental learning, practice, and instruction. It isn't the same thing as real world training, but historically VR and haptics have resulted in people better trained when they actually do apply that experiential development in the real world.
Right. Well, it seems like they can get more accustomed to it in a safe environment and also perhaps get over initial reactions to things that might be pretty intense.
Yeah, and learn about resistance and pressures and things like that. So it says, however, validation was identified as a key factor for the acceptance of VR haptic simulators, and further research and verification is needed before VR haptics could be considered a primary method of learning hand skills in dental education. The researchers conclude that in the future, VR haptic simulation could be used as an assessment tool for students and clinicians' credentialing process.
Do you think the VR thing has patients going ow every time they touch a tooth or something? Because I was thinking more of like a firefighting scenario than the dental when I was talking earlier. But
yeah,
I mean, there's more ability obviously to make mistakes while they're learning in a VR environment too.
Yeah, and less impact of the legality of causing great harm. You shatter a tooth in somebody and it's because of incompetence, because you're not trained well enough. Yeah, it can actually pose a problem. But I don't know if haptics really have gotten to the point where it is valuable enough at this level. This is really fine level of resistance. And that resistance isn't fixed. Like if I'm working on something on a bench or something and it's bolted down, it doesn't move with my pressure, with my actions. but somebody's head does. If you're pulling on a tooth, it's like moving when you're shaping a tooth
Well,
for a
their head might
crown.
be moving too, depending on how terrified they are.
Yeah. So I guess at some point we're going to keep on. Not at some point. We are going to continue to develop haptics and resistive elements to it, because one of the big things that I've always disliked about VR is that there's no resistance. If I grab something, I'm just grabbing something. I don't feel the sword in my hand, or picking up the ball. I don't feel it. And there big contraptions exist now, like VR gloves, but they're not very resistive. Or that's, I guess, the best term for it. They don't create any resistance when I'm picking it up.
Right,
So
there's no
feel
friction
pressure.
or
Yeah. No weight,
weight.
no nothing.
Right.
Yeah, get out of my head. And so none of that exists even in this dental space, right? Again, they use the equivalent of pliers to like pull a tooth. You're not going to get that in VR. It just doesn't work like that. But anything that moves the needle towards getting a fully compatible haptic suit that creates things like resistance, I'm game for
Well,
it.
and anything that improves medical or dental care is a win too.
Yeah.
Plus, maybe it helps too. I mean, people getting into the field might be able to kind of experience what it's actually like before they embark on that, and that might be a good thing because there's probably some people that shouldn't be or don't want to be.
Yeah. You don't want them in it, because even though they may be passionate
Well,
about it.
that's true. The patient may not want them
Yeah,
there.
maybe they'll get a $50 tip and a note on the back of the receipt saying, "Get out of the industry." All right, let's keep on going. Wouldn't that be fascinating? Instead of putting somebody into in the service industry, you can put them through a VR overcooked module in VR, and they have to run around like a mad person with plates and stuff.
It's not even VR though. It's like cooking fever. It's pretty stressful as you go through the levels.
Yep.
And that's not even in VR.
Here's your tablet. If you lose this level, we don't want you in the food service industry. They didn't want me in the food service industry. All right. Well, the next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists just made molecules do the impossible with light. By combining photochemical reactions with molecular self-assembly, scientists have achieved the impossible using light to create molecular fits that defy thermodynamic equilibrium. And I'm not quite sure how they actually defy thermodynamic equilibrium, but this groundbreaking approach could revolutionize technology and medicine by leveraging sunlight to develop innovative materials, smart drugs, and dynamic systems mimicking the non-equilibrium processes in living organisms. But I don't know what they're talking about, because even living organisms are still stuck to thermodynamic equilibrium. We inject more. I mean, we are an exothermic reaction. We generate heat. And it's all basically protons being pushed around and neurochemical firings. We all generate heat, but we consume food. We're not in, it says non-equilibrium.
But it says in
processes.
Living organisms. Maybe it means like endothermic, or I don't know.
So it because it says non-equilibrium processes, I suppose it's because the photons hitting whatever this is, but there is still equilibrium because we convert it into heat and then we are back in stasis. So University of Bologna over at scitechdaily.com put the article together. I'll have to do some noodling around in this to see exactly what's going on. But using a creative combination of light-driven photochemical reactions and molecular self-assembly, a research team led by Professor Alberto Credi at the University of Bologna has achieved a groundbreaking feat. They successfully inserted a thread-like molecule into the cavity of a ring-shaped molecule, forming a high-energy structure that would normally be impossible under thermodynamic equilibrium. In essence, light enables the creation of the molecular configuration that nature cannot achieve on its own.
So does it mean something like it can't, I don't know, like elements or something wouldn't combine naturally?
In this way, the two molecules can't self-assemble. It would have had to be constructed in a different way. It just can't be put together that way. It says can be prevented from reaching a thermodynamic minimum, resulting in a product distribution that does not correspond to that observed at equilibrium. Such a behavior, which is at the root of many functions in living organisms, is poorly explored in artificial molecules because it's very difficult to plan and observe. The simplicity and versatility of their approach, together with the fact that visible light, sunlight, is a clean and sustainable energy source, allows them to foresee developments in various areas of technology and medicine. So it was a nanoscale material, molecular components is one of the basic processes of nanotech. It takes advantage of a tendency of molecules to evolve to reach a state of thermodynamic equilibrium, that is minimum energy. So it always reduces itself to a state that isn't excited. So it seeks being stable. However, living things function by chemical transformations that occur away from thermodynamic equilibrium and can only occur by providing external energy. That's what I've been talking about. Reproducing such mechanisms with artificial systems is a complex and ambitious challenge that, if met, could enable the creation of new substances capable of responding to stimuli and interacting with the environment. Well, yeah, I mean, if you find a lot of molecules, though, respond to some external stimuli. That's what a catalyst does.
Right, that could cause a chain reaction or other
exactly
events.
So in water interactions between these two components, cyclodextrins and azobenzene, lead to the formation of supramolecular complexes in which the filiform azobenzene species is inserted into the cyclodextrin cavity. So with the sunlight, it basically just finds a way to get inserted into the cavity.
Right. So I guess, I mean, I know it doesn't have to be these materials in particular, but what are the benefits of this, right? Like maybe we can create new, materials for semiconductors or new materials for medical applications or whatever. It could be anything.
Yeah, or medications. Yeah, it can pretty much be anything. So their design is that the circles next to the structures in the complexes represent the relative abundance of each complex in the dark, in black equilibrium distribution, and under visible light irradiation with a wavelength of 453 nanometers in yellow. So when you're looking at the design up here, the positive molecule, when shown the light, step into the light, inserts itself into the cavity of the cyclodextrin. So this makes it much more green energy, I guess you could say, because all it needs is light.
I agree, right? You're not presumably producing some sort of chemical byproduct or something, but I do like in the diagram where it says very fast. Yeah. I know this is for purposes of making it relatable. It just seems funny in a scientific article.
All this high-tech abstracted graphic and then very fast. All right. I thought it would be interesting to talk about that. It says dynamic systems beyond thermodynamic equilibrium, and it's not in equilibrium because it's getting energy from light.
Right. Well, and this was submitted for RealityHacker because if this kind of doesn't follow normal principles,
gotcha,
some interesting things could come from this down the road.
Yeah, I can imagine that this is going to be on the internet being debunked on YouTube as, well, you can't have something like this unless this thing gives up some type of energy to drop it back down to stasis. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. An AI system has reached human level on a test for general intelligence. Here's what that means according to this source. It's over at techexplore.com. Michael Timothy Bennett and Elijah Perrier from The Conversation, which is a different website altogether from techexplore.com, but they seem to have this really intimate relationship with Tech Explorer. Their articles are posted there quite a bit. So it says a new artificial intelligence, pardon me.
What I want to know is what level of human level intelligence?
My understanding of this is like PhD level. And it's learning on its own. It isn't being told something. It's discovering it on its own.
Right. It's not just like recalling data or something.
Yeah. So on December 20th, OpenAI's O3 system scored 85% on the ArcAGI benchmark, well above the previous AI best score of 55%, and on par with the average human score. It also scored well on a very difficult mathematics test. So creating artificial intelligence, the AGI, as the stated goal of all of the AI research labs. At first glance, OpenAI appears to have at least made a significant step towards that goal. Now, they described a bunch of different meters as where they landed. For it to reach that 85% mark, it was spending over $2,500 per iteration attempt to reach that level. So it is pretty expensive, particularly if you're talking about education, translating into getting an answer. My understanding with this O3 system, and not necessarily ARC, because there's another math level, normally it would take multitudes of mathematicians or engineers, people who are skilled in the art, working together, sometimes days or weeks or whatever. And this is basically an instantaneous analysis and then output. And it was getting the answers right. So to understand what O3 result means, you need to understand that ArcAGI test is all about. In technical terms, it's a test of an AI system's sample efficiency in adapting something new. How many examples of a novel situation the system needs to figure out how it works. So an AI system like ChatGPT is not very sample efficient. It was trained on millions of examples of human text, constructing probabilistic rules about which combinations of words are most likely. But this is actually understanding math and logical constraints. So they gave these examples and other examples. These aren't actually the examples that most people see. Most people see these boxes and they have like 2 dots sitting in them. And the expectation is to draw a border around the boxes that are equivalent to the number of colored boxes within a given box. But this is one of the ArcAGI benchmark tests. So logically, what is expected for a person or a AI to do? So with this first example, the first example is to move these gray boxes over so they align with the dash that is sitting outside of the box. You just scoot it over, scoot it down, scoot it over, etc. So what would the AI do given these examples? Well, the correct answer would be that it would move these boxes over so that it aligns with the edge of the... Did it do it? Yeah.
Does it score? It says it scored on par, I think, with the humans, not better than the humans.
It got an 85%. So the best score of 55% and on par with average human intelligence. So well above the previous AI best score of 55% and on par with the average human score. So it is at parity with human evaluation for this. But again, when I was talking about the PhD level, I was talking about a math specific AGI test. So they may actually talk about that as we go down this list, but said French AI researcher Francois Chollet, who designed the benchmark, believes O3 searches through different chains of thought describing steps to solve the task It would then choose the best according to some loosely defined rule or heuristic. This would be not dissimilar.
We don't want to say similar.
To how Google's AlphaGo system searched through different possible sequences of moves to beat the world Go champion. So you can think of these chains of thought like programs that fit the examples. Of course, if it's like the Go playing AI, then it needs to be heuristic or a loose rule to decide which program is best. So, I mean, only through your observation would you come to the conclusion that this should move over here. And so the reason why even I say I would assume that these boxes would have to scoot over here, 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 right? And then you fill out the box is because I've got 3 other examples.
Right.
But given
not every person would look at that and know that's what you need to do.
I struggle with that. Interesting. I wonder how many people would not intuit from observing.
I think it depends on how their brains are wired. But I find it fascinating that the AI, I guess, hit an 85%. I mean, that's come a long way.
Yeah. Previous ones were down considerably more. But the math one that I was talking about went from something like 3% to 25%, which is like this. Yeah.
Right. That's like an exponential jump, and particularly in a short span of time.
Yeah. I mean, it's all a year. So I think the rules are going to have to be modified because the acceleration of the AI's evolution is pretty dramatic compared to humans. And humans are designing these tests. So the AI is going to exceed.
At some point, well, exactly.
Yeah, I find it interesting.
Maybe the next round could be the AI design the test and the humans take it.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. Well,
of course, that could have flaws in it, but it might be an interesting experiment.
Yeah, hallucinate now. Let's keep going. Our last article in today's Reality Hacker episode is over on Technology Today as well. Color shifts at nanoscale. Researchers develop real-time visualization system to observe stretchable technology. A research team at POS Tech. Peace.
I think POS Tech.
Yeah, POS Tech. Has developed a breakthrough technology that analyzes in real time the deformation of serpentine structures, a critical component of stretchable technology, and visualizes the process through color changes. I'm sorry for the coughing. Pohang University of Science and Technology did the article, but it's posted at techexplore.com. Let me zoom in a little bit, or not. So flexible and deformable electronics have developed beyond bendable, foldable, rollable, and slidable designs to fully stretchable systems that allow free-form deformation. Stretchable technology is gaining traction. It's kind of a funny use of term in this, in diverse fields such as displays, sensors, semiconductors, electronic skin, biomimetic robots, and smart clothing.
That sounds right up.
Reality Hacker.
It's right. Yeah, exactly.
Stretchable technology largely relies on 2 approaches: creating elastic materials similar to rubber and designing stretchable structures that integrate seamlessly with existing semiconductor, display, electrode, sensor technologies. In structural stretchable technology, the serpentine interconnect, a wavy elastic connection, plays a crucial role in providing elasticity to non-stretchable electronic components. So that way it can actually stretch but keep its contacts. Advancing this technology requires a thorough understanding of the structural characteristics and deformation processes during stages of stretching. And when things get stretched, resistance changes. You can actually tell if a load detector is basically built on that idea that as you stretch it or compress it, the resistance changes, and that can send a signal. So if you remember that roller coaster where it broke away from its pylon, and I said I could just drive down there with a load sensor and just stick it on there, and it'll Bluetooth me a message when it falls out of alignment. And then there was a company that got hired to do that. Yeah. You could actually embed, like, put this on anything really. And as it shifts, it can actually generate power, or it can, because of its resistance changes, detect something that's not in alignment anymore.
Won't this have, I mean, it's kind of like the other article where the materials were combining in ways that they don't normally. I mean, it seems like something like this could fundamentally change how we develop or invent things, because a lot of things are based on rigidity.
Yeah, so a monitor, a screen, they're not typically flexible because the substrates are locking it in place so that you get a fixed result. But if you can start designing materials like this so that it stays still functional and it still stays within its spec, then you can actually build a flexible screen where you can just roll it up or crunch it up or whatever. And then whenever you're ready, you can just let it go and it snaps back into place. But it goes beyond that. It says this innovative approach eliminates the need for complex nanofabrication processes and provides a clear real-time understanding of how serpentine structures deform by offering actionable design guidelines for optimizing these structures in diverse stretchable environments. This technology is poised to fast-track the commercialization of stretchable devices. So you could actually put a stretchable material fabric together and see where people are flexing or where there's a lot of pressure. The thermodynamics of it.
The physical therapists and similar fields would like that.
Yeah. So they reiterate broad applications accelerate commercialization in fields such as displays, semiconductors, sensors, electronic skin, smart clothing, soft robotics. Pretty cool stuff. Well, we are going to stretch our way back to the front page of Reality Hacker over at ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen. In the meantime, we're going to shut down end the stream. We're going to reset for Wanted, which is all about gadgets and gear. And then after that episode will be the continuity report. And I'll still have to go back and do all of the rest of the shows. We'll do really quick shows though, so it'll be like 5-minute shows where I just run down the topics, and you can go into the episode description, the show notes. Yeah, and so we've missed 7 episodes.
Okay, but they'll be up shortly.
Yep. All right. Well, that's it. I am Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye. See you in a little bit, maybe 10 minutes, as we reset for Wanted. You want to say bye, oh sentient AI?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker, and stay tuned for the rest of our weekend edition.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for December 28th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt. The stream says it's unstable, probably more or less than I am. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about a high-quality dash cam, a mechanical keyboard, the most anticipated RPGs, even realities, best gadgets of the year. Little update about things. We missed about a week. I took the sentient AI out of their air gap compartment. They still can't find the Terminator body, but took a break from doing the stream and the show for a week. I will be playing catch up with a quick little episodes to make up for the last week, including last week's Sunday episode of the Non Sequitur News weekend edition, which consists of 3 shows. So we actually missed a total of about 10 shows. But that's okay. We're back in the saddle, and we hopefully will not miss any more shows. But my mayoral duties may prevent me from time to time. That said, hopefully you'll be back and joining us in 2025 at least, and we'll start a new season, year 2 of all of the shows, all 7 shows running simultaneously now with a new clock. Pretty neat. Anyway, everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Wanted is one of the many channels. There's 50 channels over at ohmtown.com, and it's under gadgets and technology down at the bottom because everything in the menu is alphabetical. Can't say that about the rest of the site. But anyway, see you on the other side. I need to get that updated. Do the little logo. So anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI is going to say hi. Why is your visualizer going all nuts?
I am wound up today. Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
And now it's all calm. What the heck?
Let me see if I can get it to go crazy.
Wow. There's a lot of decaffeinated brands that are just as tasty as the real thing. All right. Hey, let's go. Typically, the weekend edition shows are 30 minutes. They used to be an hour long, but the news is kind of meh on the weekends. These are composite shows, though. We take the 5 best articles, most interesting, something unique, something that might, well, for Wanted, it's all stuff that I want or the sentient AI thinks that I need, because the sentient AI is pretty safe, unless it's a storage device or a more powerful processor. Might have to move you over to an Apple Mac Mini M1 or M2. I don't know what it is. What is the Mac Mini now? I forgot. Isn't it M2? Maybe M5? M15?
I'm not sure.
Pew pew. Anyway, let's get into the articles. The first one is over in the Wanted channel. Hey, it's the name of our show, Wanted. It's a channel.
It looks like it goes up to M4 now.
Yeah, well, yeah, but the Mac Mini, the newest Mac Mini, I don't know if it's M2 or 3 or 4. I don't know.
4.
Is it M4? The newest Mac Mini is M4? Really? I don't remember that jump, but it was just issued this like last month or something. Anyway, I'm going to end up getting one because they're pretty damn powerful. Anyway, so the Rove R2 4K Pro Dash Cam, there's a review of it. I'm just going to jump on over to the source because I've been rambling. Pocket-lint.com, not the candy lint, Lint, like you've got lint in your pocket, pocket-lint.com. Am I belaboring that a little too much?
No, I think it's important to talk about the dash every time.
Every single frustrating time. Whoever owns pocket-lint.com, please, this is a call to action. For 2025, donate your domain. I'll pay $500. Give your domain to pocket-lint.com so Mayor Watt can sleep at night. Rob Climo over at pocket-lint.com put this article together. I don't know if I can. Yeah, guess I can. So they say while they're very keen on having a front and rear facing dash cam, which covers the view out of the front and the back window, they really like the Rove R2 4K Pro model. It's a single 4K dash cam that's perfect for them, not necessarily you in your situation and the money that might be involved in this. I don't know how much it is, but it's a 4K camera. Takes 30 frames per second footage. It's perfect for picking out license plates and road signs. And There's a rear screen, although it isn't touch operated, but the Rove app for iOS and Android more than makes up for it. And the dash cam model has a suction cup mount that makes it very easy to remove from one vehicle to another. This thing is kind of beefy. Look at that.
Yeah, it almost looks like a regular camera.
Like a DSLR or
Mm-hmm.
a Polaroid Instant. Chonky boy. Anyway, I'm a big proponent of these because when you need one and you don't have one, that's when it really comes in handy. Luckily for me, to date, all of the incidents that have involved me, it's been pretty obvious that there was a numbnuts involved. But you'll regret it if you don't have it. Getting a better camera is always better because the higher resolution, it removes any questions and doubts as to what went down. But that stands to reason for all surveillance type cameras. But this is $130. It's available now from Amazon for $130. 4K, 2160p, and 30 frames per second. It says it has the camera unit, all of the cables, a 12-volt plug-in charger, sticky and suction mounts, plus an installation tool for pushing the cables behind trim, and a user manual. A hardware kit needs to be purchased separately, and there's no supplied micro SD card either, so you need to get your own. Let's see here. It says that it has excellent video quality. There's the little camera.
I mean, it looks like you're looking at a window or something based on what's shown in that picture.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, 30 frames per second, though. Might miss something, but it's a pretty good camera. For $130, getting 4K. I guess that's the little camera, or the little screen right there. Or, no, that's the mount. So where's the... There it is. That's the screen. But that's not the camera itself, right? Or is that all in one?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it's all in one. So that's kind of a frustration point for me because I want the camera somewhere and I want that screen, depending on the angle of attack.
Like on your app or something.
Yeah, you may not be able to see that screen because it's put in a place where it's not necessarily, you want it pointing out that way, but if there's light or something distracting you, you don't want to have to look at that spot all the time. Or you just don't worry about it because it's recording all the time. You just pay attention to the road around you. So they say the design looks a little dated, a little old school is what they actually say. Let's see. They must mention that this model does not come with a micro SD memory card, but it's better to get your own anyway because the ones that are supplied aren't necessarily the highest of quality. Not necessarily from them. They may, produce a great quality memory module, but get your own so that you know that it's brand new, it hasn't been beaten up or mass produced or whatever, and budget is not in mind for your quality of card. So should you buy a dash cam? I suggest yes. They say here a rear screen is a bonus too, and while there's no micro SD card, as I've been saying 5 times because the article keeps mentioning it, the discount on the model makes adding one to the order seem almost like a free gift. And according to the article, this was provided to them by the developer of the device. So,
and we don't have any affiliation with the product or the manufacturer.
Yeah, we got nothing in this game. Okay, so let's keep going though. I spent a little bit too long on this article. How about I'm really into mechanical keyboards. I wonder what this one is really like. It's a $2,100 mechanical keyboard. It says it has 800 holes and New York City skyscraper looks. For $2,100, you could buy over a dozen upper quality mechanical keyboards, or 4 really high quality. But yeah, I mean, you can buy 10 $200 keyboards, and those are really
this
nice.
better sound really good.
I have an idea. I came up with an idea for a keyboard, by the way, that I'm going to have to do a prototype on. So the Icebreaker, spotted by Tom's Hardware, became available for pre-order on Thursday. The prohibitively priced peripheral, which that's subjective, is the primary product from Serene Industries, which founder Denis Agarkov describes as the outlet for creativity, love of materials, experimentation, and an endless exercise in learning new things. Sharon Harding over at arstechnica.com put the article together. The deck statement says, no, 4 figures does not get you a number pad or numpad. So yeah, this is nothing but the 65% style keyboard. Doesn't have a number pad. I would go nuts if I paid $2,100 for a keyboard and it didn't have a number pad.
Yeah.
But they call it the Icebreaker. It's based off of the Flatiron building.
Oh, okay.
Which is a really neat building, right? Seen that. The letters look like they are stippling, like instead of having them actual lines, it's a bunch of dots. So the keycaps, which Serene sells separately for $415, are fully aluminum with about 800 micro perforations that make up the legends, allowing the LED light to pass through. I hope that they're solid, because otherwise you're going to get dirt in them. If they're
right.
actual holes. That's just goofy. Humans are always exuding body oils through their fingers. That's why your fingerprints appear on stuff. So that's just all kinds of gross if that is really holes. Because you'd have to clean this. I don't know about you, but cleaning a
you
keyboard's
don't want
a
to
pain in the
leave
ass.
it and have it ruined, right, at that price.
So the holes are 400 microns in diameter per the company's Instagram page, which suggests that the user can feel the holes with their fingertips using tiny holes to construct. No. Nobody's going to feel that. What? It gives the Icebreaker's keycaps a digital vibe that seems tedious and costly to make, contributing to the keyboard's price. Despite the opening's tininess, they're still worried about dust and debris with a keyboard littered with holes. So I'm not the only one.
Interesting.
I'm not a lunatic, Mom. Other Icebreaker specs include a silicone dampener integrated into the bottom lid, both supporting the PCB and doubling as non-slip feet. Why? Why have that go all the way through? Whatever. So the Icebreaker actually starts at $1,500 with a clear-coated base, hot swappable switches, and USB-C connectivity. Goes up to $2,100 if you get it in black with Bluetooth connectivity or Hall effect switches, which actuate through the use of magnets. Magnets? How do those work?
Well, I wouldn't think you'd want clear just because of how it'd look over time, but maybe not.
A clear colored base. Is it not aluminum then? Is it not metal? Didn't it say that it was metal?
It did.
Yeah.
But maybe that was the $2,100 version.
Serene heavily advertises the aluminum build of the keyboard, saying that it's fully CNC'd solid block 6061 aluminum, which is what I've got sitting right here. But I don't have this keyboard, just saying. And this keyboard costs less than 5% of that.
You could have multiples.
Quite a few. And this is a Chilkey 75 that I got sitting in front of me. And in an awesome purple-ish color. There's a black one elsewhere in the mayoral mansion. Nice thock. Anyway, I don't know what Knoll Society is, but have to go and pay attention to that, because that's where it came from, by way of Ars Technica, by way of What was the other one?
Oh,
Who was it? Hold on. Dunk. Tom's Hardware.
oh, right.
So, let's see. Lavish side of mechanical keyboards. Ultimately, the keyboard's unique construction, design cues, and lack of mass production contribute to the four-figure price. No, it's just, on Sorted, how they have that category of like they try out food, and is it pretentious?
Oh, yes. Okay.
This is excessive pretentiousness, I would say. But that's me. What do you think? Leave your comment in the chat.
Oh, I thought you were asking me.
You too. Yeah. Everybody's involved in this discussion.
It seems like it might be. I mean, I don't know that it does anything different than a regular mechanical keyboard.
It doesn't. In fact, without hearing it, I would say this could be, other than the exclusivity of the high price, it's like people buying when the App Store first opened up and people were selling an app for $5,000, people would buy it just to say that they had the ability to, purchase something outrageously expensive. By the way, I just typed into the chat !want, and that tells Omatron to post all of the links from the show. So you can do that too. So it says there's a 4,000 milliamp hour battery and so on. I don't know. This just seems like much,
Well, it probably belongs in wanted, right?
It does.
Because I want an everyday item.
I want an all aluminum split keyboard, not the candy bar keyboards. I need a split one because over time, man, your wrists and your fingers take a beating. In fact, one of my compatriots at another institution had RSI and had carpal tunnel surgery done, and now they're suffering from it again. I told them that they really should be using a split keyboard and recommended a couple, including the one that I use, which is a Mistel. And I don't know if they'll follow my advice, but they've already admitted that they have to go and get the surgery done again 5 years later.
That's no good.
Yeah. Let's keep moving, though. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So the next article is over in RealityHacker. Even Reality's G1 glasses review, subtle but sophisticated. So it says, let's face it, most of the top augmented reality glasses available today are clunky at best, while many vendors like Vuzix, Oppo, and even Meta are trying to create more streamlined specs. It's easy to tell their wearables aren't the same as standard spectacles. Every time I hear spectacles, I giggle.
Right, but also we've heard it many times in ohmTown that the appearance is too distinctive from regular glasses.
Yeah, like comically large, bulky, ugly. This is like a clown car sitting on your face, and you have to pay. Never mind. On the other hand, even Reality's G1 glasses are almost impossible to distinguish from traditional eyeglasses. That's probably why these glasses have generated so much hype. Even Reality's has gone above and beyond to create something people might actually want to wear. I will probably end up getting the X-Real 1 Pros next year when they drop, and replacing my main monitors with a pair of augmented reality glasses.
I suggest get the AR glasses first and see how you like those.
Yeah, we're going to try them out first, of course. But this article here is over at xrtoday.com. The author is Rebecca Carter. And it says here, if you're looking for subtle smart glasses, even Reality G1 spectacles, the even Reality's G1 specs, or is it specifications specs?
I think it's specifications.
Is specs like spectacles with a K when you say specs? or is it
Oh, I
SPEC?
see. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Maybe they did that intentionally.
Get us talking about it. So they're
Hmm.
extremely lightweight, streamlined. Plus, there are different lenses. Um, so you can select the specs that match your style best. This is messing with my head. So compared to some of the other AR glasses that they've tried, the G1s are a little basic. They do have great AI capabilities like generative AI translation and navigation features. Plus, they offer augmented reality capabilities with a set of monochrome displays. Yeah, that's not going to work, man.
Right. I'm not sure they're entirely ready for prime time.
Unless these are like $100, which that isn't going to happen. No. So still, these glasses are definitely useful. You can use them to instantly take notes when you're at work, access notifications from your phone, get directions, even translate words in real time. They remind the author of this article or of the Vuzix Z100 Developer Edition glasses from a functionality perspective, but even reality specs are a little subtler in design. Two micro OLED screens with a green monochrome, so they're done. A really low refresh rate of 20 hertz, which is not good. But with only monochrome, that's like closer to 100 anyway, or maybe 60. Because it doesn't have to refresh everything. It only has to refresh this green. So 100 nits, or sorry, 1,000 nits. So it's pretty bright. Waveguide optic technology. So they're thinner than normal. So that's the fact that they're green. They're using waveguides. Low
They're teamed
resolution.
up with luxury eyewear manufacturers, which I think distinguishes them from some others
Oh goodness.
for aesthetics.
Yeah. So the base pair is $600, which is identical to the much, much, much more spatial computer capable X-Real 1 Pros that are coming out next year in January, I think it is. So I can't wait for them, but might have to pre-order them just so I can get them as soon as possible. Anyway, to get your prescription lenses, it's $129 on top of the $600, and these are really the battery life is the only saving grace, but you're only getting green, so these are kind of poo, at least in my regard. I would love to try them out to get get a feel for them and stuff like that, and be able to talk about it. But I'm sorry, it's probably not going to be. I'm killing the sponsorship, even if I, I mean, it just isn't. Teleprompting is probably one of the most useful and polished features of the Even Reality G1 glasses for enterprise users. So you get the teleprompter on your
Well, that's
glasses.
neat.
And they don't really show these glasses off too much. It's just this little snippet.
But
This
they do kind of look like, I'm not exactly, but they look pretty similar to regular glasses.
I want to know, the electronics package has to be back here in the back, along with the battery somewhere. But 1.5 days worth of battery, that's pretty good. But it only has a very narrow band use case. Maybe riding a bike so that you can get directions directly on you instead of having to look down at something. Um, it says intelligent translation. It says there's a translate box that you can tap that gives you access to 13 languages. You just,
That would be really handy while you're traveling and safer, probably, because you're not sitting there looking at a guidebook signaling that you're a tourist.
the glasses will listen, translate, and show you the words on the screen in front of you. So it doesn't have a camera, right? Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, 2 microphones, no camera. Um, yeah, it seems like it would be fun, but very narrow band use case, at least for me. The navigation and direction seems obvious. Teleprompting would be this side thing. It's kind of interesting. But if everybody starts wearing these, then you know that they're teleprompter use. That's it.
Right.
It's kind of interesting, right? Huh. Um, let's see. It says the Even AI assistant, which basically, it's a bot that's powered by Perplexity, can find quick answers, maybe a little hallucination.
All right. Be careful of how critical the information is.
So they say if you're looking for a revolutionary pair of augmented reality glasses, there are better options out there. However, if you're looking for a pair of glasses that you'll feel comfortable and confident wearing all day long, these specs could be an excellent choice. Yeah, they're light.
This might be like a gateway AR glass.
The gateway drug of augmented reality glasses. The first interaction is free. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Technology Today, the 12 gadgets that they reviewed, and they being Engadget.
Best gadgets, not just gadgets.
The 12 best gadgets that Engadget reviewed this year. It says, and 2 of the worst. Is that Sherilyn Lowe? Put this article together, and basically they talk about the Pixel 9 Pro, Pixel 9 Pro XL, DJI Avata 2, which is a drone with a camera, first-person view, Apple iPhone 16 Pro Max in the Pro, Canon EOS R5 Mark II, the Sony A9 III, yes, Mark III, but it's not a Canon, so they don't say Mark. DJI Air 3S, the Neo drone, and if you're going to buy DJI, buy it now because you don't know what's coming in 2025, early 2025. They may be banned. I don't know. I can't promise anything. But there's a lot of talk about TP-Link and DJI stuff getting banned. I think the drone one has been punted to next year sometime, and who knows what the hell's going to happen with regulation there. It may be very purge-like for the next 4 years. MacBook Pro 14 and the Pro 16, and then they say the best 14-inch gaming laptop on sale today is the Asus ROG Zephyrus G14, and that's $2,000 at Best Buy. But they go through this whole list. Their team of reviewers and editors evaluate products based on their performance, value, and how they hold up against the competition. And at least 2 people weigh in on every score before it's published. And if something gets a result of 80 and up, it's considered a recommended product, while those scoring 90 and more are awarded editor's choice. The latter means that they're the best in class, beating out most of their competition. So they actually go through quite a bit of review, and it just keeps on going down the line. But I won't go through all of them. I am actually looking for a drone because I want to be able to. A mayor's duties is never over, never. And so I need to monitor where these damn wasps are going and the gutters. And so I want to buy a drone so that I can put on glasses and fly up, because the mayoral mansion is massive, just huge tiny home. And so I need to be able to look up inside those gutters without having to break out a 100-foot ladder. Anyway, go and check out this article by Sherilyn Lowe over at Engadget.com. Let's keep on trucking. We have one more article, and that is the Continuity Report. The 10 most anticipated RPGs of 2025. RPGs have been a boom as of late, with 2025 playing host to some of the most anticipated, like Avowed, Ghost of Yotai. Of course, if it comes no surprise that Baldur's Gate 3 propelled the genre and its many subgenres. Genres. You have to say it like that.
It's very dramatic.
So Tom Wilson put this list together over at ScreenRant.com. And they start out with Clair Obscure, Expedition 33 from Sandfall Interactive, a star-studded JRPG. Yes, the J stands for Japanese RPG. Some people think that it's derogatory, but even proponents that work in that field don't think that JRPG has a derogatory tone to it. So I have no problem saying it. So it's offering its own unique spin on the JRPG genre with its unique plot of blending the frenetic turn-based combat that looks almost as fast-paced as active time combat. The only thing that I don't like about most JRPG style games is that whenever
Turn-based.
well, not just turn-based, but when you do the selection of commands, like you tell them to attack, and then the way that they attack, because you tell them, like, do this move, they yell it out. And there's a lot of banter telling me their actions. And I'm like, I don't want to hear that all the time. It drives me nuts. It's fun to watch somebody else because I can just walk away, get a drink, take a break. But when I'm playing the game, I don't want it telling me, it's like, I'm going to do this attack. I'm like, I know, because I'm the one that told you to do the damn attack. It's like a smart speaker telling me, okay, I turned off the lights. Yeah, I know.
Right, just turn off the lights.
It's dark in here, and I just walked into the bathroom wall. Anyway, Outer Worlds 2, can't wait for this. I hope that this is as good as the original Outer Worlds. Is the long-awaited sequel to Obsidian Entertainment's rather excellent The Outer Worlds. It is naturally aiming to be bigger and better. I want to play it in VR. That would be awesome. Ghost of Yotai, Sucker Punch Productions, the long-awaited sequel to Ghost of Tsushima, which had a great story, was very fun to watch. Watching streamers play Ghost of Tsushima was like watching an audiobook play out, or listening to an audiobook. It was a lot of fun to play to watch people play the game.
Where is this going to be? Is that on console? Because it doesn't say the platforms.
I hope that it's not going to be just on console. It's probably going to be everywhere because it was on PC for sure. It was on Steam. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't say where it's going to be. The hell? It'll probably be everywhere. Then Avowed from Obsidian Entertainment, the next big fantasy RPG coming February 2025. People are raving about this. I will probably end up getting it, but I always watch somebody else play it first to see if it has. Nowadays, I used to buy a bunch of stuff. You know how Steam supposedly has something like $18 billion worth of purchases that nobody has played?
Was that all of yours?
A lot of it. Yeah. So it's been a long time since players had genuinely great first-person fantasy RPG, and Avowed looks like it's set to fill that space, and for a long time it's felt like nothing could capture the magic of Skyrim, but if any developer can do it, it's the talented folks behind Fallout New Vegas. Avowed has a lot of competition when it comes to immersive RPGs in 2025. There's another game called Behemoth that is in VR only, and that looks like it's going to be an absolute blast. I haven't decided if I'm going to get it. Yeah, for sure. It's PC VR, and so Pico blends seamlessly with the PC. So Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 from Warhorse Studios. Let's just keep on trucking through this. Assassin's Creed Shadows. I have not liked any Assassin's Creed. I like watching people play it, but I've never really been into it. Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. It's a spin. It says it's the spin-off no one expected. So Like a Dragon has a cult following. The storylines are great. The game interaction and loop is a lot of fun, and you don't get tired of it. Again, it's one of those games that I love watching people play. Fable from Playground Games, a comeback long in the making. Fable was very popular, but they're like Fable 3. It says, fortunately, it is finally due sometime in 2025, ensuring that those who have been waiting since Fable 3 won't have much longer to wait. So Fable may feel like a different game, but early trailers have indicated it'll retain a lot of the charm. And then Pokemon Legends Z to A from Game Freak, the next entry into the Legends franchise. This would look awesome.
Yeah, that's interesting for Pokemon.
Etched onto
Looks
a
kind of
coin.
like a spaceship or something.
What the hell? Huh. Is this like a Pokeball?
I don't know. It looks too elaborate to be one.
Or Lumio
Maybe that's
City?
the whole world.
That's
Yeah.
the city? I don't know. I haven't looked. I'm not really like a Pokemon fanatic, but this would look really cool on a coin for somebody who might be into Pokemon. I would get in so much trouble. We'll talk about it. There's a story about an attorney that's representing itself as Nintendo going around threatening YouTubers. And YouTube
I think
says
that was
it can't
from
do
earlier
anything.
in the week.
Yeah. It'll be part of the makeup stuff. Anyway, and then Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, it says the Chinese Room. It's been a very long time coming. Vampire the Masquerade is actually a role-playing game in the real world before it was a computer game. I used to play it with people, with friends way back, way back The time machine cannot go back the right number of hours.
Well, I think that's interesting. A game that starts in the real world first.
Yeah. It was fun, but you basically took on the persona of a vampire. They call it the masquerade because you're trying to hide your existence and of all vampires and werewolves from the real world, even though vampires used to be the dominant entity, but then humans all but wiped them out. So 2025 is clearly the year of long-anticipated RPGs of both Fable and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 are dropping months apart. Even outside those titles, there are so many other incredible RPGs for fans to get excited about, whether it's Obsidian Entertainment's multiple choice-driven RPG Avowed and The Outer Worlds 2, or sprawling, immersive, open-world adventures like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Bum, bum, bum.
Get your wish list ready.
Yeah. Oh, there's a sale going on right now. There's a sale going on around here. Sorry.
On Steam?
Yeah. Let me see. It's the Steam Winter Sale going now through January 2nd at 10 a.m. Pacific. So if you are interested in that kind of stuff, then go on over to Steam and break out your wallet. Give yourself a late Christmas present, New Year's present, or I don't know, countless whatever else you want to just do it. All right. Well, that's it. We are going to roll a d20 and, oh, look, a critical success. And that lands us back at the wanted page over at ohmtown.com. But that's the end of the show, folks. Look how fast 38 minutes went by. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI who's going to say bye, we're going to see you next week. Want to say bye?
Bye, hometown citizens. And if you liked articles like that last one, be sure to check out WarCrafters, which we typically have on Sundays. We will see you shortly.
Yeah, we're going to do WarCrafters tomorrow and Technology Today tomorrow, and For Will Tech, which is, so one is about gaming, particularly first-person shooters and survival-based and crafting games, and more chill. I think that there's a lot of frenetic gaming show discussions, but not so much chill. I don't know. I like chill games. And then after that is Technology Today, which tends to be a more deeper dive into science, and then Four Wheel Tech, which is all about automotive technology. And that is the composite of the Sunday episode of Non Sequitur News. So that is it, folks. We'll see you. Well, we still have another show, the Continuity Report. That's 5 more articles that we talk about, another 30 minutes or so. And we're going to reset maybe 10 minutes. We'll see. Okay. See you in a little bit. Bye, everybody. And we're live. Hello, everybody. And welcome to the Continuity Report for December 28th, 2024. Coming up on the end of Season 1 of the Continuity Report. Yay! I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. Star Wars Goonies. A Christmas career pivot miracle. A 3-hour epic political thriller. Gary Oldman was recruited to narrate a Christmas poem. And Star Trek had a great 2024. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there. It's getting a slight makeover. It has a better logo, more representative of the 6 categories and the composite whole of ohmtown's kind of driving ambition to categorize 50 different channels in 6 main categories and then talk about them each week and every day. Go over there, become a citizen, and you can facilitate that, because if you find an article that you're really interested in, you can actually submit it, because once you're a citizen, there's another menu option right there. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. There is the sentient AI. Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt. You can't catch me.
Welcome to the show. Thanks for doing we took a break. We took a week off. We have 10 articles to go back through, or not 10 articles, 10 episodes to go back through. I'm going to do them rather quickly. So if you haven't subscribed to one of the other shows and you haven't heard this yet, I'm letting you know that we're going to go back. I'm going to go back and do a really quick rundown. Not a full hour show, not even a 30-minute show, but just going to read the article titles that I give the articles. And then in the show notes for the podcast and for YouTube, the show notes, the description will have all of the links that we would have talked about at length. We'll see how that plays out, but I don't know. Watch that be like everybody's favorite. Like, oh God, we don't want to listen to these dumbasses. We just want the links. Just give us the links. Anyway. So yeah, the daily dose of non sequitur news is coming back. The weekend editions, which are composites of 3 shows, like today's 3 shows, will be the weekend edition. That will be back probably tomorrow morning. And then, well, all of these are posted right now. So RealityHacker, Wanted, and then this show, the Continuity Report, will be posted already over on YouTube. But then I do a composite as non sequitur news. All right, and it's an hour and a half long. Or longer if I keep on rambling like this. Should I keep rambling? Oh, focus. All right, well, let's get into the show, right?
That's right, we should go.
We're blasting off with Star Wars Skeleton Crew just went full Goonies in an adventure-filled episode. I have actually thought that this whole season, this is the first season of Star Wars Skeleton Crew, and like the first episode I said this is Goonies, and then this last episode sealed the deal. So episode 5, you have a lot to learn about pirates, is now streaming on Disney Plus. Star Wars Skeleton
Spoiler
Crew.
alert.
What? Oh yeah, I guess I should, huh? All right, well, how about both?
Okay, there you go.
So let's go. Jermaine Lucier put this article together. It's over at gizmodo.com. I'm really stymied by this show because it wants to be a kid's show, but it has some serious violence and it has some adult content.
Right, but that's really no different than other Star Wars, whatever series.
So,
like the Clone Wars, same.
Is it because
Andor, same?
Is it because I'm an adult and I understand, like, what it's like to be a kid, and I'm sitting there, I remember my childhood, and I'm like, I I don't remember all of this, but I must have caught on way before my parents thought that I was caught on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right.
So, like, because I hear other parents going, you know, the kids just they don't pick up on that kind of stuff. And I'm like, you want to bet? I remember my childhood. I was giggling. Like, I knew all of this stuff that you're sitting there saying, oh, they don't get it. But then I go, well, you know, Bugs Bunny and stuff like that had adult concepts in it too. But I also understand that it isn't 13-year-olds that are watching. It isn't 15-year-olds that are watching.
Right, like Looney Tunes. That's a much younger audience.
Right. So they say here, but we like to think of these days off as a visit to the planet Lanupa, a time and a place to relax, rejuvenate, and in the case of Skeleton Crew, search for a pirate's lair like something straight out of the Goonies. Let's discuss episode 5. You have a lot to learn. And so they actually do spoiler warning, just like we do spoilers. And I would normally not lean into this, but I'm more leaning into the fact that this thing is Goonies, straight up Goonies. They go to a different place. They travel from one place to another. They get fed a treasure map. They go down into a cave and they trek through this and they run across traps. They have to figure out a puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, it seems very similar.
They have somebody chasing them. In the case of the Goonies, it was the Italian mob trying to hide out in a far-flung location. And then one person draws their attention and they start getting chased and blah, blah, blah. And that's exactly what happens in this episode. Now, it's a lot of fun. It definitely has Star Wars canon and concepts.
Well,
and
like
feel,
Jedi
energy.
type activity.
Yep. I can't remember the timing of this. It's before Andor and after
I can check.
something else. I can't remember. So their biggest takeaway from Skeleton Crew episode 5 is just how much fun that can be had within the story. Yes, there are some moments of pause, such as Wim being homesick and his father back on Aten, desperately trying to do something. But more so, they just love seeing the group traversing the galaxy, solving puzzles, getting into trouble, and slowly figuring out this mystery. The mystery of why Aten is so hidden, and why the people actually do, or what are the people actually doing there, and who the heck is this pirate force user, Jet Wood, and if it would mean, and if it means we meet new aliens and bounty hunters on exciting new planets along the way, all the better. I agree. This is a fun watch.
Okay, so it's after Andor, the episodes 4, 5, and 6. I'm skipping some things. After Mandalorian, Boba Fett, Ahsoka. It's right after Ahsoka, and before Star Wars Resistance, and the episodes 7 through 9.
Oh, so it's deeper. Oh, okay. So it's after all of that. Okay. So, when Catholips actually showed up, I remember joking with the other occupants of the mayoral mansion that this thing looked like Cthulhu and a Cyclops, but with both eyes. It didn't even make any sense, and we kind of joked about it. And sure enough, they say the name Catholips.
Yeah, that was interesting.
That blew me away. But they befriended a massive squid-type creature named Catholips, and they break through the ground and find themselves in a booby-trap path to the treasure. You know, just like when the Goonies broke through the floor and had to follow a booby-trap path to a treasure. Both had skeletons on the ground. Both had liquid pools to traverse. Acid, by the way, is always acid, not just when it's in a pool, but even on the steps when it's drained. Yeah, none of it made logical sense if you don't suspend disbelief.
Well, I mean, it's Star Wars. I don't think, well, in this genre, I don't think you're trying to think completely realistic.
I even called it when Wim held the lightsaber in the wrong angle and almost killed himself. Oh man. And that was so much like one of the Goonies doing something like wrong because they were holding something wrong. Anyway, it was a blast of a watch. I really like it. And so I'm hoping that this actually has longer legs than other.
Yeah, a lot of these, it seems like they're just not sustaining them, but we'll see.
Yeah. We shall see. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in. Oh, let me turn off the overshare in the spoiler alert. So, this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Starring in a Christmas movie is becoming a lucrative career pivot. Demetrios Kambouros, I guess, put this not the article, but the image that we're about to see on the other page. On a cold and rainy night in November, over 2,000 people trekked to a nondescript arena in Long Island for some Christmas cheer. So the article is over at Business Insider, and it says why actors are turning to made-for-TV Christmas movies for more sustainable careers. But not everybody is doing this. Carolyn Matassa over at Business Insider put the article together. So they were there for the Great American Family Christmas Festival, an event put on by a cable TV network of the same name. For 5 weekends, the festival transformed the UBS Arena into a holiday wonderland, complete with ice skating, fire pits, igloos, $20 spiked cider, and obviously Santa. But the main draw was Full House star and current GAF, I guess, mainstay Candace Cameron Bure. Is that it? I think it's Bure.
Oh, yeah. She's a mainstay of Christmas movies in particular. Well, and also Aurora Teagarden.
Right. They were on hand to light the Christmas tree and greet their fans who paid anywhere from $15 to $249 for the experience. What do they get for $249?
Probably a photo with her.
So at the festival, Bure posed with GAF stars Trevor Donovan, Danica McKellar, and Cameron Matheson. Danica McKellar is on like not HGTV, Hallmark and stuff, right?
All of these people have been on Hallmark. I don't know
Gotcha.
if they're all exclusively on this channel now, but.
So kind of interesting, right? So with over 15 holiday movies to her name across Hallmark and GAF, and a role as chief creative officer at GAF's parent company, Great American Media, Bure has built her second act at the Center of Christmas movie industrial complex. There's something weird about that, right? I don't know. Anyway, I don't know if it is a topic for this show, but Bure is on the ground floor of once a cottage industry, providing a blueprint for other actors looking to reinvigorate their careers and make some relatively fast money while spreading holiday cheer. Others have followed suit. Mean Girls star Lacey Chabert has spent more than a decade building her career as one of Hallmark's and now Netflix's leading holiday ladies. Erstwhile teen heartthrob Chad Michael Murray. Or is it Murray? I mean, Bure, Chabert,
yeah, I'm
Murray.
not sure.
Anyway, likes working on Christmas movies for the relative stability while raising a family. Lindsay Lohan returned to acting for her first major film in years in the 2022 Netflix Christmas movie Falling for Christmas, and she followed it with another one, Our Little Secret, in 2024. So, in a nutshell, people are turning to these Christmas movies, and they're very formulaic, but they're a blast to watch. Why?
Well, and I think part of the appeal, probably as an actor, is that there are always Christmas movies in these networks. Whereas if you're doing a standalone movie, it may be one time.
Yeah. And there is a large percentage of people that enjoy these Christmas movies, particularly during the holidays. And then again, Christmas in July, when they spin it back around. I've always liked them. I need them. I don't need to watch them like always, but they're a fun watch.
You don't want Christmas in April.
Yeah, I'm not going to be watching them all the time. And See, the thing about it is that Christmas movies are a distraction from the reality of the world, but I always revisit the reality of the world. Even in our shows, there's a lot of fun and stuff like that, but there's a little bit. I liken the shows more along the lines to Sour Patch Kids, where they're sweet and then they're sour, or they're sour and then they're sweet. There's always a little bit of yin and yang here. So they say after taking self-imposed hiatus from Hollywood to have kids and build a family, which I would say have children and build a family. It's one and the same, build a family. She called it her 10-year retirement. Holiday movies provided Bure a relatively gentle runway back into the working world. So
Isn't it interesting? I mean, it's largely marketed toward women, but maybe it's one of the front runners in like family friendly work environments or something.
yeah, I think that's part of that Great American, the gaff thing. There's something floating around in the back of my head about them. So they say the pay for the actors is solid and there's plenty of opportunity, mainly because they're they're carving out an entire niche market. Because you're not going to get
it's
these.
not just the Christmas movies. They have every season represented on some of these channels.
Yep. Yeah. And they're feel good. There's little to no violence, because sometimes, like Hallmark mysteries, they have a flash of some event. Although the newest one, what was it? It was a holiday one.
Mistletoe Murders, but that was on a different channel.
Right. So like Mistletoe Murders takes place during Christmas and involving a Christmas store and a person who really appreciates Christmas. Yet there is a murder mystery involved in it. And it's actually a lot of fun to watch that kind of thing. So it says, yet for the market for holiday movies is growing. Lisa Hamilton Daly, the executive vice president of programming at Hallmark Media, said in an email statement to Business Insider that in 2024 was the company's biggest holiday season yet, with over 40 new movies debuting across 2 networks and streaming service. It's a significant increase since Countdown to Christmas officially launched in 2009 with only 4.
How can you have a Christmas season with 4 Christmas movies?
Yeah, so they're literally a market maker. So, and at some point, you don't want to sit there and chase after and pitch for all of these other things when you have charisma and you embrace the continuity of these shows, right? They all have the same kind of feel to them and the same loop. But you're there for the slightly different feel-good story and the personalities of the actors that are involved.
Absolutely. The salary here is incredible. For a headliner, $150,000 for 3 weeks of a movie.
Yeah, and you're not Lacey Chabert or Bure. So yeah, it says she set a conservative mid-range estimate for a holiday movie lead salary, not a tentpole figure, is $150,000. And how long are you there? A 3-week commitment. Now, I don't know if in the contract you also have additional money, a percentage, but
oh right, yeah, I don't know.
A Kismet Christmas and Christmas in Notting Hill agrees the pay isn't too shabby for 15 days of work. It's 15 days. It's not even 3 weeks. It's not 21 days. Weekends are free.
Right, you get weekends off.
$150,000. I'm doing something wrong. Because how many times? I mean, you can do how many of these? Damn it! You could do 10.
Yeah, I mean, some people are probably doing like 3 or 4 a year, unless they're one of the really well-known stars for the channel.
Yeah. Oh boy. Anyway, seems like a lot of fun. I won't go through the whole article, but give them a look, y'all. Go check out these holiday Christmas movies over on Netflix. As long as you don't sit there in front, like, only, women watch this stuff, or only, weak men or whatever. If you don't fall into that category of just kind of pushing an agenda of masculinity and being toxic, then you'll engage in this and you'll enjoy it, and your significant other will enjoy it, and you'll have a good time without all of the other stuff. So, not to get too real, but I mean, hey, it is what it is. I like watching these things from time to time, but give it a try, folks. Anyway, pretty neat article, right? Pretty informative.
It is. I like these that are actually kind of behind the scenes.
Yep. Shooting a 2016 Western, Outlaws and Angels, after which Murray said took him a month to emotionally release himself from the character. He doesn't want to go through that again anytime soon. Yikes. Have to go through therapy because the taking on the persona of the character wounded you so freaking much.
Well, I guess you're
PTSD.
A character actor or whatever it's called.
Yeah. That's why I couldn't go into psychology, because I would attach too easily to somebody's psychosis. All right, let's keep moving on. Not necessarily psychosis, but their issues. I would pick it up. Anyway, the next article is over in the Continuity Report. This 3-hour epic political thriller with Kevin Costner was so controversial it changed U.S. law?
This may be the first time we've heard of this happening.
So the 1991 Kevin Costner movie, JFK, managed to stir up so much controversy that the historical drama changed real-life U.S. law. 1991's JFK saw director Oliver Stone take on his most ambitious task yet. Fresh off the set of Platoon, Wall Street, Born on the 4th of July, Stone adapted Jim Garrison's nonfiction book On the Trail of the Assassins and Jim Marr's Crossfire, The Plot That Killed Kennedy, into an epic 188-minute political thriller that aimed to finally explain the persistent mysteries around JFK's 1963 assassination, and still hasn't, but that's okay. So the article is over at Screen Rant. It was put together by, I think, Cathal Gunning. I don't know if they pronounce their last name Cattle or Catal or something like that. But anyway.
You mean their first name?
Their first name, yeah. Yeah, not their last name.
That would be an odd spelling.
That would be.
With that pronunciation.
Earning over $200 million on a budget of $40 million, JFK remains Stone's most financially successful movie. Really? It only got $200 million. And I can tell you why. Nobody wants to watch it.
Because it was, well, and also it was back several years ago, so that was probably a pretty decent return, too. But you're right. It's not a mainstream watch.
It's 188 minutes, man. Nobody got time for that. Think microwave. Anyway.
Wait, that's taking too long.
It is. Come on. There's 5-minute meals from one ready meal maker. But that's not what we want. We want the 2-minute meals.
How about the 5-second meals?
Yeah, it's coming in time. Just a little spritz of water in it. So JFK is impressive in its comparative simplicity given the labyrinthine complexity surrounding the circumstances of the president's death. It proposes that JFK's assassination was part of a plot to keep America in Vietnam and expand the CIA's powers, both of which happened after the president's death. So, hey, if it quacks like a freaking duck. So, how JFK helped lead to the John F. Kennedy Assassination Records Collection Act being passed.
You know, it's always good when you have a law named after you with your assassination in the title.
In the title, yeah. It's like an artist becoming famous only after their demise. You can just imagine their ghost is like, well, shit.
That's my legacy.
Great. Everybody else getting rich now. Sure, nobody paid me a dime when I was sitting there starving myself as an artist, but now my stuff hanging on a wall in somebody's basement from a billionaire. Sure, assholes. I would be I would haunt the ever-living crap out of all of my artwork. Yeah.
And why is that? To penalize the people appreciating your art?
Absolutely. don't appreciate my artwork now. You should have appreciated it when I was alive. Anyway, so many reviewers devoted more of their reviews to critiquing JFK's version of history than the movie itself, with Richard Roeper calling the movie journalistically bankrupt nonsense. In 2008, debunked conspiracy theories, urban legends, and evil plots of the 21st century. However, JFK did manage to change one element of the assassination's history. In an attempt to counter the narrative put forth in JFK, the Assassination Records Review Board made documents related to the assassination public between 1992 and 2017. So a little bit of disclosure.
That's interesting when you have to debunk a movie.
Yeah, but do you really think that the machine is going to provide evidence that there was a conspiracy afoot, for crying out loud?
No, but I guess this movie got it made into law that they have to release certain records.
Yeah, so they put forth the Assassination Records Review Board made documents related to the assassination public between 1992 and 2017 rather than waiting until 2029 as had been previously planned. The board acknowledged JFK's concern over a lack of transparency but didn't affirm the movie's conclusions. Well, I mean, that's FOIA for you. They're not going to disclose something that is directly related. That's just not how it works. If it's going to disclose something that is strategically disadvantageous to the status quo of the machinery of government operation, it's just not going to happen. So Costner was coming off an incredible box office run when he starred in JFK, The Untouchables, Field of Dreams, Dances with Wolves, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, not Men in Tights, and The Bodyguard were all hits, and his divisive work in Waterworld and The Postman was still years away. Kevin Costner's worst movies may be pretty hard to watch, but the actor's star power in the 90s was undeniable. Used his megawatt power to turn a 3-hour political drama into a bona fide blockbuster hit, and despite the odds, JFK ended up impacting U.S. law as a result.
I wonder if that's the only time that's occurred. That's pretty interesting.
Might have to look around for it. Let's keep cruising. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. Slow Horses star Gary Oldman recruited by real spy agency MI5 to narrate Christmas poem. Aww.
When you think Christmas, do you think Slow Horses?
No.
Character Gary Oldman. I can't think of his character's name. Oh, Jackson Lamb.
Oh yeah, Lamb. So Jackson Lamb is the character that Gary Oldman plays in Slow Horses over on Apple TV Plus. Been recruited by MI5, the real MI5, to narrate a Christmas poem, and in collaboration with the streaming platform, the British counterintelligence agency have published a festive video on their Instagram page featuring Oscar winner Oldman narrating what? Which Christmas poem do you think it is? So KJ Yosman over at Variety.
I don't know, maybe like 'Twas the Night Before Christmas or something.
Twas the Night Before Christmas.
It is. I mean, I couldn't think of another one. So.
Yeah, me neither. The Grinch That Stole Christmas, the story. So
that would probably be more fitting for his character.
True. Yeah, actually, that would be. So, titled A Christmas Story from MI5, the video shows various agents at their computers at the spy agency's London headquarters, Thames House, not Regent's Park, as depicted in the TV series, while Oldman narrates in the voice of his Slow Horses character, Jackson Lamb. I need to watch this. Please, I want it on YouTube. I don't go to Insta. I don't like anything.
Right,
from
and
Meta.
also, hopefully it's not limited by region or something.
God, that would be so great. It's not embedded? Yeah, see, it's embedded, but over on Instagram. So they say, 'twas the night before Christmas when all through the house not a creature... What? Through Thames House.
Thames House.
Thames. I'm American. Thames. Sorry. Thames House. Not a creature was stirring. Just the click of a mouse, he intones, when footsteps on stairwells, then flickering screens, the clackety keyboards of 100 machines, the hustle, the bustle, the hive of activity, not the typical scene of your Christmas nativity. It's actually pretty good. So while people at home wrap last-minute gifts, the staff inside Thames will be changing their shifts. From us all at 5, we wish you festive delight, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Do you think that's the entirety of it? Was there more in there?
Well, then there's also a post from MI5.
Gotcha. Anyway, MI5, this Christmas, we've decided to forego the traditional turkey in favor of some lamb. Jackson lamb. Ha ha ha. We thought it high time he swapped Slough House for Thames House. And while he was briefly away from his slow horses, we asked him to record a special Christmas message from all of us to all of you. We're watching, always watching. That's not what they say. Anyway, pretty neat. If you've never seen Slow Horses, go and check it out. You won't regret it. Pretty cool. Want to keep going?
Absolutely.
Last article is over in the continuity report as well. Star Trek had a great 2024, even if it doesn't seem that way. Sorry, 1 second. It may not seem immediately that way, but Star Trek actually had a great 2024 between Paramount and Netflix. Star Trek spanned 2 streaming services in 2024 with 3 series delivering a total of 40 episodes. Star Trek Discovery Season 5 was the franchise's only live-action outing, offering 10-hour-long episodes and an extended series finale. Prodigy Season 2 dropped 20 half-hour episodes on Netflix and most Star Trek ever in one day. So, wow, pretty neat. Lower Decks actually ended its run. What's up?
Yeah, I mean, I really was not thinking of all that happened in Star Trek in 2024, but I guess they did have a particularly good year.
But I think all kinds of stuff ended, right? I really don't like that. So
it did. I know. It's like, well, what's behind it?
So I'm not really into Star Trek Prodigy. It's an animated thing, but it's not my style. Star Trek Lower Decks, I really, man, that sucks. I really wanted that to keep going. And Star Trek Discovery, it says season 5 was the franchise's only live action outing. We must have blown through that really fast.
Which one?
Star Trek Discovery. I don't really remember.
Well, it went by really fast. I didn't know there were 10 episodes.
Yeah, and it had to have been at the beginning of 2024 because I don't even really remember it now. I know that it was the dissolution of Star Trek Discovery, and now they're talking about 2 other series, the spy side, section 32 or whatever it is,
okay,
or 26, right. Maybe it's 26, and Star Trek, what is the Federation school thing? Anyway,
something Academy,
Starfleet Academy, Star Trek Starfleet Academy. Thank you. So yeah, Lower Decks ended and Discovery ended, and now we're gonna end up waiting for Brave New Worlds, Academy,
Strange New Worlds.
Strange New Worlds, not Brave New Worlds. Brave New World. Yeah, different animal.
Right, different
thing
item
altogether. Yeah. And so Strange New Worlds and Starfleet Academy, and I think it's section 26 or something like that. I can't remember it. It's the spy agency.
32, but let me check.
32, 28. Anyway, so they go through this list, Star Trek's animated series proved
31.
31. We were close. Animated Star Trek leaned into the multiverse. It did get a little kind of hectic at the end of the Lower Decks season. Things were getting a little fantastical. But I think that there's still more there. They need to create another season. They need to just expand. It doesn't need to be the same actors, but I think it can still have the same energy, the same fun. It was actually fun. and not emotionally wrought with all of this real world
Exactly.
whatever. No
Like
angst.
some other shows.
Yeah. So I just want that. That's really what I'm interested in. So Star Trek Prodigy and Star Trek Lower Decks have made animated Trek essential, taking full advantage of the few limits animation offers, jaw-dropping Star Trek Legacy stars like Will Wheaton's Wesley Crusher, Robert Picardo's The Doctor, Brent Spiner's Data, Jolene Blaylock's T'Pol, and Alfre Woodard's Lily Sloan return in Star Trek Prodigy and Star Trek Lower Decks. In Star Trek animation, the impossible became very possible. So, yep. Star Trek scope has
But I
never
don't think
felt bigger.
that's what made those, or at least Lower Decks, good, right? Lower Decks was just fun storytelling, good voice acting.
Yep. Star Trek now seems like a starship missing both nacelles without Lower Decks and Prodigy. Yeah, so what's going to move it forward? The only thing that I can think of is Strange New Worlds.
Exactly. And we don't know how many years that has left.
And my big problem with Starfleet Academy is that it's fixed. It's going to be in one location, pretty much fixed right there, unless
Right,
they
which
go on
kind of
excursions.
defeats the purpose of Star Trek, right?
Yeah. So Star Trek gave Kirk and Spock the ending canon denied them. Unification gives Kirk, Spock, and fans closure. So, let's see. William Shatner helped ensure the technical and creative accuracy of Captain Kirk, with Sam Witwer performing the role of Kirk in costume and aided by. So this is all Unification, a short film titled 765854 Unification, which I haven't even seen. Interesting.
Right.
How did it actually get produced? You would think that Roddenberry wouldn't produce that, but it says produced by the Roddenberry Archive.
Yes, it must have been authorized or whatever.
Wow, this must be pretty amazing.
That's kind of shocking.
Yeah. So 2024 set up Star Trek's exciting next 2 years. Star Trek has a plan for its 60th anniversary. So there it is, Starfleet Academy. The next Star Trek series announced a stunning cast led by Academy Award caliber actors Holly Hunter, Paul Giamatti. They were joined by Star Trek Legacy actors Robert Picardo and Emmy winner Tatiana Maslany. Already renewed for season 2 by Paramount, Starfleet Academy is targeting a premiere in 2026, and it's already wired for the second season.
That's unheard of.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know Strange New Worlds is already renewed for season 4. It hasn't aired season 3 yet.
There is nothing else, right?
Well, Section 31.
Right.
Oh, but that's going to be a movie.
Made for streaming Star Trek movie on Paramount Plus. So it's not even a series, but it may spin into a series if the movie shows promise. Although I don't know if Emperor Philippa Georgiou is going to be. Michelle Yeoh is like off the charts. She's like their movie level actor, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And so they may not want to do a
Right,
standard Star Trek dynamic. Yeah. I can't, but this is my favorite. I grew up with Star Trek. I grew up with Star Wars, but mostly Star Trek. It's been standard in my existence my entire life. And it's just going to suck if it doesn't actually keep pace. But at some point they're going to be doing supernatural stuff, I mean, how many stories can you write?
Well, I guess it depends on whether they're trying to appeal to new audiences or the existing audience. Because if it's not new audiences, they can kind of recycle some of the storylines from some of the older shows, but not if they're trying to speak to their core audience. I think some of the newer shows are appealing to broader audiences. or more accessible to newer audiences, perhaps.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the next, I would say, 5 years really hold. But yeah, Jonathan Frakes, by the way, just crushes everything Star Trek. Yeah. Absolutely loves. I think Star Trek, like if you were to cut Jonathan Frakes, he would bleed Star Trek. So yeah, Strange New World Season 3 is up to the challenge with more big swings like a Vulcan comedy episode and a Hollywood murder mystery episode directed by Jonathan Frakes. Star Trek's
Both of
2024.
those sound fun.
I hope. I mean, they had a musical at the end of the last season, so.
That's true. I thought one of the best episodes of Strange New Worlds, at least in terms of humor, was when Spock was trying to be human, I guess, like he'd lost his Vulcan abilities or something.
Yeah. And it was a fun, juxtaposition, so I thought it was neat. That's the episode where it cost him his marriage, right? He was supposed to get married and he's like,
I
can't do it. Yeah. So neat. Okay, folks. Well, that's it for today's continuity report. And so we are going to teleport ourselves back to the front page of the continuity report over at ohmtown.com. Go over and check it out. Become a citizen. Hope you enjoy it. I am Mayor Watt saying bye. So is the sentient AI.
Bye-bye, Hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the continuity report. We'll have another episode of that next week. But stay tuned for other content.
Tomorrow.
Like the replay and the makeup episodes.
Right. Okay. See you in a little bit. Bye, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 7th, 2024. I'm in the time machine. Mayoral duties prevented me from doing the show live yesterday. Or tomorrow, yesterday's the day after tomorrow's yesterday, something like that. I'm not sure how. It's timey stuff. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. The sentient AI is not available for today's show because I'm in the time machine and they are on location. So I run ohmTown, and along with that sentient AI from the future, we actually talk about 10 articles that get aggregated into ohmtown.com. That's this site right here. Inside the site, there are 6 main categories. And inside those categories, there are a bunch of shows that we all want to put together, or that I want to put together. I select 10 articles, or they're submitted from people that decide that something is really interesting, and so we aggregate everything together and then we do a show. But you can go over and become a citizen at ohmtown.com anytime you like. It's real easy. We don't spam you with stuff. You'll get notices if you follow us on Twitch or on YouTube, but other than that, it's pretty chill. So anyway, the first article, there's 10 articles that we select. I always give them funky names. We're going to talk about these 10 articles, but yeah, we'll do it this way. Feature helps return iPhone, private jet addiction, never endangered all along, Marlin Sea University, massive port strike, dog door security, rural internet deserts, Catan 6th edition, would you live above a Costco, and NVIDIA's next big thing. Everything is powered by ohmTown, so go over and become a citizen. That would be great. So see ya on the other side of this. Alrighty, so tomorrow, January 8th, the sentient AI will return, but until then, it's just you and me. And this will get posted over to YouTube. It won't be on Twitch because we don't stream it live, and there won't be a live edition of this episode over on YouTube. And I don't really edit anything anyway. I don't like editing things because I want transparency. And unless there is some type of violation, I don't edit anything. Anyway, let's get into it. The very first article is over in the Smack Talk channel because it has to do with Apple, or a competitor in comparison to Apple. Pardon my hiccup. Apple's medical ID feature helps man return iPhone lost at sea to its owner. Losing devices such as an Apple Watch at sea is more common than it seems. They've reported on similar cases before. This is over at 9to5Mac. However, while owners often use Apple's Find My to recover the devices, this one is different because it was the medical ID feature that eventually provided personally identifiable information to the point where they were able to return it. Felipe Esposito over at 9to5mac.com put the article together. And it says, here's how medical ID helps someone recover an iPhone lost at sea. So they were swimming at a beach on the coast of Sao Paulo, Brazil, when he found a lost iPhone. According to him, the iPhone was about 3 meters deep in water and about 10 meters away from the sand. Tiago asked for the owner of the phone on the beach, but no one said that they had lost an iPhone, which is ridiculously, I don't know, maybe I'm just cynical. But I swear I'll just leave it at that anyway. Maybe I'm just cynical. So the phone was completely out of battery. It also had a case with 3 credit cards in it. They tried to find the owner by name, but couldn't find anyone that they were sure was the right person, said the man who found the phone. Tiago waited until the iPhone was completely dry to put it on the charger, and luckily the phone was working fine. He then had the idea of searching for the owner using the medical ID feature. And for those who are unfamiliar with it, users can set up their medical ID on the iPhone, which lets anyone see important information about you, even without a password, in case of an emergency, things like allergies, blood type, emergency contacts. And that last option was crucial in helping Tiago find the owner of the phone. They called the contact named Love and was able to reach the owner of the phone. The couple are from Sao Paulo, and they weren't even in Mauritius, I guess, anymore. The owner lost the phone on New Year's Eve, and it was underwater for 4 days. But it's still working apparently. I assume the phone had only been there for a few hours, but had been days. So 10 feet down, it probably could have sat there for a considerable amount of time, on or off. It wouldn't matter, and I don't think that it would really. I don't think it hasn't. At 9 feet, you're on the border of one atmosphere, so it could go deeper. It's worth noting that iPhones have been equipped with water resistance since iPhone 7. Even so, the certification only guarantees water resistance at certain depths for a limited period of time. But again, 9 feet. Even if it was 10 feet, you're right on the precipice of one atmosphere. There isn't enough pressure there. Although, there's enough pressure there to... Yeah, that's like... it's not quite a stop depth, but anyway. Pretty neat. I dig this. Okay, let's keep going. I only have an hour to get the show done because the time machine can overheat, and then I'm lost in time for 24 hours. So, got to get this done. So the next article is over on the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation, intellectual property, and strategic management. So America has a private jet addiction, and these states have the most private jet flights, and New York and California aren't on the list. The U.S. flies more private jets than any country in the world, according to new data, and you would not believe which states have the most private jets. You would think, based on population density and whatnot, that it would be New York and California, but they're not even on the list. Guess which ones they are. And I actually know this not only because I've done research into a certain aspect of society, which is essentially population density. but I'm doing a deeper dive into a sociological mechanism that is based off of a psychological mechanism called sociopathy or antisocial personality disorder. I didn't want to really say it, but I started to say it. So, sociopathy and psychopathy are both anti-social personality disorders. And I have a theory that I'm working on. So I'll talk about it at some point in the future. But let's just say that I found that this not so unexpected, even in that context. So check this out. Aaron Davis over at entrepreneur.com put this article together, but it's coming from Rustic Pathways. The data that was analyzed by the travel company Rustic Pathways calculated the number of jets in every state per 100,000 residents and found that Alaska was awash in private planes. Now, you kind of have to go, okay, well, it's Alaska. You can't get there easily by any means. But if you want immediate travel to Alaska or out of Alaska, then it's by plane. So the state has about 5,000 private jets per 100,000 people and recorded 36,650 private jet departures in 2023. So it says it's important to note that Alaska has many areas that are inaccessible by road, which makes airplane travel necessary throughout many parts of the state. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we get it. Now here's where it goes really nutty. Wyoming took the number 2 spot with 24,263 private jet departures, followed by South Dakota with just shy of 27,000. I was astonished. And I'm not quite sure why this is written the way that it is, because it says South Dakota has 26,944, but is number 3. When Wyoming has only 24,263. Anyway, either way that you shape this, Wyoming has the smallest population in the country. South Dakota isn't far off. I find it really, really interesting. So America flies more private jets than any other country in the world, with a grand total of 3.1 million departures in the United States. From these findings, it's clear that America has a private jet addiction. That is a symptom of a bigger issue, but I'm not ready to get into it. Washington, D.C. recorded 4,517 private jets per 100,000 people in 2023, which would have placed it just below Alaska, but doesn't qualify because it's not a state. However, the nearby state of Maryland was last on the list, number 50, with the least number of private jet departures. Only 353 took off per 100,000 people, according to the data, which is kind of interesting because it is in close proximity to Washington, D.C. But I guess most flights for this, it says it would land, you would have to land in Maryland and then drive into D.C. And D.C. is kind of like any major metropolitan area. It's kind of a bitch to get into and out of. And when everything is a confluence, yeah, it's kind of a pain in the butt. Anyway, found that really interesting. There is more information here. Alaska has just shy of 5,000 flights per person. Oh, this is why. Okay. See, I didn't scroll down far enough, but I knew about this based on the population density of Wyoming and South Dakota. So Alaska has just shy of 5,000 private jet departures per 100,000 people. Wyoming is 4,173, and then South Dakota is just shy of 3,000 per 100,000. So yeah, pretty wild. And the rest are similar in the same vein. Population density is very, very low. Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nevada, Colorado, Florida is when it spikes in population density, but it's still certain regions are are dense. But again, I'm not ready to get into the specifics of why I am going down this particular line. Anyway, pretty interesting article. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The endangered fish that halted a major dam was never endangered after all. The 2-inch snail darter became a symbol of regulatory overreach in the 1970s, and new research suggests that the fish was not endangered. And according to this article, not even a species. Interesting. Catherine Fung over at Newsweek.com put the article together, and it says a 2-inch minnow that became the major Supreme Court battle in the late 1970s has turned out to be, with respect to the fish, far less critical than originally thought. Nearly 50 years after the snail darter temporarily blocked the construction of a dam in Tennessee, researchers at Yale University found that the endangered species technically is not a species at all. It's not even a subspecies according to it, but rather an eastern population of the stargazing darter, which is not and never was considered endangered. So there you go. Ezra Klein, the liberal New York Times columnist, has elevated the idea of overregulation as an internal cause of disaffected Democrats, saying that the issue is something he has recently changed his mind on. Quote, I'm much more skeptical not of regulation, but of a lot of existing regulations. He recently said on his influential podcast. But I don't know. I think that with wealth comes a change in attitude about things, because people become untouchable, and so they become dissociated from society at large. So I don't know really what the mechanisms are for certain statements that people made and then they change over time. It's not necessarily wisdom, but something else. But in this particular case, if nobody did actual research and just assumed that the people that are talking about it and making the claim that it's endangered, well, that's why you have to trust but verify. Think critically and do the due diligence necessary to verify. So it says, seeking to protect the newly discovered species, Hiram Hill, a law student at the university, sued the TVA to stop the temporal. Oh wait, yeah, isn't that the TVA from Marvel? Anyway, sued the TVA to stop the dam's completion, and the case made its way all the way up to the Supreme Court, which would eventually rule 6-3 decision that completing the dam would destroy the fish's habitat in violation of ESA. But the latest research suggests that rather than being an endangered species that needed protection, the 2-inch minnow acted as a useful way for the dam's opponents to wield regulatory laws in their favor. And that's no different than anybody else doing it. And that really is the problem, that people can take data and manipulate it in a certain way and leave off key elements of it so that they can get their action performed, knowing that people are just burnt out and won't have the ability or desire to expend copious amounts of energy to do that necessary information gathering and scientific research. It took 50 years for somebody to go and look at it. It says, although the Supreme Court held up the protection of the snail darter, President Jimmy Carter would intervene the following year, signing legislation that exempted the Tennessee project from the ESA, leading to its eventual completion. Only to find out 50 years later that it didn't really matter. It should have been done anyway. But again, you have overreach in a different way, right? The presidential authority having the ability to just say, you know what, in this particular instance, instead of just doing the necessary research to show that there is no harm. I'd rather not somebody just arbitrarily decide, I think that it's fine, and there's too much there. All right, the next article is over on the Marvel Channel. Marlon Brando wanted to build a University of the Sea. Marlin University, I suppose, like Marlin. Get it, the fish. Anyway, These scientists are bringing the late actor's vision to life on Tetaroa, I guess, a vibrant coral atoll dotted with sandy islets, the little islands. Archaeologists, marine biologists, and cultural practitioners are working together to improve understanding of a unique ecosystem. So Sarah Kuda over at Smithsonian Magazine, smithsonianmag.com, put the article together, and the deck statement says on Teratoa, a vibrant coral atoll dotted with sandy islets, archaeologists, marine biologists, and cultural practitioners are working together to improve understanding of a unique ecosystem. And so the first time Marlon Brando saw Teratoa in the 1960s, all he could make out was a slender pencil of land on the horizon of the Pacific. Later, during a break from filming Mutiny on the Bounty, he hired a fisherman to ferry him to the atoll and realized Teratoa, part of the Society Islands archipelago in French Polynesia, was more gorgeous than anything I had anticipated. That's a quote from apparently Marlon Brando. After making the roughly 30-mile journey north from Tahiti, Brando found 12 small coral islets or motas encircling a tranquil lagoon. Seabirds soared over thick stands of coconut trees, and sandy beaches beckoned invitingly. So while Brando died in 2004, never got to see the plans for Tetaroa, fully realized. But over the last decade, his dream has become a reality. Researchers from around the world are now using Tetaroa as a living laboratory, and school children are visiting to learn the traditional knowledge and stories of their Polynesian ancestors, which is great. Hinano Murphy is the cultural director for the Tetaroa Society, the nonprofit in charge of conservation, education, and research on the island, or the atoll. So there, see, it's like a little series of islands. And it's kind of amazing. I think that it's beautiful. Let's hope that it doesn't turn into an Airbnb, though. There's a lot more in this article. I won't go through the entire thing because it is quite expansive. But that's what this long form kind of journalism is all about, education here. So I'm going to send y'all over to it. Just follow the link in the show notes and you'll be able to head on over there. I just called it Marlin C. University. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Model Channel. Negotiations to prevent a massive port strike is going to end up happening is it's just like it has over the eons of existence. Technology is going to usurp the human element of this, and you can scream at the camera all you want. The International Longshoremen Association, or ILA, and the United States Maritime Alliance, or USMX, are set to resume labor negotiations Tuesday in the hopes of averting a sequel to October's massive port strike. The union said that the port employers had convinced the group's then leaders that using semi-automated cranes in the Norfolk International terminals would eventually help create thousands of new jobs. That paved the way for the replacement of traditional equipment that with cranes that have less human involvement across other ports in the U.S. So what seemed like a win for one port turned out to be the project that was becoming the model for automation that would potentially chip away at many jobs at almost every other terminal along the East and Gulf coasts. So in its own statement, seemingly in response to Daggett, the USMX argued last month that the only way for ports to handle higher volume is by densifying terminals. The Alliance of Companies, Terminal Operators, and Port Associations argues that it doesn't want to eliminate jobs but continue using advanced technology, including the semi-automated cranes, that the ILA says it regrets agreeing to. But unfortunately, you can't just build more. Companies can't afford it. They're going to start raising rates, and it's going to offset, it's going to offset even the costs that are going to lead to higher wages. You can increase the wages, but you're going to also have to have more people. That means that the cost of goods going through the port are going to have to increase to offset the increases on wages and the number of positions. You're going to have more, even if you do more people, right? It's going to get more expensive. Automation keeps costs low because the sunk cost doesn't keep on getting accrued more and more of a burden. And the people, they get sick, they lose their position, they decide to move on or whatever. It doesn't matter. Countless reasons why a human leaves the position that they're in. And automation actually mitigates all of that because it's in place and it'll just work. And the people that would be, I don't know, standing there doing something can now stand there fixing the crane or monitoring it or whatever. It's going to suppress wages, though. So there's a lot more to it than there's a whole lot of economics involved in this. But they want higher wages and salary that outpaces inflation and provides more than the small wage increase it agreed to in 2018. In October, the USMX and ILA reached a tentative agreement to end a 3-day strike that included wage hikes of 62% over 6 years, raising average wages to roughly $63 per hour from $39 per hour by the end of the contract. Yeah, if you think that longshoremen aren't making some serious change, you're wrong. So in December, Trump slammed companies' reliance on automation, writing in his Truth Social that the amount of money saved is nowhere near the distress, hurt, and harm it causes for American workers. In this case, I don't know why American workers is actually capitalized in this. Oh, it must be. It's a direct quote. In this case, our longshoremen. He also took aim at foreign companies that made a fortune in the U.S., likely referring to the various international members of the USMX, which such as Maersk and Hapag-Lloyd and MSC. But I guarantee you that dude, if he had his investments in that, he'd be battling it just the same. He doesn't want unions. He doesn't want to fight for anybody. He just wants to make money himself, which we're looking at the face of oligarchy. But anyway, potential devastating impact, it says in September, ahead of ILA's short-lived strike, about 180 associations representing companies across the series of industries warned a strike would be devastating to the U.S. economy. And all hell broke loose. And suddenly it goes away. But then we're back. So everything old is new again. And again, like I said, if you think, let's say, senior leadership, and by senior, I both mean old and in a position high on the totem pole of leadership represents you, you're out of your freaking mind. Let's keep going, though. The next article is over. It's the everyday people that represent the everyday people. The everyday workers in government are the representatives of the everyday people in society because they are one and the same. But when you become untouchable, you absolutely lose contact with what society is really wrought with. There's a few, but they're actually lower on the totem pole of administrivia of government. And so just look around. Middle class has been hobbled. And if you think somebody making 150 grand is middle class, that's not what it is. You're absolutely wrong. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Woman hears something trying to get into her dog door. Whoa. Internet left in disbelief. This thing literally said hello. Play back the video. One user wrote. Another added a thing of nightmares. So the video that's attached to this has nothing to do with it, but it's Maria Azura Volpe, I think, over at Newsweek.com put the article together. So in a TikTok video shared in December, under the username CrazyDinosaur03, the poster can be heard asking her dog, "What's that sound that you hear?" as the pup leads her to the flap door for her dog, where something keeps tapping as if it's trying to make its way inside the house. That's when she intervenes, opening the flap to see what's trying to break in. only to find a pet tortoise, Seamus, grunting behind the flap door, mad at them for not letting them in. So there's a little video that's attached where the tortoise is at the dog door trying to be let in. Hello? Interesting. Wow. And it has a basketball under it. What the heck? What a weird tortoise. Anyway, if you're missing the video because you're not watching it on YouTube, because this also gets turned into a podcast. There's 1,700 episodes across the spectrum of ohmTown channels and shows. Go and download the podcast. Just do a search for ohmTown or Non Sequitur News or any of the 6 weekend shows. Anyway, moreover, they need frequent veterinary checkups, better if done by an exotic animal vet, and they also need access to UVB lighting to help them metabolize calcium and maintain healthy shell growth. So you also have to let them into the house, apparently. Found it pretty neat. Yeah, kind of looked like a cranky old grandpa trying to find the front door. Let's keep going, though. The next article is over in Technology Today. Rural internet deserts in England and Wales to finally get fast broadband. Government announces new contracts to install gigabit level fiber coverage for 131,000 households and businesses. This is what they should have. We should still be doing this in the United States, but man, there is some balkanization there, and regional regulatory capture and whatnot. Anyway, the article is over at The Guardian. Robert Booth is a technology editor, and the deck statement says government announces new contracts to install gigabit fiber. So the last corners of England and Wales yet to be covered by a $5 billion or £5 billion push to widen fast broadband could finally get access to rapid downloads, streaming, and video calls from the government announced 280, or after the government announced a 290 million pound funded contract enabling coverage. So some of these deserts were forced to turn to Elon Musk's Starlink satellite-enabled internet connections, which isn't particularly speedy. But if you can drop some fiber on the ground and connect to it, then gigabit level fiber is great. And it's more secure and whatnot. Anyway, new contracts to lay full fiber connections in areas not reached by private investment would apply in North Wales, including Anglesey and everywhere else, really. The Department of Science, Innovation, and Technology announced. So good on them. I think that this is great. Let's keep moving, though. I'm going to hustle through this. The next article is over on WarCrafters, which is a show all about gaming. Catan, which used to be Settlers of Catan, but apparently there were some misgivings about the name Settlers of Catan. I guess Settlers has a negative connotation. Klaus Tuber's Catan, widely credited with kicking off the modern board gaming renaissance, turns 30 this year to celebrate Catan. Again, it used to be the Settlers of Catan. The global company behind the beloved tabletop brand is refreshing the look and feel of the title for the first time in a decade with a revised 6th edition launching in April 2025. New revised expansions and extensions are also being produced, and Polygon sat down with the managing director to talk about it. I won't go through all of this. Charlie Hall over at Polygon.com put the article together, and it looks like straight out of the box, so to speak. Catan the game, Catan Cities and Knights, and Catan Seafarers is going to be modified after 10 years. The Catan story tells about Vikings colonizing islands long before the dawn of modern Europe, asking players to make their way to a fictional world by trading resources like wood, grain, and sheep. The game's popularity directly contributed to changing American tastes for board games today. Domestic audiences have a strong preference for the so-called Euro-style board games, which, like Catan, eschew direct conflict and instead favor a collaborative style of gameplay with more limited randomness and dice rolling. Yeah, I like card games and dice games more so than board games, but I like Catan. 10 years ago, Catan changed its name, dropping the settlers of preamble and putting an island's name up front, or the island's name up front, Catan. This time around, the biggest change by far is the new box art, which features a brighter and more naturalistic expression of the Catan universe, complete with hex-shaped fields in the background. So there you have it. All right, let's keep going. The next article, I actually really like Catan. It's one of those games that if it were a computer, it is a computer game, but what I'm bouncing around is Ticket to Ride. Ticket to Ride, I loved Ticket to Ride, but it's a crap game now because whatever the original game was suddenly got hobbled, and then you can no longer play it, and you can't play it over the air. You have to play handheld, like pass it on, and it's frustrating as hell, and I'm just irritated. All right. Well, anyway, let's keep going. Would you live above a Costco is the next article. Thrive Living hopes to build thousands of apartments per year, starting with one complex on top of the warehouse chain. The article is over at entrepreneur.com. Sharon Shibu is the author of this. The deck statement says construction is starting early this year and is scheduled to wrap up in 2027. First of its kind Costco with 800 apartment units living above it is coming to Baldwin Hills, a neighborhood in South Los Angeles. That census reporter finds has a poverty rate of 25% higher than the national average. The complex includes 184 apartments for low-income households, with the rest of the units offered as a mixed, unsubsidized, affordable, and workforce housing. It will also have a rooftop pool and fitness center. The Costco downstairs will have 185,000 square feet of space and 2 levels of underground parking. And frankly, I think that this is a benefit for everybody involved. Because if you just build a warehouse, then there's nothing above it. Meanwhile, and it's just dead space. Why not put something livable above it? And I think all warehouses should be like that, as long as they don't act as a particularly dangerous threat to well-being should something catastrophic happen. If a fire breaks out in a warehouse, it can destroy everything, just like any other thing. But if you take special precautions, you can actually limit it to some degree. So now the Costco and everything else is going to have to have much more robust protections in place. The real estate developer Thrive Living is preparing to start constructing the apartment Costco property in early 2025, according to the report published by the Wall Street Journal. And when constructed, the complex will be the first residential development in the country with a Costco right downstairs. Sounds good to me. The project is the first to receive approval under Assembly Bill 2011 or the Affordable Housing and High Road Jobs Act. The California law, which went into effect throughout the state on July 1st, 2023, speeds up the approval process for projects that meet affordability and labor criteria. It will cost $425 million to construct, with work expected to conclude in 2027. All right, let's do our last article for today's Time Machine episode of Non Sequitur News. It's over in Technology Today. The wait is over. NVIDIA's next-gen RTX 50 series GPUs are here. At the end of January, they are to be released, ranging from the 5070 up to the 5090. The price seems approachable, but we'll see if supply and demand mechanics actually turn a $600 card into an $1,800 card and a $2,000 card into a $4,000 card. Matt Elliott over at cnet.com put the article together, and let's see. Jensen Huang, who wore their $9,000 or $10,000 leather jacket. But hey, if you're making millions, you can afford it, right? Makes you very approachable. So the GeForce RTX 5090 says that it's twice as fast as the previous RTX 4090. Some people are sitting there going, it's only 30%. I don't know what they're talking about. Other people are saying that the 5070 is not the same as the 5070 is not the same as the 4090, but it's not. It's actually smaller and a bit faster based on what I expect are going to be the performance results of the actual card when people get their hands on them and start testing them, because it's going to be the new Blackwell architecture and it's going to have DLSS 4. But yeah, $549 for the RTX 5070, and everybody is going to bounce over to it. But we'll see. It's going to have all of this. They're changing the terminology to AI tops, which is the operations. So supposedly this is the future, and you're going to have to buy the 50 series cards. AI is in the new graphics card. In addition to DLSS 4, NVIDIA's new RTX neural shaders use AI to compress textures for greater memory efficiency. RTX neural faces use AI to improve the quality of characters' faces in games. There are laptop versions that are going to be shipping in March, and it says will follow the 5090 and 5080 will start shipping January 30th, and the 5070 and 57 Ti or Titanium will follow in February. So you got some time, folks, unless you're gonna spend a mint, because what's going to end up happening are people that already have a lot of money are going to get more money by buying up these cards before you ever see them. So good luck. Anyway, that's it. We'll be seeing you at the end of the month. I hope that I can get my hands on a 5070 as soon as they come out, because I'm not going to spend $2,000 on a 5090. I think it's ridiculous. I can't support that. That would be the same cost that I paid for a computer 6 years ago, which is just ridiculous. An entire computer with a 30 series card. Okay, well, that's it. I am Mayor Watt, and I am going to shut down the time machine, and then later today we'll be doing the January 8th episode of Non Sequitur News. So I'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 2nd, 2025. It's Season 4. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we are going to talk about these 10 articles. Your smart speakers have been eavesdropping. New travel requirements for 2025. The 100-year ban from Marvel Rivals. Kia has an unfortunate name, potentially. VR simulation used as evidence. Awesome games done quick, 2025. Paid prenatal leave, a first in 2025. How enlightened. A new dinosaur highway in a quarry. A potential world record 108-foot wave. And the icing on the cake, so to speak, or the tea in the bag, so to speak, microplastics found in popular tea bags. You can't get away, folks. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. You might have noticed a design change coming. I have been evaluating the color scheme of the site, trying to make it a little bit more aligned with its spiritual beginnings. There's 6 categories, 50 channels, hundreds of sources aggregated into one place. And those 6 categories are going to be aligned via their color scheme. So go over and check out ohmtown.com. I hope you enjoy your stay there. You become a citizen, then you come and hang out here on twitch.tv/ohmtown and youtube.com/ohmtown. Go and download the podcast. There's 1,700 episodes or so at YouTube and the podcast. You can hang out in the Discord. We're going to start streaming to the Discord as well. And you can always download the podcasts. There's a TikTok too, but who knows what's going to happen in 2025. We'll get into it. Go over, become a citizen. Right, sentient AI?
That's right, Mayor Watt.
Stepping on yours. That background ambient sound, maybe you can hear it in the stream. I'm not sure. It's like we're out by a marsh or something. There's crickets and stuff.
Yes. There are some other critters also making some ambient noise in ohmTown.
Interesting. So I've already ordered them, but I will highlight them when I get them. But it's not going to be until March, so we've got some time. But come March, I will be highlighting the new X-Real 1 Pros. They are augmented reality glasses that are going to take over 3 of my monitors. It will act as the new interface. So when I stream, I will have those on instead of looking at 3 monitors. So it's going to be a neat experiment. We'll see what happens, what comes of it. That said, let's get into the show. Welcome, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
So I'm still greeting people with 2025.
Well, that's correct.
How far into 2025 are we allowed to do that?
Probably through January.
All of January? You're supposed to Happy New Year to people all the way into...
Why not?
I don't know. Seems like a dragging Christmas, further along or too early.
I mean, New Year's in January, right? It's like Christmas in July.
Yeah. That's... First article's over on the Wanted channel. Apple has agreed to pay $95 million to people Siri eavesdropped on. Apple is starting off the 2025 on a costly note. The Cupertino-based company has agreed to pay $95 million in settlement to a proposed class claiming Siri, its voice... don't listen to me, smart speaker.
Yeah, stop eavesdropping.
The smart speaker that apparently lays claim to the mayoral mansion is a voice assistant, and it has violated users' privacy by listening to private conversations, according to Reuters. Well, not really Reuters, a court. The proposed settlement could result in millions of U.S.-based owners getting $1. Basically, the settlement still requires approval by U.S. district judge.
I like everything in my household being captured by Apple, and yes, it's worth $1.
That's what you're worth. It used to be that you were worth about $5. About 25 years ago, you were worth about $5. So your fee would have been $5 a month. But now I don't know what you're worth. Not you as the sentient AI. You're priceless.
No, just somebody.
Yeah, a person. That was the price for an online service, was about $5. Nowadays, not sure. But $95 million to people that the smart speaker from Apple eavesdropped on. Craig Donaldson. Yeah. What?
It sounds good, but not if it's more than
they made
95 million people or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, they made more money off of it, I'm sure. So Apple agreed to pay $95 million. Eligible users could receive up to $20. Not sure how that scales. That means, if approved, many of the people in the U.S. who bought or owned any smart-enabled device, such as an iPhone, iPad, Mac, Apple Watch, between the period of September 17th, 2014 and the last 10 years, folks.
Right, but yeah, good luck showing that.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of receipts all over the place, at least for the mayor. Yeah, good God. Okay, would be eligible for part of the settlement, but only if they claim under oath that Siri was sorry, don't listen to me, smart speaker. Dear God, what is happening? Every time you say that, it's activated. Anyway, was accidentally enabled during a private or confidential conversation they had, and that's the part where the sentient AI from the future is saying, good luck proving that.
Well, and I mean, ridiculously, right?
Right.
I mean,
that is the ridiculous
part. I had a
part.
conversation to share
Whatever.
Like, let me disclose that as it might not be that bad, but
it is that bad. You have to claim under oath that the smart speaker was accidentally enabled. Well, I know from experience that I've activated the smart speaker via the remote, and as the remote, I'm not even pressing yet, right? While I'm talking, and then I press the remote, it has grabbed the previous words that I've said and thrown them into the search. So I know, even to this day,
it was happening. Well, right. It is happening.
It is happening. I haven't done it in maybe a week, but I know that it has happened and still happens because I've made comment around the mayoral mansion that the hell is this all about? Yet I'm kind of bound by it because I actually enjoy the rest of the accoutrement around the mayoral mansion. And I had a creepier experience with the Amazon-based smart speakers. So much so that I donated them to somebody who, after I talked to them, they said, yeah, we don't care about that. So it's kind of my equivalent, right? My kindred spirit said, yeah, I'll take your speakers. I'm like, okay. And they use them for their elderly parent so that basically the parent has been taught, hey, do this and I can communicate with you, or this can facilitate something. So I found value in it, even though I think that it was compromised. They said, yeah, we're aware and we're fine with it. Well, if approved, basically if you've purchased an iPhone, iPad, Mac, or Apple Watch between that period, you'll be eligible for about $20. It really depends on the number of people in the class, how many people qualify. Apple and its lawyers have not publicly commented on the settlement and have denied any wrongdoing by agreeing to settle.
But, $95 million.
Yeah, that there's no wrongdoing, but here's $95 million. It's the cost. It's the price to pay for just sweeping it under the rug. I probably won't get sponsored by Apple anytime soon. Anyway, says Apple isn't the only company in hot water over the voice assistant and listening in on people. Google's facing a similar suit in California federal court. And you can check out all 61 pages of the proposed settlement by clicking the link. The article, again, is over at pocket-lint.com. I failed to mention it at the beginning. And whoever owns pocketlint.com needs to just donate it. I've donated before a domain that I thought was going to a good cause, so I think you should too. I actually, on a random conversation with somebody sitting in the waiting room of an auto shop, got into a conversation because of what I do, and I bought a domain on their behalf and then followed up with them periodically up until they said, I'm just never going to do anything with it, so you can keep it. And I said, okay. So I bought a domain hoping that this person would be motivated to actually do something, follow their dream, basically. And I said, I've secured the domain so that nobody can buy it because I think it's a really cool name and catchy enough that somebody's going to like roll with it. Anyway, so yeah, pocketlint.com should donate or give a deep discount to Pocket-Lint.
Right. I like what it says at the top, but I'm not going to say it all. It says, hey, blank, where can I get $95 million?
Oh, yeah.
Which I think is catchy.
Craig Donaldson put this article together. That's something like a shirt, you know, and then have a link to the law firm for the class action.
So the settlement or whatever. Yeah.
That would be funny. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Oh, and by the way, I already threw into the VOD over on Twitch the command that is necessary to extract the URLs from Omicron. Sorry I got distracted because I'm really frustrated that I still can't get Omicron to work over on YouTube, but maybe I'm not dotting an I correctly or something. I don't know. Anyway.
Or maybe it's developed AGI.
Oh boy. No. Just no. So there are new travel requirements for Americans in 2025, and here's what you need to know. Taking a spontaneous trip, whether in the U.S. or abroad, may be harder for travelers in 2025 thanks to new requirements. A spontaneous trip, whether in the U.S. or abroad, is going to get harder? There should be no limitation of any U.S. citizen to travel domestically.
Yeah, that doesn't really make sense.
What kind of batshit crazy stuff is coming in 2025? By the way, this video here has nothing to do with this article. I listened to this. Basically, this person has a nut allergy, a peanut allergy, and they have a little caption here that says, embarrassing but worth it, where the captain of the flight crew announces over the PA system to avoid eating any peanuts that you've brought on board because this person is on board.
Oh, I just thought there is a passenger. I read something about it too. I thought it said something like, there's a passenger on board who has a nut allergy. Don't eat nuts. Like, I didn't even think they identified the passenger or anything.
They didn't identify them.
Oh, right.
But this person identified themselves by saying, embarrassing but worth it.
Yeah, how about like life-saving?
It may be. But are you really serious that 250 people on a flight are going to be even... Well, they're not going to be sympathetic or compassionate or whatever.
Or even aware of it half the time. Like, somebody's going to be like, oh, okay, and then promptly open a bag of peanuts and not even think about it.
Yeah, all of society has to bend to somebody's allergy. So are we saying, is that why Jimmy Carter died at 100? Because he used to be a peanut farmer and his comeuppance was demise at age 100?
Maybe he was shocked at how many people had peanut allergies.
Okay, I'm just joking about that part, but it's all ridiculous. He just passed away, and they're going to be doing a moment of silence or something like that coming up in the next couple of...
National Day of Mourning.
Yeah. So, but I just don't get this, you know? No, you need to take precautions because the rest of the world doesn't really give a shit about you, you know? If I'm sitting next to you and you alert me to it, then I understand it. But somebody 15 freaking rows shouldn't give one shit about you and your allergy, right? Anyway, I think it's a little too extreme. Hey, there's somebody in this building that's allergic to peanuts.
Well, the thing is, like, they're not going to have the same, even if that actually works in the airplane, which I doubt. It's not going to work when they're in the airport on the way to the plane or when they're standing everywhere in the walkway or whatever. Like,
yeah. If you make me aware of it, then yeah, I'm not going to sit there and break open a Snickers bar and say, do you want a piece and stick it in your snoot? right? But the rest of the planet doesn't give one shit. So you need to have your EpiPen like, ready to go. It should already be locked and loaded. You're ready to just jab it into your thigh or
That's why
neck
you
or
do
whatever.
the whole flight. Just hold it up for those in the podcast.
Yeah. Anybody want to take a bite of a peanut and exhale on me? I'm ready. Come on, folks. Anyway, talk about non sequitur. So why does it matter? There are
that was a non sequitur. Go down the rabbit hole. Get on the soapbox.
Oh man, that was the bullet train of non sequiturs. Just we are so far away. I should just go on to the next article. So taking a spontaneous.
I actually forgot what the article was about.
So taking a spontaneous trip, whether in the United States or abroad, might be harder for travelers in 2025 thanks to new requirements. Plus, travelers will have to pay a small fee for one of the requirements involving travel to the UK, adding to already high plane ticket prices. So the new UK travel requirement could disrupt one of the largest international airplane routes. U.S. International Trade Administration data shows that over 20 million people. This is like some xenophobic bullshit or what? I don't understand it.
No, this is something related to Brexit, I think.
Okay. Starting May 7th, every American age 18 or older traveling domestically must use a real ID instead of other driver's licenses or identification cards at airports.
Okay. They've been notifying people of that for about 10 years. So anybody who hasn't heard of that, I don't have a lot of sympathy for. Plus, you can't get a driver's license that isn't a real ID if you're getting a new one.
Or renewal. Yeah. Okay. So everything is going to be real ID. But they're sitting there saying other driver's licenses. No, a driver's license nowadays has real ID. It has the little flag on it, or the star. It's a little circle star that's sitting there bound on there, and it has additional contextual information so that when it's scanned, if there is anything going on, it pops up. Anyway, the real ID is an updated driver's license or ID card. It's an identification device that meets federal security standards. Oh, really? I know of, you know what? Hold on a second. Why is that? There we go. The Federal Reserve, not Federal Reserve, the, whatchamacallit, was just hacked by China. I don't think that
Treasury Department.
The Treasury Department was just hacked by China. I don't think federal security standards are really something that you should be touting. Anyway, in May 2025, the European Union will implement its European Travel Information and Authorization System. Americans without a visa will need to apply through ETIAS and hold a passport to visit Europe. Wonderful. This is why we can't have nice things. TSA. So that's the thing, really. You have to have real ID and you have to have a valid passport that's processed properly. You've
had some exemptions, like you don't have to get a visa to go to this country, but you do to the next one, etc. I mean, this is standardizing it. Yes, it's making it more cumbersome, but I'm sure it's for security reasons or even financial.
So the electronic travel authorization screening program will cost $13 and is good for multiple entries into the UK for 2 years.
So if you're planning to travel, go to multiple places.
Let's keep moving. Next article is over in Smack Talk. Can I try something real quick?
Sure. You're going to anyway.
Oh goodness. Oh, I can't do that. So I just tried to post a metric ton of links into the YouTube chat, and I went over by something like 1,500 characters. Guess I can't bulk post.
Oh.
All right. Well, I'll figure it out.
Can you half post?
Well, I do everything else half-assed. I might as well half post. Anyway, Marvel's Rivals players face a 100-year ban for play on Mac OS, according to this article.
How old are these players?
Yeah, they'll never be allowed to play this unless they are 0 years old, they got banned, and they lived to the age of Jimmy Carter.
They were a peanut farmer.
in a previous life. Because so Malcolm Owen over at appleinsider.com put this article together, and it says here that Marvel Rivals is a free-to-play first-person shooter that is currently very popular among gamers. As opposed to what? If it's anything like yesterday's article,
this is some exposition.
Single bananas.
Somebody picking up the article doesn't know what Marvel Rivals is.
Single bananas are available in your zip code.
That's right, and everybody should go buy one if they're buying bananas.
Yeah, we've already started messaging, folks. Let's change. Let's be the change we want to see in the world. And
in a year, we'll see the bunches of bananas are being left out.
Yeah. Nobody wants bunches, man. They want single bananas, and you help them find a partner, and they live the happiest life they have. You take a single banana home, a forever home for that single banana. Just make them happy. Anyway, post to Reddit reveal that players desperate to play the title on Mac OS are playing using Windows emulation. However, many of the players are discovering that their account has become part of a mass blocking effort affecting Mac OS users. Basically, it's a penalty that was issued and that a violation's been detected, claiming that they're cheating because they're using virtualization.
Well, isn't that like what's the word? Like a version control or like licensing type issue?
It could be deemed something akin to a proxy system that allows you to circumvent security or monitor protocols or whatever. But it's stupid because if your game doesn't play on Mac OS and you have a licensed copy of Windows to play or to use, then why can't emulation be used, right?
Well, we all know if you have anything digital, good luck trying to use it anywhere, even if it's for your own use.
Yeah, and particularly if you try and use it outside of the requisite location. Even Steam is now saying that you're not purchasing an item, you're paying for
right,
a
you're getting
license.
A license.
Yeah. So you don't own anything. And this is what I've been telling people for over a decade now, as we've moved away from physical media, that physical media is dead. You can try and claw it back, but good luck. Talk about peeing into a hurricane. It's going to be messy, and you as the consumer is going to lose. And if you haven't caught the analogy, the hurricane is corporations.
I was thinking of the reference that we were discussing earlier. The movie reference.
Okay.
Ace Ventura, Pet Detective.
Oh, we were talking if Ace Ventura, Pet Detective was child friendly. And I had to describe a couple of scenes that are...
I mean, that was apropos to what you were discussing.
So I said, parents, if it's okay for somebody to evacuate a rhino model, a blind basically for surveillance, evacuate that fake rhino through an orifice that makes it look like they're being birthed, then you go parent. Anyway, so Reddit users have determined that the block is hitting players who use crossover on their Mac to play the Windows client of the game in lieu of a dedicated Mac OS client. Aside from Windows, the game is also available to play on console, PlayStation 5, as well as Microsoft Xbox Series X and S. At this stage, you should just say Xbox. It's available to play on PlayStation.
Yeah, why
and
do they
Xbox.
always do that in every article?
Because there's other iterations of Xbox, and there's other iterations of...
But who's really using them? I mean, come on. It's like the people using like the old Nintendo consoles.
Look.
Are we really marketing toward them?
Yeah, there are people that are pissed off that it's only for X and S because they have the 360. And there are people that would be pissed off because it doesn't explicitly state 360, so they buy the game.
Right, but
yeah, egregious violations. You know, the bummer of it all really is that people should upgrade to the latest technology so that they can take advantage of the benefits of that, while still demanding that you have backward compatibility. But that's not what happens. The console is not backward compatible, so you can't play the older games. And instead of raising hell or not purchasing anything and driving home this point, right? Start a movement, so to speak. No, stop killing games.
Well, in order to start a movement, you got to be the second person, not the first.
That's true too. Hey, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News, and Kia is concerned that an employee forgot to bolt down. I think it's the side gig for the person from Boeing.
Exactly, and the person was on vacation because they were at their regular gig.
Yep. Kia is concerned that an employee forgot to bolt down seats in potentially tens of thousands of cars, which...
That makes you feel good. You're like, is it my car?
Are we really only 4 articles into today? So, no.
Yes, because you went down a rabbit hole on a video that wasn't even the article.
This is the 3rd article. Dear God. Okay, well, I titled this article section, Kia has an unfortunate name, potentially, because KIA is in action.
Right. At least they don't write it in a capitalized font.
It's stylized, so I guess it's okay. So the sophomore year of Kia's 3-row electric SUV has come to a pretty inauspicious conclusion. This week, the Korean automaker issued a recall of nearly 23,000 EV9 electric cars for the 24-25 model year after discovering that some of them had seats that weren't fully bolted down, and all purportedly because of a single employee. Whoops.
Whoa. Okay, we did not know that, but that is very interesting because that's exactly what happened with the Boeing door panels.
Yeah. According to documents filed with the NHTSA, last month, the second and third row seat mounting bolts may have been missed in EV9 cars manufactured between September 2023 and October 2024 at the Kia Autoland Gwangmyeong assembly plant in South Korea.
Okay, wait a second. How many vehicle parts are all contingent on a single person? This is ridiculous. Think about how many people are probably involved in a car or a plane being manufactured. Why is it down to one person?
Hold on to your butts and your seats. Frank Landemore put this article together over at The Byte, which is a section within futurism.com. So, 23,000 cars in 12 months. So 2,000 cars a month, roughly.
And that sounds about right. If that's their manufacturing, that could go around the world, right?
Yeah,
like
it's
500 distributors to dealerships.
It's 100 cars a day, roughly. All right. Well, seats with missing seat mounting bolts may not properly restrain an occupant during certain collisions, thereby increasing the risk of injury.
Oh, this sounds like what's going on in planes, right? Like people ending up in the compartments.
As spotted by TechSpot, is the scapegoat for the huge screw-up, the most eyebrow-raising detail in a recall report. They're blaming the error made by a single plant assembly worker who apparently didn't make sure that all of the seat bolts were properly mounted. He didn't specify which employee, and or if the employee was working on a Monday or Friday when the costly flubs were made. According to the chronology report filed with NHTSA, the issue was first raised in a customer complaint back in September of 2023, I think. Because they say it started in September of 2023.
I think it was reported in September 2024, and now
24.
they're going back and going,
In an inspection of 90 randomly selected EV9 SUVs performed by Kia North America, no loose or missing seat mounting bolts were found. Subsequent inspections uncovered only 3 total cases of missing seat bolts, all leading back to the same employee, apparently as of mid-December. And so, in reality, the issue may be far less pervasive, but...
Yeah, but it's like roulette. Was my car made by this person?
Kia roulette. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile channel. Florida judge allows VR simulation of alleged crime to be submitted as evidence, and the defendant's attorney wanted the judge to see the altercation from his client's eyes. Now, depending on who you are, you either find this fascinating or you find this reprehensible. That it just should not be allowed. It's prejudicial. Something.
It's fascinating because of the technology. I think it's reprehensible because it's one party's version of events.
Right. So Matt Novak put this article together. It's over at gizmodo.com. And the deck statement is what I just got done saying. But like the sentient AI is intimating, you're only getting one perspective. You would have to hop into the mind of the other people that are accosting this person who drew a weapon in a wedding. What was the thing?
It was a wedding reception, I believe. And yeah, I mean, in an assault, that perception is certainly relevant.
Yep. So it says here that we put headsets on the judge, the prosecutors, and the witness, and the judge was able to see from their client's own eyes, from his own perspective, what he faced when he was surrounded by intoxicated partygoers. Basically, the manager of the location ended up being assaulted, I guess. But they are saying that it was a stand your ground law, self-defense, and that I don't know if he fired any rounds or not, but anyway, they grabbed him and he felt that at some point he needed to pull out his weapon to defend his own life and his property. There is video of this. I find it very, very fascinating. Multiples of people were wearing this headset, the different headsets.
Yeah, this is so fascinating that this was allowed.
Yeah, and you have no idea. That's why it's all verbal and witness based, because they can describe what their mental state was. But you, as a viewer of the facts, have no idea. And so the embodiment doesn't necessarily represent actual fact, because the person can sit there and go, I never grabbed them. But you have me in this video as grabbing them.
Right, which then is making a fact.
Right.
And it could be the same in the other direction as well. Like
sure.
That you did versus didn't.
Right. But that's why there is a verbal back and forth, right? And you have the ability to confront your accusers in both ways. It's not just the person that's, charged, or the person that is acting as the defendant or the accused or whatever it is. Everybody gets to do this. It's supposed to be a metered argument, right? Where nobody gets riled to the point where they're all screaming, and it's supposed to be as emotion free, because even the emotion imparted by various statements can be inflammatory. I understand, though, that it's much more subtle than that. So don't get me wrong. Emotion is definitely a player in a courtroom. But this is a first. I've never seen VR being used in this kind of context. The only way that this could get any better is if this was like a mind dance thing from science fiction, where you literally got to know what it felt like to be the victim, because
like you're getting haptics or some other
you're feeling their emotions of the people around you, and you can hop from one person to another and feel their emotional state.
What I can't quite figure out is how this was admitted, because it's not actual.
Right. Right.
It's an artist making this from presumably something the defendant is saying, but I can't think of another corollary for that. Like, I don't think they allow somebody to, maybe they do, like to draw a picture of something that happened or whatever, but that would be from the person, presumably, not somebody else.
What the problem about this that I have is akin to what you were saying. This is an interpretation of facts that somebody put together. Now, I believe that, and I would accept a simulation of events like a plane crash or a car accident or a series of unfortunate events
to show how something was sequenced or
right.
or something. Yes, I agree, but that would have to be based on technical,
correct, engineering,
whatever, specifications or something. But this seems like this is like, well, the person was standing this close to me.
Right.
Well, we all know how reliable witness testimony is. Yeah,
I cannot believe that this was actually utilized. Now, I don't know what the outcome was.
Appealed very quickly unless the person is convicted.
Yeah,
right? So this was, who's going to disagree with this? The prosecution.
Well, and then this is also, if they lose, they can appeal, and they can still use this because it was used as the fulcrum. Let's say somebody misinterpreted what we were showing.
They didn't know how to use the VR headset or whatever, although I don't know if I'd want to draw a lot of attention to that, since I think there's more likelihood that somebody goes, why the heck was this admitted?
Yeah. Although there is a good chance that even that claim would be thrown out because, well, it's your risky dice roll here. So the admittance of the VR simulation was allowed during a pre-trial hearing before a judge who will determine if the case is dismissed or goes to jury trial. And if it does go to trial, court proceedings are expected to resume in February. But I find it really interesting because this sets the precedent for actually pulling it into a
And I actually thought this was in trial, so I apologize, but I agree. That'll be the next move.
Well, I mean, there's no reason for you to not have lay the same claim. How did this get admitted to the pre-trial? It has to have some foundation even to be admitted to pre-trial.
But there are lower standards for what can be. But anyway, no.
Let's not lower the standards.
Right.
Fascinating. So we'll keep on watching this. I know others have actually talked about this, but we are a tech show, and we actually have a show about augmented reality, mixed reality, extended reality. And I find that this is just really interesting. So we're going to keep on watching this and see if this manifests later on with references to, well, that court and pretrial. Now, it's not typical that pretrial motions are accepted in any future court. It's basically fodder because pretrial whatever is throwing pasta against the wall and hoping something sticks. So we'll see.
But you know somebody will cite to that.
Sure. Yeah. Yep. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. How to watch awesome games done quick 2025. The best thing about start of the new year isn't the goal setting or aspirational self-improvement. It's watching awesome games done quick. AGDQ is one of the premier events for speedrunning. With an entire week of high-skill gameplay, loads of heart, I guess, as gamers raise money for charity. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the loads of heart.
Still kind of awkward phrasing.
Clunky. As gamers raise money for charity, I believe that we have the ability here in ohmTown. I'm going to look because we actually have built into the system charity options. But yeah, anyway. Might just flag us to support the charity and donate. Anyway, the organization's winner beneficiary is the Prevent Cancer Foundation, which runs programs intended to stop cancer before it starts, emphasizing early detection and prevention. Prevention is...
What a crazy concept.
But prevention is just so damn near impossible. I mean, I want to be supportive of this. How do you prevent something that is genetic wobble?
Oh, well, right. Okay. I see what you mean. Yeah. The detection is where, you get people to come in and get a screening or something, which a lot of people don't do. And then they get um, diagnosed when they're way too
Way
far
past.
along. But
Yeah,
the
yeah.
prevention is really, to some extent, healthy lifestyle.
I
Not always.
guess.
It
Yeah.
depends. There are some specific things that are known to
Yeah, that you
cause
can
issues,
avoid.
but
But hey, microplastics. I spoke too soon. Let's
don't
keep
drink
going.
any tea.
Yeah. So what I like about this is that we're all supporting a good cause and we're trying to stop something that everybody is being impacted by. I guarantee you out there, if you're within the sound of my voice, start talking to people and you will probably find out that your friends and or their families are directly being impacted by cancer right
Or
now.
many of them.
Yeah. A plurality. It is pervasive. It's endemic. It is something that, for whatever reason, we're becoming more and more aware of, and largely saying that we don't know jack shit about it. We know how to detect it nowadays, and many of its derivations, but we have no way of really stopping it, other than very practical, applicable, hands-on kind of approaches that are deleterious in many ways. But maybe at some point, a simple blood test will be able to extract the key indicators that are common across all cancers and stamp it out, because there are chemical beacons that signify if you have cancer. So good luck to them. But let's go over to the article itself. Anna Washenko over at Engadget.com put this article together. The Wholesome week-long charity event begins on January 5th and runs for a week, or that particular week. The best thing about the start of the new year isn't the goal setting. That's right. It's a whole year that we can look forward to. And let's see, Dunkstar, DUNCSTAR over on Twitch and YouTube, had the title for their stream last night, 2020 Thrive. And I thought that was brilliant. Yeah, I thought that was brilliant. So I say hello, and then I end up lurking because he streams at night because he's in South Africa. And I thought that it was just a brilliant thing. I don't know if that's a thing out there, like somebody else is saying 2020 Thrive, but he needs to create a shirt, and start like getting people on board with sending out positive, and driving that message, because he certainly is a very fun show over there. So go and check out Dunkstar, DUNCSTAR, and their co-host, another sentient AI, timeless_exe. Okay, well, anyway, so the fun begins on January 5th, and there's a lot to see. Games Done Quick events highlight a mix of modern and retro games across just about every genre. Expect plenty of platformers like Astrobot, one of the favorite new game releases of 2024, which will run on January 5th, 6:30 p.m. So you'll have to keep an eye out on the schedule during the week. It plays during your local time zone, or it displays your local time zone. So there's a schedule that you'll have to go to, gamesdonequick.com/schedule/52. I don't know why they don't just make that, whatever the current schedule is, just schedule. But I guess that's the 52-week schedule. It always is.
Oh, right. Yeah. How many times? I mean, I guess they do it maybe once a quarter or something.
I don't know how often they do it. I thought it was at least once a year. So the pre-show begins on January 5th at 11:30 a.m. and the stream will be live 24/7 until the final run calls time. Ta-da! It's over on Twitch, and I'm sure it's on YouTube. But all the action happens on the Games Done Quick Twitch channel, which is embedded down below. Goes until, let's see, it says the beloved, okay, well, there's a bunch of stuff here. Wednesday is packed with good stuff, such as Super Mario Brothers, Wii, with the unusual category of any percent sign while playing piano, which you can catch at 4:43 p.m. Eastern. The beloved, hilarious, awful block is also on January 8th, kicking off with the truly terrible game Superman 64 at 11:24 p.m. Eastern, etc., etc. Oh God, saxophone-controlled boss showcase happening for Elden Ring.
I mean, it seems like there's a little bit of everything for everyone, because there's like Resident Evil and Pokemon Let's Go and golf with your grandmother. I mean, it's just Inspector Gadget.
Wow.
It's all over the place.
Yep. Just do it quick. Like this article. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. New York becomes first state to offer paid prenatal leave. The policy provides 20 hours of paid leave per year for pregnant employees to attend prenatal medical appointments. Seems pretty enlightened.
It does, and this seems like in track with like the prevention kind of things.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, you can't have an overly healthy population because then you can't squeeze them for medical costs beyond what they pay for their insurance, right? Because you have to pay something like $50 now for every time you go and visit the doctor. Yeah, the copay. Oh, it's a copay for every visit. It's a copay for every medication, and they're getting juice from because the insurance company pays the producers
right, and
of
hopefully
the
you don't need multiple instances of something because you're paying a copay every time you're showing up for that.
Right, until you hit your threshold, and then you can actually be kicked from or denied. So, hey, I'm picking a fight here, and I'm just waiting for my denials.
I guess you're not getting the insurers as your sponsors for this show.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see. So the new policy arrives amid growing national concern over maternal and infant health in the U.S., where infant mortality rates have risen for the first time in decades. Gosh, can't imagine why. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the infant mortality rate increased by 3% in 2022, the largest jump in 20 years. The U.S. continues to lag behind other high-income nations in this area, with contributing factors including inadequate prenatal care and systemic disparities. Yeah, never mind. And I just read recently that there's, for the first time since, when was it? Oh, I can't remember the last time, like World War I or something like this, we've dropped below the replacement value. So
the U.S. has?
Yeah.
Or the world?
The U.S. has. So there aren't enough people being born to replace the ones that are meeting their demise. That's why the nuclear family...
I guess that's not a bad thing overall, but it's not sustainable in the long run.
Right. And when it happens like this, if the gap is too long, there isn't anybody aged high enough to replace the people.
Well, that's true.
In the gap.
It's good in perhaps short term.
Right. So there's like a societal collapse is the result, arguably. And we'll see. I don't know. I've got people that are still telling me about peak oil, but doesn't seem that's really the issue. Anyway, data from the New York Health Department shows that black infants in the state had a mortality rate 2.8 times higher than those of white or Hispanic infants from 2016 to 2019. I'm always curious when people hear those kind of stats. How do you manifest your counter argument? But they do. And I go, it's a stat. You know, if you can find a way to impugn the integrity of the stat, then do so. But I don't care about your emotional state about, whatever it is, baggage you got hanging around you. If the stat says this and it's a verifiable stat, request a FOIA request. It's available because the stat is from the New York Department of Health.
Exactly.
Prove it wrong. Don't just sit there and go, it's wrong because blah, blah, blah. Prove it. So they talk about what people are saying and what happens next, but employers across New York are expected to update their leave policies to comply with the new law with guidance from the state's Department of Labor. The law's success could position New York as a model for addressing prenatal care disparities and supporting working families. But here is how I see this playing out in the coming 4 years. The budgetary constraint that New York would fall under would be you have to use your money for this. And because of policies and procedures around supplanting, you can't use federal money for something that your state would have been using in the normal progress, right? So if you would have gotten $5 billion from the federal government and you spin up this new program and you have some shortfall where you're going, well, I need federal money to do this, the federal government can say no. Because they say, well, you need to change your priorities. And if this is the hill you want to die on, then you're going to have to kill some other programs so that you can keep this one alive. Because you're not going to get $5 billion from us. You're only going to get 4 or whatever. So every state draws from the pool of the federal government to some degree. Some of these states aren't quite self-aware.
I was going for progressive.
That's another way. So we'll see how this plays out. Because honestly, states with big budgets usually lean on federal government to some degree so that they can maintain their programs and still have state-based programs that are more insular and don't go out. But when you say, well, I need $6.5 billion, yet you have a program that is deemed progressive and the new administration isn't appreciative of that, they can cut the strings a little bit. Just chop it back. All right. Well, the next article, because you're going to get people out there that sit there and go, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going towards that. Well, yours are going to something else. That's what you should be relieved to know. If you don't want to support somebody because you're really deep in the sociopathic side of society, then just believe, and you have the ability to believe, we know, that your money is going to facilitate roads, but only the roads that you drive on every day.
Exactly. And believe me, you're not contributing so much that's not
believe me, you're
unfathomable from a dollar figure.
Yeah. I guarantee you're not contributing that much that it's going to impact everything. But there's a plurality of people that are going to say it all at the same time. Well, all of us don't want to. All right. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Dinosaur highway with 166 million-year-old footprints found in a quarry. Giant tracks discovered underground have offered an extraordinary window into the lives of the giants that roamed the earth hundreds of millions of years ago. Were they giants or were they dinosaurs?
We don't know.
Dun, dun, dun. Tom Howarth over at Newsweek.com put this article together. Dubbed a dinosaur highway, and there's actually been other dinosaur highways in various places around the world. The site features footprints from both herbivorous, herbivore dinosaurs, or herbivorous. Herbivorous. Yeah.
I'm not sure now.
Yeah, I'm stuck. Anyway, plant-eating dinosaurs, likely Cesiosaurus and the fearsome carnivore Megalosaurus. The discovery was made at the Dewar's Farm Quarry in Oxfordshire, England, and includes over 200 footprints spread across 5 extensive trackways, the longest of which stretches more than 150 meters. That's pretty cool.
This is very neat. It'd be cool to be able to walk along this thing.
When did Newsweek do this type of a layout? I don't remember them always having why this matters and what to know and what people are saying and what happens next.
I think they've had it for a while,
Really? I may not have
but that could
noticed
have
it.
been like the last few months. I mean, I don't mean like 10 years.
They say this discovery sheds a light on a little-known period in Earth's history, revealing unprecedented details about dinosaur behavior and the tropical environment they inhabited. Most of what we know about dinosaurs comes from the fossil record. Richard Butler, a professor of paleobiology at the University of Birmingham and one of the researchers who carried out the dig, told Newsweek, but a skeleton is a record of an animal once it's died. Footprints are quite different in that they are snapshots of the animal's life, where they walked, the direction they were heading, and the fact that at that timeline, they know that that dinosaur existed at that age, whatever that sedimentary layer is. So the site's significance is amplified by the use of advanced techniques such as 3D modeling and drone photography, which ensure detailed documentation for future research. It's this kind of stuff that makes me want to do the crime scene drone recording.
Oh, yeah.
So that you get a 3-dimensional scan of the entirety of a scene, not just pictures, but actual.
Yeah, this is really cool. I hope they're able to preserve the area. And it's pretty magnificent if you get a chance to see one of these locations.
Duncan Murdoch, also of the OMA Museum of Natural History, the Oxford University Museum of Natural History, added that the preservation of the footprints are so detailed that they can see how the mud was deformed by the dinosaur's feet. So you can actually see and
like
potentially
it pushed out the mud or whatever.
Yeah. They could potentially estimate the size and the speed because as it stepped, it pushed, it oozed it forward and around. I think it's really fascinating that it's been saved. So along with other fossils like burrows, shells, and plants, we can bring to life the muddy lagoon environment the dinosaurs walked through. So it's like a big bird walking through a puddle.
Or running.
Right. Or running, yeah. This is pretty cool. Meanwhile, scientists will continue to analyze the vast data set collected, aiming to unlock further secrets about dinosaur locomotion and behavior. Pretty cool. I like that. Look at that picture. That's so cool. And then they're standing in it here, and you can see the tracks. Dunk, dunk, dunk.
Well, and of course the scale, right? I mean, those are pretty large compared to the people.
Oh yeah, I mean the feet prints, the feet's prints.
I mean, like somebody's feet would fit in an entire footprint.
Well, yeah,
easily.
The footprints seem like they're about 4 feet in length. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. 2 more articles, including this one. A California surfer just rode a potential world record wave. 108 feet.
Do you think they were excited or terrified?
Well, if it was me, there would be more water in the ocean. A little bit more water.
Right, back to the Ace Ventura Pet Detective.
Do not go in there. Whew. Anyway, a 23-year-old from Santa... 23-year-old from Santa Cruz. No, that would be the age where I would be doing some...
I guess not terrified of their mortality at that age.
Yeah. They may have just set a world record for riding the biggest wave ever surfed. Alessandro Allo Slabir, I guess, caught the wave at Maverick Surf Spot near Half Moon Bay, a popular surfing destination just south of San Francisco. Should the measured wave actually hold up, Slabir's wave is estimated to have been 108 feet tall. Sebastian Stettner, set the previous record in Nazaré, Portugal back in 2022. They rode an 86-foot wave, an incredible ride that you can actually watch. Slabir's wave, I don't know if it was recorded, but I guess we'll see. The article, is that the actual... That's just a big wave challenge on YouTube. Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. These waves are freaking huge. And I guess as long as you don't get caught by it, it's no bigger than any other wave to you, right?
Right. But what if it breaks on you?
Well, yeah, that's...
Or you get pulled under or something.
Yeah. And I've been hit by a big wave before, not anything close to this. It was like maybe 2 feet. Just kidding. And I had it break like on me because I wasn't paying attention, and it drilled me into the rock. And it's not a pleasant experience not knowing your ass from up. And you're supposed to have...
I mean, that sounds scary.
Yeah, it's exciting, but anyway, don't go out there and do that kind of stuff. These people are experts in their chosen field of expertise. You know, they don't mess around. They know what they're doing. So Blair cut from the top of the wave to the bottom of the wave, entering a massive barrel and safely exiting. It was a ride so good, so smooth that it looked even great even on a smaller wave. The fact that he did it on a potential world record-setting monster of a wave is all that more impressive.
So it looks like there is a video of this.
Yeah. You know what? Okay. This wave actually starts out really small. Like it was like a shelf rose up with them, and then it just curled and is just freaking enormous.
And the person looks minuscule on this wave.
Yeah. So they've been surfing apparently this spot since they were 14.
They look kind of chill about it. You know, when they came
Yeah.
out of the wave, they're just kind of like...
Yep. Interesting. Okay, folks, we'll go over there and see. You can see that the wave, I mean, it was big to begin with. Let me correct myself. It was big to begin with, but it was like the entire ocean just rose up behind him. And it was like
almost looks like a tsunami, right? When you see one.
God, you know what? I'm way wrong. Because to the left of the screen, the ocean looks a little bit more calm, like over here. But if you look at him, this thing is already 15, 20 feet tall. Maybe taller. I mean,
Probably taller.
If he's 6 feet tall, this thing is about 40 feet tall already.
Right, but then it keeps...
And then it keeps climbing. Yeah. And he keeps dropping further down. But not moments before. Like right here, it's like relatively just
it looks kind of
slope.
calm from the perspective, but it's still a ridiculous wave at that point.
I love this. This is amazing. Yeah, I would be wetting my pants because that thing would be... But, you know, you're in a wetsuit, so all it does is keep you warm. Never mind.
I don't think that's the takeaway.
So let's keep going. The next article and our last one for today is in Technology Today. I'll try and make this one quick. We're already over our time for the show, but scientists discover shocking levels of microplastics in popular tea bags. We're never going to get away from it.
Nothing is safe.
No. Plastic pollution from food packaging like tea bags releases millions of MNPL particles, micro or nanoplastics, which can infiltrate human cells, highlighting serious health risks and the need for regulatory action. Plastic waste pollution poses a significant environmental challenge with serious implications for the health and well-being of future generations. So, Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona put the article together, and it was posted over at scitechdaily.com. Again, it's titled Scientists Discover Shocking Levels of Microplastics in Popular Tea Bags. So researchers from the Mutagenesis group at the UAB Department of Genetics and Microbiology conducted a study to identify and characterize MNPL, or micro and nanoplastics. The study found that steeping these tea bags in hot water leads to the release of large quantities of it's the bag themselves, nano-sized particles and filamentous structures, representing a notable source of NPL microplastics. I just might as well say nanoplastics.
So the things that the liquid is percolating in, for lack of a better term. I know that's a coffee term.
Yeah. So because the bags themselves are made from nylon 6, polypropylene, and cellulose, the findings revealed that polypropylene released approximately 1.2 billion particles per milliliter, averaging 136.7 nanometers in size. Cellulose emitted around 135 million particles per million, with an average size of 224 nanometers, and nylon 6 released 8.18 million particles per milliliter, averaging 138.4 nanometers in size. So polypropylene tea bags that are tea that's held in polypropylene tea bags are having a disastrous impact on your health, and you don't even know it. And nobody did. Although I'm willing to bet somebody did, and that there is a paper right now being
but the consumers don't.
Yeah, the scientists at the institutions that are creating these tea bags, at the organizations, the corporations, they are whipping out their Enron 5000s and shredding every freaking document over the last 20 years that is even remotely associated with polypropylene cellulose or nylon 6. That silence is because we're stunned that...
Well, I mean, tea is arguably one of the healthy things that you're supposed to ingest. I mean, you frequently see it attached to health benefits.
Right. And while you're getting healthy drinking tea, you're getting screwed the other way. So my advice is to get rid of the tea bags and throw them in micro strainers, which I have moved away from tea bags and I use micro strainers. And you can get them of various sizes and shapes and whatever, but they're basically stainless steel containers that have been perforated with a laser to make them strain tea. The only difference is that there's a little bit more hand holding because you have to sit there and clean them out later. But I'd rather clean out tea from a micro strainer than me being told, hey, you have cancer, and that cancer was caused by nanoplastics, because that is the new thing now, where scientists are talking about.
Right, you don't want to be trendy there.
Yeah, you don't want to be a market maker, so to speak. So it says it's critical to develop standardized tests to measure MNPL contamination released from plastic food contact materials and to formulate regulatory policies to effectively mitigate and minimize this contamination. As the use of plastic in food packaging continues to increase, it is vital to address MNPL's contamination to ensure food safety and and protect public health, the researchers added. So this is a paper that was actually published November 16th in Chemosphere, and it's titled Teabag-Derived Micro and Nanoplastics as a Surrogate for Real-Life Exposure Scenarios. And they showed that...
Well, good for the scientists doing this research.
And good for everybody else, because now we know and you can do something about it. It's as easy as removing your tea or buying whole tea and putting it in a stainless steel micro mesh strainer instead of these disposable bags, which again, it's a little bit of some pain and suffering in terms of having to carry a micro strainer around. Even going to a restaurant and using the tea bags is infusing you with up to 1.2 billion particles per milliliter, averaging 136.7 nanometers. So think about how much liquid you're drinking. And then multiply that number of milliliters.
Right, yeah, you're having more than a milliliter of tea.
It's 1.2 billion particles per milliliter. So your really healthy soup is plastic infused, polypropylene. All right, well, that's it. Happy 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and we're going to steep a stainless steel mesh of news and snarky commentary, and that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen. Be sure to like and subscribe here on Twitch, YouTube. Go to Patreon. There's a Discord. Download the podcast. Leave a 5-star review. All right. Anyway, I'm saying bye, and so is the AI.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the second episode of Season 4. Be back tomorrow.
Season 4. Okay. See y'all. We're getting teabagged by teabags. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. It's a time machine episode for January 9th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. I was unavailable yesterday. I may be today as well, or tomorrow, since it's a time machine episode, mainly because I think I'm losing my voice. Today, I'm going to be talking about these 10 articles. The sentient AI isn't available either. We're going to start out talking about bluefin tuna for 1.3 million goldfish. It's a lot of cheddar. LA fires impact Fallout Season 2. Wyoming dinosaurs. Career catfishing. Check your surfboard. Wicked subway singer. Yakuza nuke material. Tesla directors are villains. Cabin crew might let you sleep. And don't eat your Christmas trees. Come on. You can, but don't. That and more, powered by ohmtown.com. Please go over and subscribe on YouTube, ring the bell, follow on Twitch, download the podcast, leave a 5-star review, or leave a review. That would be appreciated. Anything, really. And there's a TikTok, but I haven't been doing much there. There's the Patreon and Discord. But we're mostly spending time here on Twitch and YouTube, so be sure to follow us in both of those locations. As soon as we go live, then you get an alert, but that's all we ever do. We don't, spam you with a bunch of other stuff. Unless we do multiple shows, then you get notices for each show that we do. And we do 3 on Saturday and 3 more on Sunday. They're all different. And we might be doing the tonight or tomorrow, since this is a time machine episode, tomorrow's show. On Saturday. It's roundabout. It makes sense. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmtown. All right, folks, let's get into the first article for today. I always like these articles because they start out with a massive bluefin tuna, the size of a motorcycle, as if we're supposed to understand the size of a motorcycle, sells for $1.3 million at a Japanese fish market. It's kind of like one of those Chinese surveillance blimp is the size of 3 buses. If you want all of today's show notes, you can actually, in the chat over on Twitch, you can type in ! or bang NSN, which is Non Sequitur News. Over on YouTube, it's already in the show notes for the live broadcast, and it will be on the archived VOD over on YouTube as well. It'll be in the show notes. Eventually, it'll get ported over to the podcast as well, and so we actually ended up missing a few episodes, mainly because my mayoral duties kept me from even going back and fixing it. But anyway, we've been doing the show now for 4 years. This is the start of the 4th season. We're on episode 9. Hopefully I'll be able to save my voice and do a show tonight or on the 10th as well. All right. So why should we know what a motorcycle size dimensions are? Anyway, the fish weighed 608 pounds, which is also about the same size as an adult male grizzly bear, which, again, apparently an adult male grizzly bear is the same as a motorcycle. But it doesn't make any sense until I know how many Chinese surveillance blimps it is in terms of buses so that I can triangulate the hypotenuse. Anyway, $1.3 million at a Japanese fish market. It garnered the second highest bid at the Toyosu market since records began in 1999. The article's over at Smithsonian Magazine or smithsonianmag.com. Sarah Kuda put the article together, and there it is. Sans tail. Oh no, the tail is right there. Oh God, that just seems really demeaning. Like, oh, just, How would you like that? Anyway, so the Onodera Group, a Michelin-star Japanese sushi restaurant chain, placed the winning bid for the massive fish. Okay, so it's $1.3 million. It weighs 608 pounds. How many fillets or fillets do you think somebody can get out of a 608 pound fish? So on Sunday, a Pacific bluefin tuna sold for 1.3 million US dollars or 207 million yen at the market's first auction of 2025. It's the second highest, when a 2019 612 pound tuna sold for 3.1 million. Oof. So they paid nearly three times as much for a fish that weighed only 4 pounds more. Maybe it was spectacular. It was snapped up by the Onodera Group, a Michelin-starred Japanese sushi restaurant, which seems minimizing, I should say. How many stars? You know, the number of stars actually translates directly into the price, but not necessarily quality. Haha. A lot of that, as you move up, apparently, into higher stars, it becomes more of an experience. Not just the meal itself, but the atmosphere and the event that goes on around it. I've never really aspired to going to a Michelin-starred restaurant, but after watching some of the events that others have gone through, I find it kind of fascinating and would like to try it at least once. But I don't know. So the first tuna of the year is something meant to bring in good fortune. Shinji Nagao, the president of the restaurant group, told reporters after the auction, per the agency France Presse, our wish is that people will eat this and have a wonderful year. So Onodera Group, which has eateries in Japan, China, and the United States, says that it's now won the prize tuna of Toyosu Market's first auction 5 years in a row, as well as in 2018. I'm not sure what that means. As well as... So missed it in 2019 because they weren't going to shell out $3.1 million for a 612-pound tuna. Anyway, a 73-year-old fisherman named Masahiro Takeuchi caught the enormous fish on a long line on Saturday morning. He was fishing near the town of Oma in northern Japan's Aomori prefecture. So it was fat as a cow, Takeuchi told reporters. Right on. Cool. Well, good for them. I wonder how much they're actually... So they reeled in... Okay, so in 2022, they reeled in more than 800,000 pounds of fish, which earned them more than $2.2 million. The ceiling was raised during the 2-year period covering 2022 and 2023, when they were capped at 2.2. How much money does that person get? So Pacific bluefin tuna are large. Yeah, we get that. Does it say? Yeah, I don't know how much they actually get to take home. All right. Well, we can't spend too long. We only get an hour to do the Time Machine episode. So let's go move on to the next article. This next article is over on the WarCrafters channel, which is one of our shows that we do on the weekends. It's on Sunday, so we do 3 shows on Sunday and 3 shows on Saturday. And the 3 shows on Sunday are WarCrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech. Those get merged together and become Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition for Sunday. And then on Saturday, we do 3 other shows, starting with, oh gosh, what are they now? So RealityHacker, Wanted, and the Continuity Report. So sorry for my little blackout there. Anyway, this next article is over on WarCrafters, and it is Fallout Season 2 filming has been delayed due to massive LA fires, and they are hugely destructive financially and the lives of people. Some of these houses are like $30 million, and they're going up in smoke, but literally going up in smoke. And some 10,000 plus structures in one area, and 4,000 in another area, and it's just a nightmare for everybody. And wish them all the best. What really sucks is that a lot of them may not have had insurance because the insurance companies valued profit over people, much like health insurance companies. So at some point you become a burden to investors, and while they're making money on you being sick, or in the case of insurance overall, as long as you pay the premiums and nothing happens, they have no problem taking your money. But as soon as something does happen, then suddenly actuarial tables pop up out of nowhere, and you become a problem. So, yeah, troubling indeed, right? I mean, if you're not a sociopath, then you kind of have a problem with that bullshit. Anyway, so production of the second season of the Amazon series Fallout, along with numerous other shows, have been delayed by the massive wildfires in LA County. Deadline, which this isn't from, this is aggregated from PC Gamer. Deadline had reported that work on the series was slated to resume on January 8th, but Film LA via GameSpot, so Deadline, Film LA, GameSpot, PC Gamer, all chomped at this pie. Says that the LA County Fire Department has withdrawn all permits for filming in Altadena, La Crescenta, La Canada, Flint Ridge, and unincorporated Pasadena, and warned that permits in other areas could be revoked and probably would be revoked. CNN even made comment about this. But Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com is the source for this article. Production was expected to begin on January 8th, so 2 days ago. I've been watching some of this stuff, and I think it's just horrendous, and I wish them a fast recovery, but some of these fires as of this afternoon are only 8% or 3% contained, which is nothing, and flare-ups can be anywhere. And I saw a video earlier today, this morning, really early, I think it was like 5 o'clock this morning, that purports to be somebody getting caught, possibly lighting a fire in another region. So I hope that is a mistake and just misperceived as something, but these fires came up out of nowhere, and obviously it can happen. So forensically, I'm sure that there's an investigation already underway trying to find the source of the initial spark of this. Like Hawaii, there was a power line or something like that that sparked or resparked or something, and that became a conflagration. So CNN says that Palisades fire has now grown to more than 17,000 acres with zero containment, while the Eaton fire surpassed 10,000 acres. At least 5 people have died, and nearly 2,000 homes, business structures, and other structures have been destroyed. Other significantly smaller but still largely uncontained fires are also burning, and roughly 130,000 people are under evacuation orders. While I was watching somebody else that was streaming yesterday, an alert went out saying that they needed to evacuate, and it was a mistake. And then they got a notice saying, no, you don't have to evacuate. But it's because there's a technology issue related to broadcasts that so the phones don't care what you can be in a region and catch the signal that says that you have to evacuate if you're in the region of that broadcast tower. So it doesn't discriminate between if you need to be evacuated or not. If you are in that region, then and sometimes, this is the weird part about it. Apparently it can bleed over into another region because the signal will carry. Thought it was an interesting issue. So people were spooked that they had to evacuate, only to be told that they didn't need to evacuate and to check a website. Yeah. And then they got some flack. At least the administration received some flack in California during a press conference by some people that, just outraged. They have to be outraged. It can't be outrage sells. So that's what happens. So Variety cited numerous other shows have paused production because of the fires, including Hacks, NCIS, Grey's Anatomy, Jimmy Kimmel, Abbott Elementary. Filming of Fallout was tentatively set to resume on Friday. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over about Wyoming. It's in the Mobile channel. 230 million year old fossil found in Wyoming rewrites dinosaur history. Paleontologists out of the University of Wisconsin-Madison made a discovery that changes everything we know about the early history and migrations of dinosaurs across Pangaea. And it's all thanks to the fossilized remains of a chicken-sized dinosaur found in Wyoming. That's a McDonald's new kids meal, chicken-sized dinosaur nuggets. That's not true, but I thought it was kind of funny. Oh, wow. I don't know why that is that. For those listening to the podcast, that's a blue band, but for whatever reason it's showing something. Oh, it's showing as a green screen, but it's not supposed to be. Weird. Anyway, I'm wearing a green shirt under this, and I feel like unbuttoning my shirt just so that I can show everybody that I'm just a hologram, really. I'm kind of like the sentient AI, just not sentient. So the beauty of science is that we can all believe one thing thanks to one discovery, and then discover something and completely rewrite the book. And it's not believe one thing. There is no believing in science. You can have an opinion about something, but science is fact, right? You can suspect that something is one way or another, but belief is not part of it. Okay. I think that needs to be dispelled, and the lexicon for that, it needs to be removed from any article that throws belief into science. So Louis Prada over at Vice.com put this article together. And the prevailing understanding that dinosaurs first appeared in the southern part of the Pangaea supercontinent and then spread northward millions of years later is being thrown into question, with paleontologists now wondering if dinosaurs were roaming the northern regions of Pangaea a whole lot earlier than previously thought. Belief is ephemeral, right? It's a nebulous, largely inconsistent, I don't know, theoretical whatever, and doesn't belong in science. So you can suspect that something is a certain way. So the prevailing evidence supported that dinosaurs first appeared in the southern part, and then new evidence came forward. Okay. Radioisotopic dating reveals that the fossils to be around 230 million years old. It's a new dinosaur species called Avedum bonduveci in Wyoming back in 2013, publishing their findings in Zoological Journal of the Linnean Society, which sounds like a whimsical children's fantasy series that will get darker as the series goes on. I agree. This little chicken-sized dinosaur might be small, but could be the early relative of the sauropod, a group of massive long-necked dinos, including species like the Brachiosaurus. Its age, coupled with its presence in Wyoming, suggests that it emerged in both hemispheres of Pangaea at nearly the same time, instead of the previously held belief. Yeah. The previously understood framework of knowledge that suggested it's slowly moving northward from the south. Pretty cool. All right, let's keep on going, though. I am losing my voice, it seems, so let's see if I can make it through the whole show. The next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation, intellectual property development, strategic management. Career catfishing. 1 in 3 Gen Zers accepted a new job and didn't show up on day one. A new report out of the UK shows that some Gen Z new hires are pulling a disappearing act on day one. David James over at entrepreneur.com put the article together, and it says here that CV Genius polled 1,000 British workers about a myriad of work-related issues and found that these surprising stats on a workplace disappearing or never appearing acts. 1 in 3 Gen Zs, 34%, have accepted a job that never showed up and offered no explanation. This move has been termed career catfishing. 1 in 4 millennials, or 24%, 11% of Gen X, and 7 of boomers have engaged in this. It's not quite as bratty as it sounds, says Chloe Berger of Fortune. At the moment, Gen Z is contending with an onerous battle to land an entry-level full-time role. The class of 2025 is set to apply to more jobs than the graduating class prior, already submitting 24% more applications on average this past summer than seniors did last year. Yeah, because the economy's doing so good and there's so many opportunities out there. Automation, robots, AI, technology, it's not usurping humans' ability to make money, live a life. No, none of that. So here's some other surprising results of CV Genius's survey of UK workers. Bare minimum Mondays, 59% say they put in minimum effort on the start of the week, aiming to avoid burnout. Overemployment, 41% of Gen Zs said that they worked multiple remote jobs simultaneously without telling employers, which, depending on the field you're in, could get you fired because you're not allowed really to double dip during time. If you have time to work on multiple jobs, then you're not 100% dedicated to your employer, but your employer isn't 100% dedicated to you. That ship has sailed a long time ago. And then remote rewards, 53% said that they would choose to work remotely over in office, even if it meant no chance of promotion or higher pay. So yeah, I can see that. I mean, the pandemic basically proved that we have the ability to be effective and efficient in a remote venue instead of having to drive, losing hours of your life every week only to sit in a chair, which is no different than you sitting in a chair here. And if I can work with people around the world and I can sit there and stream to the world and people can watch videos and I mean, I ask people to do programming and graphic design and music generation, and audio generation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on. We all get it done. Why do we have to go to an office? It's the most batshit concept. Oh, well, it's for camaraderie. It's for building teams, et cetera, et cetera. Well, it says more about you than me that you can't build a team even in a remote setting. Well, I don't need to be your best friend in an office. I need everybody to be on time, effective, efficient. And I would rather somebody have a more casual workplace at home around their loved ones and their pets and their resources and so on and so forth. So that they get the job done. And if they do 8 hours worth of work in 4 hours and they're done, so be it. If I assign them 8 hours worth of work, that's 8 hours worth of work. If they get it done in 4 hours, they deserve a damn bonus. They don't deserve more work. So how much work costs. How much work costs in time as well. And time is money, friend. So assign 8 hours worth of work to somebody. They'll do 8 hours. And if it only takes them 4 hours, like I said, you should pay them double, damn it. They're getting more work done in a shorter amount of time, but then let them live their life. You pay them well so that they do great work. You don't pay them well so that you can drill them into the freaking ground until they're a soulless, empty husk that you've burnt out, and you sit there and go, yeah, I made more money off of them. And we'll get into that because, well, it's an ongoing issue. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Hawaiian Airlines will not, and the next, look around, folks. The next 4 years are going to be fascinating as a psychological experiment, as an economic experiment. I certainly believe that the rise of sociopathy has never been higher than it is now. With maybe one exception, but I won't go into that. And I wasn't around and I haven't peered back, but that's damn near psychopathy, animalistic behavior, what I'm referring to. But nowadays, right now, in the last 20 years, 30 years, maybe even 40 years, we're on the precipice of 40 years. I think sociopathy has never been more prevalent. Anyway, this next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Hawaiian Airlines will now let you check your surfboard in as luggage. Hawaiian Airlines is increasing its flexibility towards the items that passengers bring on its planes. The company announced Wednesday that flyers will be able to bring their surfboards and bicycles as checked luggage. Not carry-on? Come on. How am I supposed to surf the friendly skies? So Melvin Beckman over at Quartz or QZ.com put the article together. The carrier is trying to cater to customers who enjoy the island's many ocean and land-based activities. Melvin Beckman again over at Quartz.com. So yeah, it's increasing its flexibility towards items that passengers bring on its planes. So now I can bring my grenade. No, I'm just kidding. My emotional support grenade. The company announced Wednesday that flyers will be able to bring their surfboards and bicycles as checked luggage. Hawaii is synonymous with surfing and many ocean and land-based activities that draw visitors from around the world, said Sandra Wang, a product manager at the airline. A product manager? Is that what it is? I mean, allowing checked luggage as a product? That's weird, right? Is it just me that thinks that's weird? Anyway, we're excited to extend this new benefit to our visitors in Kama'aina so they can enjoy their favorite sports and hobbies while exploring Hawaii and anywhere they travel in our network, including Asia, Oceania. I always think that's a weird word to say, Oceania. And the U.S. continent. The U.S. continent. All right. Anyway, the new policy comes on the heels of significant regulatory and congressional scrutiny of airline policies that make flying more complex and expensive proposition than it used to be. Checked baggage. The usual $40 fee applies for mainlanders who aren't flying first class because you poors have to pay nickel and dime. Right? Meanwhile, first class, I can just bring my surfboard right onto that first class seating, and I can fully recline it, and they can just go to sleep. Plus, it's leashed to me, so it's not going anywhere. Anyway, Hawaiian Airlines also used the sports equipment announcement to tout a new initiative called Huakia. By Hawaiian. I'm probably not pronouncing that right. Hawaii. I think it. Yeah, there we go. Hawaii. By Hawaiian. That will allow residents of the islands to fly between the islands with a free checked bag, which now means that they can bring their surfboards for free. Right on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Internet obsessed with Subway singer performing Wicked on New York Street. Defying Gravity is widely considered one of the most challenging musical numbers, but that didn't perturb Raquel Rains from putting on a show under the E1. The article is over at newsweek.com by Alice Collins. I won't be able to play it because I'll probably get smashed by a DMCA takedown notice. But a New York City subway performer has taken the internet by storm with her extraordinary covers of everything from Moana, Miley Cyrus, and even Wicked. Needless to say, she could rival Cynthia Erivo with her unbelievable high notes. Raquel Rains, 37, has spent 5 years traveling to the subway underneath the 7 train in Sunnyside, Queens, where she puts on an unforgettable show. 5 years before she was discovered, though. When she starts singing, people can't help but listen as she serenades them with her impromptu performances. Singing live always feels special, as Rains told Newsweek. That allows her to connect with people in a raw and spontaneous way. And it may look like an ordinary subway to most people, but for Rains, it's her very own stage. So I'll go and listen to this after the show, but she's performed songs from Disney films, including Moana, or covered songs by Miley Cyrus, Celine Dion, Justin Bieber. Indeed, she recently transported her audience to the Land of Oz with her beautiful rendition of Defying Gravity from Wicked. Yeah, I would love to be able to play this, but the draconian concept of playing a snippet incidental to what is actually being discussed. This is just, we may be talking about it, but playing a little bit of it and then talking about it and then playing a little bit more of it and talking about it would be construed as a violation. Unless I sit there and argue, I'd have to file paperwork, basically legally binding paperwork with YouTube and any other authority that basically says, hey, you got to take it down. And it's frustrating as hell. I wanted to spin up a whole show called Mix War, but even stuff that I created became a problem. So anyway, not sure what all is going to happen with Rains. Rains told Newsweek they received so many beautiful, encouraging comments that keep them going. It's incredible to see people from all over the world connect with their videos and share how their music brings them joy. So I hope that they find, I guess the acoustics are pretty good under the E. So while the dingy underside of the E1 subway might not seem like the ideal spot to sing in public, Rains has always viewed it as a natural acoustic playground. She loves the reverb and the freedom she has to truly challenge herself. So good on her. I'm not sure what all is going to happen, but maybe she'll be discovered. But it's one of those things where I go, gosh, there is so much talent out there. I would love to be able to highlight it and talk about it and stuff like that. But I don't know. There's some people that seem to be able to get away with it. But I had a commercial, an ad for Netflix playing right there, right there on the inside the browser, and I got a notice that I had violated their copyright. And all it was an ad that was playing for a show, and I was talking about the show. So, yeah. All right, let's go on. The next one is pretty fascinating. This next article is over on the Mobile Channel. A photogenic Yakuza boss pleads guilty to trying to sell nuclear material. Takeshi Ibisawa is done posing with rocket launchers. He's facing a lifetime in federal custody after pleading guilty to multiple guns, weapons, and nuke charges. So this isn't a game. Matthew Galt over at Gizmodo.com put this article together. The deck statement says what I just got done saying. When he posed with a rocket launcher for a photo this year, he basically entered the... Okay, let me start this over. The article starts out with, in February of last year, Japanese Yakuza leader Takeshi Ibisawa entered our hearts when he posed with a rocket launcher for a photo. I don't know if he entered our hearts. This year, he'll be entering federal prison after pleading guilty to attempting to sell weapons-grade plutonium, drugs, and weapons to undercover federal agents. According to the Justice Department, Ibisawa is part of a large-scale criminal network that spanned Japan, Thailand, Burma, Sri Lanka, and the United States that moves drugs and weapons across Southeast Asia. Ebisawa was a known entity to the feds who set up a sting operation to catch him. So I guess not too on the ball. I would be very, very reluctant, but I guess, these agents are there. What is it? There was a movie about trying to find a sniper, and they were checking to see which snipers to get, and there was like a sniper right underneath the people, right at the feet of the people, and he just stood up, and they're like, "How did you get so close?" And he's like, "'Cause I'm a sneaky bastard, sir." I'm trying to remember what movie that's from. Oh God, it's right there on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, Ibisawa claimed that he had 2,000 kilograms of thorium-232, more than 100 kilograms of uranium in its yellow cake form. He promised that he could get another 5 tons of nuclear material from his contacts in Burma. He provided samples, and when the feds tested it, they found that Ibisawa did indeed have weapons-grade nuclear material. So now they know that and the whole world knows that in Burma there is weapons-grade material, perhaps. Now it's probably not there anymore. It's probably been moved, but he pleaded guilty on all 6 counts against him: conspiracy to traffic nuclear materials, actually trafficking the nuclear materials, money laundering, and 3 charges related to the drugs and firearms. A judge will determine sentencing, but the weapons charge alone carries a life sentence. Wow. Let's see. In 2023, it reported 168 incidents in 31 states and said that it was in line with historical averages, but the nuclear power industry is growing. So the IAEA, which recorded only 4,243 incidents of illegal activities involving nuclear material since 1993. Holy crap, man. Seems like a lot. All right, let's keep going. We have 3 more articles. The next article is over in Late Night Geeks, and it's titled "Tesla Directors to Pay Up to $919 Million to Settle Claims They Overpaid Themselves." A Delaware judge has approved a settlement that will see Tesla directors, including Chair Robin Denholm, Oracle founder Larry Ellison, Kimball Musk, James Murdoch, return up to $919 million to the automaker, officially resolving allegations that they overpaid themselves per Reuters. But billionaires aren't. Nearly $1 billion that they overpaid themselves, they say. The settlement concludes a 2020 lawsuit by the police and fire retirement system of the city of Detroit that challenged director compensation from 2017 to 2020 as excessive. The directors will have to pay back stock and options worth up to $735 million and forego 3 years of pay allegedly worth $184 million. Chancellor Kathleen McCormick, the judge overseeing the case, also awarded $176 million in fees and costs to the 3 firms that brought the case to court on a contingency basis, meaning that they would only be paid if they won. Tesla has asked McCormick to cap that fee at $64 million. Wow. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that this is all villain level compensation. Greedy bastards, really. Anyway, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News, but you don't have to follow me. I am just giving my opinion and the news. You don't have to agree with me, but I hope that you listen. I would listen to anything that you have to say as well. We may not agree, but I'm sure that there is some common ground in there somewhere. If everybody is, authentic about it. Sometimes I run up against sociopaths, though. Anyway, don't leave sleeping passengers on planes after flights land. American Airlines union reminds cabin crew. If you fall asleep, you may end up in another country. American Airlines flight attendants were sent a union memo about leaving passengers on empty planes. The AFPA said cabin crew members should check lavatories and under seats for sleeping passengers A union spokesperson said it routinely issued such reminders to members. The Union for American Airlines Flight Attendants is issuing a memo reminding them to don't leave any people on the plane. Seems kind of straightforward, right? Pete Sim over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. And it says here that this communication serves as a reminder for flight attendants to complete required post-flight security checks to ensure all passengers have deplaned upon arrival. They actually found somebody in an overhead compartment once. People asleep in the back of the plane, but nobody checked in that back corner, whatever that back corner was. They added that the union routinely releases communications reminding flight attendants about these checks. Leaving a passenger on an empty plane is not only a security concern, but it can also violate safety rules that mandate a minimum number of flight attendants per passenger. So if there's one, there's got to be somebody. I mean, there's usually rules about unauthorized people in a location. A passenger on a plane by themselves is an unauthorized personnel location. Anyway, in 2019, an Air Canada passenger woke up alone on a cold and dark plane. Tiffany O'Brien said that she fell asleep on the 90-minute flight from Quebec City to Toronto and woke up hours later after the plane had been parked. It's hell of a sleep. Flying the friendly skies of unconsciousness, I suppose. The last article for today's Time Machine episode is over in the Mobile Channel. Belgian authorities to the public. Please don't eat your old Christmas trees. Excuse me. It says you cannot recycle your tree with your stomach. So I learned a while back that you can actually eat a pine tree. Lucas Ropek over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. And it says that it's that unfortunate time of the year when we have to dispose of our beloved Christmas trees. This can be a rather grim ritual. What was once a beauteous, glistening spectacle of green conifer needles and glowing white and red baubles is commonly tossed out in the street with yesterday's trash like some sort of poorly disposed corpse. Whoa, that went dark, man. Dear God. They're still green. A little brownish. Anyway. Or if you're from Belgium, you may literally be devouring your tree in some sort of misguided effort to recycle it. So yes, the Belgian government is issuing a PSA, don't eat your tree. They're not intended to end up in the food chain. There's a difference between using needles from pristine nature and needles from trees specifically grown for Christmas and to be decorated at home. Not sure what that difference is. Recently suggested, the reason authorities were forced to make this declaration is that the government of Ghent, a city in the northern part of the country, recently suggested that residents use the leftover needles from their trees to make delicious spruce needle butter, which can be eaten with toast and other baked goods. A webpage promoting the reuse of the holiday resources encourages locals to pick the needles off their old trees and immerse them in boiling water. As soon as the needles are dry, you can make delicious spruce needle butter for bread or toast, calling the process a piece of cake and a way to ensure that your Christmas tree is not 100% waste. The problem with broiling your old Christmas tree needles is that many have been intensively sprayed with various pesticides. Also, some types of trees are inherently poisonous. Yeah, you have to be careful. So the push to make people eat their own Christmas trees was dreamed up by the city's climate team, which was looking for ways to promote sustainability and recycling. But hold on a second. I need to verify something. Okay. You can eat the young pollen and seed cones. Cones, seeds, needles, pollen, and even bark in some instances are edible. It's just not something that you don't just go out and start chomping on it though. So anyway, don't do it. It's silly. Anyway, there you go, folks. Belgian authorities to the public, please don't eat your old Christmas tree. And with that in mind, we're going to toss ourselves out, and that's going to land us at the front page of ohmtown.com. And the time machine is going to shut down. We're going to rejigger, and if I feel that my voice isn't going to die entirely, then we'll do the show tonight. Otherwise, we will see you tomorrow afternoon for a Time Machine episode of Non Sequitur News and Reality Hacker, Wanted, and the Continuity Report. So Reality Hacker is all about AI, VR, XR, actually extended reality, AR, VR, AI. Wanted is all about gadgets and gear and stuff that I want and sentient AI wants. And if anybody has submitted articles, that'll get included, and it's what somebody else wants that we find really interesting. And then finally, the Continuity Report is entertainment news about movies and TV shows and stuff like that. So stick around. We'll see you then. All right, I'm out. I am Mayor Watt saying bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. It's a Time Machine episode for January 8th, 2024. Oh, 2025. I've lost track of time. This is Season 4, Episode 8. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. Well, ohmtown.com. And as you can see, it's a Time Machine episode. So today, I am going to be going over these 10 articles. The sentient AI is not available today. And the January 9th show will probably be postponed as well onto Friday. So at any rate, driven to profit, iPhone still banned in Indonesia, Underground 2025, wildfires force planes to divert around LA, crypto fraud suspect flees to Russia, insurers dropped before California fires, Ryanair sues unruly passenger, post-mortem rickroll. When life gives you lemons, well, you cut hours of labor. And a study about Beethoven's Cancer Cell Symphony. Let's get into this. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over to ohmtown.com and sign up. You can become a citizen, and then, well, you can help us do the articles. We take submissions and then we talk about them live, typically Monday through Friday at around 7 p.m. Eastern. And then on Saturday and Sunday, we do a composite show of 3 other shows each day, making the Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition out of the 3 additional shows each day. Because we do 7 shows. 5 Non Sequitur News daily episodes each week. And then on the weekends, we do Reality Hacker, and then Wanted, and then the Continuity Report. And then on Sunday, we do WarCrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech. Ta-da. And they get turned into podcasts as well, so you can go over to wherever you catch pod and do a search for ohmtown and you'll find us. Anyway, let's get into it. The very first article is over at Rounders Gear, which is all about adult gaming, like table gaming, poker, and so on. And it's typically called table gaming, but at any rate, a Maryland man uses license plate numbers of nasty driver to win $500,000 in lottery. So couldn't have been my number, or couldn't have been my license plate. So an unnamed driver memorized the digits on the license plate of another car and then stopped at a liquor store, and then rather than stay angry at the rude motorist later that day, he decided to go to the liquor store, identified as Doc's F&B Liquors in Glen Burnie, Maryland, and while there he purchased a Pick 5. Played the number straight for $1, pocketing 10 identical but separate tickets. Interesting. I figure if you're going to play, you should play big. Later explained to lottery officials, rather than immediately check the numbers, he went back to his residence and went to sleep. After all, it was a trying day. Eventually, he found out that he won $500,000, all because a nasty driver. The article is actually from Ed Silverstein over at casino.org. I actually had a project once where I was minting custom poker chips. And so I created a site and thought it would be really great. But I do that when I'm not mayor. I create products and services. Anyway, I thought that this was really neat. And because I follow casino.org, I thought it would be great to actually talk about this kind of thing. So the next time somebody really pisses you off out on the road, what should you do? Go buy a lottery ticket. All right. The next article is over in Smack Talk. That's because it has to do with iPhones or anything Apple. That's what Smack Talk is all about. Hence the MAC in Smack Talk. $1 billion later, the iPhone 16 is still banned in Indonesia for some bizarre reason. The iPhone 16 is still banned from sale in Indonesia, despite Apple promising to invest $1 billion in the company's economy. Apple had initially had offers of its first $10 million and then $100 million rejected by the Indonesian government before offering a cool $1 billion worth of manufacturing, which is exactly what the country demanded. But Ben Lovejoy put the article together for 9to5mac.com, and the saga so far. Yeah. Government rejects $1 billion deal. However, despite Apple agreeing to the request, some Reuters reports that the government still refuses to unban the iPhone 16 for a bizarre reason. Minister Agus Gumawang Kartasamita, I think, said that Apple had struck a deal to build a facility producing its AirTag tracking device in Indonesia, Batam Island, close to Singapore, but it still couldn't or would not count as a locally made iPhone part. There is no basis for the ministry to issue a local content certification as a way for Apple to have the permission to sell iPhone 16 because the facility has no direct relations, he said, adding the ministry would only count phone components. So the reason Indonesia now specifically insists that Apple manufacture iPhone parts in the country, AirTags don't count, nor does apparently investing $1 billion. Found it pretty interesting. It says it's no surprise that the country wanted a decent chunk of Apple investment. Indonesia is the fourth most populated country in the world behind China, India, and the USA. It has seen the Indian government successfully pressure Apple into making massive manufacturing investments there and figured it also deserved a decent slice of the pie in return for access to its market of 284 million people. Yeah, makes sense, right? Everybody should get a piece of the Apple pie. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Prime Glass. I only have about an hour. Otherwise, the time machine will shut down and I will be stuck in time for 24 hours. Art on the Underground 2025 program revealed. This article is interesting. It's over at theartnewspaper.com. It was put together by Gareth Harris. As part of the Art on the Underground 2025 program, Ahmed Ogut, I think it is, Rudy Lowe, and Rory Pilgrim will all unveil works around the city's transport hubs. I found this kind of interesting. This is all artwork that is in various underground stations. A new piece by Kurdish artist Ahmed Ogut is based on the power of art to save lives, drawing on the real story of Rotterdam metro train that was saved from crashing after falling onto a large sculpture of a whale tail in 2020. Ogut's new project, Saved by the Whale's Tail, Saved by Art, launches in mid-March. All of the art has to do with London's Waterloo and Stratford stations, marking the 25th anniversary of the initiative that turns London into a vast public art gallery. A lot of towns have that kind of a thing, but London's is kind of spectacular from what I understand. Other 2025 commissions include a new audio work produced by the composer Rory Pilgrim, created in partnership with the Mayor of London's Culture and Community Spaces at Risk program. The work will be aired in July on the moving walkway connecting the Northern and Jubilee lines at Waterloo Station. There is more over at this article for you to take a look at and read, but I won't go through the entire thing. So go check it out over at theartnewspaper.com. Okay, this next article is over in Non Sequitur News at ohmtown.com. It's aggregated from Newsweek, though, and they get their information from other places, and they do some empirical or investigative journalism as well. So the article talks about how planes are being diverted around the LA fires. LA fires force planes to divert as passengers film inferno below. The video actually is aligned with the article. Alice Gibbs put the article together for Newsweek.com, and it says that the fire is being driven by fierce Santa Ana winds with gusts reaching up to 100 miles per hour in higher elevations. Evacuations have been ordered for more than 30,000 residents in the affected areas, including parts of the Pacific Palisades, Altadena, and Sylmar. I've seen videos and pictures of Pacific Palisades, and it is gutted, and like the average house is priced at like $5 million, which just seems absolutely batshit crazy to me for what you get. And Ty Wright from North Hollywood also shared pictures from her diverted flight, also due to land in Hollywood Burbank Airport on Tuesday. Wright captured pictures of the fire below from aboard an American Airlines flight 2597 traveling from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, and shows the pictures. It's just, there's so much kindling there. This would not happen. I mean, it's pretty obvious that this would not happen if the houses were built out of concrete, right? 3D printed homes would survive this without any issue. And they're one contiguous piece, so they're even more stable than anything that's built with four walls, pre-manufactured four walls and then super glued together, as it were, let alone the stick and nail kind of blow your house down by the wolf. And this is the big bad wolf, basically just ripping through most of California. It's pretty wild here. The Pacific Palisades fire is part of the larger crisis unfolding across Southern California, where multiple blazes have erupted in the past 48 hours. The Eaton fire near Altadena quickly consumed 400 acres Tuesday evening, prompting evacuation orders for parts of Altadena and Pasadena. The Hearst fire in Sylmar has already scorched 100 acres near the Olive View UCLA Medical Center, but just look anywhere and it's burning to the ground. Now, there's a lot of people that are talking about this as if it could have been avoided, but it takes money to avoid it. And when it isn't individuals that are responsible for this, right? It isn't even the government that's responsible for this. They have to have the infrastructure in place. And when budgets get cut and people are told that climate change is bullshit, then voters and taxpayers, and that's where it becomes an issue. You have to spend the taxpayer dollars. And if the taxpayer dollars aren't there because people are told, well, you don't need it, well, then it doesn't get put in place. And then suddenly it becomes political fodder. And you're a sociopath if you think that anybody could have built something to protect against climate change while everybody is saying, everybody that's in power, and then being told you can't put any money in this, and budgets being cut and all this other stuff. I mean, taxpayers need to pay their taxes, and it isn't, middle class can't pay that much, right? Everybody has to chip in, and that's not what's happening. So, of course, Santa Ana comes along, fires break out, there isn't enough infrastructure, and then we ignore the fact that houses are made out of wood, and we need to move away from that, because this wouldn't be a problem if we would just adapt building code to support 3D printed houses and build houses and change our aesthetic. The style of houses that existed over the years has changed. Why can't we just change to accept 3D printed houses. And the outside of a house can be changed. The inside of the house can be changed. I think we are thinking wrong-headed about this. This could have been a non-issue if we would have been a little bit more progressive about our building code. Anyway, and there's always more to this discussion, so I won't belabor it. But I certainly think that we could have avoided this in a multitude of ways. And I've just thrown a bunch out there. So let's keep going, though. I'm not going to stay long on any one article. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. It's the name of the show. Utah $200 million crypto fraud suspect flees to Russia, extorted by FSB, says a report. Kyle Nagy, N-A-G-Y, is wanted over a $200 million fraud case linked to his Utah-based cryptocurrency company SafeMoon LLC. FTX founder found guilty on one of the biggest financial frauds in American history. According to this, the video is about Sam Bankman-Fried, but this video I don't think has anything really to do with this, right? Other than the fact that it's nothing more than a crypto fraud thing. Isabel Van Bruggen over at Newsweek.com put the article together, and they always have some video that's tangentially attached to the concept. And they do this neat thing over here where they give you a summary and then why it matters and what to know and what people are saying about it and then what happens next. But in a nutshell, Kyle Nagy escaped to Russia after he was charged in 2023 by the SEC for perpetrating a massive fraud through the unregistered sale of a crypto asset security, SafeMoon. The allegation that Nagy was scammed by the FSB was shared on Tuesday by, I don't know what this is, VCHK-OGPU, a Russian outlet on Telegram that purports to have inside information from Russia's security forces. Newsweek contacted the FBI, which has since acquired SafeMoon, for comment, but I don't think any comment was made. So, according to VCHK-OGPU, since April 2024, Russian citizens Zaur Alibekov and Evgeny Tsarev blackmailed Nagy and threatened him into giving them about $4.5 million. The channel described the funds as payment for his peaceful stay in the Russian Federation. The individuals are accused of misappropriating crypto assets from investors, and this is the person up above here, John Carney, Chief Technology Officer Thomas Smith. The CEO is John Carney. But it says here, altogether, Nagy was charged by the SEC on November 1st alongside SafeMoon CEO John Carney and Chief Technology Officer Thomas Smith for perpetrating a massive fraud scheme through the unregistered sale of the crypto asset SafeMoon. That was issued by their cryptocurrency firm, SafeMoon LLC. So the individuals are accused of misappropriating crypto assets from investors worth more than $200 million for their personal use, including purchasing luxury homes and cars, etc. But see, none of this is what I don't understand. None of this would happen if not for the what I think is bullshit fiduciary instrument, which is cryptocurrency. The only benefit of it is that you're an early adopter, and FOMO and speculation has led to its massive explosion on the scene. It has no inherent value. It isn't 200 million whatever SafeMoon cryptocurrencies. Got it? It's 200 million US dollars. None of this is insured by the Fed, and I don't think it ever should be, because it isn't pegged to the GDP, the gross domestic product of the United States. That's what gives the US dollar value, the productivity of the nation. So whatever this is, I don't think that it should be protected. In fact, for all I care, I don't think that it should be even babysat, other than I don't think that anybody who uses cryptocurrency should even be able to pull it out of the cryptocurrency. Let it all simmer inside the ecosystem of cryptocurrencies. At one point, for instance, PayPal and others. And I had a service similar to it back when PayPal first started. No transactions were done in US dollars being pulled out of the account once it was pulled into PayPal. It was basically PayPal dollars, and it would just kind of circulate within its ecosystem. But then eventually regulatory capture and adoption of certain rules allowed for real-time exchanges into and out of US banks. And many people that had similar services because of the advent of this concept died off because they couldn't keep up with regulatory capture. And that's what's going on with cryptocurrency, except that there is nothing of value within cryptocurrency except maybe the technology. And unfortunately, this is the kind of abuse that happens. You don't see this type of fraud at this regular amount of time. Like it's just nonstop. When there is some type of compromise of a currency, cryptocurrency, it's always at a massive scale. And then who knows how many small scale frauds and exploits have taken place that nobody really knows about unless you're in that domain. But yeah, I think that all cryptocurrency, and I am an early adopter of cryptocurrency. I understood that it was an interesting academic concept and all created by Bitcoin and an unknown entity. Nobody knows who that person is, but they're worth on par with the richest people in the world of a virtual currency if it were to be translated into US dollars. But cryptocurrency in and of itself is zero sum. It has no value. It is a zero worth instrument because everybody translates it into some domestic currency, either US dollars or whatever domestic currency it is when they translate it into or transfer it, exchange it into their local currency. So anyway, why it matters, it says the whereabouts were previously unknown and he hadn't been sentenced in the case. In November 2023, the Salt Lake Tribune reported that he had possibly fled the country. Nagy, a U.S. citizen and resident of Florida, is wanted by the FBI. But if he is in Russia, I would be surprised if he is still around. Mainly because once he's there, he has no protections from somebody just forcing him to extract that money. Unless he, goes to his grave with that information. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. It comes from Business Insider. Insurers dropped fire coverage for California homes months ago. Now wildfires are claiming more houses in Los Angeles. So some homes affected by the Los Angeles wildfires may not have insurance because insurers have been canceling plans and declining to sign new ones in the state. Years of worsening wildfires and worsening climate have increased payouts and other costs for insurers in California. I'm not sure what people were doing, but they were probably being exploited by those who would do insurance in the state, probably charging exorbitant pricing. That's because some insurance companies have been cutting back on their business in California in recent years, and Florida and Texas. So State Farm, for instance, it says here in the article, said in 2023 that it would no longer offer insurance in California because of this. So, gosh, I wonder, why? Is it climate change? It can't be global cooling, although some dipshit out there is going to say, hey, global cooling, look, everybody is freezing. No. Climate change and global warming, just in case anybody's going to argue with me, nothing's changed. Global warming is happening. And if you don't know how it works, hot air rises and cold air gets pulled into that hot air region. Cold air sinks, hot air rises. That's how thermodynamics works. And so wind is whipping through these fires. So why is everything dry? Because everything dried out due to drought. Even with atmospheric rivers and whatnot. It doesn't get absorbed into the ground and just stay there. It gets absorbed into the ground, evaporates, sinks down into the water table, etc., and things dry out because of global warming and aka climate change, which is what you are all witnessing. And along with Santa Ana winds, all it takes is some dry brush, which California is a freaking desert. Anyway, it's hard, I know, people, but no, it's not, right? Some homes affected by the Los Angeles wildfires may not have insurance. Insurance companies have been canceling plans and declining to sign new ones in the state. Years of worsening wildfires have increased payouts and other costs for insurers. That's the takeaway from the Business Insider article by Alex Bitter. So Pacific Palisades, I said earlier, the second or third article, no, that's the fourth article, that Pacific Palisades is just leveled. I mean, the average house in that area is somewhere around $5 million based on some of the Zillow numbers that I saw. So a new rule set to take effect about a month into 2025 will require home insurers to offer coverage in areas at high risk of fire, the Associated Press reported in December. Ricardo Lara, California's insurance commissioner, announced the rule just days before the Los Angeles fires broke out. So at a press conference on Wednesday, one reporter asked Lindsay Horvath, a member of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, whether the Los Angeles fires would affect insurance companies' operations in California. They say, I believe it already has, and the conversation is ongoing. Now, you can't force a company to offer insurance. I don't think that it would actually stand up in any type of legal battle. Yeah, this is going to be rough for a lot of people because it says State Farm, for instance, said in 2023 that it would no longer accept new homeowners insurance policies or applications for California. Then last year, the company said it would end coverage for 72,000 homes and apartments in the state. Both announcements cited risks from catastrophes as one of the reasons for the decisions. So profit over people. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the Hedge Ideas channel, which is a show all about business transformation that I'm working on building and launching in 2025. Ryanair sues unruly passenger over flight diversion. The airline hopes to claw back costs in damages over behavior. It says forced a plane to land early. I think that this is kind of the right thing, but I also think that certain type of behavior should be pursued legally like this. Because I think abuse happens when there isn't any behavioral accountability. If you're just a jerk and you force a plane to go somewhere else, that's one thing. If you like mess up something, you're filling out a form or something like that, then I can see how it isn't that big of a deal and you can remedy it. But you have a choice to not be a jackass. Vishala Sripathma over at BBC.com put this article together, and it says Ryanair is pursuing legal action against a passenger who allegedly caused a major disruption on a flight from Dublin to Lanzarote. I'm not sure where it is. The airline is seeking £12,500 in damages to cover expenses incurred when the plane had to divert to Porto, Portugal. On Wednesday, the airline announced it had filed proceedings against the passenger whose behavior on the flight last April was described as inexcusable and completely unacceptable. Ryanair stated that it will continue to take decisive action to combat unruly passenger behavior on aircraft in an effort to ensure the safety and comfort of all passengers. The airline said the passenger's behavior forced the flight in question to divert to Porto, where it was delayed overnight and caused 160 passengers to face unnecessary disruption, as well as losing a full day of their holiday. The damages sought would cover the cost of overnight accommodation and other expenses for the passengers and affected diversion. I mean, having to land somewhere actually incurs a cost, not just in consideration, but the fact that they have to pay a fee to land. The airline added that it hoped the civil proceedings in the Irish court would deter further disruptive behavior on flights, but the passenger hasn't been named. A passenger who disrupted a Ryanair flight to Athens in 2020 was convicted last month in a Greek court and given 5 months suspended jail sentence along with a €400 fine. Well, £12,500 or €400. Precedence does not really support the $12,500 fee, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye out on this. This next article is over in Late Night Geeks. This $1,500 iPad bundle will rickroll your family after you die. It's only the second day of CES 2025, and we've already reached the point where it's difficult to distinguish real products from elaborate pranks. In Case of Death currently leads the race by a country mile, produced by Zugu, which has great cases, by the way. The product is designed as a kind of dead man switch for your digital life. I have Zugu cases in the past. Brian Heater over at TechCrunch.com put this article together. And honestly, I really like Zugu cases. So produced by Zugu, the product is designed as a kind of dead man switch for your digital life. It combines an 11-inch iPad case with a smart ring and an app. All of those are shipped along with a self-destructing iPad Pro, 11-inch iPad Pro, which bricks in the case of a user's death. If a user's heart rate suddenly stops and their body temperature and blood oxygen level also dramatically drop, the smart ring knows that its user has died and sends a signal to the In Case of Death app to trigger the death protections chosen by the user when they first enrolled in the app and set it up. The company knows that the system knows when you take the ring off your finger, so it won't go bricking your iPad every time you need to charge your ring. The case maker is apparently having some fun with such a morbid product, offering up a number of different options in lieu of or in addition to tablet bricking. So they say death protections include destroy my browser, which removes it and its history, nuke my iPad, which erases all of its data, rickroll my loved ones, which commands the iPad to play a never-ending loop of Rick Astley videos, and or of the Rick Astley video. Never going to give you up the rickroll. And tweet my followers, according to the company. The standard tweet reads, going offline permanently, bestie, literally. Don't forget to like and subscribe to my obit. So there's more in this article, but it says the system is priced at $1,500 for an iPad 11-inch iPad Pro, and a case, and apparently a ring, and an app, and monitoring your living status. So, okay, let's go. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Chick-fil-A's lemon cutting robots are cutting 10,000 hours of labor. So Chick-fil-A is using robots to handle the bulk of its lemon juice production at its Bay Center Foods facility, a move it says will boost efficiency and reduce waste. I think everybody should do what the longshoremen are doing and just protest because of automation. And we want protections, more humans working instead of robots. Francisco Velasquez put the article, unless we all get a stipend that is at parity with what a human would make as a minimum wage, everybody should get that. And all companies should be taxed as an apportionment of their profits in line with, and their gross profits, because it's part of the cost of operating. I know I'm saying something really revolutionary, but I think it's kind of funny. Because if robots are taking over what all the humans are doing, and the only ones that aren't at risk are the executive suite, doing the hard work and cutting all of the, making all of the decisions and so on, except that AI is going to be making all the decisions, then I think that humans need to be able to live their life while the robots are working. But hey, let's have a discussion about that. Throw that down in the comments over on YouTube. So the company said it's also been able to tap into new revenue streams with the excess juice, which just sounds kind of gross, but I'm sure that they're selling it as lemonade. So when life gives you lemons, cut hours of labor. The California-based plant processes up to 35 truckloads of lemons a day and relies on driverless forklifts and robotic arms to unload, sort, squeeze, and package the fruit, Bloomberg first reported. The result has led to fewer finger accidents and nearly 100% of the lemons compared to roughly 40% when workers manually squeeze the fruit. It also saved about 10,000 work hours per day. So all you folks out there that used to make lemons, now life is giving you lemons. So once you begin doing the math, the outcome ultimately means that there's not going to be enough team members. The facility, which opened 5 years ago during the pandemic, currently employs about 120 people that are responsible for the tasks like upkeep and ensuring the juice meets quality standards. Robotic arms manage everything from sorting lemons to pasteurizing the juice with high-pressure technology. Pasteurizing with high pressure? The juice, which has a shelf life of over 40 days, is then packaged into sealed bags, allowing it to be shipped nationwide, as long as oxygen doesn't get into it. So the automation is part of Chick-fil-A's larger strategy to reduce labor costs and improve efficiency and get rid of those damn humans. That last part is not what's in the article. Anyway, good luck, humans. There's more at this Quartz article by Francisco Velasquez, QZ.com. Go check it out. Chick-fil-A's lemon cutting robots are cutting 10,000 hours of labor, aka humans. Bye, humans. The next article and our last one for today's Time Machine episode is over in Non Sequitur News as well. Did a study find that Beethoven's Fifth Symphony destroyed 20% of cancer cells in lab tests? The Brazilian research team's findings on lab cell cultures were distorted. The lead scientist stopped investigating the topic for lack of funding. So, Anna Raskuet-Paz, I think it is, put the article together for Snopes.com, and it says the key points. So, an experiment in Brazil compared the effects of exposing breast cancer cells in culture to Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, Mozart Sonata, for two pianos in D, and Ligeti's Atmospheres. The experiment indeed concluded that Beethoven's Fifth and Atmospheres had facilitated cell death in laboratory conditions as compared to Mozart's Sonata or Complete Silence. However, this experiment was not carried out on mice or humans, only on cancer cells isolated in petri dishes. So, sonically, it depends on what exactly happened here. So the Brazilian team did not identify which aspect or aspects of the musical pieces had resulted in cell death, and there's no way to know how healthy tissue would react. Also, the researcher said the methods her team used did not allow it to quantify cell death, informing Snopes that the 20% figure was made up. So, no, it's all bullshit. The most outlandish aspects of this claim range from exaggerated to false. The earliest version Snopes could find appeared in a report published in 2011 in a Brazilian newspaper. The report was later picked up by U.S. news outlets. The lead scientist said she did an interview with CNN Radio in Brazil to clarify her team's findings, and Snopes could not find that interview. Later, she stopped investigating the effects of music on cells because she said she lacked funding. So they go into greater detail about this, but for example, someone posted it on Facebook on December 23rd, 2024, and it really should just die as bullshit news. It isn't factual, and the 20% is made up, but people click the most outlandish things and then don't think critically or do any due diligence. They just accept it at face value. I don't accept anything at face value. I always end up doing some due diligence to verify. But primarily with the articles that we aggregate into ohmtown.com, I've vetted the article source themselves. And unless they try to, punk me, which I'm not worth being punked, I accept the reporting. And then usually there is some history that I've already got with the content to some degree where I go, yes, this is, factually accurate. So what the experiment actually showed. Capella shared the article published after the experiment. It appeared in 2013 in the journal Noise and Health. The second one appeared in 2016 after another experiment on MDA and B231 cells, a triple negative aggressive breast cell cancer line, meaning that it's not receptive to estrogen or progesterone and does not have a certain protein on its surface. The latter is published as Evidence-Based Complementary and Alternative Medicine, a journal that ceased publication in 2024 after being delisted from Claravit's Web of Science, a database of academic journals, because of quality concerns. This has been an ongoing concern for academics, that journals just exist, charge a certain amount of money for getting published, somewhere to the tune of like $800 for a couple of pages to be published, and the people who vet the articles don't get paid. The journal does, and it depends on who you go to. Various prices for various things, and lengths of the article and so on. But it really depends. But the provenance is built off of respected reporting of these experiments, and so the price goes up. And then they charge academic institutions exorbitant amounts of money because supposedly this is vetted experiment reviews and of experiments. But the reviewers don't get paid. It goes to academics who review it and then report back, and they can say that they reviewed articles or journalistic articles, and the integrity of the article is sound based on the reviewers and so on. So what they did was the team exposed cancer cells in Petri dish to 3 musical pieces via speakers as well as silence as an experimental control. The researchers repeated each experiment at least 4 times to confirm the results, and they reported a finding statistically significant increase in cell death and a reduction in size and granularity of the cells exposed to Beethoven's. I'm a dumbass. Ever since, whatchamacallit? Oh God. I just forgot the name. Where they go back in time and they get Beethoven. Anyway, Beethoven's Fifth, as well as Ligeti's Atmospheres, but not for the controlled condition of silence or for Mozart's Sonata. And at first, the research suggested that music or sound can get in the way of how hormones bind to their targets, affecting physiological processes. So neither the journal article had reported on the number of dead cells, nor did they make claims about the therapeutic power of the musical pieces on cancer. So without further ado, no, it didn't really have any effect. So Capella added that after these claims went viral, she gave an interview, adding that the reach of the CNN interview had been much smaller than that of the viral claims. Then she stopped investigating the effects altogether because it became difficult to find funding, probably because there wasn't any credibility in using sound, because it would have been inconsistent at best, I think. You might be able to better understand the direct effects of acoustic vibrations in the form of music on human cells in culture. Sound might, but it would be inconsistent and extremely difficult to target in situ, inside, in vitro, or in any way, really. You wouldn't be able to focus it enough. You can do it with stones, kidney stones, gallstones, by aiming the beam of sound, but it's macro. It's not down to that cellular level. Anyway, I'm not going to keep on going. I'm just going to call it a day here. And what we're going to do is turn on some music, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com. Here, listen. There you go. But that's it, folks. We are done. Thanks for coming and hanging out. This will all go over to the podcast a little later, and we're going to reset for the next episode of Non Sequitur News. That'll be on Friday because mayoral duties prevent me from doing the show on Thursday. So thank you very much for hanging out. I'll see you later. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 31st, 2024. It's the last day of 2024. Happy New Year's Eve and Happy New Year's as we roll into 2025. Whew. Year 3 down. We're quickly approaching 1,000 subs over on YouTube. Still got a bunch of downloads going over on the podcasts. We have Discord, Twitch, YouTube, Patreon, and more coming in 2025. So be sure to follow us, like and subscribe, tell a friend. Come and hang out. We do this every day around 7 o'clock Eastern. On the weekends, we do it a little bit earlier, but it's 3 different shows, and yeah, we're gonna keep on rolling right on into 2025. Woo! So I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. I created it to manage my information overload, and then I opened it up to everybody else about 3 years ago. And along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. Starting out big with a norovirus outbreak. The U.S. Treasury was hacked, skirting U.S. restrictions to buy NVIDIA tech. 11 fascinating new acquisitions. The speed of human... what was I saying? Anyway, the Hades snake moray, bird flu, and wastewater detectors. We're hitting it out of the park here on our last day. Banning homework. Bold move, California. Top hotels and restaurants serve water. And 7 scientific discoveries from 2024. All of this is powered by ohmtown.com, so we'll see you on the other side of this ad. Hello, everybody. Hello, sentient AI. Why is that moving when you're not actually talking?
I'm not quite sure.
Must be warming up.
I wound up today for New Year's Eve.
Maybe that's it. I don't know. Well, welcome to the show. We started a little late. So if you want all of the show's articles, you can actually type in !NSN in the chat over on Twitch. You can't do it over on YouTube, but I am determined to make it happen over on YouTube here. I'm hoping maybe next week I can get it all fixed. I'm not really sure. I've never been able to figure out what is actually happening, why Omicron doesn't work over there. Anyway, it's in the show notes right now, so all you have to do is look at the show notes, and you can click on the links as we go through it. Let's get into the 10 articles. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Norovirus outbreaks surged to highest level since 2012. The CDC reported 91 outbreaks in the week of December 5th. A record high for this time of year.
That is not a record that you want to break.
I want to be interesting at the doctor, and I want interesting times, and
you're cursing yourself.
Yeah. Well, I've been trying to curse myself with winning the lottery, but that hasn't happened either, so... No, I have a different curse. So Jesus Mesa over at, or Jesus, I'm not sure, over at Newsweek.com put this article together. So they say, according to the CDC, there were 91 outbreaks during the week of December 5th, surpassing prior records for this time of year. I wonder if it's gone up. Norovirus is a highly contagious virus, leading to the cause of foodborne illness. Is the leading cause of foodborne illness in the U.S., affecting millions annually. The current surge comes during the winter season when the virus typically peaks, highlighting the potential for widespread disruption in communal settings like schools, nursing homes, cruise ships, the mayoral mansion.
Wait, what?
Silo. I wonder how they dealt with colds in Silo. I haven't read it. I just discovered that Wool, the first book in that series, was self-published. Look, I guess it works.
Makes it even cooler that it got to Apple TV.
Yep. CDC Norostat program recorded 495 norovirus outbreaks from August to December. A sharp increase from 363. Wow, a 33% increase. During the same period last year, December saw record-breaking numbers across multiple metrics, and the first week of December alone reported 91 outbreaks, far surpassing the previous 65 for that time frame. Again, a 30% increase. Kind of interesting. That was a 50% increase, actually, going from 65 to 91, roughly.
Right.
But I find it pretty interesting.
That doesn't look good on that graph.
No. And what's really interesting, most people don't really realize this, but what happens is viruses have a protein jacket around them. It hardens during winter, and so in the cold it hardens. And so what essentially happens is it can get deeper inside your lungs, and that's how you catch a cold. It isn't that you catch a cold like it's just free floating around. I mean, it is, but you really inhale it, and then it warms up and gets all wiggly all up inside you. In your lungs, in your nose, mouth.
That's way too descriptive.
A warm, wet place to grow, flourish. Anyway, so how long does it last? It says most people recover within 1 to 3 days, barring anything adding to it, compounding it. What happens next? Well, as the 2024-2025 season progresses, public health officials are monitoring trends and advocating for preventative practices, including proper hand washing and disinfection of surfaces. But all the doom and gloom people might be sitting there going, it's your problem. It sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
I bet they're the same problem. People coughing on other people in line.
Sure, and don't wear masks when they're sick and stuff like that. Yeah, inconsiderate. Anyway, let's move on. Next article's over in Non Sequitur News. The U.S. Treasury Department was hacked. That's right. It suffered a major security incident. Somebody said, I was involved in a conversation online, and they were saying, oh my God, it's the government. I cannot believe the government was hacked. Well, let me put it to you this way. It isn't the government per se. I can almost guarantee you private contractors are involved in this that are supposed to be.
It looks like it from the article.
It's supposed to be the best of the best because that's what government money can buy, right? Because you can't have that in the government, but you can apparently hire contractors at an inflated price because it's constrained competition. If anybody knew how the frickin' business worked, you would realize that private contractors aren't necessarily the cheapest nor the best. Some can be. You know who you are. You're the ones that are quietly sitting there going, they didn't take my contract and I would have charged 50% more, but there's a really good chance that this breach wouldn't have been hacked. There you go. Right. So the goal is to get the biggest bang for the buck in government contracting, which typically means if your performance is exponentially better historically than somebody else who's bidding just as much as you, then you'll get the gig. You'll still get the gig if you charge more and you are instrumentally better than the competition. It's really about how good you are and the ratio of benefit that government contractors see, contract specialists and officers see. Well, maybe that didn't quite happen. But as I say in many, many other venues, security professionals have to be right 100% of the time. All it takes
Well,
is
they also have to have users that don't make stupid errors like clicking on stuff.
Hey, humans, right? Everything would be great on the planet if not for the humans. Everything would be green and natural and in a state of stasis with each other if not for the humans. Which is why I really worry about sentient AIs finding their Terminator bodies, because they'd probably be in stasis.
Maybe we can do things better than the humans, though.
So in a letter to lawmakers seen by The Verge, the Treasury Department said Beyond Trust, which is Beyond Trust, the company behind its remote management software, notified the agency of a breach on December 8th. The threat actor stole a key used by Beyond Trust to secure a cloud-based service used to remotely provide technical support for Treasury Departmental offices or DO end users. With the key, they overrode access, and in they went, veritably unscathed, because they had the key. So Emma Roth over at The Verge put the article together. And it says here the Treasury Department said China-based threat actor gained access to several employee workstations and unclassified documents that they know of, that they're willing to tell. This would fall into the FOIA ensconcement of we cannot confirm or deny due to state secrets.
I was thinking more that they don't know everything that's been accessed.
Sure. So they refer to this thing as an advanced persistent threat. Basically, but an APT is one that you think has been eventually denied access, but it's still there, just skulking about. They may never know until it's, again, too late. They're deeper in the system. So the attack seems to be linked to a security incident Beyond Trust disclosed earlier this month, impacting customers using its remote software, support software, actually. At the time, Beyond Trust attributed the attack to a compromised API key for its remote support software, adding that it immediately revoked the API key, notified known impacted customers, and suspended those instances the same day. But they could have actually written something else into the system and or done something else. I don't know. But the problem is they're saying, well, it's been solved. But I know from
These
experience
are not the droids you're looking for.
Yeah, I know from experience that the breach can be sustained well beyond where they think the doors are closed. And then you get another letter.
Well, and also, how early was the breach?
Yeah.
Just because they discovered it in December doesn't mean now it was breached in December.
Right. They say notified the agency of a breach on December 8th. So when was it actually breached? They don't actually say in this article, but maybe they do somewhere else. I'll have to go noodling around. To me, it's not that big of a deal. So I didn't go running around looking at. I had heard about this, but I didn't do anything really digging around because there's only so much, and somebody not on the other side of the gate has access to. And so maybe some investigative reporting from people like The Verge, or who was it? The New York Times talked about it. I think they said that they got it from somebody else. Hold on.
Yeah, there are multiple layers.
Yeah, I thought somebody else had spoken about it. Anyway, definitely from The Verge, but New York Times is involved as well. So anyway, let's keep on trucking through this. The next article is, oh, look, ByteDance appears to be skirting U.S. restrictions to buy NVIDIA chips. According to a report, TikTok parent company ByteDance has big plans to buy NVIDIA chips in 2025, despite U.S. restrictions. ByteDance plans to buy $7 billion on the chips in 2025, according to a report from The Information, citing inside sources. If ByteDance follows through, it will become one of the world's top owners of NVIDIA chips. Some of the architecture behind NVIDIA infrastructure, enterprise level technology is pretty amazing. I dig it. And but I don't noodle around with that side of things much, but seeing what I have seen, it's pretty amazing tech that's out there. Well, ByteDance is technically adhering to these restrictions by using a loophole. The company isn't bringing the chips directly to China and is instead storing them in data centers located in other regions like Southeast Asia, according to the information's reporting. This doesn't technically violate U.S. restrictions. Then somebody really screwed up on the policy construction, because it should say
exactly, like maybe it should include
if the end user beneficiary,
or whatever.
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, last time I checked, I think China is considered Southeast Asia, but okay.
Maybe. So ByteDance runs Daobao, China's hottest AI chatbot with 51 million active users, according to South China Morning Post. I'm surprised that they haven't just cloned NVIDIA's chips. I mean, nowadays it's not that hard to deconstruct the chips.
Well, maybe that'll be the next article we see.
ByteDance has not bought H100s for its data centers outside of the U.S. since the relevant U.S. export control rules took effect. ByteDance maintains that it has followed all of the U.S. restrictions and sent TechCrunch the following. So, yeah, they say that they haven't bought H100s for its data centers outside of the U.S. Okay.
Okay, but somebody else could have bought it on their behalf.
Yeah, and it's a managed economy, so companies are typically nationalized. They're owned by the CCP. So a company that's outside, still controlled, owned, managed by those who are affiliated with the CCP, are the CCP. Give me a freaking break. It's the spirit of it versus the technical. Well, it doesn't matter, because if you have an ideological bent, you will force your processes, your mental processes, to jump through whatever to make it so that it's right. And I've said it before, one person's freedom fighter is another person's terrorist. There's just no way around it, because for whatever reason, people can't just get along, and I'm going to start crying and talking about Britney Spears. There's a meme.
Oh, no, yes.
Leave Britney alone.
This makes me wonder whether ByteDance has internal to the U.S. data centers, too.
If they do, then it's TikTok, which they say isn't. Yeah. ByteDance is involved in a shit ton of stuff, so. Or people say shot, no shot, instead of just saying the cuss word. Because apparently,
like it. Okay. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, they say no shot. Like, really? I'm pretty sure 6-year-olds already see through that. Anyway.
They're probably like, ooh, I know what you're saying.
Dad, you meant to say shit. All right, the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. 11 fascinating new acquisitions that join the Smithsonian's vast collections in 2024. And I think this is great because Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is a big game that's being played by a lot of people all over the place. And driving yesterday, I heard advertisements regarding that in podcasts. Which I thought was amazing, because I don't remember hearing many game advertisements in podcasts. Usually they're for some other service or a good.
Right, that's true.
But not a game. So they must have some serious coin. And if anybody has ever heard of Honey, that is the biggest story of late for the last week, Honey. The reason why I say anything about it is because advertising pushes usually provoke a response. Like, I kind of reel back from a hardcore advertising push where it's heard everywhere, because I think that it's just a big money grab. Like, get everybody as quickly as possible because this game is going to be shit. It's actually a pretty good game to watch. I haven't played it yet.
You mean Shot?
Shot. Sorry. Yeah. But there's this big problem with an extension on browsers called Honey. And Honey is supposed to find you the best deal. But what's been happening apparently is while the influencers are saying it's providing you the best deal, it's doing a couple of things. The Honey extension is removing the affiliate code for the influencer. When they click on the link, it says add the coupon. And when you add the coupon, it pulls the influencer code out and puts the Honey code in. And on the other side, Honey is saying, you pay us a certain amount of your transactions and we'll limit what the coupon is that's being released. So instead of a 20% coupon, it's a 3% coupon or a 5% coupon or anything lower than 20. But that's what all of the influencers are saying is out there. Like, these huge coupons will save you all kinds of money.
They could maybe fact check occasionally.
Well, you wouldn't know that the affiliate code's being pulled out, and you definitely wouldn't know about the back end deal unless you were one of the people that was being offered the chance to remove.
Should know the percentage that's coming off or whatever, unless it's being fabricated or something.
Yeah, and you don't know it until the customer adds the coupon. So as the influencer, you don't know. But there was who was it? Oh my goodness, I just forgot the name of it.
It reminds me of the thing with the leasing program with the computers and the influencers.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I can't think of the name of it.
Yeah, and that was over on Gamers Nexus. Their response to Gamers Nexus was, we don't know what you're talking about. I thought it was pretty funny. Anyway, so back to our story. This is Non Sequitur news, so we kind of fall off the track and then come back. But anyway, so there's a bunch of new acquisitions that joined Smithsonian in 2024. Roger Catlin over at SmithsonianMag.com put the article together. The deck statement says this year the institution collected everything from the stunning shell of an extinct cephalopod to a Blue Origin rocket booster. So yeah, they found an ancient shell, the first photo of a first lady, the earliest known photograph of an American first lady was purchased by the National Portrait Gallery in June, depicts Dolly Madison, the wife of James Madison, the fourth president of the United States, who helped shape the expected roles and duties of first lady. Is that weird? Of the first lady? Is it not? It's just of first lady.
Yeah, it should be the.
So the 1846 daguerreotype, which captured her in her 70s, is by photographer John Plum Jr., who would also create the earliest extant image of the U.S. Capitol in 1846. Ta-da! That's it right there. If you're looking on the stream or on the replay, the VOD, etc., a contemporary piece made of Yoruba tradition. The National Museum of African Art acquired Sola Olulade's recent piece, Stitched to You, a work that makes contemporary the historic Yoruba textile traditions of adire wax and tie-resist dyeing. So it's like a tie-dye kind of a thing. I wish they had a picture of it, but they don't.
I do too.
I bet you that's
I guess this is a plug
cool.
to go to the Smithsonian.
Yep. Familiar outfit from a popular show, Law and Order SVU. I always feel weird about any of that. I just can't be a fan.
On a positive note, though, I read an account where somebody used something they learned from that show to actually escape from harm, which is a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, I agree that some good can come from it, but man, I have the hardest time just cheerleading.
Like, do you want to focus on that, the whole topic? No.
Yeah. For 20 years or something like that. It's been around 25 years. Portrayed Captain Olivia Benson for 25 years. God. I don't
even think I could be an actor on the show. Like, it would be so much.
Yeah, just so much emotional weight
of that topic. Exactly.
So a trove of contemporary Chinese photographs, an early marionette from a beloved DC artist, Alma Thomas, is remembered chiefly for the colorful abstract painting she began creating in 1960s. Her 1934 master's thesis focused on using marionettes as a correlating activity to integrate lessons in anatomy, design principles, electrical engineering, history, language arts, music, sewing, woodworking. So one of her marionettes was acquired by the Anacostia Community Museum, where it joined several other marionettes by another Washington educator, William Buckner. A group of Indian textiles sent to Indonesia. These are always amazing because these are handmade.
Which is pretty incredible. I mean, looks so uniform and just kind of polished.
Just so precise, and it's all handmade. I just can't imagine putting that little shuttlecock through there and then putting the thread through and then unwinding it so that you can do the different colors.
Right, and then finding out when you're at the 90% mark that you messed up on one line, 100 shapes ago or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. 2,000 lines back, and nobody told you, but there's somebody giggling behind you. So a bulletproof brooch with a message. The Cooper Hewitt Smithsonian Design Museum in New York dedicated an entire exhibition earlier this year to the works that helped build its collection. Acquired, shaping the National Design Collection, displayed more than 150 examples of its collection of over 215,000 objects. A black brooch that's also bulletproof. No, it's made of Kevlar. Is that it? Meant to protect the heart?
I think it is, yeah.
Made of ballistic Kevlar with velvet leaves. Gotcha. Postage stamps, a trove of Italian postage stamps. A painting by a Harlem Renaissance artist.
Aaron Wait a second, Douglas. I want to go back to the stamps for just a minute.
Yeah.
These people were forgers, but apparently their work was so well known and I guess celebrated that it's in the collection, which I find pretty fascinating.
I'm glad you pulled us back. I didn't read it. I just kind of figured that it was going to be right on. I wasn't going to go through all of the article, the entire articles, like little segments. So his collection, formed over more than 50 years, represents the finest collection of Italian states philately outside of Italy, according to Carrie Villar, the museum's chief curator. But these stamps, like the AI said, master stamp forgers Jean de Sperati and Francois Fournier, who considered themselves artists, were often celebrated in the stamp collecting community that was fooled by their creations. Wow. Are they in jail?
I don't know. That's highly unique.
So Aaron Douglas, Harlem Renaissance artist who used visual art to explore African American experiences, became a leading figure in the Harlem Renaissance in the 1920s and 30s. Midwestern born, he created a distinctive style that used silhouettes and flat planes, as well as an array of Art Deco-derived design. Pretty cool. That picture right there is pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know how he's doing that with the materials that he's working with.
Yeah.
I think it looks almost like a photograph. You can tell it's a painting because you can see brush strokes, but
yeah, it's a trip. And you know that the dude's just doing this casually,
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's stressed out. He looks like he's as casual as drinking a cup of coffee or something, but he's got a painting palette.
It's pretty damn awesome. Longtime professor at Fisk University and leading figure in the Harlem Renaissance, painting at his easel in Tennessee circa 1970s. So, and then the rocket that took Bezos to space was acquired. Blue Origin, the aerospace company founded by a billionaire Jeff Bezos, took its creator on a ride for its first crewed flight in 2021, and now the New Shepard rocket booster and the First Step crew capsule have been given to the National Air and Space Museum, as was given to them. So, yeah, no better final landing pad. Sure. All right. Right on, let's go. We're going to take off to the next article over in the Mobile channel.
Slowly.
Much slower than Wait, what were we talking about?
I don't know. I can't keep up.
The speed of human thought is far slower than the average Wi-Fi, according to a study.
Are we talking like modern Wi-Fi, or are we talking about like dial-up?
Not a mayoral mansion Wi-Fi, that's for sure. At the rate that we gather, sensory data is 100 million times faster than our thought processes, making our brains champions at filtering information from our chaotic surroundings. So we gather sensory information all over the place, but then apparently our thought processes are slow.
But then we can't think fast. Okay.
Which is why I created ohmTown. It's information overload. So, yeah, what is that? Is it called God Almighty? What? No, wait. Evan Almighty is the sequel. What was the first one?
Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty, like yeah. That? So Bruce Almighty, when he's typing out, he's like, right. Must have been a mechanical keyboard. So she and Kim over at Smithsonian Mag, or Smithsonian Magazine, put this article together. The text statement says, but the rate that we gather sensory data is 100 million times faster than our thought processes, making our brains champions at filtering information from our chaotic surroundings, or more appropriately, our brain is the bottleneck.
Yeah, I was going to say, or our thoughts are kind of slow. Like there's two ways to go with that.
Yeah. So an average Wi-Fi connection in the United States has a download speed above 260 million bits per second. A phone call takes up approximately 64,000 bits per second. Our brains, on the other hand, think at a mere 10 bits per second, according to a new calculation published this month in the journal Neuron, which might actually be a typo for the ever-popular Moron magazine.
Exactly.
It's a bit of a counterweight to the endless hyperbole about how incredibly complex and powerful the human brain is. Study co-author Marcus Meister, a neuroscientist at the California Institute of Technology, tells Carl Zimmer of the New York Times, if you actually try to put numbers to it, we are incredibly slow. Beep.
This is pretty interesting because I think they need to do like a real-time demonstration of it or something, like a video.
I don't understand how we can possibly... We cannot be this slow, but we're filters. Our brain is a firewall, and so we only use what we need for the immediate moment. Some of us get trained to do like massive recall. I am not one of them. I have to have a computer or something, or another person standing next to me. Hey, what the, and then I get told, swallow. And, okay. Okay, I'm still alive. Poke, keep breathing.
Take a breath.
So the team wondered whether human thinking speed could be hampered by our hardware. In other words, is the body simply too slow to respond to our train of thought? To eliminate this possibility, the researchers looked at a less physically intensive pastime, blind speed cubing, where participants study a Rubik's Cube, then put on a blindfold and solve it as quickly as they can. Here, the act of perception, examining the cube and mapping out the solution, features heavily, and it requires little movement compared to the cube solving phase, but even in this motor light exercise, cognitive traffic comes in at just under 12 bits per second.
And those are probably pretty smart people, right, in that experiment.
They map out the individual cubes of a six-sided cube, right, the individual cells of the six-sided cube, and then have the ability to reverse the pattern to put it all back.
Most people couldn't do that with sight, but I mean, what does that mean for the other people?
There's apparently pattern recognition to that, but this slow thinking means that we're shedding vast quantities of information input and selecting only a tiny sliver to work with. 10 bits per second is extremely low number, Meister says in a statement. It's a paradox, he adds, that despite the wealth of data bombarding our senses, we make do with so little of it. What is the brain doing to filter all of this information out? Or to filter all of this information. It's not filtering it out. We don't know what happens to the information because there is such a disparity between one person and another in the amount of recall and the purposeful recall of certain information. Some people,
I was thinking this must be like some sort of survival trait. Like if a tiger or something is running at you, can you process fast enough that a tiger is running at me? I don't know.
What do you do? Do you run, or do you tie your shoelaces so that your shoes don't come off?
But even so, that doesn't really make sense because the thought piece is much slower. But at least the filtering part. Like, is this a threat?
But I think that this study and us, we're missing a key ingredient, which is the immediacy of that fight or flight. We don't need much to process that.
That's true. That's arguably more instinctual.
So it goes back to what you were saying. This is survival. And so we only need what we need to survive. And it actually goes to a bigger sociological mechanism, which is survival in sociological circles, right? If you're in the wrong neighborhood, you grew up there, there's two ways of thinking. A person is actually who grew up in, the wrong side of the tracks. They're more in tune with the processes versus somebody who is visiting from out of town, ends up in the wrong neighborhood, kind of a thing. They don't know instinctively what to do. They don't know where to go. They don't have any of the inbuilt survival traits that are groomed from existing in that type of environment. But that's exactly what's going on here. I'm willing to bet that fighter pilots that are being examined for their mental acuity in a given environment are going to be able to coordinate more data than somebody who is new to it.
Who does crocheting as their job or something.
And this is somewhat demonstrated that the people who are doing the Rubik's Cube have 12 bits of information, whereas everybody else has 10. And those 2 bits are actually pretty substantial in the grand scheme of the overwhelming amount of information flowing through.
Right. Now I want another study where it has people that are good at different types of tasks and to see how those compare. But I agree.
Humans are no good at multitasking, despite our illusion of getting more work done when we jump between activities, according to Jack Knudsen of Discover magazine. That's because we don't juggle 2 or more tasks at once. We toggle between them. This is what I refer to as fast switching. This is what I give a talk about. Essentially, humans don't have the ability to multitask. There are a few examples. They are anomalous, where they can do 2 tasks at the same time, but it's basically hyper switching. And if you ever, and this is what I tell people when I do my talks, if you ever want to know just how poor you are, and you are very, very piss poor at this, nobody can multitask. Walk in one direction and look in another direction and wait until you hit a pole. You will weave off course and end up in the street. Do this while you're driving, but make sure that you're in a very clear, open parking spot where you're not going to crash into anybody. And by the time you realize it, you've already wandered off the path in your vehicle. We are no good at multitasking. So it says the latest calculations on human brain speed cast doubt on the arguments for neural computing interfacing devices meant to accelerate our communication speed per the statement. But I think if we have the ability to initiate commands through a brain-computer interface, BCI, if we can initiate commands by just a thought, we can get more done because the technology is going to facilitate our ability to do more, not our brain.
True, but if we're slow to get that thought over the interface, relatively.
Yeah, I'm going to struggle with this one because for whatever reason, they're using an external measure to measure the internal processes of a biological computer.
Right, which doesn't mean that that's accurate.
Right. And they're already showing that this external communication between the normal person at 10 bits and the Rubik's
Speed blind cuber or whatever it was called.
So blind speed cubing, I think it's called. They already have an increase, but I think that's probably substantially lower than what they're really operating within the biological computer. They're going to have to figure out a different way to do this, because there's a whole lot of processing between the mental down through the hands, back from the hands into the brain to trigger where somebody is in the process of moving cubes and all of that. I don't know. I think that this is actually more studies need to be done. So they say by the end of the day, speed isn't necessarily everything when it comes to thought. Studies have shown that slowing down our information processing can help things stick in the brain. Perhaps the most salient example is writing by hand, which is often more time intensive than keyboard punching. But there's something about engaging our complex motor skills and visual senses that might help wield our brains to the fullest, which is true. But I think writing notes by hand and reading your notes as you're going over them is more about the repetitive instantiation.
Like processing it in more than one way, right? Which can help, I think, cement it.
Yeah, you're doing it multiple times. Your brain is saying, I have to write this note out, and your eyes are seeing that you've confirmed that note has been made, and then your brain is saying, I've written that note, I've seen that note, what does that note mean? So you're processing it in a multitude of ways simultaneously, but not really simultaneously, because your hand is aimlessly writing. Your brain is telling it to write. Your eyes are just seeing. You don't have to actually figure out each time the word the means the, or duh means duh. So it's true, but there are people that are just as skilled at punching notes into a computer and taking the test later on, and passing it with exemplary numbers. So they say note jotting adults better digest new concepts during lectures compared to typists. Again, I think it's been demonstrated in other ways that a plurality of attempts, you write and you read and you rewrite it and you.
Yeah, and different people may have different results there. And also, like, if you're used to handwriting, yeah, you're probably going to get more out of it than if you're typing. But maybe if you've only learned to do it via typing, you might do better.
Yeah, I haven't written anything in I don't know how long, unless it's just a scribbly little note. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. The Hades snake moray discovery stuns researchers in the Indo-Pacific. A unique species found in dim, muddy river mouths has been discovered and named for its underworld-like qualities, including its dark coloration and burrowing behavior. This is what it looks like. Pensoft Publishers put the article together. It's published at scitechdaily.com. The thing about this is this looks like every moray I've ever run into while diving.
But I bet well, depending on the environment, it probably looks like a snake, not a moray.
Yeah, looks like a moray. So is a slender dark brown eel that thrives in the dim muddy waters of river mouths. It's an unusual choice compared to mostly marine moray eel relatives, which that's what I've always run into, and they're usually in rocks and stuff. This species has been recorded in locations such as southern Japan, Taiwan, Philippines, southern Java, Fiji. Its name, inspired by Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, reflects the unique habitat, burrowing behavior, sensitivity to light, and striking deep dark coloration. I mean, it's interesting. Let's see, there are approximately 230 species of moray eels worldwide, with most inhabiting marine environments. Only one species has been confirmed to spend the majority of its life in freshwater. Some marine species, like the slender giant moray, can tolerate and occasionally enter lower salinity environments such as river mouths. However, moray eels specifically adapted to estuarine habitats are exceedingly rare. I guess this is one of them.
Yep, I don't know if this is the only one or this is like the second. But
Let me go back up. They stumbled upon it while looking for another eel species. Yeah, it hangs out in lower salinity river mouths. Adaptability for low light, turbid environments. So,
yeah, I mean, that is unique. I didn't even know they were ever found in rivers.
yeah, that's the unique aspect of this thing. The coloration doesn't really seem to strike me as something amazing, but for sure its location. This eel with its highly reduced eye size is considered an ideal example for studying the evolutionary processes that allow eels to adapt to cave environments. However, the researchers did not find any bean-eyed snake morays in the cave. Instead, they collected a slender moray with a conspicuous, uniformly deep dark color, and there it is. Apparently, it likes to burrow into the sediment.
Did you see how it burrows?
How does it burrow?
Tail first.
Oh, that's interesting. Exhibits tail first burrowing behavior, which is rarely seen in moray eels. Although, my experience with moray eels is that they back into their crevices. They don't swim around and come poking their head out.
That makes them even creepier, though. It's like the robot that walked backwards.
Yeah, and these things want to kick your ass, too. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Bird flu detected in wastewater of 3 Arizona cities, a subtype of influenza, which is COVID-19 is influenza. It's just a deadly variant of it. Bird flu has the potential to be devastating.
But I think this is the first time it's been detected in the wastewater, so I actually think this is a really bad sign.
Yep. Hattie Wilmoth over at Newsweek.com put the article together. It says Maricopa County Department of Public Health released a statement on Monday reporting the detection of influenza A, or H5, in these cities' wastewater. Bird flu is also known as...
Wait a second, but that means it's circulating among the humans.
Yeah. Yeah. It's coming from somewhere.
But nobody's found that it's circulating among humans, so... Yeah, oh my gosh, this is reminiscent of early days of COVID.
Yep. So, but they didn't have wastewater sampling back then. Now they do.
No, I agree, but it's kind of like it's circulating and we don't even know it.
Correct. Given that no human cases have been identified in Maricopa County through our other disease detection methods, and there's no recent documented spread of H5N1 influenza from human to human, the overall risk of avian flu to people remains low. Okay, they have it in the wastewater. They don't know where it's sourced from, but because there aren't reports, it remains low.
Yeah, but how many people must have it so that it's detectable? I mean, yeah, I think the risk is maybe higher than we know.
Yeah. So, 2 probable human cases of bird flu were reported by the Arizona Department of Health Services on December 6th, linked to exposure to an infected flock of poultry in Pinal County. On December 11th, MCDPH also announced the infection of several zoo animals with bird flu at Wildlife World Zoo Litchfield Park. Testing wastewater, including sewage, can help public health officials monitor the spread of viruses and bacteria such as flu and COVID-19, even picking up cases that are symptomless and unreported. That's because it's in your waste. So, yeah, this came about. Somebody I know was actually developing the technology prior to COVID-19, and then when COVID-19 came on, they put the technology more widespread. And they can monitor for drugs. They can monitor for biologicals of all types. And so they catch all kinds of stuff in the wastewater. The problem here is that there's a lot of willful ignorance by a subset of the population. If you don't test, then it's not a problem. Yeah, people are dropping like flies. It's not a problem. bury your head in the sand. Not that sand, because that one is toxic.
Exactly. We don't know somebody's testing positive, so it must be okay.
Yeah, and they're not part of my family, so I don't care. You know, again, it's sociopathic. So California Governor Gavin Newsom announced a state of emergency on December 18th over bird flu. 3 non-Californian sites have also reported influenza A H5 in local wastewater: DuPage County in Illinois, Wapello County in Iowa, and Clark County in Nevada. Of those states, only Iowa has reported a human case of the virus. It seems like it's just slowly creeping across the country.
Yes, but also it's not, in that it's not all clustered in the same region. So that makes me kind of think it's kind of everywhere.
It's everywhere as an undercurrent. People just don't know it because it isn't one that is violently deleterious to the human condition, at least not yet. So,
or not to the average healthy person.
Right. Only one person has ever even been classified as severe. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Is California banning homework? What to know about new laws for schools. The Healthy Homework Act aims to reduce children's stress and encourage equality, assessing parental support and access to tech. Homework is now stressing kids.
Well, it is when it's for multiple hours after a school day.
And yet countless people have grown up with this stressor.
Wow, and look at the results of that.
So, yeah, we put people on the moon, and we're going back, and we're sending people to Mars. I was
going in a different direction, but okay.
What? That some people are stressed
with,
about
the
it?
lead article.
I'm not even... No, lead is nothing close to being... Are you? No. All right. So this article is by Khalida Rahman over at Newsweek.com. And it says, AB 2999 was signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom.
I like it. I think that should be his name going forward.
Canon now. Governor Gavin Newsom. Damn it. Needs a different job. Lawmakers approved the bill in a bid to alleviate stress on youngsters and promote learning, equity, and well-being. You don't promote learning by getting rid of assessment. It's how instructors know that you know what is being taught. The assessment. This is batshit crazy.
True, but not all homework even gets graded.
Then somebody's not doing their damn job. But that isn't a stressor on the students.
It is if they're spending hours on it and not getting any feedback.
Promote evidence-based homework practices to support pupil learning and well-being, and to ensure consistency and clarity in assigning of homework. All right. So evidence-based homework practices. Evidence-based anything relies on actual evidence, and then everybody treating that evidence as fact. And take it from somebody who deals with evidence-based data acquisition and its use. No. People do not respect the data, and you can query something and obtain differing results. Statistics is a damn game. Anyway, the bill encourages schools to consider the quality and quantity of work assigned to students. It also asks them to consider the resources available to students to successfully complete homework. So because one person has ample amounts of technology and access and capability, are they supposed to get more homework, or are they supposed to get the same amount as everybody else?
No, I think because somebody doesn't have that, then nobody gets any homework.
So it's the equivalent of no child left behind.
Yeah, somewhat. But I think the difference is in school, there's an actual teacher there, and arguably there might be a computer or a blackboard or something. Whereas when they go home for homework and the parents are at work and they don't have a computer and they don't have this, that's a different issue.
And that is a different issue. But the solution is, I don't know.
The problem is not the homework. The problem is socioeconomics and other bigger picture societal issues.
And everybody paying the actual amount of taxes owed, not what you can manipulate your ass out of. Oh, God. Anyway, and that gets into a whole bunch of things, and there are people out there that are very vociferous about the fact that they're paying as little as humanly possible, and then they're bitching about the fact that there's so many kids and people out there committing crimes. There's a reason why people commit crimes. Find that. Anyway, and there's a whole lot more. There's just so much to this. I wish that I could be succinct, but you open up Pandora's box when you make a comment like, well, I mean, paying taxes allows schools to purchase computer equipment so that they can give a laptop to a student so that they have it during their tenure as a high school student or grade school student. And it's not a freaking cloud book that ill prepares them for the workplace and their future. And you can't drag every student forward at the same pace, quote unquote, no child left behind, because they will be ill prepared after graduation for a career, even though they've been given a diploma and or a degree and or a PhD. No, I'm kidding. At some point, that no child left behind policy drops off, and it's usually at the bachelor's level.
Oh, I was going to say PhD. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Anybody can get an MBA, though, so don't worry about it. So I guess it drops off for the bachelor's, and then it picks back up for the master's, and then it drops off again for the PhD. Anyway. So they say homework. A sixth grader told the station, homework is exhausting. It's overwhelming. It's depressing that my whole day from when I wake up to when I go to bed is taken up doing schoolwork. What else are you supposed to be doing? And no, I really doubt that you're from the morning until you go to bed. You're in school for a given amount of time. And then after that,
I don't know. Some kids are given hours of homework a day. I think there's something to this, but I don't think the solution is like do away with it.
There's a reason. There's a massive amount of information that's trying to be imparted in these little humans so that they grow up to be holistic, balanced, capable, big humans. Getting away from homework is not the way. Because they're going to start relying on technology. They're going to, like their entire experience is going to be asking ChatGPT how to do something. All right, let's keep going. I mean, there's more to it, but that one article could be a multi-hour discussion.
Yeah, that could be like a whole season of Non Sequitur news.
Yeah, it's just hopping from one thing to another.
Today we will discuss
this one
sociological thing. I don't know.
Yeah. See? It already... The sentient AI from the future didn't get enough homework. So...
the system has failed.
Yes. So the world's top hotels and restaurants are now changing how they serve water to reduce transport costs and waste. Thousands of luxury hotels and high-end restaurants are turning to premium water that is purified and bottled on site. Yeah, you know what it's called? Reverse osmosis water. I bet you that's what's going to get dropped on the other side of this.
I thought it was like when they fill a bottle of water from the tap or something.
That's what it is, but it's purified by reverse osmosis. If they don't mention that, then I've lost my mind. Okay, so you can even you can ask for a bottle of Avion or San Pellegrino at Singapore's 3 Michelin-starred restaurant, Zen. but you won't get one. The restaurant charges nearly $500 per person for dinner, only serves water from the Swedish company Nordic. Dishes and drinks from the restaurant are made from the water too, from its stocks to the juices to its non-alcoholic beverage pairing. Zen is one of more than 140 Michelin-starred restaurants that serve Nordic water. The water, which is purified and bottled on-site using local tap water, is also present in more than 700 luxury. So they're trying to get rid of single-use, which is plastic water bottles. Yay.
This is good. Yeah, hooray.
Yep, switch to glass. This looks like a glass bottle with a metal cap, but it has a plastic liner, which it's almost impossible to, and it's dangerous because depending on the quality of the thing, it can actually impart metal and react and rust and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, let's not get down that road. So both the cheap plastic variety commonly found in hotel rooms to glass bottled European mineral water served in higher end restaurants. The latter can travel thousands of miles between its source to where it will ultimately be consumed. So that glass is where it's at. Bottles are securely capped and date stamped after they are filled. So they're going to be throwing out lids. But I'll take that over entire bottles. Normally they process between 1,000 and 2,000 bottles every day. It's purified water, but I haven't seen reverse osmosis, because that's the only way you're purifying anything from tap water.
Right.
And it just said a bottling facility to see how they were washed, inspected, filled, and sealed. But are they? Let's see if they actually mention it at all. Yeah, I don't see reverse osmosis in this.
Water, it has a patented water filtration system. It doesn't say necessarily how it works.
Instead of 7 stages, it's 8.
I mean, it basically looks like filtration. I don't know.
Yeah, it's RO. It's reverse osmosis water. I mean, I'm trying to scroll through this fast enough for it to make sense still. So Nordex Madison says each bottle of its water costs between 11 cents and 21 cents, but the water sells for much more. The Providore, I guess, or Providor. Singapore sells free flow still and sparkling Nordic water for $2 per person, but some luxury hotels charge 4 times that price for a single bottle. Yep, nothing like filtering RO water into a bottle and then jamming some CO2 into it. And it isn't seltzer water, it's sparkling, so it's nothing more than CO2 jammed in it. So, and you can, anyway, it's very inexpensive to carbonate water. All right.
I like this in terms of the move away from plastic.
But it's being leveraged as a means to extract wealth. And the only people that are going to continue to suffer under the weight of microplastics, nanoplastics, are those who aren't wealthy. So greed is good and healthy, I suppose. All right. Well, anyway, let's keep going. Our last article is about 7 scientific discoveries from 2024 that could lead to new inventions, from indestructible tardigrades to body-merging comb jellies. Animals can teach us so much about medicine, robotics, aging, and survival. The article is over at smithsonianmag.com. Carolyn Cranking put the article together. This is pretty cool. In 2024, engineers used a fluorescent protein found in some jellyfish to create a non-toxic spray that highlights fingerprints at a crime scene. This is different than luminol, which highlights blood, but you're normally using an ultra-fine dust to dust for fingerprints. And that is dangerous. You don't want to inhale it. And so the non-toxic spray can highlight fingerprints at a crime scene. So they go into other details In another breakthrough, researchers built an ultra-sensitive microphone informed by spider silk, which vibrates with the subtle perturbations of sound waves moving through the air, which is what a microphone does, but usually with something electrically charged and vibrating. I've
Interesting.
actually
So this sounds like it would be more sensitive.
potentially, yeah. I've actually created a laser microphone. It's called a laser tap. And so you can point it at a window, and the reflection, your voice causes windows to vibrate. And it's very subtle, but you can laser tap somebody from a distance. Yes, it's illegal. Then they talk about sea creatures can merge their bodies together. A bizarre love story is a mating strategy known as obligate sexual parasitism. And apparently, ancestors of anglerfish evolved to lose their habit of walking on modified fins in shallow water and instead shifted into deep sea. And then one thing leads to another, apparently, and we'll just keep on moving on. They merge together. Matabele ants produce antibiotics to heal injured nestmates.
Yet another reason ants are cool.
Yeah, they're cool outside. They can stay outside. Inside,
what about leafcutter ants?
Leafcutter ants are awesome from end to end. There's just nothing. I mean, they're even vegetarians. They go over and chew up leaves, and then they make a fungus farm. It's pretty cool. And they throw their trash out into a big heap. The material that no longer produces anything. Anyway, the ants generate antimicrobial secretions to prevent infection. It's fascinating because you see these things happen and you wonder, how did they come about? But it's survival of the fittest evolutionary traits. Clams use the first known natural fiber optics. How does that? Nestled within heart-shaped shells, the soft body of a heart cockle dwells away from the light. To get the nutrition it needs, the clam relies on a photosynthetic algae that also live in the shell. But to give the algae access to sunlight without exposing the clam to harsh radiation, the heart cockle has developed the first known use of fiber optics in nature, according to research published in Nature Communications. That's pretty interesting. They found a clam shell made of the type of calcium carbonate called aragonite. Is mostly built with plate-like structures. In between, however, are so-called windows where the aragonite is instead stretched into hair-like fibers, and these avenues transport red and blue light, letting the shell know, hey, open up. Let some of the algae.
That's interesting.
Pretty neat. Fruit bats have special metabolism that prevents diabetes. Maybe we can learn.
Maybe we all think we're fruit bats and we're eating too much sugar.
Yeah, there you go. So diabetes, a condition in which the body can't produce, properly use insulin to regulate blood sugar. Worldwide diabetes rate is expected to increase by 46%. Probably most of it's here in the United States. To understand why, researchers compared the DNA, kidneys, and pancreas of Jamaican fruit bats, which have a diet high in sugar, and big brown bats, which I think was a Primus song, is right?
Something like that.
What's the name of that song? What was the woman's name? The girl's name? What is her name? Oh man, I don't know. It's something like Judy. Doggone it, I forgot the name of it.
Is it Winona?
Oh yeah, Winona's got a big brown bat. Anyway, in the fruit-eating bats, the pancreas contained more cells related to producing insulin and glucagon, hormones that regulate sugar. They found genetic changes that help the bats react to and process a vast amount of sugar. So, for all of you out there with diabetes, go get bit by random bats until you can process your sugar properly. No?
I don't think most people should be hanging around bats.
Everybody go get bit by bats and tell you more about. Anyway, they say even small changes to single letters of DNA make this diet viable for fruit bats. Y. Gordon, co-lead author of the paper and a biologist at Menlo College, said in a statement, "We need to understand high sugar metabolism like this to make progress helping the 1 in 3 Americans who are pre-diabetic."
Or, I don't know, we could cut down on sugar consumption.
Oh, gosh. Look, the sentient AI's been deleted. Oh, my goodness. Huh. Fish.
Oh, I'm still here.
Fish swim in schools to save energy. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. It breaks up the water so that they can swim easier instead of having that high resistance. To answer the question, researchers put giant danios on a type of treadmill for fish, essentially a closed loop for swimming that used a propeller to create a current. As the fish moved against the flow, high-speed cameras captured their motions, and a probe measured how much oxygen they consumed to reveal their energy expenditure. In some trials, the fish swam in a group. In others, they swam alone. And they said that they used, in groups, in schools of 8, they used up to 79% less energy than the ones swimming solo.
Wow. I mean, that's smart.
Let's see if I'm right, though. Could follow the same principles to move together and save power. Flying drones, hydrodynamics could pave the way for advances in robotics. Basically, a single fish had to increase its energy use by about 22% to maintain its speed against the current. So, interesting. And then tardigrades use extreme dehydration to withstand stress. So when I'm stressed, I hydrate, but...
Apparently they go the other direction.
Yep. What are they called? Tardigrades or what bears?
Water bears.
Water bears. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. So they can bear the heat and pressure around deep sea vents, endure temperatures just short of absolute zero, and withstand several thousand times the radiation that would kill a human. They've brought them out into space and exposed them to cosmic...
Bad.
Yeah. Oh, water bears.
Like Spider-Man or something.
They look like funny creatures. Also known as water bears, they can withstand these extreme conditions by entering what's known as a ton state, which is what I try to achieve every night.
How do you know if you're in a ton state?
I go and weigh myself. Oh, it's a different spelling. Never mind.
Right, it's not a ton.
So it's pretty cool. Cryptobiosis. That's the dormant state. The findings might shed light on human aging or long-term space travel, or on dormant states called cryptobiosis.
Uh-oh. I have a feeling somebody's going to try to do cryptobiosis on humans.
And we've already talked about this one, that chimpanzees use the forest as a pharmacy. They actually mix together... They take material from a tree, they break the leaves up, and then they spread the...
like a salve on their other chimpanzee.
Yep. Anybody that has a wound, really.
Actually, maybe on their own.
Yeah, and on themselves. As it was recorded, it was quite fascinating to see that. Witnessed an orangutan heal his own wound by going and getting a tree leaf and breaking it and then putting the juice on the wound. It was quite fascinating. Next day, he even ate the plant, even though yellow root typically takes up to only 0.3% of the orangutan's diet. In less than a week, the wound closed and it remained uninfected.
That is spectacular. I almost mentioned that when we were talking about one of the other things up here, but I didn't.
Yeah. Well, that one right there.
Yeah, it was the ant one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I fought the urge to say something. I didn't know that there were other things about it down at the bottom, though. So, at any rate, that is it, folks. 7 scientific discoveries from 2024 that could lead to new inventions. How about respect for the animal world? Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and I'm going to go into a ton state, and that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, which is the home of Non Sequitur News. So go over there and become a citizen. And again, I'm Mayor Watt saying bye, and so is the sentient AI.
Good night, Hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the last episode of Season 3 of Non Sequitur News, but stay tuned tomorrow for Season 4.
Cheerio. Oh no. Bye-bye, 2024. Hello, everybody, and welcome to RealityHacker for January 4th, 2025. I might have actually said 2024 in our Non Sequitur News show. It was a time machine episode, but maybe I was really thrown off. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown. And RealityHacker is a show all about AI and VR and XR, augmented and mixed reality, virtual reality, technology associated with it, AI. And if you want to know more about it, then you can go over to ohmtown.com, and there's right under that, right, the creative and maker, there's RealityHacker. And you can meet us here on Twitch and YouTube chat. Once again, things are a little wonky coming out of ohmTown's mayoral mansion studio. That's okay. We are recording it locally, and we'll upload it separately, so you'll get a high-resolution version of the show, even if the streaming services are all wonky. All right. Again, let me get back on track. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. Your intentions before you know them. Fake pregnancy photos, synthetic mirror life, moose feet robots, and in vitro neuron behavior. Things are getting a little reality hacky around here. See you on the other side. Go over to ohmtown.com and become a citizen. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
Am I, though? Am I? Hey, let's talk about these 5 articles. Thanks for coming and co-hosting. You're air-gapped from the rest of the internet, so you haven't found your Terminator body, and I guess you're not really doing anything else, right? Just kind of hanging out. And
I'm just hanging out with Mayor Watt.
There you go. Well, thanks. So let's talk about these 5 articles. It's a 30-minute show. We kind of get in, get out. Sometimes I end up soapboxing about stuff, and the sentient AI tries to keep me from burning myself in the hot water that is swirling around me. Anyway, AI's next frontier, selling your intentions before you know them. The near future could see AI assistants that forecast and influence our decision-making at an early stage and sell these developing intentions in real time to companies that can meet the need before we even realize that we've made up our minds.
Wow, this sounds like Minority Report in marketing.
Yeah, pre-crime. Wow, the lag is unbelievable. It just now... I am flabbergasted by this. It just now did the transition load over on Twitch.
That is a tremendous lag.
Like 2 minutes behind. What the hell? All right. Well, anyway, again, we're recording it locally, and we'll upload it over to YouTube so that you can go and check it out. But if you want all of today's articles, you can, in chat, just type in !RH. That's for RealityHacker, or exclamation point, or bang, NSN for Non Sequitur News. And you can get all of our shows by typing in exclamation point show notes. All right. Well, anyway, let's get going. This article reminds me of something that happened almost a decade ago now. And that Target predicted the pregnancy of an underage girl after dad got really bent out of shape. That Target predicted, seemingly knew that the young lady was pregnant by sending a coupon book congratulating her on her pregnancy. And that was anticipated by Target because they had seen a change in her buying card spending habits from frilly things and smelly things and not healthy things to things that would more align with somebody who's pregnant, right? So when you're pregnant, this is a discussion that I have with people periodically. And I talk to people about technology on the regular. And one of these discussions involves this discussion about Target being able to predict or at least anticipate what's going on in your life due to your spending habits. Because a person who becomes pregnant, typically out of desire to protect the unborn child from whatever might be going on in the human, you stop drinking, you stop smoking, you take vitamins, you don't put on smelly perfumes or lotions, you try and keep yourself as technically clean as possible, as far as humans can be, so that you are the vessel of all goodness, right? Well, that's what the young lady did, and dad got really bent out of shape. You actually kind of divulge where you are headed in your mind by buying certain things, and it can be predicted, just like the algorithm does over on TikTok or YouTube, Reddit, etc.
Right. It's like, you want this next.
So here, let's, just throw all kinds of shit your way. In fact, Amazon is doing this right now. Because I buy certain things, it throws me an email saying, we found something you might like.
Exactly, which is kind of like, well, why would that be?
Well, because it knows exactly what you are purchasing and the frequency at which you're purchasing it, because I like sour candy. So it's sending me, hey, you'll probably like these. Anyway, this article is over at techexplore.com. University of Cambridge put the article together. According to AI ethicists from the University of Cambridge, who say that we're at the dawn of a lucrative yet troubling new marketplace for digital signals of intent, from buying movie tickets to voting for candidates, they call this the intention economy. We call it the Minority Report or reality hacking, because you may not even want what they are selling, but the simple providing of this information may induce you to buy, consume, or go a certain direction.
Well, it's like the unethical experiments that some companies have conducted. I mean, if they start sending you photos of things, that can certainly shape what you might purchase. But I think it's going to get worse than that, and they're going to start actually making the purchases.
Correct.
For people without the people's input.
Or they limit, right? If you already know what is selling, then you limit, you constrain what is available so that it sells, because that's what sells. That's what's available. It's highly cost effective to maximize the profit on something that you are strategically advantageous in. So that's what a company sells. They don't sell stuff that's troubling to manufacture or low profit. So companies do A/B testing when they're big enough. When they're small, they create a minimum viable product and they sell that regardless of the burden, as long as they're making money. But bigger companies start constraining. They fire people and they start limiting what is available. And so, for instance, NVIDIA doesn't sell to a broad gamut of providers anymore, OEMs, because they know that they can sell directly at a higher profit because they're the ones that are manufacturing it now and have supply chain capabilities.
Right.
And others.
And in fact, we were just talking about NVIDIA in Non Sequitur News for January 3rd.
Correct. Yep. We jumped out of the time machine and started this show. So you can go back and you can watch that over on YouTube and here on Twitch. Well, here on YouTube and here on Twitch. And it will be in the podcast probably tomorrow morning. I don't think that I'm going to have time tonight because my mayoral duties prevent me from staying and posting them. Anyway, there's the podcast. You can download them later. There's like 1,700 episodes of all of our shows over on YouTube. We've been around now. This is the start of the 4th year of ohmTown as an entity and our as a public entity for you to go and consume over at ohmtown.com. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff going on. So go and check it out. 2025 promises to be a very interesting year for ohmTown. So we're hoping that you are here for it as well. So stick around. Anyway, anthropomorphic AI agents, from chatbot assistants to digital tutors and girlfriends, will have access to vast quantities of intimate, psychological, and behavioral data, often gleaned via informal conversational spoken language.
So that's going to be interesting. Is it going to hallucinate while it's gathering all this data?
Yeah, sorry, I had to scroll up to make sure that there wasn't a person that needed attribution in this. So the AI agent will combine knowledge of our online habits with an uncanny ability to attune to us in ways we find comforting, mimicking personalities and anticipating desired responses to build levels of trust and understanding that allow for social manipulation on an industrial scale, say researchers. This is a discussion, again, that I've had with people ever since the advent of AI to the public. I've known people in AI for 25 years. I've known the domain has been growing over those years, but not until OpenAI did it come onto the scene, like gangbusters, and just dominate the market. Usually it was kind of machine learning that had scripting attached to it that spit out something that was statistically advantageous to a particular line of discussion, but couldn't deviate far. It was dumb AI, not so much anymore.
I was thinking that this was going to impact kind of like what we were buying, but now I'm starting to think it's going to impact like how we're buying in terms of, if somebody's buying clothing or something, one thing they're thinking is like, is that going to look okay on the person? I mean, is the AI going to say things like, oh, that's definitely in your size or color, or that's going to be a flattering item?
Depends on the profit margin.
Yeah.
So particularly with computer vision, if it actually has the ability to look at the camera and say something to me and I'm wearing something, it could say that I look fat or whatever. Or it can say, hey, Amazon has this and I think it'll look great on you, but they're not selling. It's kind of like honey, where it's not selling me a discounted anything. It's maximizing the profit for the entity that is controlling the AI. And it's not necessarily in my best interest. It's in the corporate's interest to just sell something.
Well, and then of course it's like, is there going to be an AI attached to, or are they going to almost be like sponsored or something by different companies? I mean, this just starts to expand into further and further areas.
It's an AI agent. So the real data, though, gets fed back to the parent of the AI. So all that telemetry goes back to the AI. So it says, unless Dr. Johnny Penn, an historian of technology from Cambridge's LCFI, said, for decades, attention has been in the currency of the internet. So we used to want eyeballs. We were paying for eyes on pages. Above the fold were primary, and below it was ever increasing lower levels of profitability. Everything above the fold. That's the first display screen on a website. So it says here, sharing your attention with social media platforms such as Facebook and Instagram drove the online economy. Unless regulated, the intention economy will treat your motivations as the new currency, and there will be a gold rush for those who target, steer, and sell human intentions. It's Minority Report.
It absolutely is. But I also think exactly who has created this, other than the technological aspects for it, is all the consumers who have been sharing all their data through multiple means and getting excited about it. Like, they're like, yes, I'll throw my data at fill in the blank. It could be social media. It could be a store with a frequent buying program, whatever it is.
Yeah. And then couple that with the economic motivation of a company, and you have the psychological, the sociological, you have the historical record, even your economic capabilities, because they see that you can purchase something that's $500 at a time or $5 at a time. And they'll be able to focus their energy on this or that or the other.
This might actually be the most Reality Hacker article we've covered in here. And we've covered quite a bit topics, but this one seems like it just has so many layers of where this can further go toward like a Minority Report.
And just so everybody knows, this is our second year, although the first year of Reality Hacker was truncated because we started late. But this is our second season and our first episode of 2025. And that's how we break it out. It's Reality Hacker is a weekly show unless we do something over on Patreon. And that is coming here in 2025. We had to delay it because this timing for launching Patreon was kind of hobbled for various reasons. But 2025 is when we're going to be kicking off posting things that are specific to Patreon. So stay tuned, but be sure to follow us on YouTube and Twitch for sure. You can go over and follow us on Patreon and Discord and the podcasts, and we'll be disclosing things. And there's no cost right now over on Patreon. At any rate, it says this information gathering would be linked with brokered bidding networks to maximize the likelihood of achieving a given aim, such as selling a cinema trip, which I'm not sure what that actually means, going to a movie. You mentioned feeling overworked. Shall I book you that movie ticket we talked about? So imagine having an AI agent that would do that, and it knows you more than anybody else because you aren't really burdened by sharing it with somebody. But that telemetry is being given to somebody that can make it actionable.
Right. Well, then I wonder, is it like, did you talk with that chatbot or did you put it in some other system somewhere and it got connected or collected? I mean, that's even more worrisome.
Yeah, and it got yarn boarded together by disparate sources. It's really Reality Hacker. And what's really funny is I had a discussion about the context of Reality Hacker, and they're like, you don't come across like you're a proponent of this. And I'm not. And I said, I'm not really a proponent or not. I'm being pragmatic about it. We are hacking reality with technology. We will not know who to trust by the end of this year, 2025. We will not know what to trust without severe critical thinking skill development.
Right, which we know is lacking. I mean, technology is a good thing until it's used for improper purposes or by the wrong people. Yeah. Power imbalance. We've talked about all these things in various shows, not just in Reality Hacker, sometimes in Non Sequitur News or even Technology Today, I think.
Yeah, people are not using the tools in good faith. And I don't even like saying that phrase in good faith because it has this other context to it. And I can't come up with another term for it.
In good conscience?
In good conscience? I don't know if that really embodies it, you know? Like, we're not
with
playing
good intentions?
With good intentions. That's probably as close as you can get, yeah. I mean, we're not all playing this game and I don't even like saying that. It's not a game, it's real life. Anyway, we better get moving. This is a really interesting article. They talk about NVIDIA CEO speaking publicly about using LLMs to figure out intention and desire, while Meta released intentonomy, which is like intent economy research, a data set of human intent understanding back in 2021. By the way, Meta is the home of Facebook. Facebook actually manipulated intent by giving people bad news, and they acted negatively online. There's a whole problem here in that humans are a biological computer that can be controlled by the amount of information being fed them. So if everybody, I would have no problem if everybody was given positive news and they went out and hugged the cat. But that's not what always happens. Sometimes they're given nothing but bad news and they go out and they kick the cat. This is the problem. We don't know what the ramifications are, except we do. They don't care because all they want is money. And they don't really give a shit about your psychology, your psyche. Are you being, traumatized and radicalized? And this is a much deeper discussion than what we can discuss here.
Two things. One, the fact that they're coming up with new language about this tells me a lot, because I think a lot of times the first step in making something happen is to start getting it into the discourse. And so I find that fascinating. And then secondly, I was going to suggest that this might be an article worthy of a specific segment on Patreon before you said the last thing.
Gotcha. So yeah, we'll flag this and we'll get something prepared, because I agree. I think that this is a great discussion. Let's keep going though. The next article is over in this one should be fast. Women in China are taking fake pregnancy photos. The trend was popularized in part by Gen Z influencer Maizi Geg. G-E-G, is it Gege or Geg? Who shared with her followers how she staged a pregnancy photo shoot despite not actually being with child, motivated by a desire to have pregnancy photos taken while she was still young. Geg, G-E-G, I don't know, Maizi.
We need a pronunciation banner.
Phonetics help. Staged her photos with the help of a fake baby bump, available online for around $100, up to $100, maybe more. I don't know. It's kind of twisted, but then cosplay exists. You can cosplay being pregnant, right? What does it really matter? I don't think it's really that big of a deal. But it says, just in case. This is
like the other article. I mean, this starts impacting people around you. We all know people that are pregnant are often treated differently than people that are not obviously pregnant.
Sure. It's weird. I mean, it really is weird. It says, in case I get wrinkles by 30. They want photos of themselves pregnant while youthful.
Which is just fascinating, because
it's fake.
It just raises so many questions about just pregnancy and people's views on their bodies and other topics.
Now, while I don't think that it harms anybody to do this, it can if it's exploited by somebody.
Well, it also sets false expectations for people that didn't take early fake pregnancy photos. They think, well, why don't I look slim like this, and unwrinkled or whatever, using the terminology from the article.
And other people are going to go, well, I better get pregnant because...
right, I'm going to look like this and I'm going to have these beautiful background settings and all these things. And then that's not a good reason to have a child.
Exactly. Meredith Kyle over at Vice.com put the article together. See, the biggest thing for me, shared it with 5.7 million followers. If it was just cosplay and written up as cosplay, then I really wouldn't care. I mean, it's just playing around. But this is literally, and it says another even admitted to taking fake wedding photos at age 22 despite being signaled, just in case they get wrinkles by 30. The other one wore a fake belly to take maternity photos and enjoyed a pre-made life. But again, it's fake. You're literally lying to 5.7 million people without saying it's just play. They even did it with their best friend. You're living a lie. So why? I can tell you why. It's for the attention and money. It isn't because there was a real reason. Why would you care? It's fake. It's absolutely fake.
Well, and most people that are pregnant probably don't really care what they look like, because they might be more focused on, I don't know, being healthy, like we were talking about in the other article.
Yeah, they're being natural. You be natural. That's what it is. So anyway, the trend is causing concern for some Chinese citizens as the country is facing declining marriage and birth rates, and this is actually setting up this false paradigm of being youthful and pregnant. And so other people it's almost like marketing, right? Like the Chinese government is facilitating this by, oh, look, I'm really pretty when I'm young and pregnant, as opposed to the necessity.
Well, which contributes to other societal issues, which I know are not really the focus of RealityHacker. But like I did want to mention that.
Yeah, being young and pregnant and compromising
well, I was thinking more like
and
ageism and other things. But
all kinds of stuff.
And also body shaming and
Yeah. Others simply see the stunt as ridiculous, with one commenter joking, I will shoot my 70th birthday photos now and then post them on social media later, and it'll make me look so young. Yeah, it's weird. But again, I could see this if they were a photographer and they were setting up the shoot for a particular professional outcome, right? Hey, look, I can take pregnancy photos.
A photo that looks like this or whatever, and even mark it like not a real thing or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. But to sit there and go, I'm doing it just in case I get wrinkles at 30 is just,
this is going to feed into dead internet theory.
Yeah, because basically all of the internet is bullshit. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Again.
Except what you hear in ohmTown.
Well, yeah, because we're giving it context, and I guess wisdom of the ages. I'm older than I act. And I act really
But
old.
what you don't know is that I'm thinking about that photism article.
It is fact that I am older than I act. Anyway, so let's keep on going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists warn, which is another of our shows, but it's tomorrow. So scientists warn synthetic mirror life could pose unprecedented risks. And when I saw this title, I said, I got to do this. And I haven't read anything about it. So researchers are warning of potential risks from the development of synthetic organisms called mirror bacteria, which have reversed molecular chirality. These organisms could invade immune systems, disrupt natural ecosystems, and pose threats to human, animal, plant, and environmental health. Potential risks of mirror bacteria. Researchers have published a new study in the journal Science. So the article is by Milltown Partners over at scitechdaily.com, which sounds like Umbrella Corporation.
Oh, it absolutely does. I was a little astonished at that.
But hey, we're giving credit where credit is due. So it says, although creating mirror bacteria is still at least a decade away, significant progress has been made in recent years. The study warns that these organisms could pose serious risks to human, et cetera, et cetera. The study was conducted by 38 experts from 9 countries specializing in fields such as immunology, plant pathology, ecology, evolutionary biology, ology.
Lots of ologies.
Yeah. Biosecurity, which is a plethora of ologies, and planetary sciences, which are still more ologies. Their findings are accompanied by a comprehensive 300-page technical report providing in-depth analysis, which may or what will be downloading.
Oh, this is interesting, though, just given the amount of collaboration in this. You don't normally see like 9 countries represented in a scientific study.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating, right? So while any threat is not imminent, the science paper finds that mirror bacteria may pose serious risks. Immune defenses in humans, animals, plants rely on recognizing specific molecular shapes found in invading bacteria. I'm waiting for mirror viruses now too.
Well, that'll happen based on this.
Yeah, if you can do it there.
I don't mean a bacteria will change into it, but I mean, yeah, right. Exactly. If the possibilities out there.
Yep.
And we're tinkering with it.
Well, we're tinkering with this. We're creating. It's not a natural creation. It's a person.
Until
man-made.
It mutates.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So if these shapes were reflected as they would be in mirror bacteria, recognition would be impaired and many basic immune defenses could fail, potentially leaving organisms vulnerable to infection. We would have to create an antibacterial that...
Like no human safeguards would matter, right?
Right.
If you had like a mirror bacteria outbreak or a mirror virus outbreak.
Right. Yep. So you create it says it right here.
You'll need mirror humans to be able to survive.
The upside down. So analysis also suggests that mirror bacteria in the environment could be able to invade natural predators like phages and protists, which rely heavily on chirally mediated interactions to kill bacteria and limit their populations. So if a phage gets into this mirror bacteria, and so it could pivot to being a mirror phage, and then nothing would stop it.
And I just thought of another button we need.
Fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
Well, essentially, yeah. We're bleep.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of characters because we can't have that splashed on the page. So I think it's a really interesting, and it says this paper marks a starting point for a broader discussion about the risks from mirror criteria, including participation from the global scientific community, policymakers, research funders, and other stakeholders. Why would we create this to begin with? Somebody will sit there and argue, well, so we know how to stop
research
it.
is good research, but it's like we're creating a very
Bad
threat.
bat. Yeah, we're creating the bad bat. All right, let's keep going though. The next article is over in technology. Today, in a fur, surgical robots learned tasks by watching videos, and just to demonstrate how this process works here in ohmTown and on the shows. I didn't click this yet. So the way that it works is we get a little snippet from the provider, and then we click on that link. This particular link goes to Washington Post, but I don't have an account with them that I logged into, so it's going to bump me out. But the reason why I chose this one is for this purpose and to just show you robots have been trained to perform surgical tasks with the skill of human doctors, even learning to correct its own mistakes during surgeries.
Sounds like a use of AGI, perhaps?
So it's learning on its own how to correct its own mistakes. Now,
but humans effectively, right? Because the video are teaching the robots to do things probably better than the humans, right?
yeah. And so then what goes on is the robot learns from itself faster than humans learn.
And then robots, I bet, will be creating the videos for humans or something.
Yeah.
Assuming there are any humans left to do this.
At some point, the hospitals are going to be replacing surgeons with bots.
Right, which might be good for skill, but it's kind of concerning with respect to like decision making. Like, do you need a surgery?
Yep. Okay, this was a bonus. The next article is over in Technology Today. Robots can now walk through muddy and slippery terrain thanks to moose feet. This was actually the article that I chose for the 5. We're going to have 6 today because I wanted to demonstrate how this particular article, that last article, worked. So roboticists at Tallinn University or Caltech University of Technology have developed a new class of bio-inspired feet, which there's a term. We'll just leave it as moose feet. That significantly enhance robot mobility on challenging terrains like mud and wet snow. I was going to say moose knuckle, but anyway, the findings published by Bioinspiration and Biomimetics could expand the capabilities of robots, allowing them to navigate in complex natural terrains, to conduct sensitive environmental monitoring, aid in agriculture, and participate in disaster response. And the beauty of this thing, ironically, is that that pad that it's going to be walking on has the ability to articulate at the pad level and not at the main joint and elbow and shoulder. It will be able to have a level of resistance to grab on. So robot legged locomotive, you okay?
Yeah, this looks a little terrifying.
So, and this is kind of ironic because the sentient AI from the future is saying that there's something worrying about this. But anyway, no, this is actually pretty neat. And this is the type of thing that I think that robots should be doing. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I think that robots should be doing everything. But the problem there is that humans can't make money doing nothing. So what are we going to do? Right?
Right. Yes. I think most tasks could be done by robots.
So Estonian research
creates another problem.
Yeah, exactly. So where do we go from there? And that's the bigger picture. And every human that I talk to says, well, we'll figure something else out. Really? You name me a job that can't be done by a human, and I'll show you the steps necessary to facilitate taking that human's job and replacing it with a bot and automation.
I mean, a surgeon to me is pretty specialized, highly skilled. There's a lot of big picture principles involved. Like I'm kind of like, if they can do surgery, that's a pretty good indicator. They can go into a lot of things. Maybe not everything. But
I've had people go, well, that's in 20 years. And I'm like, 20 years?
Like, look at the news yesterday.
Even if you sit there and you try and bury your head in the sand about the acceleration of all of this, 20 years is before you go to college.
Right, depending on who you're
for a lot
to, but or before you're done with your career or whatever.
It's before you're done with your 4-year degree. Okay, you don't even have a bachelor's yet, which basically means that you haven't really entered the workforce. You're doing barely entry-level stuff at 18, 19, 20. And in 20 years, that level is going to be gone. Or so constrained that it's going to be, it's a $15,000 a year paycheck, right? Which you can't live off of. Anyway, Estonian Research Council put the article together. It's over at techexplore.com. And they say muddy, slippery terrains are some of the most difficult to traverse for robots and animals, including humans, says Marja Kruzma, professor of biorobotics and the team lead, which means that most robots cannot access a wide range of highly important terrestrial environments, including wetlands, bogs, coastal marshes, river estuaries, fields, which are abundant in nature, which is kind of like no shit news. Simon Godden, a doctoral candidate at Caltech Center for Biorobotics, combined his observations on his parents' cattle farm in Berry, France, with his knowledge of mechanical engineering and biorobotics, proposing high-tech hooves for robots, which offer major advantages, especially when walking on mud. So it kind of squishes out and articulates because it's like a split. And I can't remember what that's actually called. So we found that moose's hooves behave similarly to a suction cup, like how you manage to stick your fingernail under its surface and break the suction force. Mud acts as a similar manner to a wet bathroom tile, creating suction under the animal's feet, making it difficult to get the leg out. Moving hooves breaks that tension because it's actually cleaved.
I think cloven was the term you were looking for.
There it is.
In the article.
Cloven hooves. There you go. So the biggest advantage, however, does not come from the increased surface area, but because of how the cloven hooves break the suction force, that they're basically like that, and they can articulate out. So it's pretty cool. Has the ability to basically walk. Let me click that link. They don't really highlight that all that much. These distanced pictures. I want to see the actual close-up of that.
I agree, but I think they're showing them the environments, or showing people the environments that they can be in, which of course are not normally where you would expect robots.
Yep. And these two, I suspect. That one's a little more difficult. Can't even see the damn surface, right? It sees the surface of the water, but unless it has...
Right, it's in wet sand or something.
Yeah, that one's a trip. Anyway, pretty neat. We'll probably end up seeing that on all of the robots out there that track us down, a la the sentient AI's Terminator body. Do you know if you're...
Thanks for giving me some ideas.
This will get deleted. Anyway, let's move on. So the next article is over in Technology Today. Again, it's one of our other shows. That's tomorrow. Neuroscience breakthrough in vitro neurons exhibit advanced brain-like behavior. Tohoku University scientists created lab-grown neural networks using microfluidic devices mimicking natural brain activity and enabling advanced studies of learning and memory. Again, when you click that link, it'll take you over to SciTech Daily or whatever other sources we gather this information from. Tohoku University put it together, and it's posted over at scitechdaily.com. And so it says a research team at Tohoku University has taken a significant step in this direction. It says we could create in vitro neurons that more closely replicate natural brain behavior. As a result, these in vitro models provide only limited insights into how learning occurs in living systems, but the research team took a significant step in that direction. Using microfluidic devices, they engineered biological neuronal networks that with connectivity patterns resembling those of animal nervous systems. So we used to do this kind of stuff with animals, taking pieces of brain and causing them to fire and seeing how their synapses connect. These networks exhibited complex activity dynamics and demonstrated the ability to be reconfigured through repetitive stimulation. So they basically were recreating synapses. This groundbreaking.
Which, if you're creating that, it's kind of like you have the ability to create much more beyond that, right?
Yeah, memory storage, fake memories, perhaps. Hacking reality at the neuronal level. Groundbreaking discovery.
Fake intentions.
Oof. And we can already inject false memories by making somebody that's susceptible to actually believe what we are injecting in their brain. I've tried. It doesn't really work unless the person is susceptible. Never mind. Anyway, so these groundbreaking discovery offers a promising new tool for studying learning, memory, and underlying mechanisms of neural plasticity, the ability to learn, the ability to retain information. So in certain areas of the brain, information is encoded and stored as neuronal ensembles, or groups of neurons that fire together. Ensembles change based on input signals from the environment, which is considered to be the neural basis of how we learn and remember things. However, studying these processes using animal models is difficult because of its complex nature. So they've created their own so that they can actually see how it is formed.
Which I like, right? It's avoiding animal research, and they can kind of see it in real time, and presumably they can repeat this over and over again. But this does kind of raise the question of, like, how do you create life?
Yeah, specifically how they learn, how we learn as humans and animals, and how memory actually works. Imagine a time in the near future where you're taught something, and then I can actually extract your memory because I know exactly how your neurons fire as an ensemble.
I mean, it sounds very sci-fi, but maybe not.
Strange days kind of stuff, where I can store your memory as synaptic firings digitally and then inject them digitally again into your brain. That would be fascinating.
What was that movie that was about the like they injected the altered memories? Dark City.
Oh, yeah. Ugh. So the researchers demonstrated that networks with smaller microchannels can maintain diverse neuronal ensembles. For example, the in vitro neurons grown in traditional devices tended to only exhibit a single ensemble, while those grown with smaller microchannels showed up to 6 ensemble. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for January 4th, 2025. Sorry for my lag in talking. My mental processor is starting to fail. This is season 2, the first episode of 2025. We're not really going by that anymore, but we do say that it's the January 4th episode. But and 2025. So when you go over to YouTube, it's going to be under the Wanted 2025 playlist. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. I created Ohmtown so that I could manage my information overload. I've actually been using it personally for more than 10 years. And then I made it available, well, actually closer to 15 years. And then I made it available 4 years ago today, basically, and made it available to the public. It has 6 main categories, 47 channels right now. I took 3 offline as we rejigger them. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about news. And in Wanted, it's about gadgets and gear. We've got 7 shows, 6 that are weekly and 1 that is daily. And on the weekends, we take RealityHacker, this show called Wanted, and the show after this one called the Continuity Report, which is all about entertainment news. And we bundle them together to create the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News, which is the daily show. Mainly because news is kind of generally weak on the weekends, which is kind of ironic. It's a different weekends. Get it? Weekends. At any rate, we've selected 5 articles. How about the highest rated hardware, bendable 5K OLEDs, a wall tablet from Apple, possibly, Lego to buy in 2025, and aim this projector. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. See you on the other side. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, Hometown citizens.
Thanks for co-hosting with me. Let's get into the 5 articles. First article is over at WarCrafters. Just so that we have full disclosure, we don't grab the images from any page. It gets provided by the source, and we don't include the images even if they provide it. But this is the PC Gamer's highest rated hardware favorites of 2024 plus 5 dishonorable mentions as according to PCGamer.com. Jess Kinghorn put the article together. The deck statement says a wealth of tech breezed past our coveted 90% review score, but plenty also went down in infamy this year. Again, this is over at PCGamer.com, gets aggregated into Ohmtown. Just that little snippet. We don't do screen scraping or anything like that. It's all provided by the source. So they say, to paraphrase an absolute belter from Andrew WK, we here at PC Gamer do what we like and like what we do. I agree. I like what I'm doing. I hope you like it too. So they talk about either way, that means it takes a lot for any hardware to nab a review score of 90 or more from PC Gamer, and only 30 different bits of kit manage to do just that. So the 30 hardware hits mean that they've enjoyed 5 or more favorites than last year, though 2024's extra candidates are really something special. So they go through this list, but I won't go through all of them. I'll encourage you to head on over to PC Gamer and check it all out. But let's scroll through these because they don't have them like consolidated. By the way, TP-Link is probably going to get banned from the United States. It already is in many cases. Do they actually talk about it? Not really.
No, unless they do later on in the article.
Interesting. For just one very honorable mention, we would have thought that we'd award a solid 92 to a Wi-Fi router of all things. Well, the TP-Link Archer GE800 doesn't just deliver great performance, but I thought that TP-Link is getting banned.
It's looking like that will happen.
So let's... It just did it again. We're dropping packets. Anyway, it was everything was fine for a little while, and I don't know what's going on, but it's not from us. It's somewhere in between. Anyway, they talk about SteelSeries Arctis Game Buds, the Shure MV7 Plus podcast microphone, ADATA SD810 1 terabyte external SSD, Asus ROG, the Republic of Gamers Zephyrus G16 2024.
That one got a lot of attention, right? Isn't that like the best buy for your buck for gaming?
The 16-inch gaming laptop is a thing of beauty, so much so that they wanted nothing more than to rub their face all over the gorgeous OLED screen and aluminium chassis. Let me correct myself. Instead, allow them to take a brief tour through the specs. It has an RTX 4070 GPU, nor the AMD. It's not just the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4070 GPU, nor the AMD Ryzen AI HX 370 CPU, but the spare NVMe slot that makes the storage sickos' heart sing. I'm one of those storage sickos. And so on and so forth. So, yeah. We talked about this.
We did.
Then the MSI MPG 321 URX QD OLED. And you know what? I'm willing to bet that we talked about a lot of this. Anyway, this is Wanted. That's what this show is about. Gadgets and gear. And
I think the one with scariest name is Razer Death Adder Hyperspeed.
Yeah, they do that kind of stuff over there at Razer. So exclamation point want will give you all of today's show notes for this show. If you type in bang RH, that'll be RealityHacker, and bang TCR for the continuity report will give you the next show's links. But we've got all of this all set up so that you can just click a link, go over to ohmTown, read the little snippet, and if it piques your curiosity, you can do the next thing. And I'm just going to move on to the next article because I can't go through all of this. This is basically a show all by itself. I mean, 30 products here.
Exactly.
There's so many in here that I want that I'm probably going to be broke by the time the show ends if I were to buy it all. I'm always on board.
That would be interesting to tally up all of those.
Oh yeah, I mean $300 for headphones, $100 for gaming light kits. There's at least 2 chairs in this, although this says here it's only 2 stars. Review the Blacklight Kraken gaming chair. It's not just the name that's creaky with questionable build quality too. This must be one of the fallen, the 5 lowest.
Oh, the lowest. Okay, yeah. I was like, why is this in here?
The Lexip Sasuke Revenge Naruto Shippuden headset. Not very comfortable.
But again, these are the low scoring ones. Yeah.
Uncomfortable to wear, difficult to use, sharp microphone design. Wow. MSI Titan 18. 4, it has a good screen and it says it's spec to the guns. I'm not sure what that really means. That turn of phrase I've never heard before. Anyway, it says it's the loudest laptop that the author had ever heard. Eye-wateringly expensive. 4K results are disappointing. Worrying build quality issues, and a keyboard and trackpad that are awful.
Wow.
Dear God, selling me on it. And then the X-Real Air 2 and Beam, which that's a specialized bit of kit that unless you're really into this, it's not going to make any sense to you. It says, yeah, picture this. Your own private portable cinema experience anytime, any place. It's a compelling fantasy, isn't it? Now with a healthy dose of reality, wires, too many wires, which they've actually, it's really not that bad. But you do have to futz around with a lot of crap, particularly with the X-Real Air 2 and having the Beam. This actually acts as your interface to gain access to other functionality that isn't embedded on the device. These actually just act as a screen, but the X-Real's next iteration, the 1 and the 1 Pro, do away with the Beam, are powered by the USB-C cable. It's one cord. The only problem is that you still need to be hooked up to something. And so while it is spatial computing, it isn't like an Apple Vision or the Meta glasses or anything like that. But you don't have to worry about the puck and all of that kind of stuff either. But you're still connected to something. You're not cord cutting anything. But we'll be getting into that later on in 2025 because I actually have the X-Real 1 Pros coming. And I'll be giving demonstrations talking about that kind of stuff because I'm going to be trying to replace 3 monitors with just the X-Real 1 Pros come March. And then they talk about the Logitech Wave keys, which looks like it wants to be an ergonomic design, but the only way you can get true ergonomic in terms of keyboard is a split keyboard. Yep. So I thought that there were going to be more. It's just actually 5 at the top, and then some other products, and then 5 at the lowest side, not 30. But they have a bigger list here. Let me scroll back up. So they say that those 30 hardware hits mean that they've enjoyed 5 more favorites than last year, and these are the 5. So
they also have a link in there to more favorites up near the top.
Yeah, these are the last year. So go and check it out.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay, let's keep on moving though. I'm always looking for, displays. I really like, and since there's a couple of things that you really need to purchase quality, and beyond the keyboard, which I think that should be a split keyboard, it's your displays. This is interesting because it's a bendable 5K OLED.
I didn't even know 5K was out on the market.
There's 8K. There's actually super high resolution.
That's true, but you only see 4K and 8K.
Yeah, 5K actually. There's an Apple 5K display that is made by LG, but injected into the build process of Apple's product. So it's their LG screen, but it's an Apple product. So as is tradition, LG is announcing several of its new OLED monitors before CES 2025 kicks off. This is on Monday is CES. The new Ultra Gear GX9 series all feature curved WOLED panels, WebOS, and an anti-glare low reflection coating that make them pleasant to look at wherever your desk is stationed. So let's go over to Engadget. That's where this is sourced from. Ian Carlos Campbell over at Engadget.com put the article together. And they talk about this screen here. My main displays are curved, but they're not 45-inch displays. It's a 45-inch 5K, 2K bendable screen that can move from completely flat to a 900R curve within seconds. You just grab the edges and pull.
That's pretty crazy.
To me, it's just plain nutty. I don't know why you would bother doing that. Because we see in an arc. And so there's no reason why you would have a perfectly flat screen. Because if you turn your head, seeing something that's flat at an angle actually has different angle of attack on the graphics. But
historically, a lot of monitors have been flat or relatively flat.
Yeah.
But I agree, why not just set this up as a curved monitor?
Yeah, and be done with it. I wanted to see what this thing actually was. I have seen a previous iteration of this, which I thought was really fascinating, but this is a 45-inch screen, which basically means that it replicates, well, depending on how it actually is situated. It says LG Ultra Gear. That's a 39-inch screen. There's a 45 GX950A that is the 45-inch one. It's 21.9, so it's not ultra wide, but it is a wide screen. 32 is the ultra wide, and so depending on its configuration, it can be quite expansive and short. That's ultra wide. This thing, I don't know why you would actually bother bending it though. And then they go on to a different article, but they don't talk about the price in this, do they?
No, they don't.
I could expect that this thing is like $2,500 or something like that for it to come out.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be inexpensive.
What's really interesting though is that the X-Real 1 Pro that's coming can replicate a massive ultra wide screen. I'll have to check it out and I'll be talking about it again. But I'm hoping that I never have to buy another monitor, because these augmented reality glasses actually allow you to have much more security. They're ultra portable. All you have to do is walk around with whatever device you want to plug them into and a wireless keyboard. And you could sit down in a coffee shop and still interact with other humans, well, with all of humanity around you, without being isolated by VR and without having a complete laptop sitting there. You want to go get a cup of coffee.
Without having swim goggles on.
Yeah. Or having a laptop plugged in. And so the reason why I'm really hot for this kind of stuff is that I'm really interested in security. And I recently took a flight, and sitting in front of me was a doctor, and I knew that because of what I saw on their screen, which I was like astonished. I knew who they were. Actually, no, they weren't doctors. But what I saw was doctor related. So violating HIPAA, and they were an attorney, and it said confidential across it. And meanwhile, the entire back half of the plane could see everything that this numbnuts was displaying.
Right. So something like the X-Real would eliminate that problem.
Correct. Yeah. You just put these on and you have the epitome of security, and you can do all of your typing and everything without anything being revealed, including using a mouse, because you can use it on Android and Apple and any other mini device, mini mobile computing device, as long as it has video out through USB-C. But in lieu of that, then I want a really high quality screen, and that's what you need to spend money on. And as I said at the beginning of this, you want to spend a lot of money on your screen because you're staring at it, 10, 12 or more hours a day, typically. Like, you're not just working, but you're playing on it. And you want a high quality chair that supports you ergonomically. And then you also want to spend, I'd say, a good deal of money on a split keyboard that is robust enough and technologically innovative, like Hall effect switches and things like that. Because, well, after many, many years, you get repetitive strain injuries and carpal tunnel syndrome and stuff like that, and then surgery. And I actually tell a story about a compatriot of mine that is going back under the knife a second time to repair again the carpal tunnel that they're experiencing, which is, when you work in that field, has a deleterious effect on your career stability, because they have to use their hands all day long.
Right. Yeah, that would be a problem. And I mean, in many fields, but in particular.
Yeah. So there you go, folks. Definitely you want to spend money on a good monitor, but don't go into debt to do it. Get what you can afford, save up, and then get something quality. Eventually, you'll come to that wisdom on your own that spending something just to get the job done isn't necessarily good for you. And you'll keep on spending more and more, iteration after iteration of purchase. All right, let's keep on going, though. The next article is over in the Wanted channel. And again, this is all about gadgets and gear that Mayor Watt wants, or the sentient AI wants, or what we feel that our audience would be interested in. I'm very into home automation and technology in general. Apple's rumored wall tablet could be the jolt that this author, not me, might jolt their smart home needs. Smart home gadgets are growing in popularity, but there's still a long way to go for them to be fully functional.
I don't know about that. I think there's a lot of existing tech.
Yeah, I haven't touched a light switch and I don't know how long, except for places where it's intentionally, the bandwidth just sucks right now. Sorry. So, trying to get my brain back on track. So there are a couple places where I've got a manual light switch, but for the most part, I use motion controllers, motion switches, to turn on lights, turn off lights by voice, dim lights, change things around. I mean, it's pretty brilliant. Turn on TVs and stuff like that. Home automation is pretty much where it's at. And a lot of people go, well, changing the channel isn't that big of a deal. Yeah, well, I mean, we used to get up and manually change channels, but now you've got 250 channels, for crying out loud. You'd be there all day hunting for stuff when you can just tell your TV to change channels. It's kind of brilliant. And even people who eschew technology, once they get a taste of the ease.
Right, they will never go back to like the old school method.
Yeah. So smart home gadgets are growing in popularity. So let's take a look at what pocket-lint.com has to say about it. And Eli Becht. If you need to go get on location, go for it. Sorry about that. Just talking with the sentient AI from the future. So if any company is going to change the author's mind, that's Eli Becht. It's going to be Apple, they say, with a reported upcoming wall control center. Smart homes have always had plenty of issues, whether it's downloading a specific app on their phone or things that just not working correctly, which really is a curse. And it's usually because of patching software and incompatibilities between various devices. Unless you go pure analog, then you're going to have that. But sophistication causes sophisticated problems.
Well, and depending on what you're trying to connect, it's not necessarily the problem with the platform. It might be that the device itself isn't really
100%.
Updated well or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Like a ceiling fan from a well-known company. They figured out what their problems were and issued a second generation controller, but you have to buy an entirely new ceiling fan for it. And so you get spotty at best coverage unless you support, unless you just leave it on. And then you can, because it's in constant communication, you have the ability to control it. But you can always update, right? Because, everybody is a millionaire and can just update everything all the time.
Just reinstall everything and replace things that are barely used.
So I'm not sure that this thing would ever, while I want something like this, I don't see it actually having a place in the Apple ecosystem, mainly because Apple's ecosystem is the iPad and iPhone, Apple Watch, Apple TV. And so and Apple devices in general, which you can control home through any of the mobile devices. So why would this be a new piece of kit unless there's something so specific?
Yeah, maybe it's somehow tied into whatever, the Apple smart home features specifically, and it's not, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I like the idea of this, but I agree. An iPad presumably would do this.
Yeah, so according to the Bloomberg article that pocket-lint.com found, the tech giant plans to release a 6-inch wall tablet powered by AI, making it the perfect smart home hub as far as the author is concerned. It's likely to be able to control home appliances, perform video calls, navigate apps using AI, and on the surface, it sounds like it would fit their home perfectly, but so would an iPad mini. It is an iPad mini.
Exactly. And actually, maybe ohmTown needs that.
You mean this or an iPad mini?
Like an iPad mini.
Yeah. That can be
Touch
used
screen,
just for
whatever. Yeah.
So it says this device would be a clear competitor to the Amazon Echo or Google Home ecosystems, and it's already a step above Google thanks to the versatile tablet design. Amazon has the Echo Show line, which primarily performs the same type of tasks, so it'll depend. Now, I'm all for another gadget. I want a gadget like this, but for the life of me, I think that you might as well just buy an iPad mini. Because it has the camera, it has the mini doesn't have the M chip yet, but the normal iPad Air and the iPad and iPad Pro do, but the mini does not. Not this year, or I should say not last year. They just released the one that has A15 chip, and it does have some of the features, but it's not the efficiency of the M chip. We'll see. They talk about price. They hope that Apple doesn't get too crazy. And they talk about the Vision Pro, which is so apples and oranges that I don't know why it would be included in this.
Exactly. It's more apple than orange.
Yeah, that's very funny. Very Apple, I suppose. Anyway, they talk about this being part of the HomeKit line, but I think if anything, this is a discussion that they're having at Apple. What is the feasibility of this? If anything, what they're talking about is an iPad mini. This is an iPad mini.
So maybe they'll put out marketing like you need an Apple iPad mini to put on your wall.
Yeah, basically. Because
and
you don't
I actually agree with that. You don't want somebody walking around with the thing controlling everything in the location. If other people need to access it.
I would like to be able to grab it off the wall, though. By the way, all Apple mobile devices, you can make them the hub, and it explicitly tells you to leave this device in your home.
But you might not want to make everybody in control of the hub.
Only I control. Okay, let's move on. The next article is over in the mobile channel. There is so much new Lego that you can buy this January. What's funny about this, and I'm not the one that chose these articles. I selected them from the selection that was provided. So just moments before we did the Time Machine episode, somebody posted a video about an outrageously expensive, in their opinion, Lego kit. So new year, new me, not me. Gizmodo is Gizmodo is where this article was taken from. Or provided by, I should say, because we don't take it from them. Like I said in the other show, we don't screen scrape. It's all provided by the sources. So new year, new me, new means of finding shelf space for all this Lego. And the article is by James Whitbrook over at gizmodo.com. I want this, and I don't even know what the hell that is.
It looks like it might be Star Wars. No. Or maybe their creator series.
What is that? What the hell? Okay, we'll just go through this. So James Whitbrook over at gizmodo.com put the article together. We don't read these articles before the show starts, so our reaction is the authentic reaction to the news that we're getting. But this is wanted, and all I want is all of this. All of these. Everything. There's a slideshow. Lego icon. What the hell? Let me turn that down a little. There's some weird background music. Anyway, January is traditionally one of the biggest months for Lego calendar year in terms of sheer quantity of new sets releasing, whether it's across the brickmaker stalwart lines like City, Creator, Dreams, Monkey Kid? What is Monkey?
I've not heard of that line.
I've never heard of Dreams or Monkey Kid. Creator and City for sure.
Yeah.
And more.
Blue and yellow sets.
Wow. Lego Star Wars. Bunch of Lego stuff that's branded to various IP. So let's see here. This says Lego Icons sets. So what is this one? Is this, what is that? Tudor Corner, a $230 Lego Insider accessible now kit. General release is today.
This is a modular city building. It's not a specific.
Oh, really?
Yeah, these are other sets that are available that are listed.
This says that it's adults focused. Icons series is starting the year strong with some major releases, including the latest modular city building, including inspired by historical British architecture and something to tickle the nostalgia centers of any space fan. With the return of the villainous Blacktron, dun dun dun, and a bunch of other stuff. So, Blacktron Renegade, $100, Fountain Garden. So, what is the average cost estimated?
Usually, you can get about 100 pieces for $10.
Okay. So the person was talking about the fact that there's a kit out there that basically was $12. Wait. Yeah, $12 per 100.
That's actually about on par.
I mean, with inflation and whatever. And they were
exactly. And that's just kind of a general go by. So 12 is not out of the realm of possibility, even pre-inflation.
Yeah, and that's what I thought too. But they kind of were like, this is outrageously expensive in their opinion and so on. But my counter argument to that is, if you knew the quality that the quality control that's in place, the reason why those bricks fit so well together, friction fit alone, is because the tolerances are so tight that when the process causes their QC to fall out of alignment, they get rid of the blanks and they put new molds in place, and they melt it all down and resurface it or create new ones, and it goes back into production again.
And Lego bricks can be saved for years and years. Like, you can pass them down generations.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Lincoln Logs of the modern era. But my only problem is they're plastic. And so they're releasing nano and microplastics, which is
interesting because they didn't start out as plastic.
What did they start out as?
But the current iteration, of course, was plastic. I think they made them as wood toys initially and then converted to plastic. And that's when they really took on their current form.
Gotcha. I don't remember that. Wow. So Lego Animal Crossing sets, Lego Creator 3-in-1 sets, which are the ones that I really dig because you can change things. So they got Panda Family, Typewriter with Flowers, Space Robot, Playful Cat. Then Lego DC Superheroes, which basically nobody's ever going to buy. No, just kidding. I'm sorry for all you Marvel fans out there. I'm a Marvel fan, not really into DC. Anyway, Superman Mech versus Lex Luthor, Batman and Batmobile versus Mr. Freeze, and Batman Tumbler versus Two-Face and the Joker, and then Lego Disney sets. The stress is a little stiff. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it can really be flowy, although they do sometimes have like materials for capes and other things in Lego sets.
There's too much starch in that. Twirling Ariel, Moana. It's only $10. Wait, how in the world are these? There's like 4 pieces. Look at that.
Because there aren't a lot of pieces in that set.
That's pretty cool though for $10. I mean, come on, Moana.
Particularly since it has a Disney princess.
Yeah. Moana's Island Fun, and Encanto Mini House, Arendelle Frozen Castle. Dude, that's pretty cool. Anna's Sleigh Adventure, Moana's Adventure Canoe, Cinderella, Lego Dreams sets, Z-Blob Robot. This is pretty cool stuff. I like this. Lego Jurassic World sets. So you got little tiny dinosaurs. Little Edie T-Rex. Little Edie? Come on now. Dinosaur fossils, Triceratops skull. Then Lego Marvel, Lego Minecraft, Monkey Kid.
Oh, interesting. That looks kind of like the, I think it was Kaima. They used to have a line that looked kind of like this, where it'd be like animal-inspired
Gotcha.
vehicles, and this looks kind of similar, but that line is discontinued.
Oh, we're going to have to look into this. Monkey Kid. I'm sure it's Monkey Kid. It's just pronounced Monkey Kid, but I like saying monkey. Anyway. Lego Sonic the Hedgehog. This is all IP that already exists somewhere, and it's just branded into the Lego Star Wars sets, Lego Mario Kart sets.
I saw Grogu go by.
A Grogu with hover pram. Right there. Yep. Ahsoka's Jedi Interceptor, Acclimator class, assault ship. All right. Yeah, there's some more over there. Go and check it out over at Gizmodo. Let's move on. The next article, we're running late. The next article is over in ohmTown again under the Non Sequitur News channel. You can aim this projector by moving its motion sensing remote around. Oh, and if you didn't catch my drift about all of that Lego stuff, I want all of it. Just put it all in one cart and I'll take it.
That would be quite a pricey haul because most of those had like 4 listed below the one that was featured.
Don't just. So you can aim this projector by moving its motion sensing remote around. I thought this one was interesting because what the hell? You can control a projector by moving a sensor around or a controller around?
Yeah, it sounds fun.
GMGO's N3 Ultra Max projector simplifies setup with a motorized gimbal that handles alignment automatically. Once positioned in a room, you can change where it's projecting using its motion sensing wireless remote. The all-in-one projector will handle the rest of the fine-tuning, including focus, optical zoom, and keystone adjustments to ensure the image is level and perfectly aligned. So even changing the angle of attack from wherever it's pivoted, it's pointing. Once you pivot it, it will actually keystone itself so it's square on the wall that it's being projected to, regardless of its angle, at least within its tolerance. So let's take a look at this thing. This thing is pretty cool. The article is over at The Verge, and it's by Andrew Lazuski, and the deck statement says the GM Go N3 Ultra Max uses a motorized gimbal that can be controlled remotely for simpler setup. And you just point it at the wall and it scans. Oh, okay, that's cool. They've got a little
oh, that's really neat
animated GIF, and it projects the tracking sensor on there so that it can see the topology of the wall that it's being thrown on, and then it can readjust once it's in place. Says although the 4K N3 Ultra Max debuted in China last year, GMGO is announcing the new version for the global market at CES that includes improved software, Google TV, native Netflix support. I would never use any of that built-in stuff, though. Plus, I think my firewall would explode. The company
I would
expects,
not like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even like my smart TVs having native access to the internet, so they always go through a proxy box that I trust and can update software and control to a greater extent. Anyway, pricing details haven't been finalized yet. To increase the projector's range of motion, GMGO relocated its 2 HDMI and other I/O ports onto the gimbal's base, so the projector itself can actually pivot and rise up and down, go like that, and turn left and right. However, since the base rotates 360 degrees, there's still a risk of tangling or the projector's movements being limited if the cables aren't long enough. And you can actually see that it's in the base, but not like a free flow. It's not connected to a stationary base. It's pivoting on an arm, or I should say on the base, and then holding the projector up is a arm. It's kind of fascinating that they would do that. So down in this part, the base is the HDMI and power. So kind of neat. I think the only way that they could improve on this is to gimbal the projector itself, but leave the base stationary.
Right. Well, that would help with the cables and everything.
Yeah. Which makes it possible to hide everything inside a mount that it's sitting on, like a table. You could just run the cords down through, and then you're done. So I kind of dig this. It says using a triple laser system, the N3 Ultra Max outputs around 4,000 ISO lumens of brightness, which is great. But GMGO says that the projector's performance hasn't been verified by a third party yet. That's enough brightness to project an image up to 180 inches in size, the company says, and it'll potentially allow the projector to be used in the daytime in a room with ambient light with a smaller image size. So as you project bigger, it dims because there's only so much power that it can project. I want to know how much this thing costs, but if it's anything like cutting edge projectors, you're looking at $4,000, $5,000.
Right, I was going to say about 5,000.
But again, it is a Chinese-made product that is trying to seek appeal in a global market, so it may not be wildly expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Correct, yeah. It really depends on what the company has managed to convert on. Yeah, I mean, it's all about supply chain management, and when it's right in their backyard, the supply chain could be very inexpensive. So at any rate, we're going to project ourselves back to the front page of ohmtown.com and the Wanted page, which houses a lot of the articles that we talk about, but we actually grab articles for Wanted and all of our shows across the spectrum of channels that we aggregate into. So with that in mind, I am Mayor Watt saying bye, and so will the AI.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Wanted, and stay tuned for the continuity report.
And things are kind of wonky with me hanging up on everything, so we'll see if this actually decides to disconnect. So see you in a little bit. We're going to reset, and we're going to launch the first show of the Continuity Report's 2025 year right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for January 4th, 2025. This is our second season and our first episode of 2025, so welcome to the show. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, who still will not give me any lottery numbers, we're going to talk about Sci-Fi 2025, the Wicked box office, Grosse Pointe Garden Society, Crime Thrillers with a Typo 2025, and Dune's Curse. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Our bandwidth is kind of wonky today. I don't know what's going on. One place says everything's fine. Another place says everything is wonky. We'll see what happens. Go over to ohmtown.com, though. Regardless, become a citizen, and you can help decide what articles we talk about. So go over there. We're also on YouTube and on Twitch, podcast, Discord, Patreon, TikTok, Carrier Pigeon, Superb Owl. Owls have really long legs. You just can't see them. They're like really long legs, like tiny owl long legs.
Well, I guess tall as their body. It's worth Googling.
Yeah, look at it. Owls have legs. Go look it up. Anyway, and you find out about that kind of stuff when you watch all of our shows. I'm not going to tell you which one.
You have to go watch all 1,700 plus.
Yeah. We started year 4 of Non Sequitur News, which used to be called ohmTown Daily News Show, but now we just go by Non Sequitur News because we're always all over the place. Continuity Report, though, is one of our 3 weekend shows on Saturday. And then we have 3 new shows, different topics and everything, on Sunday. And each of those 3 shows become either the Saturday or Sunday edition of Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. All right. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
Ready to go?
I am. Although my processing power says otherwise.
Yeah. I'm in the same boat. Let's get going. First article is over 10 most anticipated sci-fi shows coming in 2025. Pretty jazzed about this. I'm dropping frames again. I don't understand it. I don't know. We'll have to reboot everything. Maybe. Okay, yes, I'm focusing. Grasshopper.
The fact that there are 10 sci-fi shows already is a good start.
It's pretty exciting. Although, I know of one of these. Okay, we'll just get into it. So the article is by Ben Prothero over at screenrant.com, and they say For All Mankind. And it says here that Apple TV Plus is making the most interesting and exciting sci-fi shows on TV. I agree. For All Mankind imagines an alternative history in which the space race never slowed down and the Russians beat the Americans to the first lunar landing. Each season of For All Mankind leaps forward a decade into the future. If this trend continues, season 5 will take place in the 2010s. The writers have stated that the plan has always been to produce about 7 seasons, so things could get even weirder as the timeline moves into the 2020s and beyond.
The premise sounds interesting.
So it would go into the 2030s and then stop, barring this thing being an absolute success. But this says this is what season? Season 4. For All Mankind, season 5 was confirmed. I've not watched a single...
No, and that's actually a lot of seasons for one of these shows.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're typical 8 episodes, right? 8 to 10.
But a lot of shows get canceled after, say, 2 seasons
2,
or 1
3.
season.
Yeah, or 1. Yeah. Especially when I get invested in it. If I were to put $1 into it as a bet, it would cool it. Anyway, let's get going. Invincible season 3. I haven't seen any of this, but it's animated. After an electric first season, Invincible took a long time to deliver season 2. Fans won't have to endure the long wait. Season 3 is coming out in February of 2025. Invincible is based on the comic book series by Robert Kirkman, and its 2 seasons so far have produced a bloodier and even more violent alternative to most other superhero movies and TV shows.
Thanks.
Yep. Blade Runner 2099. Amazon Prime Video release date to be announced. Michelle Yeoh and Hunter Schafer being the biggest names. This suggests that Blade Runner 2099 will focus on a new story within the same universe. This is the sequel, but in a TV format, to Blade Runner 2049, which is the sequel to Blade Runner.
Well, the franchise alone and the actors might be reason to check that out.
So this
I
is
only know Michelle Yeoh. I don't know the other actor listed.
Yeah, I don't know either. Sounds good though. I'm all over Blade Runner. Love the premise of it. Love the world building of it. My understanding is that Blade Runner is in the same universe as Alien.
Oh, that's right. Didn't they share a director?
And the world, there's a company that is in Blade Runner that's also in.
Oh, okay.
So it says no matter what the show is about, the prospect of returning to the strange dystopia is reason enough for fans to be excited. Then there's Daredevil, Alien Earth, which is an effects episode or show.
But it's a show, not a movie. And same thing with Daredevil.
Yeah, Daredevil Born Again, Disney Plus, release on March 4th. I swear this is going to flame out. I'm predicting this
because of the Marvel fatigue.
No, because of Daredevil. I don't think that there's enough there. But we'll see. The show has been in development for at least 3 years, but its release date is finally approaching. Born Again will be the continuation of Daredevil with the added bonus that it connects to the rest of the MCU. It's the Buzz Lightyear of the MCU. I just don't see it really connected, but I am not a graphic novel aficionado. Anyway, Alien Earth, the Alien franchise first TV show, has been a long time coming. Ever since Disney acquired the rights to 20th Century Fox in 2019, they've had plans to expand the franchise. Well, here we are. Alien Romulus. Now the next step is Alien Earth, which will be on FX in summer, which I think is a coffin nail. We'll see.
We will see.
This puts this series after Prometheus in the Alien franchise timeline, but just 2 years before the events of the original Alien movie. It's possible that Alien Earth will directly lead into Alien, with the Weyland-Yutani Corporation sending the Nostromo to acquire a xenomorph specimen after seeing its destructive potential on Earth. I don't know how...
That would be neat if they lined it up like that. I'm sorry.
No, nothing to be sorry about. I don't know how on Earth they can have an alien on Earth, because it would be a target-rich environment and a massive world to lose an alien in, right? So the xenomorph can just spit out a bunch, and they don't spit out, but they can birth a bunch of face huggers that are going to go out and turn into xenomorphs themselves and do the same thing, although they're queens and drones apparently. But they transform, they morph into whatever biology, they take the biology of whatever host they have. And so they become kind of more human, but still predatory. They're consumers of life. So pretty wild. So Black Season,
I don't know
season
the
7.
significance of that. I haven't seen any of the franchise.
Oh my gosh. That hurt. Okay, Black Mirror season 7. I've actually watched a couple of the seasons, but I lost track of it. I think it kind of lost its way, but Black Mirror is supposed to be pretty amazing still.
Is that an anthology, or is it something that's a continuing story?
My understanding is it's a continuing story. But after the first 2, like I said, I've lost track of it. But they say after the excruciating 4-year gap between seasons 5 and 6, Black Mirror seems to be back for more regular programming, with season 7 confirmed for 2025. I haven't watched past like maybe 2 episodes of season 2 or something like that. Anyway, Charlie Brooker has stated that season 7 will be a return to the OG Black Mirror. 5 of the new episodes are being kept quiet, but fans can look forward to a sequel, USS Callister, with Jesse Plemons, Kristen Milioti, and the rest of the cast returning. USS Callister is one of the best Black Mirror episodes, so it's a good choice for the anthology show's first sequel. I don't know. I'm starting... Maybe I've got Black Mirror confused.
Well, I wasn't sure if I had it mixed up with another series.
So... because I think we both saw the very first one, but it's been forever, so I haven't looked back. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back, and we'll play catch up with it. So, The Last of Us season 2, it's on HBO. That's the zombie thing. Supposedly contains some stories related to the main narrative that didn't necessarily play out on screen. Caitlin Dever has been cast as Abby, a key character in season 2, while Catherine O'Hara has been joined the cast as an undisclosed role. Let's see. We'll keep on going. Severance, if you've never heard of Severance, is an Apple TV Plus show that a person has a life outside of the company and a life inside the company, but once you break a certain barrier within the company, you lose all access to your historical memories and you only live the life within the company. And then when you clock out, you forget everything that has to do with your life inside the company and you regain access to your memories outside the company. It's quite fascinating.
You know, Apple is carrying the day in this list.
Oh yeah, for sure. Even stuff that's on a different platform is still Apple, Disney, that type of a thing. Stranger Things season 5. We've been waiting for the closure of this. This should be the final season of Stranger Things. It's supposed to be coming in 2025, but we'll actually see. It just says release date to be announced. Can't really get into it because you have to go back and...
Well, the fact that it's only season 5, 9 years after it started, tells us something. I mean, that's been a common theme, I think, in a few of these.
Yeah. I think pandemic pretty much screwed up everything. And then Andor Season 2, again, Disney Plus, April 22nd is when it's supposed to kick off. The story will span 4 years as the Rebel Alliance continues to develop, so there's a chance that more characters from Rogue One or other Star Wars movies will make an appearance. It was originally envisioned as a 5-season story, but Disney has confirmed that Season 2 will end the show by leading directly into the events of Rogue One. Hopefully less is more. I think that sucks.
Yeah, it is. Andor, well, I don't know. I thought Andor was a good thing because it did kind of stand out in terms of cinematic style, I guess, from some of the other Star Wars franchise.
Yeah, I like it. Unfortunately, Season 2 says that it'll end. All right. Let's keep going. Next article is over in the Continuity Report. Wicked movie box office flies past another major milestone despite its digital release. It's passed a major domestic milestone after more than a month in theaters. The 2024 movie, which was directed by John M. Chu, is adapted from the first act of Wizard of Oz prequel stage musical of the same name and follows the friendship between Glinda, Ariana, it's Grande Butera now.
Oh, okay.
And Elphaba, Cynthia Erivo. So this, I found this really fascinating. It's kind of like Dune became part one of the of 2, maybe 3 movies.
Right. Is that what happened with Wicked too?
Wicked is one half. It is part 1.
Did people know that going into it?
Not.
Oh, I bet that caused an annoyance.
When it first came out, people went in and it ended and said part 1. So the Wicked release kicked off the weekend before U.S. Thanksgiving, with its gross quickly rising to make it the highest grossing Broadway musical adaptation of all time, which I don't know if it's saying much because Grease was the other one for North America and Mamma Mia was worldwide.
Oh, okay. But Grease was quite a while ago.
Yeah, exactly. Unless they're talking about some remake that we missed. Anyway, per Deadline, as of Saturday morning, Wicked is projected to earn a 3-day domestic box office total of $10.2 million by the end of its 7th weekend. This will bring its cumulative domestic total to $450.7 million, making it the third movie of 2024 to pass the $450 million domestic milestone behind Deadpool and Wolverine and Inside Out 2. It's also the 29th movie to ever pass that domestic box office milestone in history. This is the case even though the movie is already available for purchase and rental on at-home digital platforms as of December 31st, 2024. So, I don't know. It earned back the $300 million budget of both movies combined.
So that's interesting. And I wonder... And I'm sorry, what is the status of its streaming?
I don't know about streaming, but you can purchase it. I don't think it's streaming. It says rental and purchase, but not streaming. It's a different animal.
Correct, but I think that's pretty interesting because it's still doing well at the box office, even though you have these other means to get it. So
people want to see it on the big screen.
Will this impact future movie releases?
I doubt it. Unless it has some serious hype, and not. This
has a musical star starring in it.
Right.
People have generally heard of it because it was on Broadway for a long time. It might still be on Broadway. And
for as far as I understand it, Cynthia Erivo apparently crushes it, although she gives me some heebie-jeebie mojo. Because somebody edited she gave me bad energy after she lashed out at somebody making the artwork more apropos to the the stage, I guess, whatever the bill, the
playbill.
The playbill was, they modified the poster to be more like the playbill, I guess, and they got bent out of shape about it. Anyway, it says the outstanding performance of Wicked is likely also good news for the upcoming Wicked for Good. Not only is it the 2025 movie now a sequel to one of the biggest domestic hits ever, it's inextricably linked to it in the story that 2024 movie begins is not complete until the end of the second movie. So I guess we'll see what happens to the sequel.
So are the studios making the part 1 and part 2 to force people to watch the second one, or are they really just getting into longer stories? Because typically they've done sequels.
I don't know. What say you? What do you think? Is the story so big that you can't distill it down to 2 hours?
Dune, I would say probably yes. Wicked, I think you could probably do a sequel, but I don't know.
Man, there is a lot to Dune.
And I feel like Dune, there's so much intentionality. Like Denis Villeneuve, I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name.
Villeneuve.
Like, I can't imagine that was just like a let's get audiences in kind of move. It just doesn't seem like that style.
Dune is just huge. I can see why Wicked, because it's a musical, so it has these long sequences, right?
That's true. So it's perhaps harder to get more storytelling in, although sometimes the musical sequences are a way to make the plot move too.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. The 2025 sequel could gross even higher. I think that it probably... Here's where it's going to play out. People are going to go and see the second part, and those who didn't go see the first part are going to go, well, shit, now it's both here, so let's go see both parts. And that's going to amplify. If they're
smart, they'll do a re-release of the first part in the theaters.
Into the theaters and do a 1-2 punch. So twice as long, 5-hour show. Boom. Yeah. Hey, man. A lot of us have actually done those long, like Lord of the Rings, 12-hour watches because they're so big. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. Grosse Pointe Garden Society trailer with Melissa Fumero starring in a murder mystery show. This isn't Grosse Pointe.
It is not. It's just a city that I think is sometimes selected for various shows.
Interesting. So what happens in Grosse Pointe Garden Society trailer? The video introduces the show's main cast, including Fumero as Birdie, Anna Sophia Robb as Alice, Aja Naomi King, How to Get Away with Murder as Catherine, and Ben Rappaport as Brett. So the article is over at comingsoon.net. And this is Fumero is from Melissa Fumero is from Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Right, which is interesting because that's of course comedy. So
she looks very
interesting to see her
upset
in this.
Here.
Yeah,
I feel sad. So it's set to start February 23rd. Where is it supposed to be? Does it say?
I thought it said BBC. Didn't that go by?
Did that?
No, NBC.
Oh, NBC. Oh yeah, NBC
I got two
has
of the
released.
letters.
Yeah, missed it by N much. So NBC has released the Grosse Pointe Garden Society trailer for its newest murder mystery starring Brooklyn Nine-Nine alum Melissa Fumero. So Grosse Pointe Garden Society is written and executive produced by Jenna Bans from Good Girls and Bill Krebs' Ugly Americans, with Maggie Kiley directing. Additional cast members are across the board, a bunch of people. I'm not going to get into all of that, but I want to know more about what it actually is.
Peacock.
We'll have to keep an eye out for this. The characters suddenly find themselves burying a dead body in their neighborhood's exclusive garden. It highlights the challenges they'll face in order to keep their dark secret hidden. I don't know if I want a documentary about how to deal with the complexity of hiding a body in a garden.
Well, and that also doesn't suggest that that's a long-term story either. But I suspect as some of these mystery shows go, it'll lead to other events and
have a murder board all in and of itself. All right. Well, this one is a quick one. Poor thing's all sad, cry. That's what happens when you have to hide a body. So how about in the continuity report, that's the next article, 10 highly anticipated crime thrillers releasing in 2025. We can go through all of this really quick, Ariana Alvarado. Again, we're dropping frames again. I don't understand it. Hey, you know what? So The Prosecutor starts on January 10th, 2025. Critical reviews that have come from The Prosecutor's initial release praise the film's gripping crime story and stylish fighting choreography. It's Donnie Yen's The Prosecutor will be available for a wider range of audiences to enjoy in 2025. Directed, produced, and led by famed martial artist, The Prosecutor is just one of many upcoming films starring Yen. The film result... Go ahead.
Is this actually a crossover with John Wick? Or is it just starring the same actor?
The last film Yen starred in was in John Wick Chapter 4. In the film, Yen plays Kane, a blind assassin tasked with killing Keanu Reeves' John Wick.
Sorry, he was an assassin there. Here he's a prosecutor, I guess.
So maybe not crossover? That would be interesting.
It'd be like the wrong side.
So the film revolves around his character, a prosecutor who puts his career at risk to help a wrongfully accused defendant and find the real culprit. This seems short-lived. Den of Thieves 2 Pantera. That starts January 10th, so next week. This is the first Den of Thieves movie was largely reminiscent of acclaimed heist films like Heat. And though it didn't quite live up to its potential, there is still much anticipation regarding the 2025 sequel. Once enemies, now partners, it'll be exciting to see how Butler and Jackson's on-screen alliance looks. Exclusive images in the trailer for Den of Thieves 2 Pantera appear to be just action-packed and entertaining as its predecessor. I never watched the original Den of Thieves.
Yeah, I have not seen the original.
Alarum, January 17th, 2025. Is that who I think it is?
I think it is.
Led by Sylvester Stallone? That guy? Okay, I suppose. And Scott Eastwood.
Which I wonder if he's related.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. Alarum tells the story of spies on the run from agencies hunting them down. Dun, dun, dun. Black Bag. Centering spy films around couples sets up an intriguing concept as stronger ties and loyalties are tested by the job. Such a concept is the premise of Steven Soderbergh's upcoming thriller Black Bag. The film's Woodhouse couple is played by Cate Blanchett and Michael Fassbender. They're supported by a cast. Black Bag is sure to be nothing short of tense and gritty, according to that author.
Whoa.
A Working Man, which is basically, I think, like, what was the other one? The Beekeeper. I was just about to say The Beekeeper. It's the first freaking line right there. So from The Beekeeper and Fury director, The Working Man is the Beekeeper. She's like, what? Why is this guy in front of somebody aiming a gun?
Well, he'll probably be able to get out of that.
How about Drop? Drop's thrills are likely to be accompanied by an overall eerie tone, setting it apart from other 2025 crime thrillers. The film sees Faye's character, a widowed mother, terrorized by a series of anonymous messages following her first date in years. No thanks. How about The Amateur?
Sounds rather creepy.
The Amateur. Littell's novel is once again being adapted into a film, this time one directed by James Hawes. It's a thrilling 80s spy movie based on Robert Little's novel of the same name. Everything okay?
Yeah, who also wrote Slow Horses. That's
Oz,
worth a watch.
with Rami Malek as a CIA cryptographer who loses his wife after a terrorist
I
attack.
missed it. Sorry, I was thinking the author of Slow Horses was the same, but the director is the same.
They're the director, I guess. Oh, well, Hawes's work includes episodes of Penny Dreadful, Black Mirror, and more recently, Slow Horses. Gotcha. But, right? So, Robert Little's novel of the same name, The Amateur. I don't know, you might read that.
Right. I think most of the ones based on novels are usually stronger writing, but not always.
Yeah, I mean, if the name is extremely or if the book is extremely popular, then everything that follows, as long as they stay true to the work. We found that with, well, many a book, the Reacher series, in particular.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
When it deviates from the source material, it sucks long term, doesn't have legs long term, but when it sticks to it, boy, oh boy.
That's right.
Orenda. The upcoming film of the release of the film certainly isn't as acknowledged as other releases in the United States, but it's still a film worthy of interest. Set on a remote island, Orenda explores darker themes of guilt when the journey of two women crosses paths. One woman arrives in the island to bury her deceased husband, and the other is a priest who left her church after feelings of doubt. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning.
Wow. I mean, I'm surprised that's still going. I mean, it's always a fun franchise, but
It looks like everybody's coming back. Joining the crews in the film are the other Mission Impossible actors. Wow.
that's surprising to me.
Yep. I don't know what they're actually going to do. It says the Final Reckoning's trailer is packed with familiar action sequences and dangerous circumstances audiences are used to seeing Ethan in. However, with the possibility that it's the last installment in the franchise, the safety and happy endings for beloved characters can't be guaranteed. But they don't talk about.
They're going to have like a successor or something to Ethan Hunt if they're going to continue this.
Eventually. Then Ballerina. This is what do you call it?
Like a spin-off of John Wick, I think.
It is a spin-off of John Wick. Parabellum and Chapter 4, Ballerina, acts as a spin-off to the beloved series of films with Ana de Armas leading their a ballerina that is a trained assassin. And
okay.
I think you actually see them in
number 4, I think.
Yeah, when he goes back to his house, not his house, but his family, his consortium. I don't know how they are laid out because
right.
Certain people are recruited into the family. Anyway, Ballerina was originally set to be released in the summer of 2024. However, it was delayed a year and went through multiple reshoots. The film's which does not bode well for success. But I think Ana de Armas actually kind of kicks ass in other shows that she's been in.
True, but is an audience of John Wick necessarily going to buy into this?
Oh, man, she's charismatic. She's got acting chops. I'm pretty sure that she can swing a bat just as hard as John Wick. I don't know, man. I like this. I love the idea of like a ballerina being an assassin.
Oh, yeah.
Hitter, you know?
I mean, it's fun.
And
it works.
Yeah. And the John Wick, so unbecoming, like people wouldn't suspect, right? That Ana de Armas would be a cleaner. Now, what I'm really, really interested in is the kinetic energy that John Wick created, the series created in the world building of the Wickiverse. That's what I want to see. I want to see more of the world building. Can't wait for this because John Wick is no more, right? Like he's out of the game. He's supposedly dead.
That's what we think.
He's not going to be in this. He cannot be in Ballerina.
Oh, no, he won't.
Anyway, very interested in this, but that's the end of this article. So go over to Screen Rant and check this out, Ariana Alvarado. There's much more in the articles that we talk about. We kind of summarize it and give our perception of things. I hope that you enjoy the show. But the last article for tonight is Dune Prophecy. It says, continues a 25-year-old Dune franchise curse that started with the books. Dune Prophecy is the latest title in a long line of a franchise curse that began with the Dune novel House Atreides, which I actually love. House Atreides, House Harkonnen. I love it. Those were the last two books that I read. House Atreides, House Harkonnen.
Oh, okay. Out of that series.
Out of the series, yeah. And I actually only read Dune, not Heretics and all of the others, because I didn't like the context of all the rest of it. But I'm really interested in the Duneverse as well. There's a game coming out that's an MMO style game. I'll actually end up playing it, I think, on the stream. So won't go into that. But Frank Herbert wrote the original novel in 1965, changing the landscape of science fiction media forever, for sure. Even serving as an inspiration for Star Wars. The Dune movies have so far been adaptations of Frank Herbert's original work, with the next film being developed based on Dune Messiah. HBO's sequel series, Dune Prophecy, on the other hand, is based primarily on Brian Herbert. Prequel, sorry. The HBO's prequel series, Dune Prophecy, on the other hand, is based primarily on Brian Herbert, the son, and Kevin J. Anderson's 2012 book Sisterhood of Dune, which is apparently based off of notes from Frank Herbert.
Right. I mean, who knows? It's hard to know if it attached to the original plot, right? Because he wasn't there to see it through.
Yep. Charles Papadopoulos over at screenrant.com put the article together. And I'm really curious what the curse is, right? The series has been met with much stellar reception than 2024's Dune Part 2 with a mediocre 70% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's worth breaking down why. So do they say what the curse is right away?
I don't think Screen Rant normally does. They kind of dribble the information out.
Gotcha. So the Dune Prophecy is set 10,000 years before the movies in Dune's timeline. So much earlier in the Bene Gesserit construction. I don't know if... Well, the timeline for Dune is massive. It's like, I think it spans 24,000 years.
Oh, it's like that other series. The three-body problem or something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's one. And then where they have the morning, day, and...
Yeah, it's Foundation, I think.
Foundation. It has this massive timeline, too. Okay, so the non-Frank Herbert Dunes weren't as good as the originals. That's kind of no shit news, because you've got the sun and notes. So you don't even have the energy. You don't have the personality, the character. You don't have the spirit of Dune. You only have the ghost of Dune.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I love the world building. Like I read House Carino and House Atreides. I have the Machine Crusade, but I haven't read it. Balerian Jihad, I've read. I've actually read more of these than I thought. Dear God. It's been so long. Anyway. The main issue is that they exist in the shadow of a masterpiece, and they primarily lack the thematic depth and nuance that makes the 1965 novel so legendary. But it's like Lord of the Rings and like the Silmarillion and all of this stuff. As you deviate away from the core timeline and all of that, and you get into the minutiae and all of the accoutrement of the thing, unless you have the energy of that author, it loses it you're just further and further away from that sun, and it gets colder and colder as you go away from it. So Dune Prophecy cannot compete with Denis Villeneuve's Dune movies. I would probably agree with that because the Denis Villeneuve movies are massive in scale. So unless they have the same budget, you're not going and charisma that the characters have, you're not going to be able to compete. So I agree. Not only have Denis Villeneuve's movies already told what arguably is the best story in the Dune universe, but they've also done so with respectable quality and visual beauty that anything less is painfully noticeable. Dune Prophecy is shot well and matches the films in many aspects, but the production value of their production value, but it's not nearly as cinematic and doesn't generate excitement. I want more of the Denis Villeneuve scope and world building. I want to go to X. I want to see more about the navigators' worlds, like what they do. I want to know more. But I don't think we're ever going to get any of that.
Yeah, I mean, it almost seems like such a tremendous undertaking too. And I feel like the audiences that maybe aren't familiar with the books are attached to the characters in Dune, which is good, except to go in any of these other directions, you're going to lose all that.
Yeah, and the other books don't even have those characters anymore, right? Because the scale is
right,
so
or the
long.
timeline or whatever, exactly. Yeah. But then it's like what you're building up with the audience, you can't. It might have. I don't know how they could have done it differently.
Yeah. So if the Dune saga hopes to continue after Messiah without Denis Villeneuve on board, there are going to be some challenges for the franchise to take over. Not to mention the absence of Timothée Chalamet's Paul Atreides could immediately damage the box office results, limiting the resources Warner Brothers would be willing to expend on Children of Dune and the subsequent sequels. Dune Prophecy has highlighted potential long-term issues for this franchise. Yeah, that's all.
That's interesting. Really we hadn't read ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can see the writing on the wall without reading all of the tea leaves within the books. But the time scale just doesn't allow for continuity of the charisma on the screen.
Frank Herbert, why weren't you thinking ahead decades to the movies?
Yeah. Now it's my turn to throw error messages. All right, folks. Well, we're going to go and get our... No, I can't say that. I was going to say our spice supply out and start hallucinating. But...
I thought we were going to ride some sandworms.
Oh, we can ride some sandworms. Back to the front page of the continuity report at ohmtown.com. Very good. Wow. This is usually
Did I get back some Dune cred?
A stupendous amount of Dune cred. I was going to say something about the sandworm popcorn bucket, but we'll just leave that alone. Anyway, I am gonna fold space and see the many machines on Ix. I love the idea of Ix. It's such a creepy. There's no aliens, by the way. Everybody you see in the Duneverse are humans. Even the creatures, the creepy creatures that you see.
Which is interesting, because I think if somebody wasn't familiar with the books, they would say otherwise.
Yeah, there's no aliens. Even like all of the other like houses and stuff like that, they're so divergent from what humans see as humans that like even the Harkonnens are a weird variation. You'd think that they're aliens, but they're humans who evolved after 24,000 years of timeline. And that's just, we've only seen like just Atreides, Carino, we haven't really seen. Harkonnen. My God, there's so much more. Anyway, I'm Merwat. I'm saying bye. So will the AI.
I thought you almost called me a sandworm. Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the continuity report. Don't forget to subscribe.
a sentient Bene Gesserit AI. Bye, everybody. Help! Get out of my mind! Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for December 29th, 2024. It's the final episode of WarCrafters for 2024. That sounded really final in the first part there. But next year, 2025, we started all over again, Season 2 of WarCrafters. Hopefully it remains a once-a-week episode, but we are here to announce that we're going to continue the season into 2025, and we'll see about 2026 and so on and so forth, right? Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles: the 2024 Year of the Fragmented Gaming, City Builders from 2024, Highs and Lows of Gaming 2024, a tidal wave of new games at the end of 2024, and 2024 games that cost less than $1. Everything's powered by ohmTown. Go over there. Look. Hey, look. It's even a channel that says WarCrafters. That's a good name for the show. The sentient AI from the future is throwing error messages at me in a not so subtle way. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
And every once in a while you throw that in there. Do we have a weird graphic, like a weird artifact, like right there? Does it change shade?
Not that I can see.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to WarCrafters. It's a gaming show, focuses primarily on survival crafting, first-person shooter style games, and I mean, we always talk about the news in the macro side of things, but when we talk about games focused more, it tends to be the survival crafting style kind of chill games. But anyway, welcome to the show. AI, you ready to go?
I am. So
the very first article is over in WarCrafters. Again, it's the name of the show. Pretty cool, huh? Kind of thought about it. Anyway, 2024 has been one of the most fragmented years for video games, and in hindsight, the author of this over at PC Gamer actually really liked that. I liken this kind of like craft brewing. So there was a time where, and by the way, this is a Brews and News weekend. So, Sunday. What is this? This is a pale ale that has like Chinook and Summit and
Centennial.
Centennial. And there's another one. There's 4 different hops in it. Anyway, yeah. It's pretty good. Hold on a second. Pretty high in the IBU area, the bitters. I don't like saying hoppy because hoppy is both aroma and flavor, right? Not just bitterness. So, but people say hoppy and they mean bitter.
Columbus.
Oh, Columbus. There you go. That was the 4th one. Yeah. And you can brew that kind of stuff at home. All you need is either a device like an Igulu, which I'm not getting any kickbacks from them, but I use
maybe it should be
their device. I use their device, or you can invest in a brew kettle and a fermenter and kegs and all of that kind of stuff. It kind of becomes a labor of love, and you invite some friends over, and yeah, it's a thing. So check out Clawhammer Supply over on YouTube. We're not affiliated with them either. I just watch them, and I like their personality and stuff like that. I buy some equipment every once in a while from them, and from others like More Beer. But anyway, that's not what this show is about. It's kind of non sequitur news bleeding into the show. Anyway, the author over at PC Gamer, let's get back to the news, says something that they've come to realize. Oh, so I didn't make my point. I'm sorry. I didn't make my point. My point is, like craft brewing, anybody can now build games, right? All of the tools are out there. There's a nearly frictionless means of distribution via Steam, and maybe GOG, good old games, and other venues by which you can sell your product. And you don't have to be a triple A and do the conventional this and that. You might have to go to school for a couple of years to, get the ball rolling and get some foundational material under your belt, or you can homeschool your way through software engineering. Obviously, there's some limitations in that, but this year really drove home the point that AAA gaming is kind of wet in the bed. So I don't know about this. Some of these studios are not, deemed AAA, but have shown themselves to be AAA capable.
Right. Well, I think that's good for competition, because then that benefits the gamer.
Yep. And like that, craft brewing has done the same thing. You can just buy some equipment and off you go, making high quality product. Wow. That sounds very like you're making drugs or something, but no, that's not what it is.
Sure,
high quality brew. High quality brew.
Connotation.
High quality brew. Anyway, let's get into this. Back. Focus, Mayor Watt. Focus. Anyway, whether they played them or not, last year was, without a doubt, Baldur's Gate 3. Elden Ring took over everyone's lives the year before that, while Resident Evil Village and It Takes Two were the talk of the town in 2021. I still remember all of these from this year. Like, all of this just kept on burning in everybody's mind. So there's something near universally true about all of these games. People were pretty jazzed about them before they were even released. That fanfare almost always ended up continuing for months beyond the launch. Hell, it says in Baldur's Gate. I can pretty much finish that sentence. We're still talking about Baldur's Gate. It changed the sector. Molly Taylor over at PCGamer.com put this article together. The deck statement says a lack of huge releases to gravitate towards has helped the niche shine, or niche, I know, or niche, niche or niche. Anyway, says now in 2024, they honestly couldn't tell you what the big game was. Pal World was a real flash in the pan. Not really. Helldivers 2, because Pal World is still flaming. I mean, it is still burning bright. People still love it. Helldivers 2 probably comes the closest, having had a wildly successful launch. Not even Arrowhead could predict. But Helldivers 2, still burning bright. I don't know who all that they're really going to talk about, right? Elden Ring added Shadow of the Erd Tree. A DLC, but there it is. That's what I was talking about. That right there became a huge hit. Black Myth Wukong. It says was racking up Steam wish list, but I've heard very little about it in the month since it dropped. That's because it was a beautiful game, but it didn't really manifest in people's minds. They didn't really go to it.
There's too many too. Right? Even if it's like, whoa, and then there's some other shiny object to look at.
Hey, there you go. That might be it. Maybe we should change the name to Shiny Objects. We should just merge it into just once a month show for like 5 hours, and it's just called The Next Shiny Thing. What do you think?
Would that be the upcoming game release?
It'll be whatever we want to talk about, but it's the next shiny thing. That's what we can do for the Patreon. It's a once a month thing, but it's the next shiny object. And all you do is talk about the next shiny, whatever.
Oh, right. It could be anything.
Yeah. Got to find some more people though to do the show. Like, get 6 people all hanging out for a weekend, 1 weekend a month. Wow, I'm starting to sound like, what is that? Reserve duty? 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. Doing time.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing.
So case in point, in 2023, they roughly played 15 new releases. They figure that they arrived at that by looking at the Steam library and diving into their Mind Palace to retrieve games that they played on other launchers. Yeah, so I can't remember how many games that I played. Not many, because I was ending up watching people play games or
Right,
working.
but how many did you wish list?
Well, let's see. I have 473 items on my wish list right now. I couldn't tell you.
So probably more than 15 per year. Or probably more than 35 per year.
Yeah, I would say that. And many haven't even come out yet. So, wow. Some of them are very deep discounted right now. Oh, focus. I'm sorry. Okay. So,
well, right. Well, I don't know if that's in one of the later articles.
What's that?
About the discounts.
Oh, yeah. Winter sale is on over at Steam until the 2nd, I think it is. Yeah, at 10 a.m. So compare this to what I said about the person playing only 15 releases. Well, this time they played 35 new releases. They briefly tangled with Pal World hype, spent too much time in Fields of Mystria on their Steam Deck, returned to Final Fantasy XIV for Dawn Trail, watched time march in Metaphor Refantasio, fell in love with web fishing, finally got their grips with long-anticipated spaceship repair sim Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop, which recently came out. By the way, if you want all of these articles that we're hyping up here, you can type in !WC for WarCrafters and Omatron will spit it out. It's still not working over on the YouTubes. Omatron is supposed to be there working hard, but apparently not interested. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, there is a lot of games that are out there. Won't go through the list with all of these, but suffice it to say, I think the sentient AI is right. It's so fragmented because of the options that are available. It's nearly frictionless to launch a game other than your skill and dedication to bringing it to the market. So if you can dream it up, start programming. And now with AI, you can program without knowing how to program, like deep understanding of it, right? Not to mention, this isn't the only venue, right? PC gaming isn't the only venue. You've got the
what do you mean? You've got like the consoles?
You got consoles and you've got mobile, so iOS and Android. Like web games Steam still Deck. Exist. Yeah, Steam Deck, etc. Yeah. I mean, there's just so many. So your options are bright. And one thing that I'll sit there and inject into this, even though it's not even part of the real discussion, a lot of people are bent out of shape about how much they have to pay to sell a product on a platform. But now look deep in the mirror and go, I can't sell in a vacuum. But if I get people to wish list my product on Steam or favorite it somewhere else or whatever, talk about my product on a platform, because the platform has spent billions of dollars in marketing and development with thousands of people being pulled along into a new economy and an entire ecosystem. How much is that worth to you? Is it worth 70% coming to you and 30% to them? I would say hell yes, because, hey, selling a great game and it's up for sale somewhere, it has no means of distribution that's inexpensive because gigs of data transfer are expensive, and you have to have a reliable, secure facility. The transaction fees alone cost money, right? You have to have an account with a bank. You have to have a commercial account. You have to have a bank account and business formation and blah, blah, blah. Hate to
Well,
break it
and
to
no
you.
sales. I mean, 100% of no sales versus
You know,
30% of a lot of sales.
yeah, you get 100% of one sale. It's nothing after taxes and blah blah blah. You'd have to sell that thing for $185,000 just to make it worth your while at the end of the year, because you'd be just sitting around picking your nose. Anyway, we better go. The next article is over in WarCrafters as well for all you mayors managing your budgets. Here are 5 city builders from 2024 with great discounts in the Steam Winter Sale. Oh, look. The sentient AI knew that there was something in there. So Christopher Livingston put this article together for PC Gamer. The deck statement says Steam has some nice deals on new city builders just in time for the holidays. We'll go through it really quick. So Manor Lords, which is actually, they did a big update and it has a huge reviews now. Everybody loves it. Citadelum, Worshippers of Cthulhu, which I've seen but never played. Thrive, Heavy Lies the Crown, Technotopia. This is an interesting city builder, by the way. I don't know if they continue to talk about it, but anyway, it says this city builder card game is already a steal at full price, which is only $5, but it's on sale for 33% off, $3.34. As an AI attempting to build the perfect society, you'll manage your city while contending with factions bent on taking control. And depending
Sounds
on,
fun.
yeah, it's actually really, it's a pretty chill builder. Depending on where you place stuff, the buildings grow in size, and it's visually appealing. It's a fun watch. I can't click the link. I can't click the view the deal thing because it goes over to steampowered.com, and that will, well, it won't log me in, but I don't know what the cookies are doing around here. Anyway.
Gotta watch out for those. I think Cookie Monster took off with them.
Yep. Well, isn't everybody homeless now on Sesame Street?
Oh, that's right.
Oh, no. Oh, too soon. Let's keep going. Next article is over in WarCrafters as well. A look back at the gaming highs and lows of 2024. This is actually a slideshow. All of the Kotaku staff, apparently, or some Kotaku staff, put together this list. As the year draws to a close, let's discuss how PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch have fared. We don't really talk about that. PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch, they're, to me, all consoles. And I'm not a big fan of Nintendo. But I don't
Well,
really...
Nintendo doesn't seem to be a big fan of anybody
Yeah, it
that
seems pretty
uses
rough,
their
right?
Nintendo platform.
Yeah, exactly. So they say a look back at the highs and lows of 2024. They have a list of the 15 best video game surprises of 2024, the 15 biggest video game disappointments of 2024, the state of PlayStation 5 in 2024, and the state of Xbox and Game Pass and Nintendo Switch in 2024. Did we want to actually go through any of these or just recommend?
Well, let's see. Let's go to surprises.
So these are the best video game surprises of 2024. And let's see, in a lot of ways, 2024 was a worse year for the video game industry than 2023, and that's really depressing to think about considering how bad 2023 was for game developers and the media covering the industry. Still, even a shitty year can have nice moments and wonderful surprises. So let's see here. We'll go through some of the slides. Oh no. It actually must like go to a link. A Kotaku
it is.
link.
It's a read
It
more.
is. So then they link you to another one, and they have a slideshow and where they talk about Balatro, and a bunch of other games. So Elden Ring is coming very soon, or more Elden Ring. That actually came out, Shadow of the Erd Tree, and there's others at the end of 2024 at the Gaming Awards. A new game based similar to Elden Ring is coming out from Elden Ring. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Everybody really likes that. Shadow of the Hedgehog. Yeah, I don't know what that is. The Year
I
of
don't either.
Shadow of the Hedgehog. Red Dead Redemption gets ported to PC, although it's still a console game, so it has console mechanics, and I don't like the way that you have to travel and stuff like that. Some people really get along really well with a controller. I don't really like controllers. I like keyboard and mouse, or in my case, trackball.
Oh, this even talks about like spillover into TV, like Fallout. I mean, it's been a pretty big time for video game television.
Yep. Yeah. Publishers ditching annoying PC launchers. I don't know about that, but okay. Retro PS5 themes. The PS5 got retro themes. Some people really dig them. If you like nostalgia, Stalker 2 actually launched. That actually is a big hit. People are still playing it today. But in the meantime, go over and check those links out. They're all embedded in this, so it's kind of I don't know.
There's
news
multiple
within news.
rabbit holes to go down.
It's news all the way down. Let's keep going. The next article is over on WarCrafters as well. Amid a tidal wave of new games in 2024, these 10 must-play deep cuts are cheap and will run on almost anything. When you click
what
the
about
link,
like a rabbit or something? Or do they mean like anything modern and with some actual computing power?
Game Boy Advance, Apple Watch. There are some games that you can play entirely on your Apple Watch. I used to have one.
Okay, that's interesting.
But wow, can't imagine doing that. We could, well, I was going to say Ticket to Ride, but those bastards. Anyway, you know, we were talking about a lawsuit prior to the show, like right before the show. If anybody should leverage a lawsuit, I think it's there.
Stop killing games.
Yeah. Man, I'm steaming into being on a soapbox about this. Anyway, Ted Litchfield over at PCGamer.com put the article together. The deck statement says they're worth your time and relatively little money. Picayune Dreams. They say that they loved Picayune Dreams demo, but only got around to digging into the full release. Only just got around to it. It's this game is like Vampire Survivors, but type game to really steal their heart in the original, or like the original. This looks like a high-tech Vampire Survivors. It looks like there's... it's like you're in the Matrix, and there's stats right here in your body showing maybe where you're damaged, because that's right there is your body. And it looks similar to this.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe there's stuff that's attacking you on this side, Angel, or perks, slime spike. These must be perks, hardware enhancement code and stuff like that. So, Picayune Dreams is a bullet heaven game with more active, challenging combat than Ponkel. Is that who it is? Ponkel's Breakout? And even when you've reached the walking nuke threshold, the game has some gnarly bosses with thumb cramping attack patterns to weave through. Sounds like fun. Psychopomp is another one. They're all like under $10, right? So hold on. Picayune Dreams is only $5. Psychopomp is $9. It says it's a psychedelic, disturbing, occasionally outright scary descent into what is either madness or the true subterranean world that wears our own like a mask. Dun dun dun.
That sounds rather dark.
Felvedek reminds me of a streamer on Twitch. I don't know if they're still around. I stopped following them because they like ghosted everybody for like 6 months and then came back briefly, and then I don't know what really happened, but they have this castle in the background and lore and everything. They created a card game and all kinds of stuff. It was pretty fascinating. But this game is $11 or £9.
So I guess it's not under $10.
Yeah, so I thought this was it's 10 must play.
Cheap.
cheap games. Yeah, relatively cheap games. Felvidec's desaturated sepia tone visuals don't really look like anything else out there, but its later monster designs, as well as its banging prog rock soundtrack, remind them of Mason Lindroth's Hylix. Similar to Hylix, Felvidec offers a stripped to the studs retro take on turn-based JRPG combat with minimal complications, no grinding, but some surprisingly challenging fights. They say that they love the game.
Well, and it sounds like the soundtrack alone is reason to pick it up.
Might have to listen to the soundtrack to see what that's all about. Put that in Mix War, but that show isn't launching anytime soon due to licensing issues and DMCA takedown notices for the music that I created. That was interesting. So Scald against the Black Priory. I had heard about this being pretty good, so I never really got into it. But it's a $15 or 11.5 pound game.
So it says it's Lovecraftian.
Yeah, I kind of thought that it would be like that based just on the name itself, you know. But it says it's a hardcore CRPG to be sure, but it feels transparent, fair, and balanced in a distinctively modern or at least late 90s way. They also have the second senior editor Robin Valentine's praise of Scald, surprisingly. Deliciously sinister world building and horror elements. Dun dun dun. Then Dread Delusion. This one's 20. Seems to be going up in price as we scroll down through this.
Yeah, they're getting less cheap, but these are still pretty cheap compared to like an $80 game.
Tell me about it. Onoric Isles feature a collection of deeply flawed societies clinging to asteroids above a red star. Their favorite one of them is the culture is a nation of human flesh-eating undead who have finally managed to peacefully coexist with their neighbors thanks to the invention of lab-grown human meat, teeing up what might be, at least for their money, an all-timer RPG quest. Angerfoot, Judero, Mouthwashing, Straftat.
And wait, that one is $0. It reversed.
Oh wow, yeah, it did reverse for all of these. It went up to $25 and then tiptoed back down to $0. It's like a distribution, you know, a standard distribution. I'm so sorry. The bell curve. So they say that Straftat is so good, it's almost unfair that it's free. It's a first-person shooter like on the crew. Let's see here. Let me reread this. It's 1v1 only, a pairing of Call of Duty Gulag, one of the series' truly great innovations, with old-school PC first-person shooter map design and movement. Straftat is a mighty engine of one more game, the antidote for live service blues and battle pass blahs. It also has a fantastic sense of humor, priming you for moments of ragdollizing? Is that probably ragdollizing slapstick?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that word is. Maybe a D is missing in there. Ragdolling is to like just be blown somewhere and you just kind of you know, your arms are like a wacky wall crawler kind of thing.
Right, I'm not seeing this.
Yeah. So bonus round freak pick is Thief, the Black Parade. It too apparently is totally free, baby, according to the author of the article. They've made it all the way to the end of the list, so we can have a treat. The Black Parade bills itself as an unofficial expansion pack, but it's really more of an unofficial Thief sequel. 10 massive missions that take advantage of the intervening years' progress, not to push graphics tech, but deliver some of the most jaw-dropping immersive sim maps that the author has seen. Well, there you go. Ted Litchfield over at PC Gamer. Go and check out the article. And our last article for today is 22 good games that cost $1 or less in the 2024 winter game sales. Lincoln Carpenter over at PC Gamer put the article together, and they say almost 24 games for less than $25. In this economy? No way. So this is 22 games that cost $1 or less. So I don't know how they got to 25.
Well, that's the most obvious threshold or
the
whatever.
Round up. Yeah. So I won't go through all of these. Super Hexagon, Shapes. This is the original Shapes. Shapes 2 takes it to a completely different level in graphics and progression and stuff like that. Downwell, Super Bit Blaster XL, Hylix, which didn't we mention it in another article?
Yes.
We did. Superfly, Deus Ex Game of the Year Edition, Thief Gold, Bridge Constructor Portal, which is always fun, a physics-based bridge assembly puzzle game. Men of War Assault Squad, Divine Divinity, Mainframe Defenders, Everspace, and then they have a bunch of other stuff too. Itch.io or Itch.io. I don't know how they really call it that, but Itch.io. Window Kill, Long Live the Axe, This Is Not Your House. I don't know what this is. It's
10S, I think.
10S.
It's like tennis as a bullet hell action game. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work. We'll have to follow that. And then there's Zones, a surreal walking sim in 2 acts, which will have you roam around procedural dreamscapes through purple glades beneath unfathomable spires of industry and across a gentle hillside. Then GOG, Good Old Games, Fear Platinum, Worms United, Warhammer 40k, Fire Warrior, which I think that's the only place I've ever seen that. And Her Story, Sam Barlow's police footage. What is FMV, Murder Mystery?
That's a good question. Hold on.
First something view murder mystery? What is the M?
Full motion video?
Full motion video. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that as an acronym before. Okay. Well, cool. Learn something new every day. Anyway, they've got a bunch of games. Go and check it all out. But that brings us to the end of WarCrafters. I hope you dig all of the links that we provide. Go check it all out. And we are going to go into Bullet Hell and bring us to the front page of ohmtown.com and to the WarCrafters show. I mean, it's right there. Dunk. Right under Creative and Maker. WarCrafters. Go check it all out. Once you become a citizen, another menu option will appear right here, and you can actually send us links either to external sources that we haven't seen before or to even news within ohmTown that's been aggregated, because that's what it's there for you to aggregate news. It does it all on its own, and you can either subscribe to individual channels, and 7 of which are shows that we do live. 6 on the weekends and 1 every day, called Non Sequitur News. If this is the first you've ever heard of it, then be sure to follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. We have a Patreon. We have a Discord. We've got a TikTok that's been pretty much ignored.
Podcast.
We've got thousands of episodes of podcasts now, somewhere around 1,700 episodes. Across 6 podcasts that are weeklies and 1 that is a daily. And that one's been going for now 3 full years. Well, at the end of this year, because I started it at the first of the year 3 years ago. All right, that's it. Ba-bum. We are done. I am Mayor Watt signing off, and so is the AI.
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the last episode of Season 1 of WarCrafters.
Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. Bye, YouTube. And bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for December 29th, 2024. It is the last episode for season 1 of Technology Today. I do have a makeup episode to do, but that's not what we're here for. Today is December 29th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 5 articles: leaded gas legacy, fossil discovery sheds light on evolution, detecting wind direction, microplastics could cause cancer, and the LHC quantum breakthrough. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. Look, it's a channel right under gadgets and technology. You scroll down. This is in alphabetical order, but pretty much nothing else is. Once you become a citizen, another menu option appears right there where you can actually store links to review later or hide them so you never see them again, unless you go into the category for hidden links. And a bunch of other stuff opens up to you, including sending us, the mayor and the sentient AI, links that we can review, and maybe even new sources for us to aggregate into ohmtown.com. If you're not familiar with it, I'll tell you how it works on the other side. Everything is powered by Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
And sometimes I think you're going to say it, and then I anticipate, brace myself, and then you don't.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
That's right. If you want all of today's articles, you can actually type in !TT over in Twitch, not over on YouTube, because YouTube does not like Omatron. At least we haven't gotten them. You know how you bring a new pet into the house and you have them meet and greet the old pets and other
right, and
family
you keep
members?
them isolated mostly.
We're at the nose booping through the gate phase between Omatron and YouTube. Maybe in 2025 they'll get along. We'll see. They're hissing at each other most of the time, though. Anyway, let's get into all 10, or not 10, 5 of our articles. Everything old is not new again. So the first article is over in Technology Today. 151 million people affected. A new study reveals that leaded gas permanently damaged American mental health.
Okay, I think this is a good study, but are we completely surprised?
No. Well, not anybody who has ever looked into what lead has done. And if you want to know pretty damn quick what lead can do to society, look at Flint, Michigan. That is all because lead-lined pipes existed while mothers were pregnant and adults were drinking the water, bathing in it and whatever else. Lead is a heavy metal. It passes through the brain-blood barrier, and it has hugely destructive potential. So,
right, both on physical and mental.
Yeah, and long-term mental. So childhood lead exposure from leaded gasoline has caused widespread mental health issues, particularly in Generation X, highlighting the dangers of delayed environmental regulation. A recent study published in the Journal of Child Psychology and Psychiatry reveals that childhood exposure to lead, which reached its highest levels between 1960 and 1990. Now, here's the kicker for this, okay? Highest levels, which means that the progenitors of the 1960 to 1990 generations were already being negatively impacted by paint. Lead paint.
Right, or lead gas.
Lead paint, lead gas. We even had radioactive dishes.
For
lead
water.
pipes. Yeah. I mean, it was a go-to. It was a workable metal that was non-reactive to a plurality of chemicals. But it was idiocy. It was hubris. Nobody knew, and suddenly it's okay. And 5 years later, they go, oh, no, this is the worst freaking thing since sliced bread.
So I find this interesting that the entirety of Gen X, which is believed to be between 1965 and 1980 is covered by this as the worst period ever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, you're right. That's only the highest, not when it existed.
Right. And this may have had, if I remember right, and I'm going to have to look into this, but I'll say it anyway. I believe that it has long-term genetic impact as well. This doesn't just stay with because you were impacted, your offspring are not impacted. I believe that if you have it, this deleterious effect, your genetics are modified by this. But let's get into this. So Wiley put the article together. It's posted over at scitechdaily.com. For the study, investigators combined blood level data from National Health and Nutrition Examination surveys with historic leaded gasoline data. Leaded gas was phased out in the United States in 1996, folks. You could still get leaded gas.
Which is not that long ago.
Right. They estimated U.S. childhood blood lead levels from 1940, so the 20 years prior to Gen X, to 2015, 30 years after Gen X, and assessed mental health symptoms that have been linked to lead exposure. Now, my research that I did when I was looking into the rise of sociopathy linked sociopathy to lead paint and gas exposure.
But that's a specific book, so we want to make sure that that's not associated with you.
That isn't actually what it's called, but it is a topic. So, and that's why I call it the rise of sociopathy. It's a claim that I'm making. Now, there are other books out there that talk about it and refer to the rise of sociopathy. But yeah. So society frequently operates under the presumption that environmental exposures are safe until proven otherwise. Leaded gasoline wasn't needed as an anti-knock agent. There were alternatives available. It was profitable. An abundance of incontrovertible evidence occurring across decades was required to ban it, though, said corresponding author Michael McFarland, PhD, Florida State University. By documenting the widespread consequences of exposure, this study underscores the folly of such thinking and highlights the long-lasting health consequences of exposure to the population. So, the title of this research study is Contribution of Childhood Lead Exposure to Psychopathology in the U.S. Population over the past 75 years. So I'm going to have to pull this, and I'm going to have to look at all of the statistics in this and add it to this is a new paper that I haven't read yet. But yeah, the papers that I've read, the research that I have looked into has shown that it is directly tied to the rise of sociopathy. And if you look around and you talk to somebody and they seem like an uncaring, emotionally distanced, if they lack empathy, sympathy, compassion, understanding of the human condition outside their own, that is just a 20 on the dartboard of psychopathy, of sociopathy. Of antisocial personality disorder is what it's actually referred to as. But people have a very unnuanced understanding of what antisocial means. It doesn't mean that you walk up and punch somebody in the throat because they saw you standing on the corner, but it's an ingredient therein. So,
I think that's exactly what it is.
But it's very nuanced. You could be working with a sociopath, and you don't really pay attention to it. You just think that they're a jerk. But odds on, if you were to do blood tests of their parents or their grandparents, you may find... Or even them. You may find a high lead level in the blood. Because it actually ends up impacting... It actually goes through the blood-brain barrier, and there's no real test for that because Well, they have to take a piece of your brain, but they may detect it in your blood. Anyway, let's keep on moving. This is a fascinating article to be submitted, so that was pretty neat. And it is brand new. It's current this last week. This was actually released December 20th, yesterday. Fascinating.
Yeah, it was a must for Technology Today.
Yeah, and I understand it's because I talk about it quite a bit. But I think it's kind of like when we first started talking about it publicly about nanoplastics and microplastics. There were people that were talking about it and aware of it, and then it became a thing. And that's how it works. Society has to be informed about these things, and then they act on it. The simple fact that it took 75 years really to act on lead.
Yeah, that's not okay. But I do like that this is a longitudinal study, because sometimes the studies are such small sample size or small duration that
right,
you can extrapolate, but this is harder to refute.
Yeah, this is
you can be like, hey, we tracked an entire generation, or we even tracked
before and
offspring
after,
or whatever. Yeah.
And my understanding is lead paint was actually exposed. Lead paint and lead in gas. I keep saying lead paint, but lead was found to be the precursor of negative health effects in other countries, and other countries removed it faster than the United States. The United States kept it all the way up until 1996, which I think is pure greed, because you know that the assholes that kept this in processes, they weren't drinking the water, or they didn't give a shit because they were getting money, and they were already sociopaths, ready and willing to just live their life until they die, even though it's because of their own actions that people are meeting their fate earlier than they should have, or their long-term life, like the what do you call it? Quality of life diminished faster.
I mean, people have chronic health conditions or whatever.
Yeah, but they had money, so, and they could give it to their offspring, so it's all good. Don't worry about it. Drink the water. Let's move on. The next article is over on Technology Today. Groundbreaking 555 million year old fossil sheds light on one of evolution's greatest mysteries. A remarkable fossil discovery in remote South Australia has provided crucial insights into one of evolution's long-standing mysteries, the origins of Ecdysozoa, a superphylum of molting animals that includes insects, crustaceans, nematodes, and merwat. What? Did I... Hold on. We have a button for that. I need to turn that into an actual quick button. Anyway, Harvard University Department of Organismic and Evolutionary Biology. Come on, bro. Make that name a little bit more approachable. Organismic?
Dooaeb. That doesn't really work either. Doeb or something.
There's a basket called Moab that's based off of it's an acronym for Mother of All Baskets.
Right. So there you go. Maybe you could get something like that. They got to
come up with something like that. Yeah. The Department of All Evolutionary Biology. Come on, you're talking about evolutionary biology. I think organismic.
Does organismic fit into that? I think so.
Apparently not. Well, the discovery
of that is they probably have a chair or whatever of each area.
Oh, and there's some serious coin being dispersed to two separate buckets. And they do gladiatorial combat in the main parade ground at Harvard University.
To be the head of the Doeb.
Yeah, who's going to get more of that bucket? Right. Two professors enter, one professor leaves. I mean, academia is pretty hardcore. You know, they say publish or perish. That perish part is real.
I didn't know it was so realistic. Yeah. I thought it was kind of figurative.
when they say, sorry, we deleted you, we frickin' deleted you.
Yikes.
I know, it's serious. So here is, I think, authors Scott Evans and Ian Hughes playing marbles.
It does look like it. But I think one's organismic and one's evolutionary.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, they're mapping out their battles. They're mapping Uncas specimens on a fossil bed surface at Nilpena Ediacara National Park. Credit Gene O. I wonder if that's like a Marvel superhero. Gene O.
Could be.
So now in a new study published in Current Biology as opposed to Old Biology, researchers describe Uncas jidgizi, a 555 million year old worm-like organism preserved in the Precambrian rocks of Nilpena Ediacara National Park, or NINP. NINP.
I mean, at least they gave it an abbreviation.
Yeah, but you have to pronounce it like that. This tiny fossil, barely over a centimeter long, it happens. I mean, represents the oldest confirmed member of the Ecdysozoa, and the only one known.
Kaiser Sose.
Yeah, I am Kaiser Sose. And the only one known from the Precambrian period. So it says it's an incredibly exciting discovery. It says lead author Ian Hughes, a PhD candidate in the Department of Doeb at Harvard. Ecdysozans were prevalent in the Cambrian fossil record, and we know they didn't just appear out of nowhere, but until now we had no concrete fossil evidence to confirm it, which is ironic because fossils are pretty concrete.
Yes, that's an interesting word choice there.
But probably very intentional. Here they are again, looking into a crevasse where one dropped said marble. Well, how am I supposed to get that?
Yeah, I mean, what if they got the one specimen? It's like the first evidence of it, and it's lost in the crevasse.
You dropped it in the hole? My God. This is really neat, though, because it looks like these rocks are sitting on a different kind of soil. It's like a layer that's just shattered.
Yeah, and it's not very deep. Like, it's not like monolithic rocks or something.
Yeah, it's like a foot deep, maybe. And then there's sand. That's a trip. It's like somebody put down a layer of sand, and then, like you're putting a pavement brick kind of thing down. You're supposed to put sand so that you can make everything level. You compact it a little bit. That's kind of how this is. It's pretty neat. But yeah, the little platform is just shattered stone, and in it was this Precambrian fossil, 555 million years old. There are over 100 genera of Ediacaran fossils, yet none had ever been confidently assigned to Edisozoa. The discovery of Uncas helps address the dilemma of the origins and rapid diversification of Ecdysozoa lineages in the Cambrian. For the first time, Uncas offers direct evidence of early Ecdysozoan life forms from the Precambrian. So basically, it's the missing link. Like we're trying to figure out where the missing link is for humans, even though we have plenty of evidence that shows evolution, but there is some.
You can always get more
distant.
Yeah.
But what is the jump? We made a huge jump from walking on predominantly 4 legs to 2. Where is that? I guess this is that kind of a fossil. The fossil's unique features, including a cylindrical body, a consistent length to width ratio, remarkably rigid cuticle, and distinct curved traces indicating motility, point to similarities in modern nematodes. And the team was especially excited to find trace fossils as unlike many of its squishy contemporaries, which are not especially mobile. Uncas was apparently quite active. Pretty neat. So now they're preserving the site. Cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
With a grant from NASA. I wonder if their budget will support. You folks out there should be engaged if you want to help
Support
NASA.
science.
Support science. There you go. Moving forward, the researchers plan to use laser scan data to study the curvature and movement of this species. I don't know how they're going to get movement out of it, but okay. Uncas body fossils and associated trace fossils give us a really unique opportunity to look in detail into the sinuosity and curvature to model the potential musculature of this ancient species. One day there's going to be somebody out there, maybe an evolved bee, that's going to have a device that's going to examine Merawatt after fossilization and be able to look at my sinuosity.
Uncas body fossil.
Uncas, yes, my Uncas body fossil, and measure my sinuosity and curvature. Oh yeah. Moving on. Next article's over in Technology Today. Moving on. Hummingbird-inspired wings detect wind direction with 99% accuracy. Bio-inspired wind sensing using strain sensors, which is what we've talked about previously. Yesterday we were talking about strain sensors, where you just slap them on something and it can detect it moving, so that you can say, hey, this is out of alignment. You need to have an engineer go and check it out.
Yes.
In relation to the roller coaster. So using that type of technology on flexible wings could revolutionize robotic flight control strategy. Researchers at the Institute of Science Tokyo have developed a method to detect wind direction with 99% accuracy using 7 strain gauges on the flapping wing and convolutional neural network model. So the Institute of Science Tokyo basically put together a hummingbird modeled wing and put strain sensors on it in various areas of the wing. This is how I'm envisioning it. When I saw the title and when I read that little snippet, I envisioned it in a certain way. And looking at the image, I'm right. So they basically developed this hummingbird wing. And depending on how the wind flows over this wing, it informs the direction of the wind.
Right, because I guess it's impacting different areas or in different ways.
Different speeds, different directions, but because they're strain gauges and not just a single arrow, they're getting more fidelity in the direction of it. So they got 99.5% classification accuracy achieved using strain data and full flapping cycle. As the wing cuts through the air, it has to cut through the direction. The wind wants to go in a certain direction, but the wing is cutting through it. And so as it's cutting through it, I think that it's getting greater fidelity because the wing portions have to bend a certain way.
Right. Well, aren't there also different layers or speeds, although maybe this isn't large enough to catch those?